Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Hokage's strongest fire style. Become Fire God 1FG. Chapter 1 Traveling to the eve of the night of genocide. Open black lens bracket, sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket, get attribute points +1. A cold mechanical sound sounded. Zufeng, who was sitting on the roof blowing the wind, lay back with a depressed look on his face. Looking at the blue sky and the cotton candy-like clouds, Shu Feng complained in a voice that only he could hear. Randomly 1 to 100 points, but the result is always one random point. Is it possible that you have studied in Ma's family? I can't fight Shishi as hard as you do. Besides, I've already come to the Hokage world, so why can't you give me some heaven-defying cheat that will bring you many children and many blessings? Recalling the powerful cheat he had read in the novel, Shu Feng closed his eyes weakly. More than half a year has passed since he awakened the memory of his previous life on Earth. Along with the awakening of memory, Shu Feng also gained a system that can sign in and add points. Logically speaking, the awakening memory plus acquisition system can be said to be a perfect start. But I couldn't resist Shu Feng's journey through time and became the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi enters Anbu. Sasuke is 7 years old and a member of the Uchiha clan who is about to face the crisis of genocide. There is no time for him to slowly use cheats to become stronger. Uchiha Fugaku, as well as the elders and Jonin in the clan, have been meeting too frequently recently. And they also forcibly recalled all the Uchiha who were out, even Genin like me, who graduated less than 2 years ago and has not yet opened his eyes. Even the security department has inexplicably strengthened patrols and alerts in the past 2 days, and even prohibits clan members from leaving the clan area without reason. The more he talked, the more he felt that he was going to be in danger, so he straightened up and sat up again. Originally, he was thinking of hiding outside on a long-term mission and waiting for the end of the genocide before going back. In the end, I still couldn't escape, and the mission was terminated a few days ago and I was forcibly brought back. By the way, that guy Uchiha Shisui, I haven't seen him since he came back. Could it be that? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Shu Feng, who didn't want to think too much, opened his attribute panel in his mind. Open black lens bracket host. Zufeng close black lens bracket, basic free body technique, transformation, clone, substitute, 10. Open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu. 60 close black lens bracket, physical skills. 10, remaining attribute points, 1250. Tip. Every time the accumulated attributes reach 1000 points, a special ability can be unlocked. Close black lens bracket. In the past 6 months, Shu Feng accumulated a total of 1,300 attribute points. The 1,000 points are given in a novice gift package, and the 300 points are given by Zufeng's 150-day sign-in. Sign-in is once a day, and 1 to 100 attribute points will be randomly given. However, except for Shu Feng, who gave 80 points for one character burst, most of them were 1 point, and occasionally 2 or 3 points. These attribute points, except for fire style, which was increased by 50 points by Shu Feng, just reached the level of Chunin, allowing him to perform tasks with ease. The other 1250 points were all left by Shu Feng to Sharingan, who had not been able to successfully activate it. After all, adding 1000 points can unlock a special ability. Zufeng naturally wants to leave this powerful contact lens that runs through the entire Hokage. Advertisement. As for the information on the attribute panel, it is the ability that Shu Feng currently has. Attribute points are used to enhance the abilities displayed on the panel. It is also commonly known as adding points can make you stronger. Very simple and crude. If I can open my eyes in the past few days, I'll stay with these 2 lunatics for a while. If you can't open your eyes, you can only give them all to fire style and then escape from here with everyone. As for whether he could beat Itachi and Obito after adding 1000 fire style points, Kyofeng didn't want to foolishly try. Unless Shu Feng activated Sharingan, he didn't want to directly face 2 perverts who activated Mangekyo. As for the arrogant ninjas of the Uchiha clan, Shu Feng could only say that they should, but didn't bother to pay attention to them. After all, before Shu Feng awakened his memory, he had not opened his eyes and his talent was not very good, but he suffered a lot of contempt and abuse. He felt that Shu Feng should not try his best to become a ninja because he had lost the face of his clan. He should just be an ordinary clan member and be protected by them. Of course, there are still many people who are good to Shu Feng. For these people, Shu Feng will definitely give them a try. Hey, Shu Feng. A sudden call from below interrupted Shu Feng's thinking. Looking down, he saw a straight black girl with a delicate face and fair skin, smiling and waving to him. Don't sleep, come down quickly, we are scheduled to go to the security department for a shift inspection. Shift inspection? Could it be that the alert and available armed forces have been strengthened again? Shu Feng exhaled, closed the attribute panel in his mind, and jumped in front of the girl with long black hair. He greeted casually. Long time no see, Quan. The girl with long black hair and straight hair in front of her is none other than Itachi Uchiha's childhood sweetheart, Uchiha Izumi. She is also one of the very few kind-hearted girls who do not look down on Shu Feng and are willing to form a team together. It's only been a few months, I haven't seen you for a long time. Uchiha Izumi still smiles brightly, and you didn't expect that as soon as you came back, you would become my companion on the mission again. It should be that you are the only one who doesn't dislike me for being weak and is willing to team up with me. Kyofeng shook his head and corrected Uchiha Azumi's statement. After all, before he awakened his past life memory and system, each attribute only had about 10 points, which was barely reaching the threshold of Genin. And even a Magatama Sharingan could not be opened. Compared to other Uchiha who are also 14 years old, his talent is too weak and his bloodline is too thin. No, and I believe you will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Quan raised his fist to cheer Shu Feng up. Can it be stronger than Itachi? Shu Feng asked jokingly. Well, Quan had an embarrassed face and was very confused. After all, in her eyes, Itachi is the most powerful among his peers, bar none. Before Quan could continue to struggle, Zhu Feng shook his head and changed the topic. Don't you have a crush on Itachi? Why don't you team up with him? And Mr. Shisui, I haven't seen him show up for so many days since I came back. Is he out on a mission? Advertisement, I don't have a crush. The girl blushed when her secret was revealed. Then he quickly turned pale again and lowered his head sadly. Itachi joined Anbu last week. As for Shisui-sama, he also committed suicide after leaving a letter last week. Sure enough, the time has come when the Itachi clan is about to be exterminated. Shu Feng frowned slightly, knowing that there was not much time left for him. In the original plot, not long after Shisui concealed the truth and jumped into the river, Itachi confirmed the rebellion of the Uchiha clan through a gathering. Finally, he accepted Danzo's order, found Obito, and started a frenzied massacre together. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's report to the security department quickly. After completing the inspection mission, we have to go to the ancestral hall for a gathering. Rubbing his red eyes, Quan turned around and walked away. Gathering? Shu Feng followed quickly and asked with a frown. A weak genin like me shouldn't have to go as before, right? I'm going. Quan turned to look at Shu Feng. This time all the ninjas in the clan will be there, saying they want to discuss important matters. But I guess it's better to complain about the village and Mr. Hokage. Anyway, meetings are becoming more and more frequent now. As a genius who activated the 3 Magatama at the age of 14, Izumi is the absolute core of the clan and participates in every meeting. It's a pity that she was distracted every time and didn't think about what was brewing in these meetings. It's also possible that she doesn't want to think about it or why. All ninjas in the clan will be present. Shisui died, Itachi joined Anbu. According to the plot in my memory, Shu Feng can be sure that this meeting is probably to determine the seizure of power. Uchiha Fugaku will also ask Itachi in front of the Uchiha monument to help the Uchiha clan control the top brass of Konoha and carry out a bloodless revolution. The filial son Itachi would turn around and tell the top management of Konoha that his father decided to lead the Uchiha clan in rebellion. The next step is to accept Danzo's order, find Obito and finally exterminate the clan together. Thinking of this, Shu Feng couldn't help but let out a breath of turbidity. Then he looked at the innocent Quan and couldn't help but ask. Have you never thought about why the clan has to hold meetings again and again to complain about these things? When Quan heard this, his innocent expression froze, and he was silent for a long time before shaking his head. I don't know. After my father died, I just wanted to protect my mother and live a good life with her. Azumi's father was an ordinary Konoha man who died on the night of 9 Tails 7 years ago. It was at that time that Azumi started Sharingan, moved back to Uchiha with his mother and changed his surname. For Uchiha, her sense of belonging and mission are not strong. It was also because of this that she did not look down on Shu Feng, who was weak in talent, like other Uchiha ninjas. Do you just want to live a good life? Thinking of Quan's talent and good character, Shu Feng thought for a moment and then made a decision. When I patrol later, I will look for unattended corners and take some people out of here after the rally. Leave here. 4. Just as Quan was about to ask why, he was interrupted by Shu Feng waving his hand. After this meeting you should understand why, and you should think more about it. Okay, that's the end of the conversation. Now it's time for us to go to the security department for a shift. Chapter 2 Bloodless Revolution. Prepare to escape Uchiha Ancestral Hall, Nanga Shrine. Those despicable untouchables out there are just too much. Everyone treats us like a scourge, looks at us strangely, and points at us behind our backs without saying anything. Those who know understand that we are the Uchiha clan of Konoha, but those who don't know think we are the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails Demon Fox. Yes, we enforce the law impartially every time, but we are maliciously complained and slandered by those stupid untouchables. It is simply abominable. And those high-level officials in Konoha actually think that we will use Sharingan to control 9 Tails. You don't trust us at all, and we are not allowed to get close to Jinchuriki. They even drove us to the edge of the village in the end, trying to isolate us and keep us company with prison. And Shisui, that guy definitely didn't commit suicide, it was definitely something the village did to weaken our strength. I can't bear it anymore. Patriarch, let's rebel. Yes, Patriarch, let's rebel. Since those senior officials don't believe in us and are afraid of us, then we will become the senior officials ourselves. That's right, we ourselves will be the top leaders and we will become the masters of this village. Listening to the gradually unified noise in Nanga Shrine, Shu Feng curled his lips as he expected, and then shrank back. Sitting aside, Quan frowned slightly and complained softly to Shu Feng. It's starting again. Since the rally 3 days ago, everyone has become so radical and scary. 3 days ago. Shu Feng frowned when he heard this but did not reply. He just looked at the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, who was kneeling at the front. Fugaku glanced at the excited crowd below with a sullen face, and shouted in a small but serious voice. Everyone, just be quiet. After hearing the words of Fugaku, the clan leader, the excited crowd quickly quieted down and looked at Fugaku expectantly. Feeling the attention and expectations of the tribesmen, Fugaku clenched his fists slightly and quickly unclenched them. The expression on his face also changed from hesitant to firm, and he slowly said to everyone. A bloodless revolution? A bloodless revolution? The crowd below waited eagerly for Fugaku's explanation. But Fugaku had no intention of explaining. Instead, he stood up and said. As the leader of the clan, I will solve everything and the results will come soon. Today's gathering is over. Everyone, please go back. Clan leader, XN. The confused crowd below suddenly became anxious. How long has it been since you were still the Riddler? Fugaku ignored it and turned his back and said seriously. Everyone go back and wait, disband, advertisement. Seeing that Fugaku had made up his mind not to say anything, the crowd below had no choice. I can only leave with a sigh of regret, waiting for the next meeting to continue persuading. Shu Feng, who was mixed in the crowd, felt something was wrong. Could it be that in the original work, before Fugaku asked Itachi to control the top management of Konoha to achieve a bloodless revolution, had he already announced it at the rally? Shu Feng, who had a bad premonition that was getting stronger and stronger, was the first to rush out of the venue regardless of whether it was too abrupt. Looking at the back of Shu Feng leaving quickly, and recalling what Shu Feng said in the afternoon, Quan also quickly caught up and asked softly. Shu Feng, do you know anything about the bloodless revolution mentioned by the patriarch? Shu Feng glanced at Quan and did not answer, but accelerated his pace down the stone stairs. He remembered that at this time in the original plot, Itachi should be hiding in the surrounding trees with the root ninja. After everyone in the gathering leaves, Itachi will go inside to see Fugaku and confirm the Uchiha clan's rebellion. So he doesn't want to talk nonsense now and attract unnecessary attention. Seeing Shu Feng's appearance, Quan felt more and more that Shu Feng knew something. Coupled with the feeling that something was wrong at the gathering just now, she gritted her teeth and followed closely. However, after Shu Feng walked down the stone stairs, he didn't go very far when his body suddenly stopped. As if he had thought of something, he glanced at the surrounding dense forest with an extremely ugly face and murmured in a low voice. There was a rally 3 days ago and it became very radical. This rally suddenly announced a bloodless revolution. An answer emerged that made Shu Feng feel chilled in his heart. He may have got the time wrong. Itachi confirmed that the rebellion of the Uchiha clan may have been due to the meeting 3 days ago. Sensing something was wrong with Shu Feng, Quan, who was following closely, asked cautiously, Shu Feng, what's wrong with you? Hearing Quan's question, Shu Feng suddenly raised his head. The serious expression on his face made Azumi feel nervous for no reason. Quan, please open Sharingan quickly and carefully observe whether there are any hidden people in the surrounding woods. Tibetans? Quan looked puzzled, but still obeyed. The black pupils of his eyes quickly turned red, and 3 Magatama appeared, and he scanned the surroundings carefully. After a while, Quan's eyes turned black again, and he shook his head towards Shu Feng. I can only see clearly the surrounding area of 200 meters. I can confirm that there are no hidden people within these 200 meters. 200 meters. Shu Feng frowned and turned around, walking back to the stone stairs against the crowd. Since there was no way to find out if there were any Tibetans in the jungle, he would go back and see if Fugaku had left. As everyone on the stone stairs came down one after another, they left. Fugaku Makoto and his wife, who were at the back of the crowd, also appeared in Kyofeng's field of vision. At the same time, Shu Feng's heart also hit rock bottom. He was now absolutely sure that he had got the time wrong. Advertisement Itachi talks to Fugaku and confirms that Uchiha's rebellion was 3 days ago or maybe even earlier. And Itachi's genocide may begin at any time, maybe today. Thinking of this, Shu Feng turned around and ran away almost as if he was flying. Zufeng, wait for me. Quan saw this and quickly followed him. That's Quan, and that child seems to be called Shu Feng. Looking at the 2 people who suddenly ran away after seeing him, Makoto felt a little confused. What's wrong with these 2 kids? They run away when they see us. Are we so scary? Fugaku on the side shook his head. Maybe he noticed the meaning of my words and wanted to come over and ask but didn't dare to ask. Hearing Fugaku's words, Makoto seemed to have thought of something and looked worried. Husband, Itachi, what exactly is he? Before Makoto could ask, Fugaku walked forward. Let's go. Itachi has never let me down. He will choose the right answer and path. I believe him. Other side. Shu Feng, who ran to the fork in the road, stopped. He turned his head and looked at Quan, who stopped immediately behind him. He stopped being the Riddler and spoke at a very fast speed. The clan is already planning to go to war with the village and take control of Konoha's top officials by surprise in order to achieve the bloodless revolution just mentioned at the rally. And I am prepared to take people out of here now and come back when it is safe, or never come back. If you also want to take your mother and leave, then we will meet here in 10 minutes. If you don't want to, then let's just say goodbye. Quan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then screamed in disbelief. How do you know this? Besides, before Quan could finish asking, Shu Feng had already turned around and ran away. Does the clan really want to go to war with the village regardless of peace? Looking at Shu Feng running away, Quan's expression kept changing on his face until it finally turned into determination. No. Impossible, Itachi. Itachi will never let this happen. He will definitely solve this problem. Yes, that's it. But you can let mother leave with Shu Feng first, just treat it as a trip, well, just a trip. Chapter 3. Add some fire style, 100-fold increase. In the Uchiha tribe's land, next to a low bungalow, 4 or 5 plainly dressed men and women were sitting together with fans to cool off and chat. There were 2 or 3 children playing around, which looked warm and ordinary. But this dullness was soon interrupted with the arrival of Shu Feng. Hey, isn't this our great ninja? He's back from the meeting? You probably haven't had dinner yet. Grandma has a lot of rice balls left here. Come and get some. Shu Feng is growing up, so there won't be enough rice balls. Madam made eel sushi tonight, so I'll get it for you. Wow, brother Shu Feng is finally back, and we can listen to ninja adventures again. You little brats, don't pester Shu Feng. You are doing tasks and attending meetings. You must be exhausted. No matter where human society is, it will be divided into classes according to status, even if it is just a village or a family. The people in this area in front of them, as well as the former Shu Feng, are the most ordinary clan in the Uchiha clan and are at the bottom. They are all people with no ninja talent and weak blood, or orphans like Shu Feng who have lost their family and are left alone. And these people are also the most innocent and helpless group of people. They have no idea about the clan's desire for revolution and the clan's dissatisfaction with Konoha. They rarely even go out of the Uchiha tribe, and they don't have much contact with the Konoha villagers outside. As a result, he was tragically implicated and became a nameless corpse that could not stir up waves in the night of genocide. But now that Shu Feng is here, he will naturally not let these innocent and kind people who are kind to him die miserably. Grandma Yai, Aunt Shine and everyone else, please wait a moment before I have something to say. Shu Feng waved his hand to stop everyone's actions, and then said after organizing his words slightly. I won a ticket to a hot spring hotel for 3 days and 2 nights yesterday. Everyone, please go back and pack up and prepare to follow me. Shu Feng did not say that Uchiha was going to war with the village, or that Uchiha Itachi was coming to massacre the clan. Time waits for no one, so he plans to fool people out first, and then explain slowly on the way. Hot spring hotel reservation ticket. Hearing Shu Feng's words, a group of people exclaimed without doubting him. You kid is so lucky. That's right, you deserve to be a great ninja, and your luck is better than ordinary people like us. But hasn't it just begun summer? Isn't it a bit too hot to soak in the hot springs now? Before Shu Feng could explain, Aunt Shine, who had made sushi before, helped to retort. These businesses are so smart, it's because there are fewer customers in summer that merchants will issue such lottery tickets to boost popularity. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. What you say makes sense, you are indeed Aunt Shine. Grandma Yai, who was holding the rice balls, suddenly put her head in and said, but it's too late now. I can't stay up late at my age. How about we go tomorrow? Everyone nodded again. Yes, it is indeed a bit late, we also want to go to bed. Facing everyone's reaction, Shu Feng had already anticipated it and spoke quickly and calmly. Advertisement. The ticket will expire after 12 o'clock tonight. Expires after 12 o'clock tonight. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all ran towards their home. Quick, everyone go back and pack your luggage. We must be there before 12 o'clock in the evening. Yes, we can't suffer such a big loss. Seeing that he had successfully fooled everyone, Shu Feng also took the opportunity to open his attribute panel, preparing to add points to his fire style. System. Add points to fire style ninjutsu and all attribute points. In an instant, the attribute points on the system panel decreased rapidly, while the attribute points behind fire style ninjutsu increased rapidly. Seeing this scene made Shu Feng extremely distressed. Originally, Shu Feng expected that he could turn on Sharingan and then add all attribute points to Sharingan. Unfortunately, time waits for no one now. In order to save his life and lead people to escape smoothly, he could only bear the pain and add all attribute points to the fire style, which he is best at, to maximize his strength. Open black lens bracket, add points successfully. Close black lens bracket, successfully unlocked fire style features. Special attributes successfully activated. As the remaining attribute points become 0, fire style ninjutsu's attribute points become 1310. A powerful momentum burst out from Shu Feng's body, and his sleeves were windless automatically. After adding some fire style ninjutsu, the amount of chakra in the body actually increased. Feeling the chakra in his body that had increased nearly 200 times, Shu Feng almost stared out of his eyes. But before Shu Feng could continue to be surprised. However, a large amount of experience and knowledge about the changes in the nature of the fire attribute chakra and its shape changes suddenly appeared in his mind. And he quickly understood it until it finally became instinctive. This feeling, Shu Feng raised his head slightly. Unable to hold back his inner impulse, he suddenly clasped his palms together in front of his chest. Fire style, great fireball technique, the next moment. Wow! A huge fireball several hundred meters suddenly appeared in the sky. The originally dark night sky illuminated fiery red, just like day. The scope is so large. Shu Feng, who originally just wanted to do a small experiment, didn't expect to make such a big noise. He obviously controlled his strength to the minimum. He immediately stopped releasing the Great Fireball technique and dispersed the output chakra. Advertisement in the night sky, the terrifying wall of fire also appeared briefly and disappeared in an instant. No need to form seals, ninjutsu can be released with just a thought. And I just used a tiny bit of chakra, but it has such power. Is it because of the fire style characteristics and special abilities mentioned by the system? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xu Feng quickly glanced at the system panel in his mind. Open black lens bracket host. Zufeng close black lens bracket, basic 3 body technique, transformation, clone, substitute, 10. Open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu, 1310 close black lens bracket, fire style features, unprinted release. Special ability. Fire style ninjutsu 100-fold increase. Physical skills. 10, remaining attribute points, 0. Unprinted release. 100-fold increase. Xu Feng finally understood why the Great Fireball technique he had released to a minimum extent turned into a sea of fire technique. The fireball of several meters increased 100 times, not hundreds of meters. With the strength of my fire style, isn't it more Hokage-like than that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen? Recall that in the Hokage plot, the first generation used wood style, the second generation used water style, the third generation used hybrid style, the fourth generation used time and space ninjutsu, the fifth generation used medical ninjutsu, the sixth generation used lightning style, and the seventh generation used 9 tails. There is no generation of Hokage that is famous for its fire style. What the hell is this called Hokage? It's better to call it noise. Just when Xu Feng vented his inner excitement with his complaints. The entrance to the Uchiha tribe. A figure wearing a mask was slowly walking from a distance. It was Itachi who was preparing to carry out Danzo's order and massacre the clan. The huge chakra wave. Is it the father? Itachi appeared on the wall in a flash, looking towards the west of the clan. Then he quickly withdrew his gaze and disappeared. Father is the strongest enemy. He must kill other people first and then deal with it with all his strength. Over the rooftops on the other side. Obito, who was wearing a tiger skin mask, also walked out of the whirlpool that suddenly appeared in midair and turned his head to look to the west. Under the mask, doubts and curiosity appeared on the face full of ferocious wrinkles. Then he took a step towards the west and disappeared. A moment later, rapid and pitiful howls sounded one after another throughout the Uchiha tribe. Chapter 4 Obito takes action. These noises are. Xu Feng, who had just finished adding points, suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. I saw vague yells and curses coming from the distance, and the lights in the houses began to go out quickly. Itachi and Obito have already started. Xu Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, knowing that time waits for no one now. He quickly shouted and urged everyone who was still packing up to set off, telling them that if they didn't set off, they wouldn't wait. As soon as they heard that Bai was taking advantage of him and wanted to run away, everyone stopped dawdling and ran out of the house quickly to show that they were ready. Then the group of people hurriedly ran outside, the intersection agreed before. Izumi and her mother, Uchiha Hazuki, were waiting there with anxious expressions. Listening to the intermittent shouting coming from the distance, the anxiety gradually turned into uneasiness and panic. But this uneasiness and panic turned into joy when Zai Quan saw Xu Feng leading a group of people. Then he quickly pulled his mother and quickly ran to Xu Feng. Zufeng, you are finally here, something seems to have happened in the clan. Before Quan could finish her words, Xu Feng, who looked unhappy, interrupted her. Okay, stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to die, come with me now. After saying that, without waiting for Quan's reply, Xu Feng greeted the young and old behind him and walked in the escape direction that he had explored in the afternoon. Don't want to die? Quan seemed to realize something, so he quickly pulled his mother to follow her and asked. Zufeng, do you know what happened? Faced with Quan's inquiry, Xu Feng was too lazy to pay attention. Instead, he looked around vigilantly as he walked, ready to take action at any time to deal with Itachi or Obito who would appear. Quan still asked reluctantly in Xu Feng's ear. What's going on with all that movement in the distance? Is there already a war between the clan and the village, or is there an unknown enemy that has invaded the clan? Unknown enemy. Haha. Listening to the buzzing inquiry in his ears like an annoying fly, Xu Feng didn't intend to hide it, looked at Quan and sneered. Don't you want to know the truth? I can tell you now. The person who caused the commotion in the distance was none other than the Uchiha Itachi you have a crush on, the young leader of the Uchiha clan. He betrayed Uchiha and stood on the side of the village. Was he the one who told the village that Uchiha was going to carry out a bloodless revolution? Or was he the one who came here tonight to kill Uchiha and eliminate the threat to the village? Do you understand now? Itachi is a traitor? Hearing Xu Feng's words, Quan looked in disbelief. Recalling the gentle and responsible face she admired in her memory, she couldn't help but yell. Advertisement, no. This can't be true. Itachi is the gentlest and most responsible person. It is impossible for him to do these things. It must not be like this. Xu Feng, are you lying to me? Looking at the stubborn Quan, Xu Feng shook his head in anticipation. Longing is the furthest emotion from understanding. Obviously, Izumi never understood Itachi from the beginning to the end, nor did he know Itachi's paranoid and unreasonable way of measuring things. That's it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying this, Xu Feng didn't wait for the reaction of the mother and daughter, and without looking back, he beckoned the others to speed up and leave. For this kind girl, he has already done his best to be kind and righteous. If the other party is still stubborn, he has no choice but to waste time trying to persuade him. Oh, suddenly, a frivolous male voice sounded from behind Quan. It's really commendable that there is Uchiha who understands the truth of everything. See the truth? Quan, who was still at a loss at first, quickly turned on Sharingan after hearing the sound, turned around and looked towards the source of the sound. I saw Obito, wearing a tiger skin mask, walking out of a whirlpool. It's really surprising. I haven't noticed for a while, but another interesting guy appeared in Uchiha. The strong chakra fluctuation before was caused by you, right? Obito looked through the spring and looked at Shu Feng in the distance. There was a strong interest on the ferocious cheeks under the mask. But this interest soon turned into regret as he investigated carefully. It's a pity that I can't seem to activate the power of blood. Seeing Obito appear, Shu Feng's brows furrowed into a frown. While quickly directing the uncles and aunts who didn't know what to do, they ran away, while silently gathering the chakra in their bodies, ready to go. Who the hell are you? Seeing that Obito ignored him, Izumi raised his voice and shouted. Itachi wouldn't do what you said. It's you. You must have attacked the clan and then blamed Itachi. Phew. 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 While roaring, several rapidly rotating shurikens shot out from Izumi's hand and shot towards Obito. But the next moment, these shurikens penetrated Obito's body like stones falling into the lake and were nailed to the ground behind him. It didn't cause any harm to Obito at all, and his clothes weren't even scratched. The shuriken went through. How is this possible? Regarding this strange situation, Quan was filled with disbelief. Advertisement. I ignored you. Obito, however, withdrew his eyes from Shu Feng and focused on Quan who was attacking him. Very good eyes. At this age, they have opened to the level of 3 Magatama. They are worth collecting. Whoosh. As Obito spoke, the chain slipped silently from his sleeves, and then was quickly thrown towards Quan. Izumi didn't expect Obito to strike so suddenly and quickly. He closed his eyes in panic and raised his kunai in front of him in an attempt to resist. But the expected attack and the restraint of the chains did not come. Instead, her mother Uchiha Hazuki's cry of pain was heard. She opened her eyes and looked around, only to see her mother, who was originally behind her, blocking her in front of her at some point. The sharp iron thorn at the head of the chain severely penetrated her mother's abdomen. Red blood flowed out rapidly along the sharp iron thorns and chains. Looking at the tragedy in front of him, Quan's brain exploded with a bang, and he froze in place with his eyes wide open. Uchiha Hazuki reluctantly turned her head, looked at her daughter, and gave her last sad smile. Quan. You have to live. After hearing these intermittent instructions, Quan finally reacted, hugged his mother, and screamed miserably. Mother, don't be too sad, you will be reunited with your mother in another world soon. Obito's cold comforting voice came. The chain that penetrated Quan's mother's abdomen was roughly pulled out, bringing out splashing blood and broken organs. Just when he was about to swing the chain again to kill the two of them directly, a huge golden-red fire snake that covered most of the sky roared and attacked from a distance. Wow! The flames of this huge fire snake cleverly branched out from the middle, bypassing Izumi and her mother, and then converged on Obito, swallowing him whole. Facing this huge fire snake that was inevitable, Obito quickly gave up his actions and used virtualization to avoid it. After a few breaths, the flames all over the sky slowly dissipated into the air, revealing the charred street ground. The trees, telephone poles, etc. were all reduced to charcoal. Even the houses on both sides were all affected and turned into blazing fires. The chain in Obito's hand was even hotter from the high temperature, and he had to take back the Kamui space. As for Quan, who was not affected, he ignored the scalding heat of the ground and took the opportunity to hug his seriously injured mother and quickly escape in the direction of Shu Feng. Obito didn't even look at Izumi, who was running away in embarrassment, but instead fixed his gaze into the distance. Over there, Shu Feng, who had released ninjutsu, retracted his hand, leaving a profile that made Obito jealous and disappeared around the corner. This kind of powerful power and terrifying control really makes me more and more curious. Let me see what you, this little guy who can't even open Sharingan, can do. Under the mask, Obito flashed a strange scarlet color, took a step forward and disappeared. Chapter 5 Obito. You call this the Great Fireball Technique? The Uchiha mansion in the middle of the clan land. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto were sitting on their knees in the bedroom with dull eyes. I don't know how much time passed, but Uchiha Itachi, covered in blood and holding a bloody sword, pushed the door in. Hearing the voice behind them, Fugaku and Makoto's faces finally became a little more lively, but more of them were still numb. Since you have chosen to side with the village, let's take action, Itachi. I don't want to kill each other with my biological son. Fugaku's voice was very calm, as if he was not greeting death, but talking about a trivial matter. Father, mother, I. Seeing that his parents decided to die calmly, Itachi slightly clenched the handle of the knife in his hand, his throat feeling a little tight. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Makoto, whose eyes were blank and even lifeless. Stop it, Itachi, we understand your choice and respect your position. Understand and respect, but will not forgive. Itachi understood the meaning of his mother's words, and his face was slightly dazed and hesitant. But all these emotions quickly disappeared, and turned into determination with the slowly raised bloody sword. There is nothing wrong with the future he chooses, and it is also the most appropriate outcome. But before the sword fell, Itachi, as if sensing something, suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. That powerful chakra appears again. It's just that, it wasn't caused by my father. Fugaku also sensed the sudden chakra fluctuation outside, and turned to look. Doubt and joy also appeared on that calm face, but it soon turned into a sigh. It seems that there is a ninja hidden in the clan who can influence the outcome like Shisui. It's a pity that it's too late now, it's too late. Hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi frowned deeply. Does father not know the owner of this chakra? Itachi was a little uneasy and irritable about this change that was beyond planning and control. Fugaku did not answer Itachi's words, but regained his previous calmness and lowered his head. Don't waste your time, Itachi, otherwise I might regret the decision I just made. I understand, father. Itachi understood exactly what Fugaku meant by going back on his word. After all, such a strong man who can influence the outcome has appeared, and the Uchiha clan has another chance to fight to the death. Itachi, finally promise me. The trembling long sword was raised again, and the blade reflected a trace of reluctance on Fugaku's face. Sasuke, I leave it to you. Swish, swish, advertisement. When the sound fell, the long knife also fell immediately. 2 handfuls of blood flowers spattered all over the wall, and the blood-stained body fell heavily. I will. A choked sound came out of Itachi's throat. 2 lines of tears even flowed down his cheeks, dripping on his trembling hands. Although the huge grief enveloped Itachi, making his heart ache and his consciousness drifting into a trance. But there is still a powerful Uchiha ninja waiting for him to solve, leaving him no time to grieve. Casually wiping away his tears with the back of his hand, Itachi retracted his sword, put on the Anbu mask again, staggered and disappeared into the house. Other side. Under the command of Shu Feng, the elders and aunts who had understood what happened were very wise and threw away their burdens. Without making any noise or asking any questions, they supported each other and ran away quickly. Zhu Feng, on the other hand, was discerning the direction and observing his surroundings vigilantly, in case Obito made a sneak attack. As long as he could lead everyone to the edge wall and leave the clan, he didn't believe that Obito would give up Uchiha in the clan to chase him. After all, there are still Danzo's roots watching secretly outside. If Obito chases him away, all these Sharingan will be at Danzo's advantage. Just as he was thinking about it, ripples appeared in the void behind Shu Feng. Immediately afterwards, Obito suddenly appeared, and the long knife in his hand slashed straight towards Shu Feng's back. Watch your back. In the distance, Quan, who had just followed up with his mother in his arms, yelled immediately after seeing this scene. And Shu Feng had already taken precautions against Obito, the 6th one, and used Kamui to sneak up on him at close range. The moment Izumi shouted, he put his palms together without hesitation, and instantly launched the fire style around him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wow, in an instant, a huge fireball appeared out of thin air. It encompasses all the surroundings of Shu Feng, like a flaming egg. Obito's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he immediately used blur to avoid it. At the same time, he touched the ground with his feet and quickly retreated dozens of meters. But even so, Obito's black robe was caught off guard by the flames, and he quickly tore it off and put it into Kamui's space. Only one seal? No, there is no seal. Also, this fire style is the great fireball technique? Looking at Shu Feng, who was firmly wrapped in flames and still unharmed, Obito's face under the mask wrinkled together. Although he has read very few books, he also studied ninjutsu hard when he was a child. But that's all a ball of fire created by chakra spitting out from the mouth to hurt the enemy. Advertisement instead of wrapping yourself like this for defense. He has seen people use water style and earth style to cover their defenses, and he has also seen people use lightning style and wind style to strengthen their bodies and attacks. But this was the first time he had seen someone who dared to use the most violent fire style to defend himself. Could it be said that this is the awakening of some kind of blood inheritance limit in fire style? Or is it just the purest and ultimate chakra control? No matter what it was, Obito at this moment put away his contempt and became serious. You little guy really keeps surprising me. But just defense is not enough, unless you are ready to give up protecting these ordinary people who have no power to resist. While speaking, Obito's figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he had arrived in front of everyone in the distance, and the long knife in his hand slashed down unceremoniously. But before the knife could cut him off completely, a flaming tiger head with a bloody mouth rushed behind Obito like lightning. At the same time, Shu Feng's voice also came. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sensing the flame maw that was approaching instantly, the pupils under Obito's mask suddenly shrank. He is now absolutely sure that Shu Feng in the distance has no seal at all. The fierce clapping of the palms together and the names of the moves shouted out were all false moves and misdirection. This is the instant Muji ninjutsu with super chakra control and fire style understanding. It's troublesome, but Obito, who was engulfed by the flaming tiger, had a triumphant smile on his lips, and then disappeared into the dissipated chakra with a bang. It's the bait shadow clone, and behind the distant Shu Feng, amid a whirlpool and ripples, Obito stepped out again. Little guy, you've been fooled. Phew. Along with Obito's voice, a long knife also penetrated Shu Feng's chest. However, after finishing this blow, Obito was not happy. Instead, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly drew his knife and tried to retreat. Unfortunately, before he could finish this action, Shu Feng, who had been pierced by the long knife, suddenly turned into a wooden stake. He knows that he is not good at physical skills, and he also knows that Obito likes to be Lu Feng's sneak attack from behind. While releasing the fire-style attack, the substitute technique is prepared in advance. From the results, it seems that Shu Feng guessed correctly. Obito's target has always been him. At the same moment, behind Obito, a huge sea of flames poured down like a flood. Obito was completely submerged in it in the blink of an eye. Then the name of the move as always came from Shu Fengko, who was squatting at the foot of the wall behind him. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 6. Take action with all your strength. Zufeng, it's great that you're okay. Thank you so much just now. If you hadn't helped, my mother and I would have been in danger. Quan quickly approached Shu Feng, carrying his mother on his back, and kept thanking Shu Feng. As for why Shu Feng suddenly became so powerful, Quan was very sensible and didn't ask much. Although she is naive, she is not stupid. She knows that this kind of secret related to ninjutsu cannot be asked casually. Then he looked at the sea of fire that engulfed Obito and asked with some uncertainty. This abominable intruder didn't have time to dodge at all. He should have been killed directly, right? Now that the invaders are gone, do we still have to continue running away from the clan? He's not dead. Shu Feng didn't even look at Quan, but stared straight ahead. In the sea of fire ahead, a blurry figure appeared from far to near. It was Obito, who walked out leisurely through the sea of fire. Come out of the fire. How so? Seeing this scene, Quan covered his mouth that was open in shock. Shu Feng frowned and lowered his head, retreating slowly without leaving a trace. After the attempt just now, Shu Feng has determined that he can't hurt Obito, who can use virtual blur to avoid damage. But similarly, Obito has no way to deal with him without exposing more methods. But Obito is not the only one in danger. There is also an even more dangerous Uchiha Itachi who did not appear. For Obito, who is missing a Mangekyo Sharingan, Kyophase can also avoid Genjutsu without looking at his eyes. Use instant large-scale fire style to block Obito's attacks and actions. But facing two Itachis with Mangekyo alive, even if they don't look at the eyes, they will be hit by Genjutsu and will be forcibly pulled into the Tsukuyomi space. Amaterasu can also break through his fire style at will and attack his body. Not to mention Susanoo, who is almost unsolvable at this stage. Now that Obito is entangled, it is impossible for Shu Feng to escape with so many people. And after the fight just now, Obito will definitely put away his contempt. If the fight continues, he will be the only one in danger. All he can do now is save himself and avenge everyone later. Seeing Shu Feng's changing expression and retreating steps, Obito understood Shu Feng's thoughts in an instant. Instead of moving forward, he stood still in the sea of fire that was slowly escaping and shouted faintly. Little guy, that's enough. Your Muji fire style, I, Uchiha Madara, recognize your strength. This also gives you, as a member of my race, a chance to choose. As he spoke, Obito pointed to the shocked people in the distance. Don't you want to protect these weak tribesmen? As long as you choose to join me and work for me, these weak tribesmen you care about, as well as yourself, can survive. If I choose not to join, then I will have to get serious and end this pretty good joke. Obito's Sharingan had already seen through Shu Feng's substitution technique before, and he was just deliberately fooled. Advertisement. The purpose was to take a closer look at Shu Feng's Muji fire style that surprised him, and to see if Shu Feng was qualified to join Akatsuki. The result is obvious. Shu Feng's strength and reaction are very good, and he has reached the threshold to join Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara. This is impossible. Quan, who heard Obito shouting from the side, exclaimed again, his face full of disbelief. She didn't expect that such a legendary figure was still alive. Faced with Quan's doubts, Obito had no intention of explaining, and just waited patiently for Shu Feng's answer. Join you? Zufeng naturally knew Obito's true identity, and also knew that Obito was interested in his strength and wanted to draw him into Akatsuki. It's just that he didn't expect this unexpected development, so he couldn't help but frown in thought. But before Shu Feng could speak, a cold male voice sounded from above. I remember our previous agreement did not have this option. On the burnt telephone pole, Uchiha Itachi, with red eyes, looked down with a cold expression. Aren't you going to agree? A look of regret appeared on Obito's face beneath his mask. He shrugged and took a step back, slowly disappearing into the whirlpool ripples. Since you don't agree, then you can solve this problem yourself. Uchiha Itachi. Shu Feng, who heard the voice on the other side, hurriedly lowered his eyes. At the same time, he gathered the chakra all over his body without any hesitation, and turned his palms upward to output fire style with all his strength. The next moment, a large number of flames were like a swarm of locusts, filling the night sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath, the night sky above my head was filled with a sea of fire like clouds and mist. The entire Uchiha tribe is also as bright as day at this moment. Weasel. Quan on the side also saw Itachi squatting on the telephone pole and exclaimed. Then he was shocked by the conversation between Itachi and Obito, and his face was filled with disbelief and loud questions. Promise? What promise? Itachi, does everything tonight really have to do with you? You really betrayed the family, as Shu Feng said, and raised the butcher's knife against the clan members. No. Quan collapsed mid-sentence, screaming madly at Itachi above him at the top of his lungs. Tell me this isn't true, Itachi. Tell me this guy is framing you. Tell me quickly. Gah. A sudden crow interrupted Quan's roar. I saw a weasel on the street lamp, his body turned into a large group of crows and dispersed. Quan also looked surprised, because Itachi had arrived in front of her at some point. The pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan also turned into the pattern of Mangekyo. At the same time, Itachi's deep apology sounded in his ears. Advertisement, feel sorry. Thump. Along with this apology, the eyes of Quan and the mother she was carrying instantly became empty and lifeless. Then they collapsed together weakly. It was just that after the mother and daughter Quan were incapacitated, Itachi did not immediately kill them. Instead, he raised his eyes to look at the rapidly growing flames in the night sky, and turned to look at Shu Feng with slightly narrowed eyes. Shu Feng, I didn't expect that the person in the clan who uses such a powerful fire style would be you. Facing Itachi's surprise, Shu Feng, who was panting heavily due to the heavy consumption of chakra, said sarcastically without even raising his head. I didn't expect that the dignified young patriarch would know the name of a nobody like me. He really cares about the family affairs and thinks about the family. The words, for the sake of the family, were emphasized by Feng Shu. The irony and eccentricity are very obvious. Hearing this, Itachi's eyes kept flashing with a cold light. Orphans, weak in talent, weak in blood, looked down upon or even ostracized by the ninjas in the clan. Suddenly he applied to go out on a long-term mission half a year ago. He was forcibly brought back 5 days ago after ignoring family orders. I thought you would be different if you hid yourself like this and didn't associate with those guys in the clan. Now it seems that after all, I am still just like those stupid guys in the clan who can't see my measure clearly. Measurement? Ha ha ha. Shu Feng laughed disdainfully. I don't know where you learned this word, so you just use it on yourself. And your so-called tolerance is to abandon your own people, slaughter your own relatives, and finally protect a village full of strangers? Or are you timid and afraid to try to solve the problem, but cowardly choose to solve the person who raised the problem? He. Uchiha Itachi. You are only of this caliber, and Uchiha Shisui, both of you are weak cowards in my opinion. They all have the ability to solve problems, but they are timid and afraid of failure. They are unwilling to do everything they can to solve the problem. They are just cowards who are afraid of taking responsibility. Coward. Shu Feng's face turned paler as he spoke. It wasn't until there was no trace of chakra left in his body that he put down his hand and stopped the constant output of fire style. And above the night sky, everything as far as the eye can see is covered by suspended flames, and less than half of the wooden leaves are illuminated by the fire. Being scolded by Shu Feng, Itachi's expression did not change at all and was as firm as ever. With your shallow understanding, you don't understand how much Shisui and I have done, nor how desperate this boring clan is. Itachi raised his head slightly and stared at the sky filled with flames as bright as day. A really powerful fire style that is very scary and hard to resist. It's just a pity that you don't have enough qualifications and have never embarked on the right path of the Uchiha clan. And I embarked on the only right path and gained the ultimate power that belongs to Uchiha. In the face of this ultimate power, even if you don't open your eyes and look into my eyes, you will be defenseless. Lowering his head and looking away, Itachi swept towards Shu Feng with the Mangekyo that seemed to drip blood. It's time to end this. Tsukuyomi. Buzz. Chapter 7. Do you want a younger brother or Konoha? Buzz. In an instant, the world in Shu Feng's eyes was spinning in the color of the sky and the earth changed. At the same time, a pair of scarlet Mangekyo quickly enlarged in front of Shu Feng's eyes until they occupied the entire screen. The next second, Mangekyo disappeared, and Shu Feng was in a strange space. The sky in this space showed a strange red color and flowed at an inexplicable high speed. And below the sky, there is a black and white world without color and black and white. Immediately afterwards, Weasel, also only in black and white, appeared in front of Feng Shu. Welcome to my Genjutsu world, Tsukuyomi space. Looking at Shu Feng, who was stunned on the spot, Itachi opened his mouth to explain as if showing off. This is my world. I have complete control over time, space and everything here. Including you now. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding scene changed instantly. Shu Feng also found himself tied to a cross and unable to move. Itachi stood in front of him holding a long knife, pointing the tip of the knife at his body. The fire style you have been preparing for a long time is indeed very powerful. But you were too arrogant. Instead of letting these fire styles attack me directly, you raised them into the sky. As long as I destroy your spirit here, I can kill you immediately after you lose the ability to resist, and finally leave safely before the fire style falls. Haha, you talk a lot of nonsense. Seeing Itachi looking confident of winning, Shu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Who told you that I was going to attack you with these fire styles? Don't attack me. Itachi looked confused, and had some bad premonitions in his heart. Then what do you want to do? Use these fire styles to protect the old and weak people outside and leave? Shu Feng did not answer, but changed the subject and said, Uchiha Sasuke, the young patriarch's younger brother, should be coming back soon, right? Hearing Sasuke's name, Itachi's heart tightened, but he still looked cold on the surface. What do you want to say? Are you going to threaten me with my useless and stupid brother? Threat? Shu Feng chuckled and shook his head. Don't say it so harshly, this is just a life-saving straw that a drowning person grabs to survive. So this was your plan? Itachi lowered his eyes. The next moment, a painful groan suddenly came from Shu Feng's mouth. Looking down, he saw that the long knife originally held in Itachi's hand was now inserted into Shu Feng's chest. What makes you think that a villain who killed his parents and massacred his family would care about the life and death of a stupid younger brother? Advertisement. After saying this, without giving Shu Feng a chance to reply, Weasel suddenly pulled out his long knife and brought out a handful of blood. At the same time, in the empty surroundings, Itachi's holding long swords exactly like the ones in front of them appeared quickly. Next, I will keep inserting the knife into your body until your spirit reaches its limit and finally collapses. Ha ha ha. Seeing Itachi's obviously anxious look, Shu Feng raised his head and laughed wildly. Itachi, why are you in such a hurry? Are you so anxious to go out and rescue your lovely Udu? But you saved your Udu, what will the other Konoha villagers do? You don't think I created such a large-scale fire style just to kill a mere child, do you? What? After hearing this, Itachi finally stopped tensing up and glared at Shu Feng with a stern expression. Do you still plan to spread those fire styles outside the clan? It's not outside, it's the entire Konoha village. Shu Feng's smile gradually became crazy, his eyes full of excitement and madness. You can kill your fellow tribesmen for the sake of peace in the village, then I can also let many Konoha villagers bury me with me in order to survive. With so many fire-style flames spread out, how much do you think the Anbu and Root ninjas guarding outside can block it? How many houses and streets made entirely of wood do you think will be set on fire? To be honest, I have begun to look forward to it. Do you think my last gift can surpass the Nine-Tails Knight 7 years ago? You said that after you rescued Sasuke, his future life would be worse than that of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who had neither enough food nor clothing to keep him warm. Third generation in Danzo, do you think they can let him grow up safe and sound from the angry villagers? Or simply let Sasuke become the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, become the target of others to vent their anger, and live a life worse than death? Ha ha ha. Looking at Shu Feng's crazy laughing and nervous look, the cold murderous intent on Itachi's face almost solidified. This desperate clan is indeed a paranoid lunatic, and they are all existences that deserve to be destroyed. You think you're not? Uchiha Itachi? Zufeng, who also has the emotional problems of the Uchiha clan, no longer thinks about survival, and uses words to stimulate Itachi. Come on, kill me, kill your miserable brother's future, kill the thousands of Konoha villagers outside who you want to protect despite abandoning your clan. In the end, you are the only one left, a bereaved dog, struggling to survive in this world. Come on, do it quickly, let me collapse and die now. Listening to Shu Feng's crazy words, Itachi looked fierce and disgusted. But the hand holding the long knife couldn't help but tremble, and it took a long time to muster the courage to lower it again. After all, what Shu Feng described was absolutely correct. If the overwhelming fire style was aimed at him or Sasuke, he would be safe thanks to Susanoo. Advertisement. But if the scope is expanded to the entire Konoha, it will definitely cause an unimaginable huge fire. Especially since it was still late at night and most of the villagers had already fallen asleep, they were unable to notice the disaster immediately. In the end, the casualties caused to ordinary villagers will definitely be greater, or even 100 times greater than the Night of Nine Tails. Once such a large number of casualties are caused, Sasuke will definitely not be able to obtain an environment where he can grow up safely. If he fails to protect the peace of the village and his younger brother fails to protect it, then his act of killing his parents and massacring the tribesmen will be meaningless. Thinking of this, Itachi forcibly closed his eyes filled with extreme murderous intent. After a long while, he opened it again and calmed down again. At the same time, the long knife in his hand and the many clones around him disappeared. The cross that tied Shu Feng suddenly disappeared. Shu Feng moved his wrist, glanced at the calm surroundings, and sneered at Itachi in front of him. Hey, are you planning to kill me? You win. Itachi lowered his eyes and exhaled softly. I won't do anything to you or the remaining survivors outside again. Accordingly, you must remove all fire styles outside, and ensure that you will not do anything to harm the village in the future. What if I do it? Shu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Then you lose the amulet that can save your life, and I will come back again to kill you with my own hands. Itachi's tone was relaxed, but his eyes were filled with frightening killing intent. Shu Feng looked at each other without hesitation. It wasn't until a few breaths passed that he put away his tit for tat and smiled again. It's just a joke, don't be so nervous, Shu Feng said while spreading his hands. I agree to your terms, but if the village takes the initiative to provoke me, don't blame me for breaking the agreement. Itachi nodded without any hesitation. I won't blame you because I will show up and kill you myself. Feng Shu didn't care about the threat at all, and raised his eyes to meet Itachi's gaze. So can you let me out now? Itachi glanced deeply at Shu Feng, then nodded, as you wish. The scene in front of him suddenly turned dark. After a moment of trance, Shu Feng found himself standing on the scorched earth ruins outside again. Itachi, who was not far away, closed his eyes slightly and then opened them again, revealing his originally dark pupils. Remember to keep your promise, I will always keep an eye on you. Facing Itachi's threatening warning, Shu Feng laughed indifferently, pointed at fire style in the sky and said, if you don't get out, these fire styles will really fall down. Hearing this, Itachi's breath froze, and then without saying anything else, he turned around and disappeared. Chapter 8 Attack from the Root on top of the roof. Obito looked down at Shu Feng, who was standing there with a wary face, and asked Itachi behind him. Is this the end? I thought you were going to just kill him. Itachi raised his hand and put on the Anbu mask again, with a cold tone. It's good that it ends like this. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Obito suddenly turned around and pointed to the sky curiously and asked. Is it because of the numerous fire styles condensed in the sky? Itachi didn't deny it. Well, that guy is dangerous. That guy is dangerous. Obito repeated Itachi's words. He doesn't understand an Uchiha who doesn't even have a Sharingan activated, but only has a very powerful fire style. Why did Itachi, who gave way to Mangekyo, think it was dangerous? Even if the fire style in the sky falls like a natural disaster. As long as Itachi uses the Susanoo that comes with Mangekyo, he can easily break out of the encirclement. Itachi didn't mean to explain, so he said instead. Anyway, I won't kill him again, you can continue to try to get him to join us. Itachi's completely different words from before surprised Obito. But after thinking about it for a moment, I realized that Shu Feng was too uncontrollable. But there was some reason why Itachi couldn't kill Shu Feng directly. That's why I thought of bringing Shu Feng to my side so that I can monitor and control him more easily. In this case, Obito thought it would be great if he could recruit Shu Feng into Akatsuki. At least it added some more restraints to Itachi, so that Itachi couldn't always focus on exploring himself. Then he chuckled and replied, I'll try it again in the future, as long as you don't mind. Itachi didn't reply this time, and Obito glanced around and continued to speak. Now that it's over, let's leave. The terrifying fire style just made a lot of noise. I'm afraid Konoha's top brass can't cover up what's going on here anymore. You go first. Itachi shook his head slightly, not planning to leave now. Turning his head and looking at the panic-stricken Sasuke on the street far below, he spoke. I also want to pay some attention to the higher-ups in Konoha. Obito didn't reply after hearing this, and directly used Kamui to disappear in place after a whirlpool. When Obito left, Itachi, who was still standing upright, finally couldn't hold on any longer. His body trembled and fell forward, one hand covering his heart and the other resting on the ground, and he coughed violently. It wasn't until a little blood spilled from the corner of his mouth and splashed on the inner wall of the mask that he reached in and wiped it. Then he stood up and formed a seal with his hands, creating two shadow clone. After the two shadow clone came out, they quickly left in the opposite direction, one on the left and the other on the right, and disappeared into the night. Advertisement Itachi's body turned and shuttled towards Sasuke in the distance. On the other side of the Hokage building, the neatly dressed Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at the terrifying fire style above the Uchiha tribe with his hands behind his back in confusion. What's that level of horror about fire style? At the location of the Uchiha tribe, could it be that Itachi chose to carry out the attack tonight? But why is there such a big commotion? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think too much. Knowing what had happened and unable to hide it, he decisively gave instructions to Anbu who was hiding in the dark. Notify all ninjas and Anbu on patrol to support the Uchiha tribe that has suffered an unknown attack. Yes. Following the response, several black shadows quickly jumped out of the darkness and headed into the distance. Not long after the Anbu left, another figure appeared in the open space behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, kneeling on one knee respectfully. It was Itachi who left the Uchiha tribe, third generation Sama. Hearing the call from behind, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, and then let out a long sigh. Itachi, you are too impulsive, you should wait. Forget it, thank you first. You successfully prevented the village from civil war, and you also successfully maintained the peace of Konoha. Yes. Itachi replied without any emotion. As if aware of Itachi's indifference and alienation, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again and shook his head. I still regret that I couldn't find any other better solution. Rather than saying that he didn't find a better way, it's better to say that Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't find a way at all. He just kept waiting for his white-gloved Danzo to do Itachi's ideological work. And he just needs to stand safely in the light and wait until afterwards to say a few words of comfort that are not painful. Just like now, Itachi also had no interest in listening to such afterthoughts. Lowering his head slightly to hide his face in the darkness, he interrupted. Sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind Itachi's interruption and continued to speak apologetically. It's me who should apologize, because from now on, Konoha will regard you as a traitorous ninja who killed a clan, and you will be put on the wanted list and hunted down, regardless of life or death. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, looked at Itachi behind him from the corner of his eye and asked inquiringly. Then what are your plans for the future? Itachi raised his head after hearing this. I asked someone who calls himself Akatsuki organization for help. According to the agreement, I will also follow this person and prevent this person from threatening the safety of Konoha. Thanks a lot. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered something and continued to ask. Who cast that powerful fire style that filled the night sky? Advertisement. Is it you or Fugaku? Itachi shook his head. It's not me and my father, it's another Uchiha, and it's the information I plan to report to you. Another Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. What a pity. This is obviously the foundation of Konoha and the confidence of the village. He's not dead. Itachi interrupted Hiruzen Sarutobi's lament. Not dead? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze for an instant, and then he quickly turned to look at Itachi. Itachi didn't show off, and nodded seriously. His name is Uchiha Zufeng. He is 14 years old. He has not awakened Sharingan, but fire-style ninjutsu is extremely powerful and can be released without seal. If we want to kill him, he will immediately release the fire-style to the extent just now to attack the village. Muji fire-style. After hearing Itachi's words, the wrinkles on Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face squeezed together. As if seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's worry, Itachi continued. He is not my opponent, and I have reached an agreement with him not to harm the village, so please don't worry. He cherishes his life. As long as I am alive, he will not dare to violate the agreement and do anything that endangers the peace of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent after hearing this, and then turned around again and said. This is a good result. Please feel free to leave. I will take good care of Sasuke. Thank you. Itachi lowered his head slightly, and suddenly the chakra disappeared into the air. At the same time, the Uchiha tribe is outside the land. Danzo, whose face turned black, looked at Itachi's dissipated shadow clone, and angrily punched the ground with his cane. Even Uchiha, who is poor in taijutsu, hasn't awakened Sharingan, and only knows Muji fire style, can't solve it. As expected, he is the same waste as Uchiha Shisui. He can't even complete this task. As a ninja, don't you know that necessary sacrifices are inevitable? With such a huge fire style, don't you know how much chakra will be consumed, and the opponent is already at the end of his crossbow? What a stupid, weak, hopeless fool. Danzo raised his head angrily and faced the fire style that was as bright as day in the night sky. The murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Hit the ground hard with your cane again, bang, bang. After the knocking sound, a root ninja appeared quickly, half kneeling in front. Lord Danzo. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, and Senhan's murderous intent filled the air. Take an elite squad and wipe out the remaining Uchiha. Especially Uchiha Kiyokaze. If he can use that kind of fire style from the sky, his chakra will be exhausted. He must be killed at all costs. Yes. The root ninja nodded solemnly and then quickly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 9. At another point, Danzo outside was right. The Zufeng chakra at this moment had indeed bottomed out. After all, they were facing two Mangekyo, and it was impossible for Shu Feng not to respond with all his strength. Among the ruins. After being wary of Shu Feng for more than 10 minutes, seeing that Itachi really left instead of trying to kill him, he finally let go of his worries. This was the most dangerous level between Obito and Itachi, and he finally passed it. Dispel the fire style that has been maintained by the sky by squeezing the chakra in the body. Shu Feng took a long breath, and his tense nerves completely relaxed. But it was also because of this laxity and the weakness that the chakra in the body was exhausted. Shu Feng's eyes immediately turned around, and he sat down on the ground without being able to stand still. Shu Feng. Xiao Zufeng, brother Zufeng. Seeing Shu Feng, who was like a god of war, sitting on the ground, the people huddled in the distance immediately gathered around him with concern. Looking at Shu Feng, whose eyes were closed tightly and whose face was not as pale as a living person, Grandma Yayi burst into tears. Xiao Zufeng, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly, nothing is going to happen to you. It's all us, it's us who have dragged you down, woo woo woo. Aunt Shine also wiped her tears. Woo woo woo, if it weren't for protecting us, Shu Feng would have left here safely. When the two of them cried like this, the others also felt sad. Especially the children, they howled loudly one by one. Brother Zufeng, you don't want to die. We will be obedient from now on and never make trouble again, and we will never secretly smear boogers on your body when you are not paying attention, woo woo woo. These cries and howls immediately made Shu Feng's face turn black. He quickly opened his eyes and explained aloud. What's wrong with death? I'm fine. It's just that chakra is necessary after consuming too much energy, so close your eyes and take a rest. After hearing Shu Feng's explanation, everyone who gathered around immediately burst into laughter and breathed a sigh of relief. You kid, you just scared us to death. As long as it's okay, it'll be okay. Okay, brother Zufeng won't die. Hearing the familiar naughty boy's voice at the end, Shu Feng glared at him fiercely. Shota, I haven't forgotten about secretly wiping boogers on me. Cherish your little butt that doesn't hurt now. The naughty kid called Shota cried out again, covered his butt and hid in the back. It wasn't me who shouted, brother Zufeng wronged me. The unconfident words immediately caused everyone around to burst into laughter, and the tense and worried atmosphere also eased a lot. After laughing, someone soon asked, Shu Feng, what should we do next? Do we want to continue to escape outside? Shu Feng shook his head when he heard this. There is no need to run, the invading enemy has left and the crisis has been resolved. Now that we have run away, this huge Uchiha legacy will fall into the hands of others and be divided up. An entire Uchiha legacy is no small sum. Shu Feng will not take advantage of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, two old Yinbi. Advertisement, the invading enemy has left the clan's territory? Great, we are finally safe. No one doubted Shu Feng's words, and they all cheered happily. As for inheritance, they had no idea at all and didn't ask too much. After all, their lives were saved by Shu Feng, so they naturally obey Shu Feng's arrangements in everything. Then shall we go back now? Shu Feng waved his hand. No hurry, let me restore chakra first. Shu Feng just closed his eyes because he wanted to restore chakra. Of course, it is not accurate to say that chakra was restored. In fact, Shu Feng received the reward from the system. And he just closed his eyes and was looking at it intently. Congratulations to host for leading a small number of Uchiha tribe members to survive, changing the established fact that Uchiha Itachi Uchiha Obito tribe was exterminated. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket achievement achieved. Come on, kill me. Close black lens bracket. Get a random attribute point gift pack x1. Random attribute point gift pack. You will get 1 to 200 attribute points randomly after opening it. Close black lens bracket. A random attribute point gift pack ranging from 1 to 200 points. Does this mean that by changing the established plot, you can achieve achievements and obtain attribute points? Shu Feng's inner question quickly received an answer from the system. Tip. Only by changing important plot points can you achieve achievements and obtain random attribute point rewards. Close black lens bracket. Important plot. Shu Feng felt that this category was too broad and quickly asked. What is considered an important plot point? If I kill Uchiha Sasuke, is that an important plot point? Shu Feng's question immediately made the system unable to operate. There was silence for a while before the answer came. Tip. Only by changing the established important plot can you achieve achievements and obtain random rewards. Close black lens bracket. Shu Feng was stunned for a moment, and then shouted in his heart angrily. No, why are you repeating it to me with your cerebral palsy system? Answer me yes or no. Let me ask you again, is it an important plot point if I kill Sasuke? The system is silent again. After another long time, the system answered with one word. Open black lens bracketer. Close black lens bracket. Hey, your system is so clever, maybe I'll fix it all. Why don't you give me a Tathagata? Shu Feng was convinced. It's like playing a game and you ask your friend if he's here, and he says Tathagata. If you ask your child if he knows this question, he says it's a date. Forget it. Open the random attribute point gift pack for me. Shu Feng didn't dwell on this issue for too long, he just asked casually. If he really wanted him to kill Sasuke, he wouldn't dare to do it now that he couldn't defeat Itachi. Advertisement. Besides, there are many important plots surrounding Sasuke. What is the difference between killing Sasuke and killing the goose to get the eggs? The risks and benefits are not proportional and it is not worth it. Random attribute point gift pack opened successfully. Host gains attribute points plus 199, FK, 199. Looking at the numbers in his mind, Shu Feng's eyes were full of disbelief. His check-ins are always in single digits, but this time he actually scored a grand slam? It's really an ancestral manifestation, or is this actually because the system did not give a reasonable answer, so there was an implicit compensation? If it is really compensation, Zhu Feng only thinks that the more compensation, the better. System, add points, give me all stud fire style. Without thinking much, Shu Feng directly gave all attribute points to fire style. Having added more than 1,300 points to fire style, there is no turning back now. Some are just one road to the dark side, take fire style to the extreme. Zhu Feng's attribute points are limited and hard earned. It is impossible to waste more than 1,000 attribute points by changing them midway. There are 3,000 avenues, all of which can lead to the gods. As long as he reaches the ultimate level, he believes that even the fire style can kill gods and demons and defeat the Otsutsuki aliens. Open black lens bracket add points successfully. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket current fire style ninjutsu, 1509 close black lens bracket. At the same time as the successful addition of points, Shu Feng's originally dry and weak body was quickly filled with a huge stream of chakra. In just the blink of an eye, he is back to his original state, even stronger. All the consumed chakra is restored, and the amount of chakra has increased a little again. Shu Feng didn't expect that adding some points would bring such unexpected joy. Not only did the chakra increase, but the chakra consumed in the previous battle was restored. It seems that he will have to set aside some attribute points in the future to replenish the consumption of chakra. After adding points, Shu Feng opened his eyes. Suddenly an invisible pressure spread out. It made everyone around him feel palpitated. It was as if the Shu Feng in front of him was not a human being, but some kind of terrifying ancient beast. Perhaps only after they see the tailed beast can they understand how they feel now. The invisible coercion that spread quickly dissipated, and Shu Feng also shouted to everyone. Okay, you can go back now. After hearing the words, everyone immediately took action and returned in an orderly manner. Only the careful Aunt Shin'e came over and pointed to the ground not far away carefully and asked. Shu Feng, are we leaving Xiaochuan and his daughter alone? After this reminder, Shu Feng remembered Quan and her mother who had just fainted and not been killed by Weasel. Shu Feng was very curious about how Quan would change after he woke up, so he immediately nodded. Then take it with you. After receiving Zhu Feng's approval, Aunt Shin'e immediately called on several of her old best friends to come forward and help them set off. But before everyone could get far, the sudden sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from both sides of the street. Whoosh! 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 The target is directed at Shu Feng, who is at the back and has not yet taken action. Chapter 10 The Root of Pretending to be Kirigakure. Hidden Weapon. Could it be that those two lunatics have gone and come back? Seeing the shurikens attacking him from both sides, Shu Feng didn't have time to think too much. Putting your hands together, the chakra in your body is released as if it costs nothing. Wow! In an instant, blazing flames rose from Shu Feng's body. Then it quickly spread outwards and pushed horizontally, setting off layers of heat waves and strong winds. The shurikens that were shot were all pushed away and scattered all over the ground. At the same time, the three short swords that followed closely behind the shurikens and stabbed at Shu Feng's forehead, back of head, and chest were forced back. 3 people. Looking at the 3 sneak attackers who were forced back by the ring of fire and landed in the distance. Shu Feng immediately understood that the visitors were not Obito and Itachi, and he breathed a sigh of relief. And he also saw clearly the appearance of the attacker. Holding a short sword, wearing a Kirigakure ninja uniform and a raindrop pattern mask. Raindrop mask. Kirigakure is chasing the troops? Shu Feng's pupils shrank when he saw the appearance of a ninja, but he reacted the next moment. Wrong. This is the Konoha village with barriers. How could there be Kirigakure ninjas? So it's only possible that someone is pretending. As for who is pretending, is there any need to think about it? Thinking of this, Shu Feng sneered at the people in the distance. Haha, you root ninjas are really like gutter rats, you have no shame or skin. Why, do you think that changing your skin can cover up your despicable temperament? Facing Shu Feng's sarcasm, the eyes of the 3 people under their masks were filled with murderous intent. However, they did not respond, but looked at each other and quickly exchanged information in a low voice. The intelligence is wrong. The target chakra has not been exhausted, there is still chakra that can release Muji fire style. Change of mission goal, immediately prioritize the elimination of the remaining Uchiha remnants. Listening to the 3 people discussing tactics in front of him as if no one was watching, Shu Feng almost laughed in anger. Just forget about being bullied by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Now Danzo's little Kurami is coming to bully him too. Then didn't he travel through time and obtain cheat for nothing? I can't afford to offend those 2 lunatics in front of you. How can I still deal with you scum? Since it's delivered to my door, it's up to you to let me vent. The moment the word, Ba, hit the ground, a terrifying chakra wave burst out from Shu Feng's clasped palms. Advertisement. It instantly transformed into 3 huge flame pythons and struck at the 3 root ninjas in the distance like lightning. The 3 root ninjas also immediately saw the flying flame snake in the scalding high temperature. Without hesitation, they quickly dispersed and rushed towards the uncles and aunts who were escaping in the distance. Obviously, he wants to use those uncles and aunts as hostages to let Shu Feng's wrath-throwing weapon disperse fire style. Regarding this, Shu Feng's eyes showed ridicule and disdain. You really lack the knowledge that you can reduce the sealed to a sealless one to release the powerful. In the distance, the momentum of the 3 giant flaming snakes showed no pause or hesitation at all. It directly overwhelmed the 3 root ninjas who had rushed into the crowd. And everyone affected also screamed in terror, but the shouting soon stopped. Because they discovered that the submerging flames magically bypassed them after approaching them. Except for the high temperature that burned their skin a little, the flames didn't burn them at all. As for the 3 root ninjas who tried to use the crowd as a cover, they were not so lucky. In just an instant, it turned into 3 blazing humanoid fires. Is it solved? Looking at the enemy who was completely swallowed by the flames, Shu Feng was not happy but frowned slightly. Because the process was too easy, the enemy lost several hidden weapons from beginning to end, and did not even offer any effective resistance. He doesn't look like an elite ninja from Gen, a cruel organization. Before Shu Feng could think about it for too long, a rapid sound suddenly sounded from under him. Push lightly. I saw the stone floor under Shu Feng's feet suddenly shattered. A pair of big, gauntleted hands suddenly broke out of the ground. It grabbed the ankles of Shu Feng's feet like iron pliers. There is a 4th sneak attacker. Shu Feng was shocked. But before Shu Feng could react, the sneak attacker from the ground grabbed Shu Feng's ankle and pulled it downward with all his strength. Trying to drag Shu Feng's body underground and imprison it with mud and earth. At the same time, in the distance, the 3 human-shaped balls of fire also turned into gravel and soil with a bang, and fell down with a crash. It's the Earth-style clone. Those actions of discussing tactics in person and attacking others just now were all bait. This is all to induce Shu Feng to use ninjutsu to attack from a distance, thus ignoring himself. At this moment, seeing Shu Feng really hit, the 3 real root ninjas immediately jumped out from the surroundings. He waved the short sword in his hand again and struck hard at Shu Feng, who only had one head exposed. Advertisement. With his ruthless determination, he obviously did not intend to survive, but to kill with one blow. If it was Kyophase who had just fought against Itachi and Obito before. Facing this long premeditated close-body sneak attack, he must have no resistance at this moment and can only kill at the neck. It's a pity that the Shu Feng now is no longer the weak Shu Feng before. Shu Feng has now fully recovered and is even stronger than before. He had no intention of using his pitiful weak body skills to break free from the shackles and attacks of the soil. With only one head exposed, Shu Feng pulled out a sneer full of murderous intent. I underestimated you, but that's about it. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic chakra that made the air around him stir up violent winds burst out from Shu Feng's body instantly. In an instant, boundless flames spread from outside Shu Feng's head and swept across. Push away all 3 attacking root ninjas and encircle them. It also covers the floor, soil, and streets around Shu Feng's head without distinction. In just the blink of an eye, a sea of fire that burned everything appeared. It's like a world of fire. Immediately afterwards, crackling sounds and miserable howls resounded throughout the sky. Obviously, the three root ninjas pushed away and engulfed by the flames were all their true forms. Under the ground, the root ninja who had just dragged Shu Feng into the ground was full of disbelief and fear. Fortunately, he loosened his grip quickly, otherwise the flames might have spread to him in the soil underground. How could such a large-scale powerful fire style happen? He never expected that Shu Feng would still have so much chakra left after releasing the terrifying fire style just now. Can unleash this large-scale and wide-area fire style. Apparently not long ago, a sea of fire that covered the sky and the sun like a forbidden spell was released over Konoha. What exactly is this chakra amount? Even a tailed beast is nothing more than that, right? Or is this actually Shu Feng using his last chakra to fight for his life? Thinking of this possibility, the underground ninja looked fierce. Without hesitation, he pulled out the kunai and used Earth style to approach Kyofeng again. For their root ninjas, the mission is absolute, even if there is only a glimmer of possibility. But unfortunately, this root ninja made the wrong bet. Shu Feng also immediately noticed the movement in the soil. Under the surrounding firelight, a sunny smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You don't choose to run away but approach me instead? Then die in flames. Chapter 11 Danzo's powerful breeding technology. Lock on the direction of movement in the soil underground. Countless chakras were released from Shu Feng's body as if they were free of charge. In an instant, it turned into endless consuming flames, condensing and pouring in the locked direction. The next moment, Jila, under the continuous flow of flames, the ground along the way turned into charred black earth without any resistance, and then exploded. Hot and scalding flames erupted from it. It's like bursting volcanic lava. The root ninja who was approaching through the mud was also instantly hit and enveloped by the sudden burst of flames. Finally, it turned into a ball of human-shaped flames and rushed out from the ground. It's a pity that there is still a sea of despair on the ground, and there is no escape. Feeling the rapid disappearance of his own vitality, this root ninja stopped running away. The charred face under the flames was full of crazy death intentions, and he tried his best to rush towards Shu Feng's direction again. You can still move? Looking at the human-shaped flame that broke through the sea of fire and came to him, Shu Feng was shocked. He didn't expect this root ninja to be so top-notch. Even though his whole body was ignited by high-temperature flames, he could bear the pain and rushed to him without saying a word. Obviously, the three root ninjas before had not lasted more than 3 seconds in the sea of fire. It seems that this root ninja should be a respectable master among the roots. If he dies here now, it will probably cause Danzo a lot of pain. With a thought, Shu Feng was about to release fire style again to give him the final blow. However, he saw that the root ninja rushed out 2 steps and then fell to the ground in front of him with less air coming in and more air coming out. Obviously, the oil has run out and the lamp has dried up, and life has come to an end. However, the root ninja didn't say a word until then, and just stared at him with his burnt eyes. Seeing the last enemy, they also lost the ability to resist. Shu Feng pushed aside the soil around him with his hands, and pulled his body out of the ground with a push of his palms. At the same time, the chakra that continues to be output will be cut off. The blazing sea of fire around him disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, there was only charred blackness and diffuse smoke all over the ground. Of course, there were also the burning houses on both sides, as well as the root ninjas still burning in front of them. Advertisement. I smoothed my hair, which was a little permed and frizzy due to the high temperature, and listened to the gentle sound of the wind. This old guy Danzo's breeding skills are really good, even his dogs are so loyal and not afraid of death. It's a pity that a dog's life is worthless, and his death is just in vain. Shu Feng still admires Danzo's brainwashing skills. Being able to fool so many people into risking their lives for him must be said to be a very impressive skill. Of course, it is not ruled out that there is a control reason for tongue trouble. Why? A harsh and hoarse voice, like a broken bellows, came out of the mouth of the root ninja that turned into a human-shaped flame. Why do you still have so much chakra, after unleashing that level of fire style? Why? Shu Feng chuckled and walked to the side of the human-shaped flame. You're already trying to get information even if you're already dead. You guys are really hopeless. And? Shu Feng lowered his eyes, looking at the psychic grasshopper hiding in the broken scorched earth with cold eyes, and stepped on it. I have no habit of revealing my own information, even when facing dying people. Squeak. The stepped psychic grasshopper squeaked. Then it turned into smoke with a pop and dissipated. Seeing that his last calculation had failed, the root ninja that turned into a human-shaped flame twitched unwillingly. In the end, there was absolutely no movement and no life. Danzo, and the 3rd generation, since you personally sent someone to deliver the handle, then I will come and play with you. He reached out and picked up the charred short sword on the ground. Hiss. Shu Feng shivered because of the hot handle and quickly threw it away. He shook his hand and finally pulled out the long knife from his waist. He stabbed and raised the dimmed human-shaped flame on the ground, and then skewered it on the blade. Then he walked over to the other 3 burned corpses and did the same thing. Soon, 4 charred corpses were hung on the long knife that Shu Feng carried on his shoulder. In the distance, a group of frightened uncles and aunts gathered around again when the battle was over. Advertisement one by one, they talked in a flurry of words. Zufeng. What should we do now? There won't be new intruders and enemies in the future, right? I don't know what's going on over there in the village. Why haven't there been any reactions yet? It's not safe here at all, otherwise we should just escape from the village. Anyway, Shu Feng is so powerful and has beaten away so many bad guys, we will be safe wherever we go. Shu Feng heard this and glanced at the crowd. Everyone who had been unscathed and full of energy before was now haggard and depressed. Many of them were grimacing in pain, with obvious burns on their bodies. Water and fire are merciless, even if Shu Feng tries his best to control it, it will still inevitably affect them. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries or deaths. Quiet. Raising his hand and lowering it slightly, Shu Feng stopped everyone's discussion. Then he looked at the direction and walked towards the gate of the clan. Come with me, let's go seek justice. Lord Hokage, what happened in the village? What happened to those flames in the sky just now? Did there appear any enemies that invaded the village? In front of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was surrounded by a group of ninja clan chiefs and Jonin for questioning. Facing the chirping questions, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a headache on his face. Things that had been solved quietly were now brought to the fore. Danzo and Itachi, who were chosen by Danzo, really disappointed him. Seeing that almost all the clan leaders and Jonin had arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hold on any longer. Sighing, he could only tell the truth. There was something going on at Uchiha and they were attacked. After speaking, before the shocked people could continue to ask questions, Hiruzen Sarutobi pushed past the crowd and walked out. I don't know the specific situation now, but Anbu has all gone to support. There hasn't been any major movement at Uchiha for the time being, so it must have been resolved. If you are interested, please come with me and take a look. Chapter 12. The Maggot Department led by Danzo Old Dog. Outside Konoha village, Itachi stood on the treetops, looking at the open door of Konoha with a complicated expression. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. Once he leaves here, it will be difficult to come back to the place he loves so much and swears to protect. Itachi didn't wait long to stare, when a sudden movement behind him made him come back to his senses and turn his head to look. They are two rude ninjas wearing masks, and they are also the subordinates Danzo sent to him before. Frowning his brows, Itachi asked in a deep voice, "What are you still doing now?" Facing Itachi's inquiry, the two Kaido took their time. The captain is now an S-class traitor in the wanted manual. As root ninjas, we have to chase them just to show off. So, before they finished speaking, the two of them pulled out their short swords and attacked Itachi's vitals. Captain, please show mercy. Clang, clang, clang. For the two attacks, Itachi pulled out the short sword from his bag and easily blocked them all. Then he jumped back to the ground and looked at the two people with sharp eyes. Every blow hits my vitals without mercy, it's not like I'm trying to show off. The two root ninjas did not answer Itachi's question. He just chuckled and stared at Itachi's feet, not looking into Itachi's eyes at all. We won't look into the captain's eyes, Sharingan won't work. After saying that, the two men disappeared again with knives. When they appeared, one on the left and one on the right had already appeared beside Itachi. The short sword in his hand stabbed Itachi's front and back chest from left to right. Succeeded. Ah! Before the smug smiles disappeared from their lips, a sharp pain emerged from their chests as the blade penetrated their bodies. Only then did they realize that they had stabbed Itachi in the chest. They clearly stabbed each other through the chest. It's genjutsu. The two fell down helplessly, but Weasel stood on the top of the tree from beginning to end, motionless. It wasn't until he saw the two of them stabbing each other that he jumped down and landed next to them. Why? Facing the two people's inquiries before his death, Itachi lowered his head slightly and showed no expression. Advertisement, when you were assigned to my unit, I gave you a hint with Sharingan. As soon as you try to attack, I will activate genjutsu. After receiving Itachi's answer, the two of them showed unwillingness and annoyance and spit out a large mouthful of blood. It turns out, from the beginning, you didn't trust us. Looking at the reluctance and regret remaining on the faces of the two dead people, Itachi sighed. Then he looked down at his own palms in confusion. I am both Konoha's eyes that monitor Uchiha, and I am also Uchiha's gaze that peeks at Konoha. The two halves of the information were all obtained through my mouth, and I also informed both parties. But whose spy he is, I still can't figure it out. As he said that, a sudden pain appeared in Itachi's eyes. It also made his body unstable for a while, and he almost fell to the ground. I only used Mangekyo 4 times tonight, isn't it a bit overused? Feeling that the vision in his eyes was obviously blurry, Itachi shook his head and tried to stand firm. It was used once against Shu Feng in order to exterminate the clan. Later, I used it once on Izumi and Izumi's mother out of guilt. I ended up using it twice for Sasuke. After using it 4 times in a short period of time, not only was the vision severely damaged, but Itachi's body was also overloaded. I must try not to use it in the future, otherwise I may not be able to wait for the day when Sasuke comes to find me. Itachi had a premonition that once he used Mangekyo 9 to 10 times, he would probably become completely blind. Seeing Itachi standing there in a daze, Obito stepped out of the Kamui space and urged. Itachi, it's time to send it out after finishing the work. The people from the Akatsuki organization are still waiting for us. Hearing Obito's voice, Itachi immediately calmed down and regained his initial calmness. Lead the way. Waste. Everyone is a waste. It's just two Uchiha, but none of them can solve it. They all failed. The gate of the Uchiha tribe. Danzo, who sensed that the root ninjas sent out and the tongue-breaking seal on his body disappeared, looked livid at the moment. The seal of Tongue Bane is a curse seal set by Danzo in order to control the root ninjas from leaking information. There are two ways to trigger it. First, if the person who is planted with the curse seal actively leaks information about the root, it will directly paralyze the body, rendering him unable to move or speak. The second is to directly destroy the brain of the person who was planted with the cursed seal after death to prevent the corpse from being read. The disappearance of the tongue-killing seal means that the brains of the ninjas he sent out have been destroyed and are dead. Advertisement. It also means that the two missions of killing Itachi, as well as killing Kaiofes and the remaining Uchiha, all failed. How could Danzo, who couldn't stand the failure of his subordinates, not be angry? Sensing Danzo's anger, the hooded Aburame Ryuma stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Danzo-sama, do you need me to lead people to continue hunting Itachi, or to annihilate the remaining Uchiha led by Kyukas again? Danzo pondered slightly after hearing this. But before he could say anything, a shadowy crowd came from the Uchiha tribe in the distance. It was Shufeng who skewered the scorched corpses with a knife and led the old, weak, sick and disabled Uchiha virtual wind. Danzo recognized Kaiofeng's identity just by looking at him. If you don't hide well, you still dare to walk out. Danzo's eyes became more and more dangerous, and he was also thinking about the consequences and impact of taking action at this moment. Danzo. Shufeng naturally saw Danzo standing at the gate of the clan with a sinister expression on his face. The pace under his feet suddenly quickened. In a few steps, he arrived not far away from Danzo. He gave Danzo a sly smile. Hey, isn't this Mr. Hokage assistant? You come to me Uchiha so late. It seems that you discovered that my Uchiha clan was attacked. Just in time, I, Uchiha, also killed 4 trash-like intruders. Shufeng spoke in a measured tone while raising the knife he was carrying in front of him. To the livid Danzo, he clearly showed the charred corpse that was strung together with its mouth open and tongueless. What roots they say they come from seems to be the same as the name of the organization led by Mr. Hokage. Of course, I won't believe such a clumsy lie. After all, my assistant has a curse mark on his tongue, but these dead trash don't have tongues. Having said this, Shufeng ignored Danzo's increasingly ugly face and screamed in shock. Oh my god, why did I almost forget? Isn't that curse seal capable of destroying the tongue and brain? So, Zufeng, who was seen in the picture, met Danzo's cold old eyes, and the tit-for-tat on his face was undisguised. The real culprit behind the massacre of my Uchiha clan is not the root of assisting your leadership. Oh no. Shu Feng's conversation suddenly changed. We should change our name now. The real culprit is the maggot club led by your old dog Danzo. Chapter 13 Sarutobi Hiruzen blames Danzo. Danzo's old dog, maggot department. Danzo was indifferent to the two insulting names. But the curse mark planted on the tongue is the secret of the root. Danzo didn't know why Shu Feng knew this information. Moreover, from this information, he was successfully deduced as the person behind the scenes. It seems that this Uchiha Zufeng must be killed. After all, if he killed, he would have the opportunity to hide everything, and just like the original plan before, put it all on Itachi. If not killed, this Uchiha Zufeng is determined to bite the root of him and his leadership. Having made a decision, Danzo raised his head slightly, the murderous intent in his eyes completely unhidden. His voice was cold and he shouted towards Aburame Ryoma behind him. Ryoma, Lord Danzo. Aburame Ryoma in the rear immediately lowered his head and obeyed the order. Let everyone take action with all their might. Yes. Aburame Ryoma waved his hand towards the roots hidden in the darkness around him. Then he passed Danzo at extremely fast speed and rushed towards Shufeng on the opposite side. Kaiofeng didn't expect that Danzo would really dare to give an order to let General blatantly attack them, the Uchiha survivors. It's really unscrupulous. Although he was a little surprised, Shufeng was not worried at all and instead smiled brightly. After all, what he just said was to try to force Danzo to take action and confirm his identity as the real culprit behind the scenes. Later, the genocide was completely placed on Danzo and even Sarutobi Hiruzen. This must be regarded as changing an important plot, and you should get a lot of attribute points. Thinking of this, the smile on Shu Feng's face became even brighter. At the same time, the chakra in the body is condensed and ready to release fire style. But he didn't wait for Aburame Ryoma and those root ninjas to rush over and take action. Several figures suddenly jumped out and blocked Danzo on both sides. It is the Hokage who arrived late but wearing Anbu uniform and Anbu mask and belongs directly to Anbu. Danzo-sama, we are here to support the Uchiha clan on orders from Hokage-sama. So please do not harm the severely injured members of the Uchiha clan without reason. Anbu did not know that the Uchiha clan was going to rebel. They just followed Hokage's orders and came to support the Uchiha clan who were attacked. Support Uchiha. Advertisement. Danzo's expression was gloomy upon hearing this, and his hand holding the cane unconsciously tightened. The leader, Anbu, saw this and knew that Danzo did not want to stop, so he immediately shouted again. Hokage-sama and other ninja masters are on their way, please don't make any mistakes. Click. As soon as these words came out, the crutch was crushed directly by Danzo. What he hates most in his life is someone using Sarutobi Hiruzen to oppress him. If he is not allowed to take action, then he will kill all the surviving Uchiha before Hiruzen Sarutobi arrives. He didn't believe that Hiruzen Sarutobi would dare to do anything to him. I will explain it to Hiruzen. Everyone, fight quickly. Before he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old and powerful voice came from behind. Everyone stop it. Danzo's eyes narrowed when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, and he shouted quickly. Do it quickly. And he made a seal with his hands for a second, and inhaled with his cheeks sunken. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Phew, phew, phew. Several bullet-like chakra air bullets shot towards Shu Feng's face. Shu Feng glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was rushing towards him with a crowd in the distance, and slowly stretched out his free left hand and put it in front of his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Wow. A huge ball of flame that covered half of the sky was spit out from Shu Feng's mouth. In an instant, it absorbs the chakra air bombs that come to Shu Feng's door. After that, it rushed toward Danzo with unstoppable momentum. Danzo's pupils shrank when he saw this. He never expected that his wind release would be blocked by Shu Feng's fire style so easily. Even after this fire style broke through his wind escape, it didn't weaken at all, and it could still attack him. Even if there is a problem with attribute restraint, it was the wind release that Danzo released. Although it was just released casually and not with full force. But the power and intensity are even higher than what an ordinary Jonin can unleash with all his strength. And more importantly, why is there chakra in front of Shu Feng? And can he unleash such a powerful fire style? He had obviously released that kind of terrifying flame in the sky of Konoha before, and later had a battle with the root ninja he sent out. Advertisement. Just when Danzo was shocked and confused. The two guards behind him reacted very quickly, forming seals with their hands in front of them quickly. Water style, water barrier. Earth style, earth flow wall. One person spits out a huge torrent to form a wall of water. One person slammed the ground and raised a thick earth wall. The next moment, sizzle, when it comes into contact with the water wall of the flame mass, boundless steam evaporates instantly. But in less than 3 seconds, it was completely engulfed in flames, leaving no trace. The earth wall that followed didn't even last 2 seconds. It was burnt to black upon contact. Then it exploded and turned into a pile of scorched earth and was swallowed whole. You haven't blocked it yet. Watching 2 defensive ninjutsu break through, there was even a restraining ninjutsu, but in the end it was only a small circle of flames. Danzo, who was already shocked, was even more unbelievable. The evaluation of Shu Feng's strength in his heart has also reached the same level as him. No wonder that good-for-nothing Itachi couldn't kill Shu Feng. The roots he sent out also fell into Shu Feng's hands. Just as he was about to retreat to avoid the enveloping flames, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived beside him without knowing it. Water style, water barrier. He took off the Hokage hat he was wearing with one hand, formed a seal on his chest with the other hand, and spat out a huge wall of water like a waterfall. Zila. The harsh evaporating sound of water and fire colliding resounded throughout the world. Countless steam brings out gusts of wind. The thick mist shrouded everything within 100 meters. But soon a gust of wind blew by, blowing away all the mist. Sarutobi Hiruzen was revealed, standing among them with a solemn expression. This solemnity quickly dissipated and turned into a gentle smile. It's really better to be better than the old. After complimenting Shu Feng appreciatively, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and scolded Danzo loudly. I know you have prejudices against the Uchiha clan. But I hope you won't kill the village's outstanding young ninja because of this. What's more, the Uchiha clan is still in great trouble. Chapter 14 Guzi Transaction. Danzo turned his head and widened his eyes. JPG. Hiruzen, what on earth are you talking about? Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack that got straight to the point completely stopped Danzo. Although he had already prepared in his heart, he knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi would definitely take all the blame on him. But you won't let him carry it so soon, right? This is just the beginning. Why don't we just debate it, let him quibble a bit, and then use his Hokage identity to force him down after the final process? And Uchiha Itachi, didn't they reach a consensus a long time ago and let Uchiha Itachi take full responsibility for this? Why are everything different from what was promised? Just now, after fighting a small ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen just flipped 360 degrees in the air and gave up. You know exactly what I said. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed not to understand the meaning of Danzo's words, dusted off the Hokage hat and put it on again. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the ninja clan and Jonin who were gathered around behind him, looking at Uchiha's miserable state with complicated expressions. Then he once again cast a reassuring smile towards Shu Feng and Mr. and Mrs. Uchiha behind Shu Feng. Finally, he looked at Danzo again with a stern expression. Duanzo, you did something wrong in this matter. You must reflect on it in the future. This obvious protection was not recognized by Danzo even though the thunder was loud and the rain was small. In other words, due to being protected by Hiruzen Sarutobi all the year round, Danzo did not realize that Hiruzen Sarutobi was protecting him. Instead, he had a calm face and retorted sharply. I have no prejudice against the Uchiha clan. I just received information that there was a rebellion in the Uchiha clan, and there were Uchiha traitors who were massacring members of the Uchiha clan, so I came to support. Let General take action against these Uchiha, but he only mistook them for the traitors who were the culprits. Of course, I never wanted to hurt these Uchiha from beginning to end. I just wanted to capture them for questioning and protection. It's just that your direct reports, Anbu, and these possible survivors, Uchiha, are too nervous. Danzo was not a fool, so he naturally thought of an excuse to let General take action directly. Regardless of whether he succeeded in killing Shu Feng or not, it was because he accidentally misidentified the traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly after Danzo's ignorant retort. Advertisement. But in the end, he did not continue to emphasize that Danzo made a mistake, but followed Danzo's words and wanted to brush it off. Since it was a misunderstanding and it didn't cause any casualties, let's put this matter to an end first. The next step is to focus on the encounters of the Uchiha clan. Good. Shu Feng, who had been standing on the opposite side without saying a word, suddenly cheered loudly as he watched Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen perform a double act. And he also vigorously slapped his right hand holding the knife with his left hand, making a clapping sound. What a misunderstanding, what a blessing with no casualties. Our Hokage-sama can still believe our assistant Sama's words so easily after witnessing his merciless attack with his own eyes. She is really wise and powerful, her husband sings and her wife follows suit, and she is extremely doting on her assistant. As soon as he finished speaking the strange words, Shu Feng covered his mouth in feigning panic and uneasiness. His eyes swayed from side to side, as if he had said the wrong thing. Oops, sorry, I used the wrong word. How can the matter between two men be called a husband and wife to be easygoing and pampered? It's like some kind of dirty deal. So it should be a combination of collusion and favor. Shu Feng's words with a gun and a stick immediately aroused the side glances of many ninjas around him. Just now, they hadn't noticed anything wrong with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Now what Jing Zufeng said was indeed a bit too frivolous, as if he was trying to make Danzo's troubles less serious. The changes in the demeanor of the people around him were naturally noticed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. A trace of unpleasant emotion flashed in his eyes, but was suppressed instantly. He walked up to Shu Feng with his hands behind his back, suppressed the smile on his face and sighed softly. Young man Uchiha, I didn't think carefully just now. But I didn't want to cover up anyone. I was just more concerned about Uchiha's current situation, so I put the matter to an end for the time being. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation when the matter is over. Of course, if what I just said caused you discomfort, I also apologize to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's posture was very low, and he lowered his head slightly to apologize. This set of well-founded explanations and generous admissions of mistakes immediately made many ninjas around them look ashamed. They all blamed themselves for not doubting such a serious and responsible Hokage-sama. Advertisement. Zufeng, who knows all the truth, certainly doesn't accept this trick. He immediately turned away and continued to say angrily, Master Hokage, please don't hurt me. I bow my head and apologize in public like this, making it look like a young guy like me is too rude and unforgiving. Besides, what's wrong with you? It's me, the orphan of the entire clan who doesn't know how to make you admit your mistake. After all, even if I was beaten to death by your assistant just now, I just lost a life that was lucky enough to be recovered. As for Assistant Sama being punished by Hokage-sama, it will damage the good relationship between the two of you. Shu Feng's words contained a hidden sword, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face twitch. I never expected that Uchiha, who was always stubborn and proud and didn't bother to explain, would turn out to be such a sharp-tongued guy. And you can also see through the deep meaning in his words and actions. It's really unexpectedly difficult to deal with and handle. Of course, the rest of the people present were not all fools who couldn't understand. I clearly understand the irony in Shu Feng's words. However, due to the poor popularity of the Uchiha clan, there was no one to speak out and speak out. On the contrary, someone opened his mouth to help Sarutobi Hiruzen to rescue him. Uchiha boy, third generation has already said that it's just a misunderstanding. Don't think too much. The person who spoke was none other than Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan. If you really have any grievances or appeals, just say them directly. Third generation will not ignore them. What's more, there are more important things now, which are the attacks and casualties of your Uchiha clan. Shikaku naturally knew how cruel and dirty Danzo was, and he also knew how connivant Sarutobi Hiruzen was towards Danzo. So I don't want to dwell too long on the things I have to do before and make things stalemate. I just want to quickly find out what happened to the Uchiha clan. As the leader of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Haichi, who was advancing and retreating together, also echoed. Shikaku is right. The most important thing now is to find out what happened to the Uchiha clan. And this Uchiha boy, what do you mean when you just said that the whole family's orphans died? Shu Feng glanced at the many probing eyes around him and sneered. Of course that's literal. Except for us old, weak, sick and disabled people at the scene, there is no one alive in the Uchiha clan. Chapter 15 Evil Uchiha, I'll do it myself. What? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Shu Feng's words made all the ninjas around him look shocked. They look at me and I look at you. Finally, They all looked at the dozen injured adults and children behind Xu Feng. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear over this incident. How is this possible? Did you make a mistake, or are you lying to us? As one of the most powerful clans in Konoha, how could it be possible that only these 10 people died overnight? How could those Jonin and Chunin from the Uchiha clan be killed so easily? That's no ordinary cabbage, that's an Uchiha ninja that's far more difficult to deal with than an ordinary Chunin or Jonin. Being able to massacre the entire Uchiha clan overnight, no, I should say in the middle of the night, in the heavily defended Konoha. This enemy is so terrifying that you can't even sleep. If the Uchiha clan can be easily wiped out tonight, then the rest of the Konoha ninja clan can also be wiped out easily tomorrow night. Konoha, the safest and most peaceful place, is now completely unable to make them feel safe. The whole village must be under martial law and the murderer who caused such a murder must be found. No, to cause such a horrific tragedy, it must be an invasion from another village. And why no one from the Hyuga clan came? Could it be that they were also attacked? The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly panicky. Danzo stood aside and looked at him coldly, and Hiruzen Sarutobi looked thoughtful, with no intention of speaking. Shikaku sighed helplessly and could only speak out again to maintain order. Everyone, calm down and don't get into trouble. Assistant Danzo said when we first arrived, this incident is a rebellion in Uchiha, not an invasion by a foreign enemy. As for the Hyuga clan, they have always kept a low profile. They have not received orders from the third generation, so it is perfectly normal not to come. Having said that, Shikaku glanced at Xu Feng with a sneer on his face, and finally did not speak, but turned to Danzo and said. Assistant Danzo, the route you led arrived early and should have a clear understanding of the general situation. Advertisement. So please tell us what exactly happened. Danzo raised his eyelids when he heard this, but did not refuse Shikaku's request, and said calmly. It is related to the peace of the village. Of course we have already investigated it clearly, otherwise we would not have rushed to provide support. It's a pity that a certain Uchiha kid doesn't know who is good or bad, and treats others kind help like a donkey heart. Before Danzo could finish what he said about Sang and why, Xu Feng retorted unceremoniously. It's not the liver and lungs of a donkey, it's the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. An old dog who deserves to be scolded. He doesn't dare to name anyone when he scolds him. He really deserves to be the leader of the maggots in the gutter. Being scolded in front of so many people this time, Danzo's old face instantly turned livid. Even the eyes wrapped under the bandage were beating with anger. Shut up. Aburame Ryoma, who had already retreated to Danzo's side, immediately drew his weapon and pointed it at Xu Feng. The sharp-tongued evil Uchiha brat, I will do it myself. Before Aburame Ryoma could finish his words, Xu Feng sneered again. It's really interesting. I've seen people picking up money in rags. This is the first time I've seen someone picking up money and scolding them. Why, do you really admit that you are an old dog and a maggot head, leading a bunch of maggots in the sewer? You. Ryoma Aburame was sweating profusely and did not dare to look at Danzo's face. Okay, everyone, please just say a few words. Seeing that Xu Feng was going to piss people off to death, Lu Ju, who had a headache on his face, quickly took 2 steps and stopped in the middle. I'm afraid that the two parties will start fighting directly like they did at the beginning. Assistant Danzo, please don't argue with this junior, just tell me what you have learned. Is that what this Uchiha boy said? Huh, Lujiu, I'm giving you this face. Danzo snorted coldly and walked down Shikaku's steps. After all, there is nothing we can do if we don't come down. Regardless of whether it was Yin and Yang or criticizing Sang and Wai, he and Jen were no match for Xu Feng. And the current situation clearly makes it impossible to take action anymore. Advertisement. According to Jen's ninja investigation, the Uchiha clan indeed only has the dozen or so people here alive now, and one Uchiha Sasuke. And the murderer who caused all this is Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. He also found an unknown accomplice and launched a bloodbath against the Uchiha clan overnight. There are still these surviving Uchiha. If it weren't for the support of the ninjas from my roots, who expelled and hunted down Uchiha Itachi, they would not have survived at all. Not to mention that you still have the energy to be rude to me and Hiruzen here. This time Danzo roped in Hiruzen Sarutobi, hoping that Hiruzen Sarutobi would also be scolded by Xu Feng. As that's so, Lu Ju frowned slightly when he heard this. To be honest, combined with Danzo's previous behavior and Xu Feng's excessive reaction, the credibility of these words is not high and there are many loopholes. But it is definitely not a lie. It should be that a lot of key information has been concealed from them. For example, why did Uchiha Itachi do this? What role does root play in this? Are these Uchiha survivors really saved by their roots? Thinking of this, Lu Ju turned his head and looked at Xu Feng. At this moment, Xu Feng was also thinking about how to put the blame for the genocide completely on Danzo, or even Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, if the real culprit was Itachi, he probably wouldn't get any attribute point rewards from the system. After looking at the charred corpses strung on his knife, Xu Feng decided to continue making a fuss about these corpses. Bang bang bang. Xu Feng suddenly clapped his hands again and showed a teasing smile towards Danzo. The story compiled by the assistant is really wonderful. If the root ninja hadn't almost killed us survivors, I would have been fooled by you old dog. Seeing that Xu Feng still only scolded himself, Danzo retorted in a cold voice with a dark face. If you want to bite my roots, bring out the evidence. Don't think you can use some corpses from nowhere to pretend to be a ninja from my roots. Danzo glanced at the charred corpse strung on the knife, intending to stop Shu Feng's words in advance. Shu Feng carelessly shook the scorched corpse on the long knife. Interesting, even before I said anything, Mr. Old Dog knew that these corpses were going to pretend to be root ninjas. Everyone, tell me, is this a sign of foresight, a guilty conscience and wanting to get rid of suspicion, or is it just a trap? Chapter 16 The real culprit is Danzo's old dog and maggot-like roots. Shu Feng said one sentence to the left to get rid of suspicion, and another sentence to the right to throw himself into a trap, which directly made Danzo's already dark face become even darker with anger. In his long life, this is the first time he has seen such a difficult Uchiha. It's not because of his strength or anything like that, but because his mouth is so powerful. Even if he is unreasonable, he will fight for 3 points, and if he is justified, he will chase him and scold him without stopping. Completely unlike those other Uchiha who are arrogant, never like to explain or refute, and are very easy to fool. Aburame Ryoma, who was beside Danzo, naturally saw his master's dark face. He immediately retorted angrily, "You evil Uchiha brats are making excuses. It's obvious that you used these corpses to slander our roots in the third Hokage before they could even arrive. That's why Danzo-sama specifically pointed out these corpses to tell you not to continue messing around." After speaking, as if he was afraid that others present would not believe it, he pointed to Anbu, the leader on the other side, and asked, "Shang, tell me, when Anbu came out to stop us, did you hear this kid slandering us with these corpses?" The elephant whose name was called did not reply immediately, but turned his head to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi who was silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and felt a little annoyed when the elephant looked at him. With so many ninjas watching around him, could he still blatantly let Shang protect Danzo? Does he still need the good reputation of Hokage and his apparent respectability? Although he was dissatisfied, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show it on his face. He just nodded slowly and expressionlessly. You can't wrongly accuse a good person, and you can't let a bad person go. Shang, just tell the truth and tell everything you heard. The elephant nodded slightly with approval. I understand. Then he turned around and spoke in a voice that everyone could hear. Indeed, as Ryoma said, before others came, the boy from Uchiha said that he was attacked by Gen's ninja and killed the attacker. That's the 4 charred corpses that were pierced by the knife. And it was also stated that the tongues of these corpses have curse seals planted there, which are the seals that can eradicate the evil caused by tongues. That is, the tongue and brain of the deceased will be destroyed after death to prevent the corpse from being read. As for whether these remarks are slander, I don't know. After all, General and Anbu belong to a different department, and there is no way to know whether the curse seal is true or false. But according to what I just observed, the tongues in the mouths of these corpses were indeed destroyed, and the heads also showed signs of damage. Advertisement. As if he felt that he had said too much, Shang immediately stopped what he was saying and turned to look at Aburame Ryoma. This is everything I heard and saw. Do you agree, Ryoma? Aburame Ryoma looked very ugly at this moment. He didn't expect to be so disrespectful. Not only did he not follow his words and label Shu Feng as a slander, but he helped Shu Feng confirm those words. Shu Feng on the side was also a little surprised and answered with a smile on his face. I agree, why don't I agree? It's absolutely correct. I thought the Hokage was directly under Anbu and would protect General just like the Hokage protected the old dog. Now it seems that it is not the case at all, but I use the heart of a villain to judge the heart of a gentleman. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was once again protected by Shu Feng, could not stop his old face from twitching. At the same time, he denied it very harshly. I have never protected anyone. As long as you violate the village's rules and destroy the peace and stability of the village, you must be punished, even me, the Hokage. Because Shu Feng repeatedly mentioned that Hiruzen Sarutobi was shielding Danzo. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to speak for Danzo at all. For fear of being caught by Shu Feng, he would try his best to discredit his Hokage and give him some unpleasant names. Besides, what happened tonight was that Danzo himself didn't do it well. Not only did the corpse of the root ninja fall into the opponent's hands, but the information about the tongue's root ninja seal was exposed. Even more so, so many Uchiha survived. Especially since there is an extremely difficult Shu Feng inside. If Danzo can't successfully get rid of the charges, then don't blame him for doing business. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head and asked Danzo. Danzo, do you have anything else to explain about Gen's attack on the Uchiha clan survivors? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Danzo immediately became angry. Obviously, Shu Feng is very difficult to deal with because of his sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen simply planned to give up on him and put everything on him. Even Uchiha Itachi ignored it and directly said that it was Uchiha who attacked him. It's really abominable, and this Uchiha, after this incident, this dangerous Uchiha must not stay. Advertisement. Although there was a sudden burst of evil fire in his heart, Danzo's face was as calm as Sarutobi Hiruzen. He even quickly showed surprise and confusion and asked rhetorically. Hiruzen, what on earth are you talking about? The only one who attacks the Uchiha clan is the traitor Uchiha Itachi. Where are our roots? As for this Uchiha boy, Maybe he was hit by Itachi's genjutsu, so he mistakenly thought that a ninja from genjutsu attacked him. It's more likely that this was actually a misunderstanding. The two parties mistook each other as enemies, which led to the current situation. Just like at first, I mistakenly thought these Uchiha survivors were enemies. Danzo's forced excuse also connected with the excuse he used to attack Shu Feng in the first place. Suddenly many ninjas who were short of brains felt that it made sense. This might really be a misunderstanding. After all, Danzo is Hokage's assistant, how could he do such a thing that undermines the peace and stability of the village? But it is a pity that Shu Feng, who has been baptized by the internet in another world, is not these ninjas who have little knowledge and brains and are easily brainwashed. He easily caught the loophole in Danzo's words and said with a sneer. Misunderstanding. What a misunderstanding. Our old dog Sama really treats the Hokage-sama as a human being and deceives him as a brainless fool. Anru was scolded for not being a human being but a brainless fool. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face couldn't stop trembling. He now also experienced the feeling of Danzo being scolded just now. But I had to scold him back without being polite, which was very uncomfortable. He could only say helplessly with a headache on his face. Okay, stop talking nonsense, just tell me why you don't agree. Shu Feng was not polite at all. After throwing the charred corpses on the string to the ground, he sheathed his sword. Anyone with any brain can hear the problem in these words. While saying that the investigation revealed that it was the traitor Uchiha Itachi who was massacring the Uchiha clan, he mistook the Uchiha survivors as enemies. Excuse me, is this guy like me, who only knows fire style, look like Uchiha Itachi? Are they those old, weak women and children over there who are not even ninjas and look like Uchiha Itachi? Or maybe our old dog Sama is so blind that he can't even recognize Uchiha Itachi who joined his roots and became his subordinate. Without giving others a chance to reply, Shu Feng shook his head and answered. No, actually it's none of them. Because the real culprit behind the massacre of my Uchiha clan was Danzo's old dog and his maggot-like roots. As a root ninja, Uchiha Itachi just accepted the mission of genocide and was the scapegoat to take the blame. Chapter 17 The Truth is Exposed. What? Uchiha Itachi is actually a ninja at the root. Isn't he directly under Anbu from Hokage? When did he join the root? Also, the reason why the Uchiha clan was destroyed was that Gen was really behind the scenes. No wonder Gen's people arrived at Uchiha so quickly and 4 ninjas died. Just now, he attacked the survivors blatantly. Compared with Danzo's forced explanation, Shu Feng's words are more logical, more explosive, and more absurd. And comparing with the various things Danzo has done before, all of this is completely possible. Even the many Jonin who had been silent and just watching as spectators couldn't help frowning and discussing with each other. For example, Kai was beeping at Kakashi with a look of shock on his face. Kakashi, no wonder Danzo-sama didn't agree with me joining the roots before. It turns out that the roots are so dark and terrifying. For the great ninja clan in the village, they will be destroyed if they are told to be destroyed. There will be no mercy at all. This is too cruel, too merciless, and too damaging to the peace of the village. I definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Previously, Kai had applied to Danzo because he was envious of Kakashi becoming the cool Anbu. It's a pity that Kai, the youthful sunshine, was rejected by Danzo because he didn't have any darkness in his heart. Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and stared with dead eyes. The root is not a good place. There is too much filth and darkness in it. It's a good thing I didn't let you join. Today, I hope that Mr. Third Generation can take this opportunity to completely disband the roots. After all, this organization has completely deviated from the will of fire. Kakashi, who has fought against Danzo and Gen many times, is very aware of the dirty and unworthy nature of General. We also know how many tragedies and disasters the roots have caused. It's a pity that the third generation Sama has always had old feelings for Danzo, and also remembers Gen's achievements in secretly protecting the village, so he has been unwilling to deal with it. Kakashi sighed softly at the thought. I understand that the final result tonight will definitely be the same as the punishment given to Danzo before, which is not painful at all. Poor Kakashi doesn't have a god's perspective and doesn't know that Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo wear the same pair of pants. Therefore, his expectations for Sarutobi Hiruzen are destined to fail. Advertisement. Other side. After listening to Shu Feng's words about finding the real murderer, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were shocked and angry. They didn't expect that Shu Feng would know so much information, and also deduce Danzo behind the scenes. This is so G terrifying. This intelligence analysis and collection ability is not inferior to the 2 old coins who have been playing tricks for many years. If Shu Feng's surname hadn't been Uchiha, they would have suspected that Shu Feng was from the Nara clan. After the brief shock, Danzo immediately roared angrily. That's total nonsense. I'm not a crazy lunatic. Why did you let Uchiha Itachi destroy the Uchiha clan? You said Uchiha Itachi is my root ninja, what evidence is there to prove it? Evidence. Shu Feng smiled. Isn't it easy to get evidence? Wouldn't it be enough to let the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan take a look at the memories in Ryoma Abarame's mind next to you? No, Danzo retorted sharply. I have a lot of secret information that cannot be made public. How can I let you check it out? Besides, I'm not a criminal at all. Do you want to use this method to humiliate the heroes who have shed blood and sweat for the village? Shu Feng sneered again and again. Are my Uchiha clan's contributions worse than yours? From the first to the third battle, was there ever a time when my Uchiha clan was not at the forefront? But you, an old dog, don't even dare to let others look at you. Your guilty conscience is almost overflowing, right? Danzo, who said he couldn't win, was about to vomit blood, but he really couldn't let anyone check Aburame Ryoma's memory. I could only admit fiercely, even if Itachi is a ninja at my core, it doesn't mean anything. After all, you Uchiha clan are arrogant, paranoid and extreme. It's normal for you to do crazy things. Shu Feng turned his ears with his fingers, with a sneer on his face. You are so malicious towards our Uchiha clan, and yet you are saying that you are not the mastermind behind it. Even if you make excuses, can you at least find a better one? Such a big Uchiha with many elite ninjas, can Uchiha Itachi really be able to kill it all by himself in such a short period of time? It's not like you have the ninjas at your core helping you, just like the 4 who attacked me. Advertisement. You fart. Danzo, who was completely enraged and broke his guard, roared out. It's obvious that Uchiha Itachi found a helper, and it has nothing to do with me at all. It's useless if you yell so loudly. Shu Feng is still so angry that he will seize the loopholes in his words without paying for his life. You even know that Uchiha Itachi has found help, and you still say that you don't know martial arts. And that it has nothing to do with you. Danzo was really going to explode with anger after being retorted by Shu Feng's unreasonable and life-threatening series. But he really couldn't defeat Shu Feng, so he could only turn around and glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a ferocious face. Hiruzen, do you think it has anything to do with my roots? Seeing Shu Feng also looking at him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was afraid of being burned, immediately confirmed Gen's crime. Duanzo, it is not allowed to attack the ninjas in the village. I am very disappointed in you. As of today, Danzo will be dismissed from all positions, all supervisory privileges given to Yugen will be withdrawn, and Uchiha Itachi will be issued an S-class wanted traitor. Hiruzen. Danzo roared, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Danzo simply cannot bear the blame for such a big blame for the annihilation of the village's ninja clan for no reason. If he has to carry this, he will never be able to stand up again in his life, let alone become a Hokage. It would be better to tell Uchiha directly about his intention to rebel. Now that it's reached this point, I won't hide it anymore. The reason why Uchiha Itachi destroyed the Uchiha clan was because the Uchiha clan intended to commit revolution and rebellion and wanted to subvert the stability of the village. Not only do I know about this, Hiruzen also knows about it, Kaharu and Enya who were not present also know about it. What? Danzo's words are tantamount to dropping a bombshell. Everyone present will be fried to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Everyone's eyes were widened in disbelief. Only Shu Feng's smile was so bright that he couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth at all. Because his attribute point rewards are stable, Chapter 18 classics will never be absent. After hearing the hidden truth revealed by Danzo, all the ninjas around were shocked and speechless by this explosive information. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was still the old god, turned pale at this time. He didn't expect that Danzo would be so out of control this time. He actually said this kind of vileness and unbearableness with his own words, which should be buried deep in the darkness forever. The most important thing is that he also brought him Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have they forgotten their original agreement, one to lead the light for Konoha Hokage, and the other to bear the darkness for the root of Konoha? Apparently they had done a good job of dividing the work and cooperating with each other on similar dark things before. Danzo was unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner annoyance. But even if he noticed Danzo, he didn't care. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen just beat him to the end. Do you still want him, Danzo, to take the blame for this huge thing? Go ahead and dream. Looking around, Danzo was very satisfied with the reaction of everyone present. The look he looked at Shu Feng was full of malice and contempt. It seems to be saying that no matter how eloquent you are, it will all be in vain. And all Danzo needs to do is make one move, and that's a sure kill. Even the voice that was irritable and angry before has now become smooth, powerful, and calm. Humph, this is the root of Konoha. Under the invisible darkness, silently guard the peace of the village and support the stability of the village. The roots of Konoha. Now you finally know how much I in general have silently done for the safety of the village, right? So Hiruzen. Danzo half squinted his eyes and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen quite dissatisfied. Now that the truth has been made public, shouldn't it be time to pay me back and clear my name? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo coldly and did not reply immediately. After all, the development of things tonight has completely exceeded his expectations, and he needs to think about it carefully. As for the ninjas around, many were touched by Danzo's powerful words. Even the senses to the roots are changed. I couldn't help but think about it carefully. Could it be that all those bad reputations in the past were just a scapegoat to cover up such a dark incident? But some ninjas still couldn't believe it, and they all asked loudly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was silently thinking. Hokage-sama, are Danzo-sama's words true? Do the Uchiha clan really intend to rebel and overthrow the rule of the village? Some of the panic-stricken ninja clan leaders could not help but echo the question. Sir Hokage, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. Is it really a decision made by all the senior officials together? Advertisement. Being questioned by so many voices, an imperceptible hint of evil flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's cloudy old eyes. I just wanted to confirm it out loud and use this result to hit these bold ninjas. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Shu Feng, who was watching a show with his arms crossed and a playful smile on his lips. My heart suddenly thumped, and a bad premonition arose. Think of Shu Feng's sharp tongue and the many pieces of information he knows inexplicably. Immediately trying to confirm the exit turned into denial. No, the village has not made a decision to destroy the Uchiha clan. These actions were done by Danzo without authorization and do not represent the decisions of me and the other two advisors. Danzo. Danzo's expression froze for a moment, and then his eyes widened angrily as if betrayed. Hiruzen. You. That's enough, Danzo. Since he denied Danzo's words and planned to force Danzo to take responsibility for tonight's events, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally would not let Danzo say any more. You are still making excuses now. I am really disappointed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's emotions came at the drop of a hat, and when he turned his back, he immediately showed a look of pain. It was as if Danzo had really broken Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Then he looked at Shu Feng with sad eyes and a sad voice. Young man, I am very sorry and sorry. It's all my fault that I didn't find a solution in time after learning that the Uchiha clan was going to rebel. It's my fault that I didn't realize the alienation between the Uchiha clan and the village earlier. It's even more my fault that I failed to discipline Danzo and Gen, allowing him to act so wantonly. What caused this tragedy tonight? It's me. This Hokage is useless. I failed everyone. I failed the Uchiha clan. Sorry. After saying this sorry, Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed directly forward. This sudden scene made everyone dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this matter would eventually lead to Hokage apologizing. Danzo on the side almost wanted to vomit blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly wanted to beat him to death. Even Shikaku, who had not spoken for a long time, stroked his forehead slightly and mourned for Danzo. Obviously, after such a decisive kill by Sarutobi Hiruzen, tonight's matter has a conclusion. All these tragedies and scapegoats are paid for by our Mr. Danzo. He immediately stopped hesitating and started to cooperate. Advertisement. Master Third Generation, this is not your fault, and it is not your fault alone. Now that things have come to an end, please don't blame yourself too much and give everyone an explanation. Shikaku's words immediately aroused the echo of many ninja yes men. Yeah, how can you blame Master Hokage for this? It's obviously Danzo's fault, it's the Uchiha clan's fault. Master Hokage, you don't have to blame yourself, you are the best Hokage and the pride of Konoha. After listening to these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood, which had been bad all night, finally improved. At the same time, he was secretly relieved to have solved the crisis. After raising his hand and pressing to calm everyone down, he read out the final result aloud. The punishment for Danzo and Nei remains unchanged. The Uchiha clan's death penalty will be eliminated, and the remaining survivors will not be held accountable for rebellion. Having said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be afraid that Shu Feng would cause trouble, so he quickly added. But considering the Uchiha family's past contributions to the village, the survivors can choose their own place, and the village will help rebuild their houses, and they can receive monthly living allowances. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Danzo, who was panting in anger. I don't agree. Why did the guilty Uchiha succeed in protecting the roots of the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even wait for Danzo to finish speaking, he glared angrily and raised his voice. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Are you trying to openly question me as a Hokage? You. Danzo's face turned the color of pig liver. I waited for a long time without saying anything, so in the end I could only drop one sentence. You'll regret it, Hiruzen. Then he led a group of root ninjas, turned around angrily and planned to leave. But at this moment, Shu Feng, who had been silent while watching the show, spoke. I don't agree either. These words stopped Danzo from leaving, and he turned to look at Shu Feng with eyes full of surprise, confusion. Shu Feng stepped forward and got close to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who also looked surprised. Very affectionately, he stretched out his hand to tidy up Sarutobi Hiruzen's clothes. Lord Hokage. Anbu on the side was worried that Shu Feng would attack Hiruzen Sarutobi, so he immediately rushed forward to stop him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to stop him. He stared at Shu Feng's bright black eyes and asked in a deep voice. Young man, what else are you dissatisfied with? Shu Feng chuckled and took back his hand, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. Master Hokage, I just want a truth and an explanation. After all, the Uchiha clan's many innocent people who died without knowing it can't be in vain if you find a bad guy to take the blame. Chapter 19 Danzo. Damn it, Tongtendai. I don't know what you're talking about. Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose scalp was already numb, had no idea what Kaiofeng was going to do. It was obvious that he had already compromised and gave Shu Feng the result he wanted. Danzo and Gen became the real culprits of the Uchiha genocide. But now he loudly expresses his disagreement. What exactly is going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who deeply felt that Shu Feng was difficult to deal with, now just wanted to end this matter quickly. Now all the truth is clear. If you have any other demands, you can tell them. I have said that my appeal is just for the truth and explanation. Shu Feng took 2 steps back, turned around, and walked towards Danzo, who had not yet left. After successfully blaming Danzo for the night of genocide, Shufeng plans to try one step further. In other words, the plan for the night of genocide was pushed onto Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, Shufeng also planned to use this to sell Danzo a favor, and by the way, he and Danzo would form an alliance with Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you ask Shufeng why, he is naturally planning to obtain subsequent attribute points. For example, he helped Danzo bring down Sarutobi Hiruzen, and finally allowed Danzo to take over and become the official 5th Hokage. It would be best if Danzo could kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Finally, after Danzo became Hokage, Kaiofei himself reenacted the plot of Orochimaru's attack on Konoha. Kill Danzo, the new 5th generation, in front of everyone. As long as it succeeds, after changing so many plots in a row, the attribute point reward will definitely not be small. So the top priority now is to complete the first step. Take advantage of Danzo's coveted Hokage position and successfully form a united front with Danzo. Standing still in front of Danzo, Shufeng whispered quickly in a very small voice. If you want to be a Hokage, just follow my words and throw the blame on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the voice was small and fast, Danzo, who was very close, could barely hear it clearly. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Shufeng with a confused expression, as if he wanted to see Shufeng through. Advertisement. Shufeng stretched out his hand with a half smile and patted Danzo's shoulder gently, as if he was dusting Danzo off. He asked at the same time in a voice that everyone could hear. Just now, Master Hokage said that everything was done to assist you in making your own decisions, but he never let you speak. So I just want to ask, is this really your decision alone? Or maybe a certain adult gave you the order, but then you were asked to take the blame. Danzo's reaction was extremely quick. Almost as soon as Shufeng finished speaking, he spoke immediately, without giving Hiruzen Sarutobi a chance to interrupt. HMPH, I thought that all the people present were confused idiots, but I didn't expect that in the end, you guys discovered the clue. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's scolding followed closely. Shut up, Danzo, are you bold enough to throw dirty water on the Hokage now? And you, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Shufeng with cold eyes, no longer as gentle as before. The village no longer holds the survivors accountable for their rebellious intentions, and even provides many conveniences. Is it because the village is tolerant and generous that you think the village is weak and can be bullied, thus slandering a Hokage? Oh, Hokage-sama, what are you worried about? Shufeng once again launched your anxious yin and yang strange words. My assistant and I didn't mention you by name, but you look like a monkey whose tail has been stepped on. Besides, what does it mean to pursue the rebellious heart of survivors? We, the lower-level clansmen, have no idea about the rebellion within the clan. If you don't believe it, you can go and see the memories in the minds of the corpses in your clan. That rebel rally, I, Genin, just participated in it for the first time tonight, and you didn't even tell me anything, and you suffered the disaster of genocide. Tell me how innocent we ordinary Uchiha are. How cruel is the decision to exterminate the genocide you made? It's clear that we should kill the chief culprit, just kill those Jonin, but we want to involve the ignorant, old, weak, women and children, and destroy my entire clan. Advertisement. I just want to ask everyone present, will Konoha still be implicated in crimes now? The twists and turns of things have made many ninjas present numb. No one spoke in the face of Shufeng's inquiry. They all looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi silently, waiting for Hiruzen Sarutobi to speak. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't spoken yet, so he directly called Danzo, who had met Tongtendai, and spoke first with excitement on his face. That's right, those old, weak, women and children who don't know anything are so innocent. It's a pity that the first level of the official rank kills people. I'm not a Hokage and I can only passively accept this cruel task. In the end, they couldn't wait to make me a scapegoat, without giving me any chance to defend themselves, so as to bury this dirty darkness. These sentences did not mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, but they also talked about Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, making Sarutobi Hiruzen's face look as ugly as his dead mother. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not refute Zufeng's words. He could only glare at Danzo fiercely, his voice as cold as ice. Danzo, since you are so sure that this is the mission I gave you, then let go of your memory and let others check it. If you remember that I really gave the order, I can resign from this Hokage position and accept the punishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiesced in this matter. Danzo took the initiative, and there was no such thing as a mission. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to reject several proposals for genocide. Danzo naturally refused to have his memory checked. Hiruzen, are you insulting me? What's more, there is a lot of secret information in my memory, even secrets that have not been passed down at all. How can I let others check it? Shufeng on the side secretly cursed an idiot and quickly took over. Look, why can't you look? It's just that the assistant Sama has seen it. Hokage-sama, wouldn't it be fair for you to have someone take a look at it too? After hearing Shufeng's words, Danzo also reacted immediately. Indeed, he had a lot of filth in his memory, but Hiruzen Sarutobi had no less in his memory than him. So Sarutobi Hiruzen would never dare to let anyone look at him. That's right, Hiruzen, we want to be watched together. Chapter 20. The matter is over. Danzo, I am Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was defeated by his general, once again used, I am Hokage, to suppress Danzo. He also dragged the village along, trying to suppress people with righteousness. Moreover, you are using such strong words and nonsense to put the interrogation methods on me and put me on trial. Are you planning to completely disgrace the shadow of a village, destroy Konoha's hard-won stability, and plunge it into turmoil? The big hat of destroying peace and stability was pulled down, and many ninjas around him suddenly looked at him unkindly. I don't. Hiruzen, please stop blaming me. With such a big label of disrupting the peace, Danzo immediately denied it. The originally excited expression instantly turned into a look of eating shit. In the past, every time he couldn't win against Hiruzen Sarutobi in a quarrel, it was always the same situation as now. He was suppressed by Hiruzen Sarutobi with all kinds of high-sounding righteousness and slapped a label on him. It's as if he is a traitor and a sinner of the village. Now that Danzo, who was already frightened, was faced with this trick again, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only roll his eyes and glance secretly at Shu Feng aside. I hope Shu Feng, who is more talkative, can surprise him. Shu Feng naturally saw Danzo's lewd look. If the two of them hadn't formed a temporary alliance now, he really wanted to slap Danzo in the face and ask Danzo what use he wanted from you. No wonder he can only become the scapegoat for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was angrily complaining about Danzo in his heart, but Shu Feng had a look of grievance on his face and loudly expressed his grievances. Lord Hokage, you are wronged. How could my assistant and I have the courage to do what you said? We just want justice from the beginning to the end, just justice. Shu Feng strongly emphasized the word justice and separated things from destroying peace and stability. After all, as the Hokage's assistant, I work with you as both master and assistant, and it is closely related to the reputation and stability of the village. If even he can't get the truth and becomes a victim, then thousands of us other Konoha ninjas will be just fish and meat on the chopping board for everyone to enjoy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was really angry at this moment and roared violently. Shut up. If Shu Feng's words before were just cruel in his decision-making, then Shu Feng's words now are digging into his roots. Advertisement. I, the ninja of Konoha, are the cornerstone and the future of the village, and I will never be the prey you say you want to be slaughtered. There is also Danzo. He has just been dismissed from his post. He is no longer an assistant to the Hokage, and he cannot represent the face and stability of the village. Shu Feng raised his voice unceremoniously and spoke tit for tat. Hokage-sama, nothing is justified by loud voices. The truth has not yet been confirmed, and you forcefully laid charges to impose punishments. Is this Konoha just yours? Can't a flower named Truth be planted under the soil of the will of fire? Well said. Danzo, who was finally proud of himself, immediately pursued the victory and echoed. Hiruzen, if you're wrong, you're wrong. Stop being stubborn and messing around. Otherwise it would be too ugly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face turned pale with anger, almost vomited blood. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi was completely defeated by Shu Feng and Danzo, he was about to become the great sinner of Konoha. Shikaku, who had a headache on his face, quickly intervened to smooth things over. Third generation Sama, Danzo-sama, and this Uchiha boy, you have gone too far. The matter is not as serious as you said, and it will not affect the peace and stability of the village. So I would like to ask you all to calm down and stop arguing. After saying that, without giving Shu Feng and the others a chance to reply, Lu Ju quickly looked at the other people around him and said. After listening to it for so long, I think everyone should already understand the matter clearly, and it is not complicated. It is this surviving Uchiha boy who wants to seek truth and justice for ordinary Uchiha who are not rebels. The truth and justice are actually that the top management of Konoha, composed of Hokage, assistant Hokage, and 2 consultants, have some problems in their decision-making. So much so that he failed to take care of the innocent members of the Uchiha clan, which ultimately led to tragedy. Having said this, Shikaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Third generation Sama, Danzo-sama, do you agree with my conclusion? Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had calmed down a little, nodded expressionlessly, approve. Danzo glanced at Shu Feng, and after seeing that Shu Feng had no reaction, he also nodded. I agree. Lu Ju breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, then the matter will be simple and clear. Since it was a decision-making problem that led to the tragedy of the Uchiha clan, then the 4 top executives who made the decision are all responsible, and it is not the fault of one person. Perhaps there were misunderstandings or other reasons, but in the final analysis, the 4 senior executives failed to solve it perfectly. So I propose that the 4 senior leaders come together to apologize and compensate the surviving Uchiha clan as the end of this matter. Advertisement. I wonder if Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama will accept it. From dismissal to apology and compensation, it was still 4 people together. Danzo immediately spoke without thinking. I accept it. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, he also sighed. I accept it too. After all, I didn't do a good job and I betrayed everyone's trust. I really should apologize. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed to everyone very grandly. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry for the innocent Uchiha clan who died tragically. This open and decisive behavior instantly gained a lot of favor for Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Lu Ju finally looked at Shu Feng, who was the most difficult to deal with, and asked cautiously. Uchiha boy, are you satisfied with the result? Shu Feng didn't make any fuss this time, and nodded calmly. That's about right, but I still have some requirements for compensation. After all, If we really want to fight to the end, it is because the Uchiha family is trying to rebel and start a revolution first, which is inherently unreasonable. If it weren't for Zufeng's strong rhetoric, arbitrary labeling, and talking about black things as white, those Uchiha survivors who survived may still have to suffer some consequences. Seeing that Shu Feng didn't hold on anymore, Lu Ju felt happy and quickly agreed. You can say whatever you want, as long as it's not too much, Master Hokage will definitely not refuse. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little afraid of Shu Feng and nodded immediately. As long as it doesn't harm the village, I can agree to it. Shu Feng shook his head. Don't worry, we won't harm the village. I just want the village not to hide the fact that the Uchiha clan has rebelled and the village has decided to exterminate the clan. Of course, we must also clear the name of the innocent Uchiha who was affected, make a public apology, and fulfill the compensation mentioned at the beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned upon hearing this. Although making this incident public and apologizing would have a bad impact on his Hokage reputation. But at least there were 3 other people with him, so the situation wasn't too bad. It's better than being pushed back by Shu Feng and being unable to get off the stage. It's better to let him bear everything by himself. So he frowned and helped Shu Feng make up for it. Are you afraid that if you don't explain clearly, it will cause bad rumors to you surviving Uchiha? Okay, I agree to your request. Shu Feng showed a satisfied smile. Thank you, Master Hokage. Chapter 21. Are all Danzo's dogs so blind? See things suddenly and quickly resolved. Many of the ninja clan leaders and Jonin around were unable to react yet. Mainly because so many things happened in this short period of time. In the past, they could still distinguish between the two sides and think about it, but then they gave up thinking completely. Because what both parties say makes sense, it's really hard for them to tell the difference. Especially Shu Feng. Those words are like an old sow wearing a bra, one after another. Simply terrifying. Completely subverting their previous stereotype of the Uchiha clan. It's getting late. Everyone, please leave. Shang, you led Anbu to stay and help the Uchiha boy handle the follow-up matters. After Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered Captain Anbu to stay, he turned around and left. After all, he could be considered a complete failure tonight. He was afraid that he would be angry to death if he continued to stay here. Yes. After receiving the order, Shang immediately led people to Shu Feng. Pointing at the old, weak, sick and disabled people behind Shu Feng, he asked coldly. I have observed that there are many injured people over there. Do you need me to send someone to take them to Konoha Hospital for treatment? Shu Feng did not refuse. Then it will be troublesome for Captain Shang. I was a little flattered by Shu Feng's politeness. He could see Shu Feng's yin and yang aura just now, as well as the tit-for-tat confrontation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. I thought it would be difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to talk to. There is no habit of looking at people through the nostrils like the Uchiha clan. It seems that a good bamboo shoot has emerged from the evil bamboo. Zhang's tense body suddenly relaxed a lot, and his tone became slower and no longer cold. Why don't you also go to the hospital for a checkup? To be able to survive this unthinkable disaster and protect so many clan members, you must have experienced a lot of battles. Now you are their backbone. It would be bad if you fall. Shu Feng smiled gently. Captain Shang said yes, then I will listen to your arrangement. Wrap it around me. Shang waved his hand, and Anbu, who was behind him, immediately greeted the old, weak, sick and disabled people behind Shu Feng. Advertisement. The elephant also raised his feet to lead the way, talking as he walked. Next, we will send people to continue searching for survivors and dispose of the bodies inside. So this Uchiha tribe will definitely not be able to live in it for the time being. So I plan to arrange some high-end suites in the hospital for you, where you can live for a while undergoing treatment. What do you think? Zhu Feng will naturally not criticize without emotional intelligence. While thanking him repeatedly, he got closer to Shang. It's very good, brother Shang, thank you very much. It's okay. Shang waved his hand and continued. There are also undamaged properties of the Uchiha clan. I will also ask Anbu to help sort them out during the search. Of course, if you are worried, you can come and watch in person. Shu Feng didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. He was still worried before. The inheritance in this huge clan land was complicated, and he didn't know how long he would have to clean it up. As a result, Anbu now took the initiative to send someone to help him clean it up. Then he hurriedly said, Kaido, don't worry, I will definitely feel confident when Anbu does things. Anyway, your Anbu name is trustworthy. Even if something goes wrong, I can just come to you directly. Shu Feng's previous words sounded like he was feeling physically and mentally comfortable. But as soon as the last sentence came out, Shang wanted to slap himself twice. Just do something thankless. Seeing that Zhang's steps became a little stiff, Shu Feng naturally understood Zhang's mood. He immediately said what he said next. Brother Shang, don't worry. Letting Anbu take responsibility will certainly not let Anbu's work go in vain. When all the property is sorted out, I will give Brother Shang a reward for a high-level mission and use it to buy wine for Anbu's brothers. Shang suddenly perked up after hearing this, and his stiff steps immediately became more agile. Hey, it's so embarrassing, I really cost you money. It's very realistic. If you get money, you will be called brother immediately. After a while, everyone arrived at Konoha Hospital. Although it is late at night, because of the genocide, all the medical ninjas in Konoha Hospital are working overtime. One by one, Shufeng and the others were welcomed in with strong resentment. After arranging high-end wards for Shufeng and others, Shang led Anbu back to the Uchiha tribe. Shufeng also waved his hand and refused the physical examination. Because he saw the root ninja waiting for him outside the door. Advertisement. This old dog Danzo really can't keep his temper. Shufeng shook his head and walked over. Seeing the arrival of Shufeng, the root ninja spoke coldly. Danzo-sama wants to see you, come with me. After saying this, the ninja turned around and left. But before he took 2 steps, he realized that Shufeng had not followed. When he turned around and looked back, he saw Shufeng still standing there, holding his hands and looking at him coldly. The brows under the mask frowned slightly, and the ninja walked back again. Danzo-sama wants to see. Are all Danzo's dogs so blind? Shufeng's emotionless voice directly interrupted the root ninja's repeated words. Don't you know that when inviting distinguished guests, you should use honorifics to show off your posture? Just when this ninja was about to say something, he saw a finger on Shufeng's arm raised slightly. The next moment, the terrifying chakra pressure poured out. Sieve. In an instant, violent winds surged out. All of it was blown over the ninja's body, making his robes whistle. The root ninja himself was shrouded in coercion and dared not move. He even held his breath for fear of making any noise. This feeling is like being targeted by some ancient ferocious beast. Any movement will result in a fatal attack. Time seems to have passed in a moment, and it seems as long as a century has passed. The pressure of chakra was finally withdrawn by Shufeng. As for this root ninja, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. At the same time, he breathed in the fresh air greedily. After a while, I calmed down. The root ninja immediately knelt down and said respectfully. Uchiha-sama, Danzo-sama asked me to invite you over. Shufeng's voice didn't sound for a long time. It wasn't until the ninja was sweating again that the voice came slowly. Lead the way. Chapter 22 Conspiracy with Danzo. On the rooftop of Konoha Hospital. Danzo-sama, the people are here. The root ninja who led the way knelt respectfully in front of Danzo. Behind him, Shufeng was looking at the environment on the rooftop with a speechless expression and complained aloud. Hey, I said Lao Tuan, what do you think? Why does this joint have to be on the rooftop? Sneaky, as if we have something to hide from others. Shufeng originally thought that only Hong Kong police would like to be on the rooftop. Unexpectedly, ninjas in the ninja world also like this style. Is it because it's windy on the rooftop and it's cooler when standing there? Danzo's face twitched slightly when he heard Shufeng's shameless familiar name and words. Then Kaido deadpanned. If you don't like it, we can change it. Shufeng waved his hand. Forget it, that's it. It's actually quite interesting and atmospheric. Danzo. Taking a deep breath, Danzo didn't want to talk about these things with Shufeng, so he directly opened his mouth and got into the topic. What did you mean by those words you whispered to me when you slandered Sarutobi Hiruzen? What did I say? Why didn't I know? Shufeng still looked unconcerned, looking left and right. He even walked up to Aburame Ryoma and reached out to take off his mask. However, Aburame Ryoma nimbly dodged it. Stop pretending to be crazy and stupid like me. Shufeng's careless action immediately made Danzo's anger rise involuntarily. If you continue to be so insincere, I think we will have nothing to talk about today. Oh, Shufeng nodded, turned around and waved without any hesitation. Then let's say Lala. Danzo. He didn't expect Shufeng to actually turn around and leave. Immediately he winked at Aburame Ryoma who was standing aside angrily. Aburame Ryoma also rushed over and stopped Shufeng who was about to jump off the rooftop. Shufeng, who was stopped, looked wary. Why are you stopping me? Want to fight again? Aburame Ryoma quickly took 2 steps back to express that he had no intention of doing so. At the same time, he explained, please don't be impulsive. Danzo-sama and you haven't discussed the matter yet. What's the matter between Lao Tuan and me? Shufeng turned around with doubt. Looking at Danzo's expectant expression of, just say it quickly, he suddenly clapped his hands and suddenly realized. Advertisement. So that's it, I understand. Walking back to Danzo again, Shufeng reached out and patted Danzo on the shoulder with a look of helplessness, with a sigh in his tone. Lao Tuan, I know that my beautiful face and cold white skin are very handsome and fascinating. But brother, I still have to give you a piece of advice, don't love me. Loving me will lead to no results, and it is impossible for us to be together. Danzo, who loves you so much? Whose brother are you? Shufeng's crazy words and lack of oil and salt made Danzo angry until his teeth itched. Even the breast glands feel a little stagnant, the breath is not flowing smoothly, and it hurts. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he had to deal with Hiruzen Sarutobi and successfully take the position of Hokage. Danzo really wanted to strangle Shufeng in front of him to death at this moment. With a dark face, he slapped Shufeng's hand away, and Danzo stopped playing Shufeng and asked directly. When you asked me to cooperate with you in framing Sarutobi Hiruzen, what did you mean by asking me to be a Hokage? And when I was convicted, why did you suddenly change your story and help me get rid of the crime? What is your purpose and what do you want from me? Hearing this, Shu Feng calmed down the carelessness on his face, and his expression became serious for the first time. Is this how you ask people questions? I don't see any sincerity at all. Danzo's eyes slowly became sharper. He knew that Shu Feng was pretending to be crazy and acting stupid to let him speak first, just to get the initiative and make him passive. There is no other way, now he can only take out the prepared chips in advance. Raising his hand slightly, a root ninja quickly jumped out of the darkness. Put a little kid with a spiky head in Uchiha costume on the ground. It's Sasuke who is in a coma. Itachi's biological brother whom the village took care of, Uchiha Sasuke. Are you satisfied with this sincerity? Looking at Sasuke's sleepy little face full of fear, Shu Fengtu pulled out a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Itachi has done so much for the village, but the only brother who asked the village to take good care of him was handed over to me, an enemy. You are so callous and heartless that it's shocking. Danzo turned a deaf ear to Shu Feng's taunt and just explained casually. The village has no obligation to fulfill the requirements of the waste who cannot even complete the task. Because Itachi left such a hidden danger as Shu Feng, he also disgraced Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Naturally, the two of them were very dissatisfied with Itachi. Therefore, when Danzo took Sasuke away, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop him at all, let alone care about Sasuke's life or death. Even if Itachi gets back by then, Sarutobi Hiruzen will just pass it on to Danzo. As for Danzo, he wasn't afraid of Itachi at all, and he didn't even take him seriously. If Shu Feng hadn't intended to help him deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he might have helped him take the position of Hokage. He has already gone back to plan how to get rid of Shu Feng. Advertisement. Okay. No more nonsense. I have shown my sincerity, now it's your turn to answer the question I just asked. Okay. Shu Feng withdrew his gaze from Sasuke and spoke slowly to Kaido. Actually, the answer to the question is very simple. I plan to give you some advice and help you become the Hokage of Konoha. As for why, Shu Feng raised his eyes and met Danzo's gaze. You should have already investigated my information about the Uchiha clan, right? Danzo didn't reply, but Ryoma Aburame, who was standing next to him, suddenly spoke and read out the information about Shu Feng. Uchiha Zufeng, an orphan, has not yet awakened Sharingan, and managed to become a genin through his own efforts. Later, the Uchiha ninjas who opened the Sharingan were regarded as shameful and disgusted by their fellow clansmen. The absolute fringe ninja of the Uchiha clan. Yes, the investigation was thorough. Shu Feng gave high approval and then spread his hands. Isn't this clear? Those arrogant blood-only ninjas in Uchiha hate me and regard me as an alien, and I hate them too. So I like you who planned their deaths. I also want to help you, a real villain, become a Hokage to replace our current hypocritical Hokage. After listening to Shu Feng's answer, Danzo remained expressionless. Because he doesn't really believe this statement. However, he very much agreed with Shu Feng's evaluation of him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then how are you going to help me? Shu Feng smiled and stretched out his index finger. It's very simple. The first step is to peel off our Hokage's hypocritical skin. Then I will try to find a way to kill him, who is already notorious. Of course, I also need to clean up your and Gen's reputation a little to pave the way for you to become Hokage. This highly feasible plan immediately energized Danzo. How to do it exactly? Shu Feng did not answer because he also needed to think carefully. I can only turn into the Riddler and leave a sentence. You'll know what to do when the time comes. Finally, he picked up Sasuke who was sleeping on the ground and turned around to leave. Looking at the back of Shu Feng leaving, Aburame Ryoma asked Danzo. Danzo-sama, do we really want to trust him? Danzo glanced at Aburame Ryoma. Then do you have a better way? Aburame Ryoma immediately lowered his head and did not dare to say any more. Danzo snorted coldly. You are an old man in the root. You should understand that I don't like to be questioned. Besides, just give him a chance. If the method really works, let him live a little longer. If it doesn't work, Danzo did not continue, but the murderous intent in his eyes said everything. Chapter 23 Harvest and add points. Finished dealing with the alliance with Danzo. After making preparations for the next attribute point acquisition, Shu Feng returned to the luxurious ward in the hospital. He casually threw the still unconscious Sasuke onto the bed. Shu Feng sat on the sofa and couldn't wait to open the system panel. I plan to see if the results of my hard work all night have arrived. Soon, the system's messages were completely displayed. Congratulations to host for revealing the truth about the Uchiha genocide in advance and changing the hidden future. Close black lens bracket. If you achieve your achievement, I just won't let you do what you want. Get a random attribute point gift pack X1. Random attribute point gift pack. After opening it, you will get 1 to 150 attribute points randomly. Close black lens bracket. Did you only give a gift pack of random attribute points ranging from 1 to 150 points? It seems that the changed plot this time is not too important. Although the upper limit was 50 points less than before, Shu Feng was not too disappointed. After all, he just started a quarrel with his words. It's not as dangerous as when I fought Itachi and Obito before. I would be very satisfied if I could get some attribute point rewards. System, open this little gift bag. Random attribute point gift pack opened successfully. Host gains attribute points plus 5-7. 57. My luck turned out to be very good this time. Xu Feng did not expect that since the last time he drew 199, he would get another 57 points this time. He thought that after using up all his luck last time, his luck would be worse this time, so he just drew single-digit attribute points. With a happy mood, Xu Feng reached out and opened his panel. Open black lens bracket host. Zufeng close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Basic 3 body technique transformation clone substitute 10. Open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu. 1509 close black lens bracket. Fire style features. Unprinted release. Special ability. Fire style ninjutsu 100-fold increase. Physical skills. 10. Remaining attribute points. 57. Looking at the attributes on his panel, Xu Feng did not plan to add all 57 attributes to fire style this time. After all, his fire style already has 1509 points, and even if he adds 57 points, the increase will not be much. Unless it is directly added to 2000 points, new features or special attributes will be unlocked. Otherwise, it is better to add attribute points of other weak attributes. Thinking of this, Xu Feng looked at the position of taijutsu. To be honest, he felt that he only had Genin's rubbish body skills and that he really needed to improve a little bit. It's not that he has to use physical skills to defeat others, but at least his physical skills must be able to respond to close physical attacks in time. Just like the previous Root Jonin who used Earth style to sneak up to his feet. At that time, Xu Feng was suddenly grabbed by the ankle and could not react in time. This resulted in him being pulled directly into the underground soil and almost in danger. If he had reacted and activated fire style the moment he was grabbed by the ankle, the battle would have been over long ago. In order to prevent being unable to react when being attacked by physical skills masters in the future, Xu Feng immediately planned to add some points to his physical skills and shouted silently in his heart. System, increase the physical skills attribute to 50 points. Open black lens bracket add points successfully, close black lens bracket. Current physical skills, 50. Current remaining attribute points, 17. The moment the addition was successful, a warm power filled Xu Feng's body. It also made Xu Feng clearly aware that his body was getting stronger quickly. Full of strength, even the ability to respond to the outside world has improved a lot. Advertisement. This feeling of power is really good. After standing up and moving his limbs, Xu Feng closed the system panel in his mind. As for the remaining 17 attribute points, Xu Feng did not use it again. Instead, it is intended to be left to replenish the consumption of chakra. After all, Xu Feng has done experiments before. When his chakra is dry, adding points to fire style can directly replenish his chakra. And these 17 attributes mean that he can recover a full 17 times. Counting his current amount of chakra, these 17 times are enough to burn the entire Konoha village. With the joy of enhanced strength, Xu Feng walked to the window. At this moment, the sky outside the window has brightened slightly. Only then did Xu Feng remember that he hadn't signed in today. Suddenly I silently shouted in my heart, system sign in. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully, close black lens bracket. Get attribute points +1. Very good, 1 to 100 points and only 1 point. The performance of this check-in is as stable as ever. It fully illustrates that free goods are not good. It's nothing compared to the random attribute point gift pack awarded. After closing the sign-in interface, Xu Feng turned around and had time to observe Sasuke on the bed. Sasuke, who fell into a coma, still had panic and fear on his face. Apparently the private theater of the night of genocide that Itachi imposed on Sasuke was still working. I don't know if I can get another reward after Sasuke wakes up and tells him the truth about the night of genocide. But we can also tell Sasuke what Itachi thinks and guide Sasuke to inherit Itachi's will to protect the village. Let Sasuke change from wanting to defect to Konoha in the future to wanting to protect Konoha and become Hokage. In this case, it will definitely be regarded as changing an important plot, and the rewards will not be small. Since Sasuke has followed Naruto's path to protect Konoha, then Naruto and I should also contact him. It's best to find a way to guide Naruto to Sasuke's original path, so that Naruto can defect to Konoha and become a rebellious ninja. In this way, the life trajectories of the two people are exchanged, and the rewards given by this change will definitely be explosive. Chapter 24 Heartbroken Naruto. As the night passed, the sky completely brightened. An announcement issued by the Hokage building spread throughout Konoha in a very short period of time and shocked the entire Konoha. Almost all the villagers are discussing. Villager A. I never thought that those Uchiha with nostrils on their foreheads would actually plot a rebellion. In the end, almost all of them were killed by our own people, and only about 10 people survived. Villager B. What's unexpected about this? Those Uchiha are already very weird and arrogant. When we are enforcing the law, every little thing is taken seriously. We are treated like enemies. It is not surprising that they can rebel. Villager C. Fortunately, Mr. Hokage and others sent people to take action in time and completely eradicated this cancer, otherwise the village would be really miserable. It's just that the unsuspecting ordinary people in Uchiha were really unlucky and lost their lives for no reason. Villager. Who says it's not the case? The main reason is that Uchiha Itachi, that cold-blooded lunatic and demon butcher, is so capable of killing innocent old, weak, sick and disabled people. It also caused misfortune to Master Hokage and others, so I issued a statement early in the morning to apologize and compensate. This announcement was just like what was promised to Shu Feng last night, and it did not conceal the truth about the genocide at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also apologized very sincerely. It's just that when the blame was shared in this announcement, Itachi was described a little more emphatically and took a little more blame. Those who didn't know about the death of ordinary Uchiha were even more metaphorically said to be Itachi's unauthorized actions. Even Itachi's defection from the village had to be extended overnight to show Itachi's guilty conscience. In short, the result is obvious. Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior of secretly passing the blame was very successful. The main target of the villagers' blame and disgust became Itachi, and he himself gained a good reputation. These bustling loud discussions. It also reached the ears of the little yellow-haired Naruto, who was walking cautiously on the road, shrugging his shoulders and drooping his head to hide his presence. The Uchiha clan was attacked. Then Sasuke, who often goes home alone and is as lonely as me. Naruto's mind quickly flashed to Sasuke, who often walked home from the path beside the river after school, with his hands in his pockets and a lonely look on his face. Are Sasuke sitting alone by the river in a daze? Naruto's little hand grasped his suddenly tight chest, and Naruto's little face was soon filled with worry and eagerness. Then, regardless of whether there would be any noise, he quickly turned around and ran quickly towards the route in his memory. This movement immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding villagers. Advertisement. That child. What kid? That's a fox demon, so unlucky. Okay. Don't worry about him. Who knows what kind of illness he has got. It's just a good time to leave, so I don't have to worry about chasing him away. In the luxurious ward of Konoha Hospital, Shu Feng, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for Sasuke to wake up, also received a special apology notice from Anbu. I just glanced at the content above and made Shu Feng laugh. What a evasive and easygoing style of writing, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you guys are so dirty in playing politics. Shu Feng didn't expect to use this incident to completely discredit Sarutobi Hiruzen. His purpose was to gain attribute points and disgust Hiruzen Sarutobi. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself showed his hypocritical nature by engaging in such unflattering tricks. This announcement did prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from being exposed in front of the villagers. But his inconsistent nature was completely exposed in the eyes of the ninjas. Of course, it is also possible that Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to give up the ninja route and keep the villager route. He casually threw the finished announcement aside. As soon as Shu Feng got up and walked to Sasuke's bed, he saw the rounding doctor pushing in the door with a group of nurses. These doctors and nurses also saw Shu Feng standing in front of Sasuke's bed, with a disdainful smile still on his face. Suddenly everyone cast their eyes with pity and sympathy. Apparently they had also read the announcement issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen and knew the cause and effect of the matter. I understand that these Uchiha sent late last night are all unlucky ones who will kill the entire clan. No, the good-looking Uchiha boy standing next to the bed in front of him had a mental problem. He actually looked at his injured brother and smiled. Oh, they are all innocent poor people. The leading doctor sighed and walked to Shu Feng, reached out and patted Shu Feng's arm to comfort him. Young man, don't suppress your emotions. Just cry if you want. There's no shame in it. Now that the danger has passed, the village and everyone will help you. Good times are yet to come. If you have any emotions in your heart that you want to express, you can come to me and I will take you to the psychological consultation room of our hospital. Quote. Advertisement. Shu Feng's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he was speechless for this doctor who was a medical ninja. But after all, the other party had good intentions, so he didn't say anything to criticize him. Pointing to Sasuke on the bed, he asked, I don't have any problems. You should just take a look at this kid. The doctor sighed again when he saw this, and secretly decided to come to the ward for rounds in the future. Don't let a good young man have problems in the future because of his repressed heart. After using a medical ninjutsu plus an auxiliary diagnostic device, I checked Sasuke up and down. The doctor shook his head towards Shu Feng. Don't worry, your brother is not injured and is in good health. I'm unconscious probably because I was stimulated by what happened last night, just like the little girl of your race in the next ward. Prescribe 2 injections of glucose or a dozen of nutrient solution, and then rest in bed for a while. My brother. Shu Feng showed a confused expression. He didn't understand how the doctor figured out that Sasuke's skin belonged to his younger brother. Is it the prickly head that pierces the pillow, or does it look like it needs a beating? It can't be that handsome face with cold fair skin, right? It doesn't seem impossible based on what's going on. Okay, doctor, you've been holding back too much. Just tell me when will this kid wake up? Look, with this tone, there really is something wrong with this young man, right? The doctor shook his head secretly, but answered as usual. As I just said, you will wake up naturally after resting in bed for a while. Coupled with the injections I prescribed, there won't be any major physical problems when you wake up. He couldn't explain it to the doctor, so Shu Feng didn't bother to talk more and asked about other people's conditions instead. The conditions of the others were no different from what Shu Feng expected, except that they suffered some less severe burns. With the simplest medical treatment of ninjutsu and external application of ointment, you can be cured in less than a day. After understanding all this, Shu Feng asked them to take care of her with a handsome smile that made many nurses scream. Then he turned around and left the hospital, walking towards the direction of the Uchiha tribe. Although he said that he believed in Anbu, it was all just talk. After all, he still needs to go over and check things out to prevent him from being taken advantage of. As soon as he arrived at the street at the entrance of the tribe, he saw Xiao Wangmao being blocked by Anbu with his hand raised from a distance. A child with yellow hair. Is it Naruto? Chapter 25. Are you teaching me how to do things? Hey, kid, this is not the place you should be, go back quickly. The Anbu ninja who recognized Naruto's identity stopped him in front of Naruto with one hand and warned him softly. Naruto, who was stopped, had an expression that said, although I'm scared, I have to be brave. He used his two small hands to grasp the big hand that was blocking him, and tried to stand on tiptoes to look into the Uchiha clan. Please, I'll just look outside, I will never go in and tell you. Although the Anbu ninja pitied Naruto, he still firmly refused. You can't even look at it. There was an accident here just now. It's not a place for children to play. Naruto still refused to give up and desperately stuck his head to look inside. I'm not here to play, I'm here to find someone. Please, Uncle Anbu, just let me look outside. I will never disturb you. Naruto's persistent pursuit quickly exhausted the Anbu ninja's patience. What was originally just a blocking movement turned into a driving away, pushing Naruto back hard. If you say no, you can't. Go away. Being pushed so hard, Naruto's thin body staggered backwards and fell backwards. But just when Naruto's back was about to fall to the ground, a warm hand suddenly appeared on the back of Naruto's head, holding him firmly. Raising his eyes, a handsome face that looked as good as Sasuke's turned upside down appeared in Naruto's eyes. It was Shu Feng who came over at some point. Uchiha Virtual Wind. On the opposite side, the gatekeeper Anbu also recognized Shu Feng. As for why they knew Shu Feng's name, it was naturally because the Anbu ninjas had read Shu Feng's information after the incident last night. Why did you come here suddenly? I just came over to take a look. Shu Feng replied to the Anbu ninja, but his eyes were always observing Naruto who was in a daze. It seems you are still worried. The Anbu ninja sounded like it was true. Don't worry, the captain has already expected you to come and has informed us in advance. I will report it to you right away. The first is the survivors. No new survivors have been found so far. The second is the collection of property. Advertisement. The voice of Anbu ninja's report came, and Naruto, who was in a daze, finally came to his senses. Ah woo. After letting out a strange cry, Naruto jumped up quickly. Then he reflexively shrank his little body and quickly stood up to get out of the way. And he hurriedly put his hands in front of his body, and kept apologizing anxiously. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you, I'll leave right now, stay away from you. Seeing Naruto's defensive movements with fear, Shu Feng's expression felt a little emotional for a moment. He shook his head and put on a gentle smile, comforting softly. It doesn't matter, you didn't accidentally touch me, but I saw you were about to fall and took the initiative to catch you. It sounded gentle, unlike the voices of other people in the village scolding him. Naruto's retreating steps paused for a moment. Then he slowly brought his hand to his chest, opened his pitiful blue eyes, and carefully observed Shu Feng in front of him. Naruto, who hadn't received kindness from others for a long time, was still not sure whether Shu Feng really didn't blame him. Seeing this, Shu Feng was helpless and could only show a gentle and harmless smile again. He stepped forward and reached out his hand to touch Naruto's little head. But as soon as he raised his hand, Naruto's little face suddenly turned pale. After that, he shrank his neck in fear, his little body tensed up, and his eyes were closed tightly. It was as if what fell was not a palm, but a monster that wanted to eat people. Well, seeing Naruto's expression, Shu Feng's movements suddenly froze. Combined with Naruto's fear of protecting himself with his hands before, it is not difficult to guess what kind of rude treatment Naruto suffered in the village. After hesitating for a moment, Shu Feng's palm still chose to fall down and gently caressed Naruto's head. Feeling a gentle caress on his head instead of a hard slap, Naruto's fearful expression slowly faded away. At the same time, he opened one eye and looked at Shu Feng with curiosity and disbelief. Big brother, aren't you afraid of me? After all, everyone says that I am a demon fox, that I am the monster who killed the fourth generation. After summoning the courage to say these words, Naruto stared closely at Shu Feng's movements and expressions. The little face, which was a little sallow due to malnutrition, was full of anxiety. Advertisement. When Shu Feng heard this, he asked in a funny tone, then can you eat people? Of course not. Naruto waved his hands anxiously, because I really am not the demon fox monster who killed the fourth generation. After saying that, Naruto looked at Shu Feng with a worried look. Brother, do you believe me? Of course I believe you. Shu Feng stroked Naruto's little head again and affirmed. Because you were not the demon fox monster who killed the fourth generation, but Jinchuriki was the fourth generation. Shu Feng. Before Shu Feng could say anything else, he was loudly interrupted by the Anbu ninja who had already finished his report. And he warned in a subtle way, regarding Naruto's matters, Hokage-sama is strictly prohibited from discussing in private. Especially you Uchiha clan. If you weren't special and didn't awaken your bloodline, you shouldn't have even come close. Upon hearing these words, Naruto's little face was filled with confusion, and he looked back and forth in confusion. Shu Feng's smile slowly faded, he raised his head and cast his gaze at the Anbu ninja opposite. The cold murderous intention burst out. Are you teaching me how to do things? In an instant, great pressure gathered on the Anbu ninja. It was as if he was being watched by some ancient ferocious beast at this moment. Dense beads of sweat seeped out from the forehead under the mask at a speed visible to the naked eye. I didn't, this was just an order from Master Hokage. Unable to withstand the pressure, the Anbu ninja finally lowered his head and stammered an explanation. Seeing that the other party had surrendered, Shu Feng didn't bother to embarrass this little guy and took back his momentum. Feeling the coming terror disappear, the Anbu ninja gasped for air. And his back was soaked with cold sweat at some point. There is no doubt that he now clearly understands that Shu Feng's strength is at least the level of Captain Anbu. No wonder Shu Feng can protect so many people and survive the disaster of genocide. Shu Feng didn't bother to care what the Anbu ninja was thinking, took Naruto's hand and turned around to leave. Tell Shang, I'm taking Naruto away to see his worried friend. If Shang is worried about anything, ask him to come to Konoha Hospital to see me at any time. Chapter 26 This world is a big binary. In front of the hospital bed. Seeing Sasuke who was unconscious and still looking very painful, Naruto turned to ask Shu Feng with a worried look on his face. Brother, what happened to Sasuke? Were you seriously injured? Shu Feng shook his head. I was not injured, I was just mentally stimulated and fell into a coma. You just need to stay in bed for a while and you'll wake up. Oh, so that's it. After hearing Shu Feng's reply, Naruto immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The worry on his face quickly disappeared. Seeing Naruto's expression, Shu Feng didn't know what he thought of, and he laughed and teased. You are so worried about Sasuke. It seems that you and Sasuke have a very good relationship and are very good friends. I will definitely tell Sasuke when he wakes up and let him know how worried he is for his good friend. Good friend. Shu Feng's words made Naruto's eyes light up, and his face turned red quickly when his eyes came into contact with the sleeping Sasuke. In the end, some people waved their hands quickly and denied it in anger. I'm not friends with him. Brother, you have misunderstood. This B*************** D Sasuke and I are actually just ordinary classmates, not what you think at all. Naruto naturally wanted to be friends with Sasuke. After all, Sasuke is one of the few who won't call him a fox monster and stay away from children who won't play with him. But it's a pity that he and Sasuke have some natural incompatibility. Every time they play together during class, they quarrel about various things. The most important thing is that he also said that he can't win against Sasuke who has good reasons. There are also various competitions every time, including throwing ninja tools, racing and high jumps, and he can't compete with them. And every time Sasuke wins against him, he likes to put on a very proud face, making him look like a clown. Sakura and Ino, who were watching from the sidelines, laughed at him every time, and exclaimed in admiration, Sasuke is so handsome and awesome. So he will never admit that they are friends before Sasuke. Shu Feng didn't know what Naruto was thinking. Otherwise, he will definitely tell Naruto how he will chase his wife to the crematorium in the future, begging to let Sasuke return to the village. Of course, even if he didn't know what Naruto was thinking, it wouldn't stop Shu Feng from teasing Naruto with interest. You're really not candid, little Naruto. Obviously I was so worried before. I'm not afraid of being driven away by Anbu. I just want to see if anything happens to Sasuke. Having said this, Shu Feng stared at Naruto's shy and angry face and hissed in surprise. Advertisement. Hiss. Naruto-chan, I said you don't have a crush on Sasuke, do you? After all, only when you have a crush on someone will you care about someone secretly at all costs, but because you are afraid of being exposed when you have a relationship, you try your best to deny it. Before Shu Feng could finish his words, Naruto, whose face was already red and warm, screamed like a groundhog. I don't have a crush on Sasuke. I don't. Hey, don't be embarrassed. Shu Feng turned a deaf ear to Naruto's screams, and instead comforted him. This world is a big binary system, everything is composed of 0 and 1. So the 1-0 friendship between you and Sasuke is actually no big deal. Although I don't understand the binary in Shu Feng's mouth, and what the intersection of 1 and 0 is. But Naruto knew it was definitely another way of saying that he liked Sasuke. He immediately jumped up and down in anger and shouted louder to deny. I don't. The only one I like is Sakura. I don't like Sasuke at all, he's just a nasty piece of shit, a piece of shit. Seeing that Naruto was completely red hot, he sounded the red warm march of, warning, warning, who do you think is a little man? Shu Feng repeatedly raised his hand and pressed to control the temperature. I know, you hate Sasuke and like Sakura. That's it. Naruto, who was afraid that Shu Feng would say too much again, quickly nodded in agreement. How can that stinky B********** D Sasuke have the cute Sakura to like? Yes. Shu Feng also nodded in agreement. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, he looked behind Naruto and shouted in disbelief. Sasuke, why are you awake? Sasuke is awake. The expression of shame and anger on Naruto's face suddenly froze. Before he could turn his head to check, Shufeng in front of him spoke again in shock. And why do you look so ugly? How come looking at Naruto is like looking at a stranger? Did you hear everything I just said? Upon hearing Shufeng's words, Naruto's little face suddenly turned pale. Then he quickly turned around and shouted anxiously, "That's not the case. Sasuke, please listen to my explanation, Naruto's voice suddenly got stuck in the middle of explaining. Advertisement. Because Sasuke on the hospital bed behind him still had his eyes closed and didn't wake up at all. Turning his little head stiffly, Shufeng's half-smiling expression fell into Naruto's eyes. At this moment, Naruto's entire body lost all color and turned to stone on the spot. A storm of thoughts began to form in my little head. Could it be that he really has a crush on Sasuke, and are they a close acquaintance? Seeing Naruto as motionless as a stone sculpture, Shufeng did not reflect on his mistake at all, but instead shook his head and sighed. This kid really can't stand being teased. Suddenly, the door of the ward was pushed open. Iris walked in from outside carrying a ramen takeout box. Excuse me, which ramen did you order? Halfway through the question, Chorus saw Naruto standing motionless beside the hospital bed. Naruto. Before Iris could be surprised by what Naruto was doing, Shufeng had already come up to him with the money. I ordered Ichiraku ramen for delivery, thank you very much. Hearing this, Changpu quickly looked away, took the money from Shufeng and handed the takeout box to Shufeng. You're welcome. I'll pick up the takeout boxes and bowls later, and that kid over there. Seeing Iris' worried expression, Kaiofeng explained. Something happened to our Uchiha clan, so Naruto came to see Sasuke. Oh, that's right. Changpu breathed a sigh of relief at first, and then apologized guiltily. Sorry, guest, I didn't mean to ask about this sad thing. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter, there's nothing we can't mention. Shufeng shook his head indifferently, and then shouted to Naruto while holding ramen. Okay Naruto, I was just joking with you, don't be stupid. Come here and eat ramen, Ichiraku's signature ramen, I'll treat you to it. The best way to get closer to Naruto and instill ideas into Naruto is naturally to treat Naruto to Ichiraku ramen. So when Shufeng returned to the hospital, he asked the hospital nurse to help him order 2 ramen takeaways. Ichiraku ramen. When the petrified Naruto heard Ichiraku ramen, he quickly forgot about his brainstorm and ran towards this side. At the same time, I also saw Calamus standing at the door. Sister Calamus. Seeing that Naruto was alive and kicking, Chorus smiled and waved. Naruto, go eat ramen quickly. I'm going back to the noodle shop first, otherwise dad will be too busy. Turning around and about to leave, Chorus found that behind him, Hiruzen Sarutobi was standing outside the door at some point. Lord Hokage. Chapter 27 Sarutobi Hiruzen is coming quickly. Hokage-sama, you. Seeing the most respected Hokage in the village, Chorus was so nervous that he couldn't even finish his sentence. But Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to pay attention to the young girl Iris. He forced a smile and said, Don't be nervous, little girl. I'm here to find someone. Please give me a break. Oh, I'll let you go right away. Calamus quickly turned sideways and pressed her back against the door frame. Just like a frightened crab, it quickly moved away sideways. Iris stepped aside, and Naruto inside also saw Sarutobi Hiruzen at the door. Excitement and happiness immediately showed on his face. Grandpa 3rd generation. Following Naruto's angry voice, he looked around. Seeing that Naruto was intact and there was no problem, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After he got the news about Anbu, he rushed over immediately without even having time to observe it with a telescope. I'm afraid something will happen to Naruto in Shufeng's hands. After all, Shufeng's difficulty and daring behavior last night are still fresh in Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory. He was afraid that Shufeng would attack Naruto without thinking and use it to retaliate against the village, causing the village to lose Ninetales and Jinchuriki. Isn't this our dishonest Hokage-sama? Iris and Naruto saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, and naturally Kaiofeng also saw it. Listening to Shufeng's familiar yin and yang aura, the forced smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face disappeared immediately. Those turbid old eyes exuded a hint of coldness, staring closely at Shufeng. Shufeng. Being stared at by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Zufeng still smiled playfully. Hey, it seems you are here to see me. I thought you were worried about Naruto and came to see him. As he said that, Shufeng suddenly changed his topic and pointed at the Calamus that was slowly moving out. But even if you are looking for someone, as a latecomer, don't you have to let others out first? Or is it that you, Hokage, are born nobler than others, and your body and bones are extremely precious, so you can only make others cower and give in? Calamus, which was pressed against the door frame, looked horrified. Advertisement. Oh my god, can a sales girl like her listen to these words? Isn't this too bold, too scary, and too submissive? No, she has to leave quickly, not to cause trouble for her father or Ichiraku ramen. That's not the case. I can go out on my own without Master Hokage's permission. The excited Calamus quickly collapsed, and then, tear. The white kitchen coat on the back of Calamus was torn open by the door frame. My clothes. Seeing his torn kitchen clothes and Sarutobi Hiruzen's darkened face, Iris was about to cry. Not only Iris was about to cry, but the dark-faced Sarutobi Hiruzen was also about to cry without tears. He finally saw the power of Shu Feng's mouth again. It's obviously a trivial matter, but when it comes out of Shu Feng's mouth, it always gives him a disgusting label. In Konoha village, everyone is equal. No one is nobler than anyone else, not even Hokage. Shu Feng, just this once, if you tell such slanderous rumors next time, you must accept punishment even if you just encountered a disaster. After Hiruzen Sarutobi sternly scolded Shu Feng, he forced an unattractive smile towards Iris. Step aside from the door. Little girl, I remember that you are the hand-beaten daughter of the owner of Ichiraku ramen restaurant, right? I know your father and have eaten a lot of ramen at your noodle shop. It tastes very good, so don't be nervous and go back quickly. When he heard his ramen being praised, Akoris's fear and nervousness disappeared instantly. Well, thank you for the compliment. My father and I have been looking forward to your visit again. After bowing with excitement, Chongpu trotted away from here. Seeing Iris leave, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face quickly disappeared. Looking back at Shu Feng with a playful smile, he spoke without refusal. Let's find a place to talk. Shu Feng smiled and playfully spread his hands. If you need to find a place, just talk here. You can't say what you want to say to me in a disgraceful way, right? Naruto behind Shu Feng also nodded vigorously in agreement. Grandpa third generation, the place here is huge, and I will not disturb you. Advertisement. Naruto, this is a matter between adults. You, a child, don't interrupt. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Naruto, and then looked at Shu Feng. I just want to have a chat with you. If you don't want to, then I will take Naruto and leave. Oh, Shu Feng heard the threatening meaning in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, and his smile became brighter. You mean that after you talk to me, you won't interfere with Naruto and I's affairs? Seeing that the meaning of his words had been misinterpreted, Sarutobi frowned into a frown. What he meant was that Shu Feng would not be allowed to continue to contact Naruto unless he talked to him. But after talking to Shu Feng, he could no longer restrict Shu Feng from contacting Naruto. It's so difficult and hateful. In this case, let's not talk about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted calmly towards Naruto. Naruto, it's time to leave with Grandpa. Sasuke needs to stay in bed for more rest now. Don't disturb him too much. Ah, Sasuke glanced at the ramen in Shu Feng's hand, with a look of reluctance on his face. But in the end, he slowly moved towards the door. All right. At this moment, the smile on Shu Feng's face gradually disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's move to pull the trigger was very good, he directly asked Naruto to leave on his own. Even if Shu Feng wanted to stop him, he would have no strong excuse to do so. After all, compared to himself who had just known him for a day, Sarutobi Hiruzen was obviously closer and more dependent on Naruto in his heart. Okay, Master Hokage, don't you just want to talk? Let's talk. There is no need to involve the child. Shu Feng sideways blocked Naruto who was about to step out of the door, and finally agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's invitation to talk. There was no way, he couldn't give up the attribute point gains from changing the important plot related to Naruto. Seeing that Shu Feng agreed, Sarutobi Hiruzen also stopped Naruto. Naruto, I'll talk to Shu Feng. You continue to stay in the ward, but be quiet and don't disturb the injured. Naruto's expression immediately became happy and he nodded vigorously. Well, I won't disturb Sasuke. Then he looked eagerly at Shu Feng, or at the ramen in Shu Feng's hand. Take it and eat it slowly. Shu Feng touched Naruto's head and handed over the ramen box. Then he turned around and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen outside. Chapter 28 Hiruzen Sarutobi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Following the pace of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shu Feng soon came to a very familiar place. The rooftop of the hospital. Quote. No, you old guys are all members of the Hong Kong police. The place chosen for the conversation every time is the rooftop. Shu Feng felt a little fed up and couldn't help but complain. Hong Kong police. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, puzzled by this new term. But he didn't ask too much because he heard the words behind Shu Feng. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly. You mean every time? Has anyone invited you to the rooftop before me? Shu Feng raised his eyebrows. Why, Master Hokage, are you curious? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded expressionlessly. I am indeed a little curious. Shu Feng then asked. I also want to know. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to nod. If you plan to say something, I am willing to listen. After all, it is my responsibility as a Hokage to care for young rising stars like you. That's a good feeling. Shu Feng heard the words, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Since Master Hokage wants to know so much, then. Shu Feng's words suddenly stopped here and there was no further content. The faint smile on his face made Sarutobi Hiruzen inexplicably angry. After suppressing this inexplicable anger, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked patiently. Then what? When Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed the question, Shu Feng finally stopped pretending and looked at a row of big white fangs with a face full of banter. Then beg me. Since you expect to get information from others, of course you have to act like you are asking for help. Doesn't our Lord Hokage even understand this simplest truth? Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled when he heard this, but he quickly came back to his senses. After giving Shu Feng a deep look, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head slightly without any expression on his face. Then please tell me. This time it was Shu Feng's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect that this old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would actually lower his profile and beg him. Is it because there is no one else around? This old Biden is so shameless. He was cursing in his heart, but the expression on Shu Feng's face did not change at all, and he still had that irritating smile. Advertisement. Since Lord Hokage pleads so sincerely, I will tell you with mercy. The person who invited me to this rooftop before was Ji. Shu Feng drawled his voice and didn't say the next word for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and said the name that Shu Feng had not finished as he expected. Shimura Danzo. Is it really Danzo? It seems that he still refuses to give up. He still covets the position of Hokage and refuses to let go of any opportunity. Exhaling slightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shu Feng seriously. Zufeng, believe it or not, what happened to your Uchiha clan was really not something I did intentionally, but Danzo did it without authorization. I have always wanted to resolve the conflict between Uchiha and the village, but I have never found a better solution. Hey, stop it, stop it. Shu Feng made a pause gesture, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's nonsense. And showed a strange expression. Who told you it was Danzo? I'm talking about Jue, Aburame Shui. Sarutobi Hiruzen lost control of his expression for a moment, and his mind was flooded with thoughts. I don't understand why the leader of the Aburame clan wants to interview this powerful Uchiha alone. He even avoided Anbu's surveillance. Shu Feng nodded solemnly. Yes, he was the one who came to the rooftop to tell me about Anbu's arrangement of the Uchiha clan's property. What? Jue is here to convey Anbu's report to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately stunned. But he reacted the next moment. Zufeng, Jue is the leader of the Aburame clan, not an Anbu who can run errands and deliver messages at will. If you don't want to answer my inquiry, there is no need to make up such a lie that can be seen through at a glance. Although he was tricked by Shu Feng, Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved in his heart. As long as the Aburame clan doesn't have any dissent and secretly collude with Shu Feng, an unstable guy, it will be fine. After all, it was exposed that the Uchiha clan was exterminated due to a high-level plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been worried that other ninjas will be dissatisfied or have a sense of crisis. They even colluded secretly, and finally formed an alliance that could openly confront their senior leaders. In order to prevent this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for Anbu to conduct surveillance as soon as the incident ended last night. There are also plans to visit each ninja clan leader one by one to provide comfort, explanation and persuasion. Advertisement. This is also the reason why Shu Feng was able to get close to Naruto today and take Naruto back to the hospital so easily. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have time to care about Shu Feng. After being exposed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shu Feng continued to talk nonsense without any reason. Of course I know that Chief Jue is not an Anbu ninja. He just happened to be passing by, so why don't you pass the message on his behalf? After saying that, Shu Feng's face showed an angry look, and he had a strange yin and yang aura. Oh, he said he cared about us excellent rising stars, but he ended up scolding and distrusting us. Sure enough, it's just a matter of appearance, and what leaves are the roots. The result is all formalism and bureaucracy. Before Shu Feng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hiruzen Sarutobi's sharp shout. Shu Feng, there's no one else around now, so you don't have to blame me. Shu Feng heard what he said. He looked directly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry old eyes with a pair of black eyes, and his voice was louder than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Why are you shouting so loudly? Does it mean that the louder voice is justified? Does the louder voice mean that what I say does not exist? Of course it doesn't exist. Why save? Now my voice is louder than yours. Listening to Shu Feng's roar that completely drowned out his voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly turned black and his breathing became heavy. It is different from showing force that is difficult to deal with a real villain like Danzo. To deal with hypocrites like Sarutobi Hiruzen who want respectability, words are the best weapon. Seeing that his nonsense was taking effect, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually became bad and his mood became brighter. Shu Feng's expression suddenly changed and he changed into a smiling expression. Hee, look at you, you are so anxious. Shaking his head, Shu Feng put on a helpless expression and sighed. Forget it, no more joking, Mr. Hokage, please tell me why you came to me. Joke. Looking at Shu Feng smiling and shaking his head helplessly, he looked like he couldn't take a joke. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, neither rising nor falling. It was extremely uncomfortable. Zufeng was very satisfied with Hiruzen Sarutobi's speechless expression. Master Hokage, since you don't speak, I will leave first. Without hesitation, he turned around and waved. Gana, goodbye. Wait. Seeing that Shu Feng was really planning to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly swallowed the mouthful of old blood. Shu Feng pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he didn't care about the words he had thought of before and shouted directly. Katsukas, for the sake of the stability of the village, as Uchiha, you are not allowed to approach Naruto as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 29 The Crazy Thinking Hiruzen Sarutobi. Gulu Gulu. Hiccup. I'm full, thank you for the treat. Naruto put down the bowl where he drank all the soup and burped, thanking him loudly with satisfaction. It's a pity that no one could respond to Naruto's thanks. Because there was no one else in the ward except Sasuke who was still sleeping. And Naruto didn't expect to get a response at all. After all, he usually eats alone, and these words to himself are just to make him not look so lonely. After looking at the other bowl of ramen that was already a little lumpy, Naruto stood up and walked to the door and looked out. Why don't you come back, big brother? The ramen won't taste good if it's been left out for a long time. After looking for a long time but unable to see Shu Feng, Naruto turned back to the house and picked up the chopsticks to stir the ramen to prevent it from getting lumpy. At the same time, he began to mutter something worried. Grandpa third generation will definitely tell Big Brother everything about me. Big Brother won't hate me when he comes back, right? Although my eldest brother likes to joke and tease others, he is really gentle and even invited me to eat ramen. Naruto's voice became smaller and smaller, and his mood became more and more depressed. It is rare to meet a person who is not afraid of himself or scolds himself, but also shows kindness to himself. Naruto was really afraid that it would all come to nothing in the end. Afraid that gentle look turned into fear and disgust. Afraid that those gentle and joking words would turn into a blade-like curse of hatred. He was afraid that the warm palms holding him would turn into slaps, fists and feet that would hurt him for a long time. Regardless of whether I will be disliked or not, I will definitely say thank you to my eldest brother later, for sure. Clenching his small fists, Naruto swept away his depressed mood and began to mix the ramen in the bowl with concentration. For the safety of the village, you are not allowed to approach Naruto. Shu Feng stopped and turned around, the smile on his face not reaching his eyes. It seems that Hokage-sama means that I am a dangerous person. I, an innocent Uchiha survivor, am a danger to the village. All of us in the Uchiha clan deserve to die. Are we all innocent? Is this what Master Hokage means? Advertisement. Shu Feng pulled out so many meanings from his own words, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows were about to pinch a fly. That's not what I meant. Zhu Feng didn't want to give Hiruzen Sarutobi a chance to quibble, so he directly raised his voice and asked questions repeatedly. You don't mean to tell me not to get close to Naruto? I don't believe the intelligence information about me. You Hokage failed to investigate it clearly. How can I, who has not awakened the Sharingan, influence Naruto as a Jinchuriki? How can we use Naruto to endanger the stability of the village? Do you want to use my righteousness? The raised voice suddenly dropped, and Shu Feng let out a sneer. Last night, they said that the decision to exterminate the clan was Danzo's unauthorized action. Now it seems that Danzo is really taking a big blame. But that's right, Danzo can always take the blame for our Hokage-sama, so he can continue to be so unscrupulous and arrogant. Shu Feng continued a series of interruptions, questions and sarcasm. It directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face become darker than coal. It also allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to once again experience the horror of Shu Feng's mouth. Suspicion arose in my heart. Is this kid really a member of the Uchiha clan who is arrogant, stubborn and disdainful of talking? He just said not to get close to Naruto, but this guy almost dug out his ancestral grave. You can say this so damn well, is it because the bloodline has mutated? No wonder even the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan failed to awaken. And with this eloquence and keen insight, the threat level cannot be compared to even 10 Danzos. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly shocked. Only now did he realize that the rhythm of this conversation had been controlled by Shu Feng from the very beginning. From the very beginning, his fussing caused his emotions to fluctuate. After that, I used Aburame Jiwei to make him completely lose his cool. Later, he used the method of flipping the table to leave, making all his prepared words useless, and he could only passively get to the topic. In the end, he quickly defeated him with this straight-to-the-point statement without giving him any chance to explain. What a deep scheming advertisement. This link after link completely made him passive in this conversation. If Shu Feng knew about Hiruzen Sarutobi's inner storm at this moment, he would definitely give Hiruzen Sarutobi a thumbs up. After all, Shu Feng himself didn't even know he could be so cool. As for the series of conversations just now, it's just that Shu Feng simply likes the yin and yang. It's just like posting weird comments on the internet in my previous life. It can only be said that it is a habit. Since Mr. Hokage has nothing to say, I will leave first. Seeing Shu Feng, he had to use the move of turning away again. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart and took a step forward to stop Shu Feng. Wait a moment. Shu Feng, who was stopped, raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to continue his strange charade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had expected it, spoke first and interrupted. I was just waiting for you to finish venting your accusations. It's not that I have nothing to say. After all, that kind of thing happened to your clan. I understand your resentment towards me from the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said and once again put on his usual gentle expression. Even the look he looked at Shu Feng showed kindness and compassion for the younger generation. Shu Feng, who was being watched, felt a chill, and goosebumps appeared on his skin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely unaware and continued to talk to himself. I don't allow you to get close to Naruto not because I'm worried about what you will do, but because I'm worried that Naruto will hurt you. As an Uchiha, You may not know that Nine Tails was violent when Naruto was 3 years old. That time caused serious accidents and casualties. It was also after that time that the villagers who witnessed what happened spread the news throughout the village that Naruto was the demon fox. Not letting you get close to Naruto is actually for your safety. Now you are the only capable ninja left in the Uchiha clan. If something happens to you, what will the other old and weak clan members do? Naruto is secretly taken care of by Anbu. If anything goes wrong, Anbu will find out and deal with it as soon as possible. But if you intervene in the middle, it will make Anbu's care more difficult, and Anbu will not be able to take action immediately. So you understand now. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's far-fetched bullshit reason, Shufeng smiled contemptuously in return. What he said next made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face look as ugly as a dead horse again. What do I understand? Do you understand that you are raising the orphan of the 4th generation, the son of a hero, as a wild dog, and as a monster to be hated by others? Chapter 30. Then you are great. Where did you know about this? Could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen's ugly expression changed rapidly, and finally he looked sharply into Shufeng's eyes. It seems that you are not as ostracized and disliked by your family and tribe as you appear on the surface. Fugaku actually told you even such a secret thing. Uchiha Fugaku told me. Shufeng laughed when he heard this, laughing so hard. It took a long time to wipe away the tears from laughter and speak. Sir Hokage, are you confused because you are too old and your brain is weak? Does anyone need to tell me something so obvious? The pregnant Jinchuriki, who has the same golden hair as the 4th generation, is also a member of the Uzumaki clan, and happened to appear as the container to seal Nine Tails when Nine Tails was broken. With this little bit of information added up, is it difficult to figure out Naruto's true identity? Being scolded by Shufeng for being stupid, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head dropped slightly, his face looking very ugly. In this short period of time, he was scolded by Shufeng too many times. It was almost as if Danzo had scolded him over the past decades, and the irritation was almost unbearable. There is also Naruto's identity. He has obviously tried all possible excuses to get him to break away from the Minato couple. Why can Kaiofeng still make inferences? Could it be that restless guy Danzo told Kaiofei these things? Without giving Sarutobi Hiruzen much time to think, Zufeng, whose eyes were full of mockery, spoke again. Of course, these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that Hokage-sama, your reaction just now completely confirmed my random guess. A random guess? Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted, raised his head suddenly, his expression shattered. Are you deceiving me, Naruto? Everything is just your speculation. Shufeng clapped and laughed. Ha ha ha, Master Hokage, it seems you are not completely stupid yet. And your current expression is really pleasing to my eyes. As a time traveler who knows the plot, Shufeng naturally does not rely on any inferences. He just said this simply because he wanted to scold Sarutobi Hiruzen, and by the way, he could remove Sarutobi Hiruzen's disgusting and hypocritical smile. No matter how high this old man is, he still thinks of himself as an elder, and he also puts on the air of, I'm good for you. Nausea. Do you really think he is one of those silly sweet ninjas in the village who were poisoned by the will of fire? Oh no, it should be the will of ape. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been mentally shattered by Shufeng, no longer pretended to be a kindly elder at this time. Instead, he had a gloomy old ugly face and spoke straightforwardly every word. Maybe my tolerance has caused you to misunderstand. Now I will tell you solemnly. Uchiha Virtual Wind, you are not allowed to approach Naruto again, nor are you allowed to reveal anything related to Naruto. This is the village, and I, as Hokage, am giving you an order. After completely breaking his skin, Shufeng did not shy away and responded with a louder voice. The village is not the exclusive property of the Hokage, nor is it the private property of your Sarutobi clan. You can do whatever you want. If you don't let me get close to Naruto, will you let your cancer continue to harm Naruto, a descendant of this hero? The son of a hero should be treated like the son of a hero. Naruto should no longer continue to live this miserable life of being hated and bullied. The village should not let the heroes who sacrificed for the village bleed and shed tears, and let the orphans who sacrificed for the village suffer humiliation and lack respect. The angry Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his voice again. Uchiha Zufeng, I am the Hokage who rules the village. Shufeng also shouted with a louder voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am not Shimura Danzo who can let you show off your power, let alone your subordinate. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed his finger in the wind, his old face red with blood from anger. He didn't expect that even though he was using Hokage's name to bully others, Shufeng could still talk back to him so confidently. Could it be that this B*********** D doesn't care about the village's rules and regulations at all, and doesn't care about the superiors and inferiors? He is the most noble Hokage. Shufeng didn't pay attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen's cannibalistic anger at all, and just turned around with a sneer. You don't need you, I'm fine. I won't be as vicious and mean as you, who are full of conspiracies and calculations against heroes, and will kill ordinary Uchiha tribesmen who don't know anything. Oh, Konoha is getting weaker and weaker day by day under your rule. I really don't know how shameless you will be after your death to meet the Hokage of all generations and the 4th Hokage who entrusted his son to you. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Zhu Feng didn't give Hiruzen Sarutobi a chance to answer again, and turned his head and shouted into the surrounding air. Duanzo, you have been hiding and listening for so long, do you want me to take the initiative to find you out? Danzo. Upon hearing Xu Feng's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly startled. Regardless of his anger, he quickly used perception ninjutsu to observe his surroundings. Advertisement. However, he didn't sense anything, not even a root ninja. When he withdrew his senses and turned his head, he saw that Xu Feng, who was standing in front of him, had disappeared. Only a series of trampled footprints were left, indicating that a person had been standing here before. How dare you leave so directly? Seeing that Xu Feng did not take his Hokage seriously, Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry. The expression on his face changes back and forth uncertainly, like a master of face changing. After standing there and blowing the wind for a long time, I gradually gathered my inner emotions and let out a long breath. Finally, he looked in the direction where the footprints disappeared with a sinister look. Uchiha Zufeng, what exactly do you want to do? Are you still complaining about me because of what happened to the Uchiha clan, or are you really feeling unfair about what happened to Naruto? But no matter what it is, it's not the reason why you disrespect me and do these outrageous things. Then let me, on behalf of the deceased Fugaku, properly discipline and correct you and guide you onto the right path. Just like Itachi. With the decision made, Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze, turned around and left this troubled rooftop without stopping for too long. Back in the ward, Naruto saw Xu Feng coming back, and his face immediately showed a happy look. But the next second this joy turned into uneasiness and anxiety. The little body sitting on the stool was squirming, wanting to come up to greet him but not daring to talk. I could only carefully observe Xu Feng's expression. Seeing this, Xu Feng still didn't understand Naruto's worries. He shook his head and walked over to touch Naruto's little head. Okay, don't worry blindly, I know everything. But I believe you are not an evil fox demon, and I won't hate you like others. Upon hearing this, Naruto perked up and immediately jumped up from his stool happily. Great, I knew you were different, big brother. By the way, I almost forgot the ramen. After being happy, Naruto, who thought about ramen, immediately gave up his seat. Brother, come and eat the ramen quickly. I've been stirring it for a long time and it hasn't become lumpy yet. Naruto looked like he was begging for praise, and Xu Feng was naturally generous with his praise. He stroked Naruto's prickly blonde hair again like a puppy. As that's so, then you are great. Advertisement Chapter 31 Iruka's Prejudice. Under Naruto's expectant gaze, Xu Feng quickly finished the delicious ramen. At the same time, a roar came along with the ward door being pushed open again. Naruto. An angry Iruka came in through the door that was pushed open. Ah, Iruka-sensei. Seeing Iruka, Naruto's face was full of horror, and he quickly ran towards the window without caring about Xu Feng beside him. Iruka at the door was not blind, and he immediately locked onto Naruto who was shrinking and planning to climb out of the window to escape. Immediately he took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, stepped forward and grabbed the back of Naruto's neck. After being caught, Naruto immediately complained and yelled. Wow, the bad guy Iruka-sensei is bullying a kid. This slap in the face immediately made Iruka so angry that his eyes were crooked and his nose was twisted. Naruto, you guy, don't talk nonsense. It's class time now, I'm here to catch you and take you back to class. I don't want to go to class. When Naruto heard about the class, his face was full of resistance. While struggling with bared teeth and claws, he turned to look at Xu Feng for help. Big brother, save me, get rid of this evil villain Iruka-sensei. Iruka's face twitched at these words. Naruto, don't be ridiculous, come back with me. Then he suppressed the restless Naruto and turned to look at Xu Feng with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry for causing you trouble today. I will definitely teach Naruto a lesson when I go back. For Iruka, a good old man, Xu Feng had neither dislike nor liking. He wasn't as angry as he was when facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, he just shook his head slightly. It's okay, Naruto didn't cause me any trouble. You, on the other hand, are not very qualified as a teacher. Ah, Iruka was stunned and didn't react for a while. Xu Feng shook his head, stepped forward and pulled away Iruka's hand that was holding the back of Naruto's neck. Naruto took the opportunity to quickly hide behind Xu Feng, only showing one head and making a face at Iruka. Xu Feng continued to speak. Although this child looks rebellious and irritable on the surface, he is delicate and sensitive on the inside. As a teacher, you should not be biased. You should understand, care and provide correct guidance instead of being tit for tat with him, scolding, blaming or even taking action indiscriminately. Advertisement. Being taught by Xu Feng, a boy of 14 or 15 years old, Iruka's face suddenly became confused. He denied with a very unnatural expression. No, that's not the case. I was not biased, nor did I scold you indiscriminately. It's just because Naruto was absent from class for no reason. As Naruto's teacher, I took these actions out of anger. As a teacher, if you find that your students are absent from class and leave early, you will be as angry as me. Seeing this, Xu Feng showed a disappointed look and said lightly. Okay, stop making excuses. It wasn't you who found out that Naruto was absent from class, but the 3rd generation asked you to come. Iruka looked shocked, then lowered his head slightly and evaded his eyes. He didn't dare to look at Naruto at all, and he didn't dare to look directly into Xu Feng's disappointed eyes. My heart was trembling even more, and I didn't understand the origin of the young man in front of me. This kind of sophistication and sense of oppression that sees through everything is not inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo and other Konoha senior officials. It's as if he is the younger one who needs to be properly guided. Seeing that Iruka didn't speak, Shufeng knew that he had guessed correctly. There was no way to keep himself from getting close to Naruto, so he could only let Naruto choose to leave. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen misjudged the current bond between Iruka and Naruto, which was far from being as close as father and son in the future. Naruto, who was in a sensitive and rebellious stage, naturally couldn't honestly listen to the prejudiced Iruka. Withdrawing his thoughts, Shufeng crossed the previous topic and spoke again. Do you know why Naruto skipped school and appeared in this ward? Hearing this, Iruka answered without thinking. Naruto is naughty and playful. Of course, he accidentally broke in here when he was playing a prank and wanted to attract others' attention. Anyway, I'm sorry to disturb you. I will definitely educate Naruto well when I go back. I didn't. Naruto was angry and aggrieved, and retorted loudly. Iruka-sensei is a big idiot and doesn't know anything. Iruka scolded again with a headache on his face. Naruto, don't be so petty, apologize properly and come back to class with me. What I just said to you is really in vain. Shufeng frowned and interrupted Iruka. He didn't expect that after he said it several times, Iruka still felt that Naruto had made a big mistake. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, Iruka probably wouldn't have eliminated his prejudices and established a deep bond with Naruto as he did in the subsequent plot. Naruto skipped class because he was worried about his friends, not because he was naughty as you said. As a teacher and a ninja, didn't you find your student lying on the bed after entering here? Student. Could it be advertisement? Iruka's expression froze. He suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at the hospital bed not far away. Sasuke. Then he suddenly looked back at Shufeng. Only then did he discover the neglected black hair, exquisite appearance, and the security uniform that was different from ordinary ninjas. You are the survivor of the Uchiha clan in the announcement. Iruka now finally knows why Shufeng feels so oppressive. It turned out to be a ruthless person who survived the genocide. This sigh only passed through his heart for a moment, and then Iruka began to care about Sasuke. How is Sasuke? Is he injured in the bed and unconscious? Shufeng shook his head. I'm not injured, I just suffered some mental stimulation and trauma. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Iruka breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. After seeing the announcement this morning, I thought Sasuke. Without continuing, Iruka said happily. Anyway, it's good to survive. Shufeng did not answer, but pointed to the door sideways. Now that you have understood everything clearly, please come back. Naruto will take a few days off temporarily. When Sasuke wakes up, I will ask them both to report to school together. Ah, this. Iruka, who remembered Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions, hesitated a little and glanced at Naruto. Naruto, who was caught by Iruka's gaze, immediately retracted his head and completely hid behind Shufeng. Naruto would definitely not want to go back to class if he could. Even being treated as a friend of that stinky guy Sasuke would be better than going to class. Hey, I'll leave it to you, Naruto. Seeing that Naruto didn't want to leave with him at all, Iruka sighed and turned towards the door. He finally relented, and he should honestly go to third generation to apologize and accept criticism. Seeing Iruka finally leaving, Naruto cheered as if he had won a battle. Yeah, great. Brother, you are such a good person, as good a person as Uncle Yeil's grandpa third generation. Shufeng's help just now made Naruto, who was used to being scolded, experience the feeling of being cared for and trusted by someone for the first time. It also made Naruto truly accept and recognize Shufeng in his heart. Shufeng naturally noticed Naruto's closer and more trusting mood, secretly saying that he had not wasted so much talk just now. Then, he will slowly implement Naruto's plan to reshape the three views. I hope that the changed plot after the successful recasting of Naruto's three views can bring him more attribute point rewards. Chapter 32 Captain Anbu is even worse than a dog. The next day. Naruto, who didn't have to go to class, came to the ward early in the morning. In other words, he jumped out of the window. He couldn't dodge and knocked over the chair near the window. Watching Naruto get up on his hands and knees and quickly straighten his chair. Shufeng knew that this boy no longer regarded him as an outsider and began to reveal his true nature. But it doesn't matter, the ward is not his property anyway, so he won't feel bad if it gets damaged. But he still asked aloud. Naruto, if you don't walk through the gate properly, why jump out of the window? Naruto, who had set up his chair, touched the back of his head and grinned with his big teeth bared. I'm practicing the taijutsu taught to us by Iruka-sensei. I competed with that guy Sasuke in running after school the day before yesterday and lost to him, so I have to work hard to win back. The day before yesterday, Shufeng touched his chin, wondering if this was the night of the genocide. No wonder Itachi chose to take action that night. It turned out that Sasuke was held back by Naruto. How is Sasuke today? Are you still awake? After explaining to Shufeng, Naruto ran to Sasuke's bed again, approached Sasuke's wrinkled little face with a worried look on his face, and observed carefully. Your face looks even worse than before. Did you have a nightmare? Maybe. Shufeng replied casually, and then teased. To be cared about so much, Sasuke is really lucky to have a good friend like you. As soon as Shu Feng finished speaking, Naruto's face instantly turned red and he jumped on the spot. I'm not this guy's best friend. I am his opponent, that kind of natural enemy. Okay, we are opponents and old enemies. Shu Feng didn't expect Naruto to be arrogant now. From now on, I will be honest when I chase friends at the crematorium and ask for help along the way. Sasuke returns to the village. Naruto didn't hear the perfunctory tone in Shu Feng's mouth, and thought that his words really convinced Shu Feng, so he immediately changed the subject with a chuckle. Brother Zufeng, can you still tell me a story today? I also want to hear the story about the seven sisters all regretted and cried after the true young master died. Shu Feng had nothing to do yesterday, so he told Naruto a bloody short story he had read in his previous life, quickly building a closer relationship. Unexpectedly, this little guy Naruto was so addicted that he actually asked to continue listening. But this was just right, so that he could subtly change Naruto's perception and behavior. Okay, there's nothing wrong anyway. If you want to listen to me, I'll tell you a few more words. Advertisement. Okay. Naruto immediately moved a stool happily and sat next to Shu Feng, looking forward to it. But before Shu Feng could speak, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Glancing over the familiar mask and white hood, Shu Feng recognized the identity of the person at a glance. Brother Shang. Shu Feng frowned slightly, stood up and walked over. What are you doing here suddenly? Have you and Bu sorted out all the inheritance of our clan? Hearing this, Shang shook his head repeatedly. Not yet, but it will be soon. I came to you today because I have other things to do. Other things. Shu Feng looked puzzled. Shang also had no intention of selling it off, and said it directly. You're lucky, Mr. Hokage values you very much and has arranged for you to be assigned to Anbu directly under our Hokage. Hearing Zhang's words, Shu Feng suddenly choked in his throat and almost couldn't breathe. What the hell? I was assigned to the Hokage directly under Anbu. Yeah, Shang smacked his lips, his tone full of envy. And he is the captain when he comes and can lead two subordinates. Unlike me, I had to start as an ordinary team member. Regarding the object's envy, Shu Feng felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Is there anything wrong with old Biden, Hiruzen Sarutobi? I had such a quarrel with him, and scolded him so many times in secret and openly, yet he actually let me join Anbu as the captain. Isn't this just because you were so happy with being scolded by yourself that you became a fighting masochist? I didn't know what was happening in Shu Feng's heart, but when I saw Shu Feng froze in place for a long time without responding, I thought Shu Feng was stupidly happy. With the attitude of a veteran, he stepped forward and patted Shu Feng on the shoulder. Brother, come to your senses quickly. You don't need to be too excited, and don't feel too much pressure. This may not only be the respect Master Hokage has for you, but also his intention to compensate you. Anyway, remember to report to Anbu on time tomorrow. It will also be a good time to temper your impulsive and irritable temper through our Anbu. The scene the night before yesterday when Kaiofeng was so shocked that Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo couldn't get off the stage, Shang still remembers it clearly. To be honest, the depressing scene almost scared him to death. I thought that Shu Feng would be marginalized in the future, just like the Uchiha clan before. Unexpectedly, he would be reused in an instant and become the captain of Anbu. All I can say is that their Hokage-sama is really broad-minded, selfless and meritocratic. Snap. Shu Feng slapped Zhang's hand on his shoulder away and refused unceremoniously. Who sued you and I agreed? Advertisement. Besides, you are the donkeys pulling the millstone, and you are trying to temper my temper. One word for you, Captain Anbu, you are no longer worthy of a dog. Although Shu Feng didn't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to do, he knew that this old B*********** D was definitely not holding back anything good. Maybe there is some hole dug in Anbu waiting for him to jump. And naturally he couldn't join Anbu in his free time and jump into the pit prepared by Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for the saying that Sarutobi Hiruzen really valued Shu Feng and wanted to reuse him regardless of past grudges, Shu Feng wouldn't believe it to death. The lessons learned from the Konoha White Fang and the Uchiha clan are still there. You don't agree. Shang directly ignored Shu Feng's taunt, but was shocked that Shu Feng refused without hesitation. You know, this is the Hokage's captain directly under Anbu. How many ninjas are trying to get into this position? But now he was rejected by Shu Feng so casually and with great disdain, calling him a dog. Most of the famous ninjas in the village, and even the top officials, are from Anbu. This is a rare opportunity. If you have a hearing problem, go get it treated. I don't want to have to say it again. Shu Feng was too lazy to continue arguing with Shang, so he waved his hand impatiently and gave the eviction order. I won't send you away now because I have something else to do. Please ask Captain to come back. In response to these unabashed words of dismissal, Shang still stood where he was, obviously wanting to continue to persuade him. But Shu Feng didn't give Shang a chance at all, turned around and walked back to his previous seat. After sitting down, he began to tell a bloody short story to the confused Naruto as if no one else was watching. Seeing this, Shang knew that he had just made a deep exchange, shook his head, turned around and left to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not long after Shang left, there was a sudden commotion outside the ward. After a while, the ward door was pushed open again. Aunt Shinhai and other surviving Uchiha, old, weak, sick and disabled, walked in with worried faces and filled the entire ward. Turning to look at the frowning people, Shu Feng's brows furrowed but quickly dispersed, and he asked softly. Aunt Shinhai, Granny Yayi, what's wrong with you? We were rushed to the hospital. Shota, a little kid with an unhappy face, spoke first, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Aunt Shinhai on the side. Nothing happened to us. The hospital wards are tight, so we plan to rent a place to stay. After saying that, Shu Feng seemed worried and added with a forced smile. We have money with us, and we will come back and tell you when we find a place to live. The little girl Quan and her mother are not awake yet, and there are still people staying there to take care of them. You don't have to worry. Chapter 33 Shu Feng starts to act again. Hospital wards are tense. Shu Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Shota, who was interrupted, and his face turned red with anger, and asked. Shota, tell me what's going on. After hearing Shu Feng's question, Shota, whose face turned red with anger, answered angrily. It's a hospital. They want to drive us away. They said the hospital wards are not enough due to the tight situation and they want us to give them to others. Obviously we are also patients. We have so many blisters on our bodies, and we are all still wrapped in bandages. Also, when we first came here, we clearly saw that many wards were empty and no one was living in them at all. They are just bullying us. After listening to Shota's accusation, Shu Feng's face slowly turned cold, and he turned to look at the people on the other side for confirmation. Is that so? Seeing that they couldn't hide it, Aunt Shinhai and others also nodded slightly with bitter expressions on their faces. Even children can see things, why can't older people like them see it? It's just that they have always been bullied and looked down upon. This is true within the Uchiha tribe, and it is still true outside. Therefore, regarding these things, they still accept it and dare not speak out to resist. It's a shame that I'm using these childish methods again. It's a pity that I'm not one of those stupid and pedantic ninjas. Shu Feng smiled coldly. He knew who was behind all this without even thinking about it. You still want to use this kind of trick to force him? Do you really think that he is one of those soft persimmons in the village who have been poisoned by their thoughts? He reached out and patted Naruto sitting next to him on the head. Naruto, Sasuke will be taken care of by you. After saying that, without waiting for Naruto's agreement, he stood up and strode towards the door. Follow me, let's go find our Hokage-sama for an explanation. Seeing Shu Feng going out with a bad look on his face, all the Uchiha elders swallowed their words to dissuade him and hurried to follow him with anxious and worried faces. Outside the director's office on the top floor of the hospital. Looking at Shu Feng and his group leaving at the gate below, the Anbu hidden here revealed their figures one after another. He actually took the people away without coming over to take action against the doctor or the dean. According to the intelligence profile of Shu Feng's character, Anbu believed that Shu Feng would never be able to bear this tone. Advertisement. After learning about the situation, he would definitely come to the dean to make a fuss, or even take action. But now, he didn't make any fuss at all and led the people away directly. Captain, do we still have to stay here and wait for action? Anbu asked aloud. Anbu, who was called the captain, shook his head slightly. No, we will follow and continue to monitor. If he really dares to commit violence, he will continue to do so according to his original plan. Yes. Whoosh. As the order was given, all the Anbu turned into phantoms that shuttled quickly and chased after him. After following for a while, until Shu Feng and his party got closer and closer to the Hokage building, they finally understood where Shu Feng was going. You actually plan to go directly to Lord Hokage. Even though these Uchiha have been exterminated, they are still so bold and wanton. Captain Anbu, the leader, was shocked and angry, but also planned to send someone back to report. But before he could make arrangements, Shu Feng and others below made another move. I saw everyone who was still neatly dressed, all taking off their clothes. A large area covered with bandages due to burns was exposed. I also used wooden sticks and white cloth I picked up from nowhere to make a few simple banners and hold them in my hands. The most important thing is that on these banners, there are rows of blood-red exaggerated characters, filling them up. The above content was shouted out by a group of people behind Shu Feng with shrill, old and childish whining voices. Please, Hokage-sama, look at the Uchiha clan's contribution to the village in the past and please don't kill them all. The Uchiha clan realizes their mistake and is willing to surrender to the Sarutobi clan and offer all the clan's inheritance in order to preserve the last bloodline of our clan. Anbu, how dare this guy, how dare the old, weak, sick and disabled members of the Uchiha clan do this? The face under Captain Anbu's mask was full of shock and anger. He didn't expect that Shu Feng would make such a big fuss and make it known to everyone, and even slander him and involve the Sarutobi clan. Do you want to start a complete war with his Sarutobi clan? That's right, the Anbu sent by Hiruzen Sarutobi to monitor Shu Feng this time are all composed of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. Seeing that more and more villagers gathered below, they even started pointing and talking in low voices. Advertisement. The shocked Captain Anbu immediately came to his senses and began to issue orders to his subordinates. Go and report to Master Hokage what happened here. The others will follow me to disperse the villagers and stop Uchiha. Yes. And Anbu quickly shuttled away and rushed towards the Hokage building, which was less than a street away. The other Anbu and Captain Anbu fell directly to the ground, surrounding Shu Feng and his party. Anbu performs the task, irrelevant personnel leave immediately. Ordinary Anbu started to disperse the villagers watching the fun, while Captain Anbu stood in front of Shu Feng, with a pair of eyes under the mask staring at Shu Feng. Uchiha Zufeng, do you Uchiha clan want to continue to rebel like before? Shu Feng ignored Captain Anbu's questioning and obstruction. He waved to everyone behind him to continue moving forward, and at the same time released the emotions that had been brewing for a long time. A hoarse scream came from his mouth that could be heard hundreds of meters around. Hokage-sama, please look up to the Uchiha clan for the blood they shed for the establishment and survival of the village. I am willing to bring all the remaining old and weak clan members to surrender to the Sarutobi clan. I am also willing to agree to your request and offer all the inheritance and secret techniques of my clan. No, it was my clan who willingly offered it to me, just to preserve the last blood of my clan. Before he finished shouting, Captain Anbu, who was about to vomit blood, immediately interrupted again. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Hokage-sama never asked for these things, and the Sarutobi clan didn't even do what you said. After saying that, he glared at the surrounding men who had not yet dispersed all the villagers. How long are you idiots going to hang around? Shu Feng ignored the Anbu's actions and screamed again while walking. Lord Hokage, I, the Uchiha clan, are willing to completely surrender to Sarutobi. A-hole, I told you to stop. Captain Anbu couldn't bear it any longer and slapped Shu Feng with his palm. Facing this palm with strong wind, Shu Feng did not hide at all. Only when the palm hit him did he exert force on his feet and fly backwards like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood that had been prepared long ago, leaving a long trail of blood mist in the air. Captain Anbu, was the power of his casual palm just now so powerful? Chapter 34 I won't kill you if I play the role. Just when Captain Anbu looked at his palm in disbelief, he was stunned. Behind Shu Feng who fell to the ground, the old, weak, sick and disabled quickly gathered around in anger and panic. Shu Feng, brother Zhu Feng, you were injured and vomited a lot of blood. They beat people and stopped shouting. We stopped shouting. Shu Feng, go back. We will stop shouting and asking for justice. Even the clan leader and the ninja masters are dead. You can't let your life go in vain again. Some old people even rushed out and knelt in front of Captain Anbu, sobbing and kowtowing. Sir, we were wrong, it was all our fault. We will leave immediately. We will listen to you in everything. Please let us go. Please stop fighting. Every word was filled with tears and every sound was mournful. Without Shu Feng's teachings, these old people who were completely scared behaved in the most humble and pitiful posture of weaklings. The weak party is often the most sympathetic, especially when facing the absolutely strong party, the ruler of the village. Those villagers who were still hiding and peeking from a distance after being dispersed now completely empathized with each other. They were also the weak side in front of the village rulers, and they were full of pity and resentment towards Shu Feng and others. I feel pity for Shu Feng and their misery, but I am worried that these rulers will treat them like this in the future. Suddenly, many faint voices came from the villagers who were peeking. Are Anbu going to drive us away in broad daylight and then blatantly force people to death? Who says otherwise? Although the Uchiha clan is very annoying, they are all ninjas who died. The remaining old people and children are innocent. Didn't you hear them shouting just now? That's fire. It's the one who wants Uchiha's huge inheritance. Hey, who wouldn't be tempted by so much money? It's just that the Sarutobi clan is too arrogant, right? Why can't you be arrogant? Don't forget who is behind that clan. That's right. I usually dress very low-key, but it turns out that's the case secretly. The villagers' discussion was not loud, but to the ears of the ninja, it was no different from the full tone. Just like Captain Anbu, he is already red and warm at the moment. Not even caring about Shu Feng and others, he turned around and yelled at the villagers in the distance. Shut up. Whoever dares to discuss and spread rumors in private will be punished as violating village rules. After being yelled like this, the Anbu took out kunai one after another. The villagers immediately shut up and clenched their fists with frightened expressions. However, no one chose to leave. Instead, they all stood together, as if they were holding together to keep warm without blaming others. Seeing that the villagers shut up, Captain Anbu, who still had some sense, did not continue to drive them away. Advertisement. He turned around and glared fiercely at the old man kowtowing in front of him and begging for mercy, as well as Shu Feng behind him, and gritted his teeth and shouted. I'm giving you one last chance now, shut up immediately and get as far away as you can. Otherwise, don't blame me for accusing you of undermining the stability of the village and punishing you. The old man who was kowtowing was overjoyed and immediately planned to nod in agreement. Shu Feng, who had been paying attention to the front, knew that it was now his turn to continue the show. He immediately staggered to his feet, pushed past everyone, walked to the front and shouted. Please Hokage-sama, Lord of the Sarutobi clan, please spare me Uchiha. You are looking for death. Captain Anbu couldn't bear it any longer, his eyes flashed fiercely, he roared and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at Shu Feng's side. The kunai in his hand made a whistling sound as it pierced Shu Feng's temple. Obviously it was because of Shu Feng's words and Shu Feng's vulnerability just now. As a result, he planned to kill Shu Feng directly to avoid future troubles. Shu Feng also didn't expect that Captain Anbu would actually dare to attack him in full view of the public. What an unexpected surprise. That's fine, we don't have to continue the show and wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiding the ecstasy in his eyes, Shu Feng slammed his hands on his chest. Fire-style chakra instantly condenses throughout the body and then is released. Fire-style, great fireball technique. Captain Anbu was originally frightened and planned to retreat because of the chakra fluctuation that emerged. After hearing the name of Shu Fengku Chunin technique, I immediately felt relieved. The eyes under the holes in the mask could not hide the teasing and contempt. He was so panicked that Muji used the great fireball technique. According to this information, Uchiha Kaiofeng, who was able to force Uchiha Itachi back and kill the root ninja, seems to be just a kid with better luck because he doesn't need to form seals. As this thought emerged, the next moment, Captain Anbu's eyes reflected the monstrous flames that could not be avoided. And the mocking smile at the corner of Shu Feng's mouth. Idiot. Wow. The terrifying flames appeared out of thin air and instantly enveloped Shu Feng and Captain Anbu. Then a group of human-shaped flames quickly separated. While dancing and struggling wildly, he let out a shrill howl. No, 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 save me. Advertisement. Ah. Team leader. The eyes of many Anbu who saw this scene were splitting. This is their own clan, the precious Jonin of their Sarutobi clan. It's not the Hokage that can be consumed at will in the village. It belongs directly to Anbu. The Uchiha clan has rebelled and will be killed on the spot. The remaining 5 Sarutobi clan Anbu present all attacked Shu Feng and his party. Shu Feng pulled out a sneer from the corner of his mouth and remained motionless. It just spreads out its huge chakra fluctuations. Sure enough, in the next second, 5 dark shadows extended from the shadows and connected to the 5 Anbu. It's the shadow manipulation technique of the Nara clan. Okay, everyone, stop it. In the shadow, Nara Shikaku, who was holding a seal with his hands, sighed with helplessness on his face. He really didn't want to get involved in this mess, and he shouldn't have come over to check it out. But the chakra fluctuation that Shu Feng released just now forced him to take action and get involved. Otherwise none of Anbu would survive, and he was afraid that Shu Feng would not be able to hold back and start killing. In this way, the Uchiha clan will really become extinct. Shaking his head, Shikaku glanced at Captain Anbu who was rolling on the ground, taking in less air and outgoing more air. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. After the Uchiha clan was destroyed, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan became more and more arrogant. If you dare to underestimate the enemy after knowing the intelligence, whoever will die if you don't. Are you finally willing to come out? Shu Feng was not surprised at all by Lu Ju's appearance. After all, he is now considered a big celebrity, and the commotion just now was quite a fuss. Lu Ju also sighed helplessly again. Oh, why bother making such a fuss? Shu Feng sneered. I don't want to either. It's not because our Lord Hokage doesn't leave a way to survive. With that said, Shu Feng shouted to the surroundings again. Come out, there is no need to hide. Especially our Hokage-sama, why are you ready to become an old turtle and completely shrink? A-hole, you are not allowed to insult Lord Hokage. Those Anbu who were controlled suddenly shouted angrily. Shu Feng snorted coldly and put his hands together again. Fire style, how? Before he finished speaking, an old voice came from afar. Stop it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a god robe and a Hokage hat, came from a distance with a group of Anbu with their hands behind their backs. Zufeng, now you have made a big mistake, stop making trouble. Chapter 35 You disappoint me so much. Great, Master Hokage is finally here. What happened today was so horrific that even an Anbu master died. Although Anbu-sama was domineering and arrogant, and he was the one who made the first move, Uchiha's ninja dared to fight back and even killed someone. He was so bold. Anyway, Master Hokage will definitely handle it properly. Let's not get stuck here and get out of the way. The villagers who saw Sarutobi Hiruzen approaching, after a little discussion, did not dare to continue to gather together. The birds and beasts immediately dispersed and stood at a distance to continue watching what happened. All the villagers are very convinced of this elderly third Hokage who was appointed in critical situation. I think Hiruzen Sarutobi will solve today's incident very reasonably. Of course, being able to be so convinced is the result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's painstaking efforts in managing his image. In other words, the blame was placed on Danzo, and Wei Guang was being shouldered by him, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But what is happening now is obviously going to put a black mark on his image of Wei Guangzheng. This was something Sarutobi Hiruzen could not allow. With an expressionless expression, he passed by the crowd of villagers watching the excitement, and Hiruzen Sarutobi stood not far away opposite Shu Feng. He didn't even look at the burned Captain Anbu on the ground, but turned his head slightly and glanced at Shikaku. Feeling this gaze, Shikaku felt his scalp numb and quickly stopped. Ninjutsu came to Sarutobi Hiruzen and bowed slightly. The liberated Anbu also quickly gathered together, knelt on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and complained loudly. Sir Hokage, Uchiha Zufeng intended to rebel and killed the captain. Don't let him go. You must avenge our captain. Before he could express his hatred for Anbu, he was forced back by Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold eyes. Shu Feng, who was standing opposite, couldn't help but sneered when he saw this scene. Oh, our Hokage-sama is really powerful. When I first came here, I was convicted before I even understood the matter, and now I'm letting Anbu, my direct subordinate, confuse right and wrong. What a good Hokage we are, kind and selfless. There was something strange about hearing that familiar accentuated tone. The veins on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead jumped uncontrollably. Advertisement. The expressionless expression on his face was almost unbearable and failed. He didn't expect that such a small amount of pressure and coercion would cause such a big fuss by Shu Feng. And Anbu, composed of the Sarutobi clan he sent, actually allowed Shu Feng to make such a fuss and even lost his life. What a bunch of losers who only know how to enjoy the privileges he brings. After glaring vaguely at the Anbu who were half kneeling on the ground, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his head and looked at Shu Feng and the Uchiha old and young people behind Shu Feng. The Uchiha people in the back, old and young, were all bandaged, with frightened expressions and depressed spirits. They were kneeling on the ground holding bloody banners. They were very pitiful. Shu Feng in front had a sneer on his face, his posture was straight, and there was still blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Coupled with that fair and handsome face, he really looks like a tough and beautiful boy who is not afraid of power and fights the enemy alone. Comparing the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt that his side really looked like a powerful villain, while Shu Feng's side was a weak victim. It's no wonder that the stupid and cowardly villagers are so sympathetic, and even Anbu can't drive them away. What a shame, what a good trick. If he doesn't handle it well, he may be stripped of his good reputation as a hypocrite in the past. This is something Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has managed this reputation for half his life, cannot allow. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stopped the expression on his face. After brewing for a while, he let out a long sigh and put on a disappointed expression towards Shu Feng. Oh, Shu Feng, you disappoint me so much. I know that you are resentful towards the village and me because of what happened to the Uchiha clan. But that's not the reason why you made such a big fuss and even killed the village's mainstay, a ninja of Captain Anbu level. What's more, the murderer who destroyed the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Itachi. You shouldn't involve your resentment on the village. Shu Feng, don't make the same mistake again and continue to make trouble. For the sake of the face of the deceased Fugaku and the past achievements of the Uchiha clan, I will give you a lighter punishment as appropriate. At the end, the disappointment on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned into heartbreak. He really looked like an elder, grieving the fall of his nephew and descendants. Advertisement. This behavior immediately reversed the public opinion at the scene. Many villagers looked on and pointed, feeling that the Uchiha clan had indeed gone too far. If you want to resent you should also resent the rebellious nin who killed all the clan members. How can you resent the village and their Hokage-sama? And he was given a lighter punishment for making such a big fuss. Their Hokage-sama is so kind. The sound of villagers discussing in the distance immediately made Sarutobi Hiruzen want to raise the corners of his mouth, but he suppressed them. Not only you, Shu Feng, can guide public opinion, but Sarutobi Hiruzen can also use it, and he can use it better. Shu Feng had already expected the villagers' reversal and was not annoyed at all. After all, these idiots don't know how to think for themselves, they just rely on what others say. What's more, Shu Feng never thought of asking for sympathy from these wallflowers. He simply used the wallflowers as limitations for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shu Feng looked around, making sure that everyone was looking at him and then smiled sadly. Resentment towards the village. He. Cough cough cough. Smiling, Shu Feng covered his chest and coughed violently until he coughed up blood again. Seeing Shu Feng's miserable actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bad premonition welling up in his heart. He immediately continued to speak. Zhu Feng, we all know your strength, you don't have to suffer here. Suffering. Shu Feng laughed again, turned to look at the surrounding villagers, and shouted in a hoarse voice. Dear well-meaning uncles, you just saw with your own eyes how I was injured by an Anbu ninja sneak attack. I also saw the Anbu ninja attack me for the second time and wanted to kill me, so I had to fight back in self-defense. I don't ask for punishment of the real culprit, I just want justice. Shu Feng turned back and pointed his gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I dare to ask Hokage, where did I fail and where did I go wrong? As Anbu, who is directly affiliated with the Hokage, inherently superior to others. We ordinary villagers can only take what we ask for like slaves. If a knife is slashed at the neck, we can only wait for death by holding the neck and waiting for death. Is this the will of fire that the village taught us? Chapter 36 He, its shadow clone, must he have been deceived? Shu Feng's sharp question immediately caused an uproar. It also made Sarutobi Hiruzen's kind old face completely lose his composure and he yelled loudly. Zhu Feng, do you know what you are talking about? Lu Ju, who originally didn't intend to get involved, couldn't help but persuade him. Zhu Feng, there are some things you shouldn't say nonsense. Hokage, and the village will not accuse people casually, there may be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding can there be? Shu Feng laughed miserably, turned around and pointed at the crowd of young and old behind him. All the Uchiha clan has died and only these old, weak, sick and disabled people are left, but you just won't let us go. Just because I refused to kneel down and beg for mercy towards the Sarutobi clan and the Sarutobi Hokage, I was kicked out of the hospital directly. Open your eyes and take a look. The injuries on our bodies are there, and the ones who are alive are old and young. The family was destroyed, and even the place where they lived was destroyed. What's the difference between kicking us out of the hospital and killing us? And them. Shu Feng pointed his hand at the Anbu who were half kneeling in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. These Hokage belong directly to Anbu's ninjas. He has been hiding in the hospital from beginning to end, watching us like prisoners. Just now we just wanted to seek justice and a way to survive, but they didn't hesitate to kill us. I just want to ask, what kind of misunderstanding is this? Whose interests are those of us, young and old, who are lucky enough to survive? After some hoarse and deafening questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face was so black that he almost dripped with ink. Lu Ju, who had just helped to persuade him, frowned, shook his head, sighed and stepped back to the side. He can help the village and speak for the Hokage, but he cannot help the Sarutobi clan suppress other ninja clans. After all, he not only represents himself, he also represents the three major ninja clans, Ino, Deer and Butterfly. In short, Lu Ju felt very regretful at the moment. He should not have come over to check out the curiosity, let alone get involved. Of course, he also admired Xu Feng's bravery, as he dared to confront Hokage directly several times. Advertisement. It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Anyway, when he, Lu Ju, was at Xu Feng's age, he would not have dared to do such a treacherous and unethical act. As Xu Feng's questioning ended, the entire audience fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no explanation at the moment. After all, everything Xu Feng said was correct. At the same time, there was also a lot of regret and resentment in my heart. The regret was that he was too hasty and underestimated Xu Feng. He should not have put pressure so quickly without a good plan. Resentment is resentment that Xu Feng actually wants to make everything known to everyone, without any shame or the forbearance of a ninja. It is absolutely impossible for him to admit it now. If he admits it, his good reputation will be completely ruined. Although he was furious in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't show it on his face. Kaido said with a stiff tone, "Zufeng, I don't know anything you just said. This may be a misunderstanding. I never gave the hospital an order to kick you out of the hospital, and I never gave them an order to harm you. Maybe you and I were deceived and instigated by others." Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were obviously intended to find a way down the stairs and dump the blame on a certain scapegoat king. It's a pity that Xu Feng doesn't intend to let Sarutobi Hiruzen step down, nor does he intend to fulfill the title of the King of Black Cauldrons. Haha, it's deception or instigation. We'll find out if we invite the person involved to explain it. Xu Feng sneered and waved, and suddenly a figure shuttled over and landed on the ground. It's none other than the portable hospital director's Kyofei's shadow clone. Shadow clone. Seeing Xu Feng carrying the dean's shadow clone, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank to the bottom. He originally thought that Xu Feng was only difficult with words, but he didn't expect that he was also so difficult with strategy. This scheming guy doesn't look like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. He even knew that the main body had led Anbu away from surveillance to make things worse, and then secretly used Shadow Clone to sneak back to capture the evidence and give him a fatal blow. Throwing the frightened dean to the ground, Zufeng Shadow Clone put a kunai on his neck and asked, "Tell me, who gave you the order to drive us Uchiha clan out of the hospital?" The dean did not reply, but looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in horror, hoping to be saved. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the dean was so sensible, and when he was about to say something, he was blocked by Xu Feng's words. Advertisement. Master Hokage, are you afraid that things will be exposed and want me not to force him to speak? Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists behind his back, but said calmly on his face. Dean Watanabe, just tell me whose order it is after you have thought about it. Don't worry, he will not dare to hurt you as I will protect you. As for what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Xu Feng did not stop him, but showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. When Dean Watanabe received Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It was Anbu who said Master Hokage gave me the order." Sarutobi Hiruzen. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened and his expression froze. Then he suddenly lowered his head and asked Dean Watanabe, "Are you sure it was me who gave you the order?" Dean Watanabe immediately shrank back in fright, and said stumblingly, "Yes, it was Anbu who said, you gave the order." Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back at the Anbu ninja who was half kneeling on the ground again, his eyes full of coldness. These Anbu looked at each other as if they had received some signal, then pulled out their kunai and attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. For Danzo-sama. However, before the kunai could reach Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was easily blocked by the Anbu guard at the rear. Then, just like chopping melons and vegetables, they were all killed on the spot with one knife. It's as if these people are not ninjas, but meat on the chopping board. It turns out that Danzo and Gen planned the assassination again. I thought he would be more honest after what happened before, but I didn't expect that he would still remain stubborn. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the scene, his face was full of pain and sorrow. Then he said guiltily to Xu Feng, "I'm sorry, Xu Feng, it seems that it's because of me that I have caused trouble to you. Danzo often assassinates me in order to take the position of Hokage. This time he is probably the one who is stirring up discord and wants to use your hand to deal with me. It's a pity that you didn't fulfill his wish." "As that's so," Kaido said with a half-smiling smile. Then he clapped his hands, and the Shadow Clone and the Dean all turned into air and disappeared with a bang. "It seems that I am quite smart. I just used Shadow Clone to help Mr. Hokage see through a conspiracy." Chapter 37 Danzo. Here comes the pot. Seeing the disappearing shadow clone and the dean, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression of guilt and sorrow suddenly froze on his face. After a long while, he managed to put on an ugly smile that looked like he had eaten shit. Shu Feng, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will also apologize to you. You can take your tribe back and recover. Don't worry at the hospital. No one will drive you away again. You can stay here with peace of mind until your injuries recover. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen also cast his gaze at Shikaku, who was aside. It seemed as if he was saying to quickly give him a step to help him out, and invite the living father in front of him who likes to make everything known to everyone back. Lu Ju, who has already realized that Shu Feng is difficult to deal with, now also has a headache. Although he didn't want to continue to interfere in this matter, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's identity, he still had to speak up again. Shu Feng, third generation is right. Now that the misunderstanding has been explained clearly, you'd better take your tribe back quickly. These old and young people are already injured. Even if you can hold on, you still have to consider them. These are the few members of your clan. In the future, I will also ask someone to give you some deer antlers carefully raised by my Nara clan, which can also be regarded as condolences for the Uchiha clan's experience. On the surface, Shikaku's words were meant to help Sarutobi Hiruzen, but in fact, he was trying to persuade Shu Feng to give up when things got better. After all, these Uchiha, young and old, do not have the strength of Shu Feng and cannot bear the torment. Shu Feng naturally understood, but he didn't want to have a weakness that could be manipulated by others. Then he smiled at Shikaku and said, "Thank you very much, Chief Shikaku, for the antler, but there are no cowards in our Uchiha clan. Even if there are only a dozen or so young and old left, we will still choose to live standing instead of kneeling. Of course, if someone doesn't want to let go of my Uchiha clan, or even threatens me with my Uchiha clan members, I don't mind dying together. After all, I don't like to be threatened. All I can do is place the enemy's head as a memorial on the grave of the deceased clansman." As he spoke, Shu Feng turned his head and met the smiling eyes of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "You say so, Lord Hokage." Being pointed out so blatantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost couldn't maintain the forced smile on his face. Suppressing the turbulent emotions in his heart, Kaido maintained a smile. "Shu Feng, no one will threaten you or harm your tribe. You are too sensitive. Of course, if you have any other requests, Lujiu will help you on my behalf. Also, if you have any problems or complaints in the future, just come to me directly. There is no need to make a fuss in the village and complicate things. Okay, that's all I have to say. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it's time for me to go back. There is still a backlog of government affairs waiting to be resolved in the village, and I am not allowed to waste time here." Without waiting for Shu Feng's reply, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and left here quickly after finishing speaking. From the back, it looks like he is running away in embarrassment. But think about it, every time they met in the past few days, Sarutobi Hiruzen failed to get favors from Shu Feng. Even the methods he used to use before had no effect on Shu Feng, and even made him look embarrassed. Not to mention the death of the elite ninja of his own Sarutobi clan, he almost lost the reputation he had maintained for half his life. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who quickly disappeared into the distance, Shu Feng was very satisfied. After this series of events, Sarutobi Hiruzen should be honest for a long time and will not attack him easily again. At least those methods that are not too subtle or too clever will definitely not be used against him again. Of course, this method of attracting a bunch of people to act as an audience to chat with each other is only useful for hypocrites like Sarutobi Hiruzen who care about reputation. If you were a real villain like Danzo, your own strength would be more important. Thinking of this, Shu Feng didn't want to waste any more time, and was ready to go back and transform Naruto to make his attribute points stronger. After all, with his current strength, he can completely crush Jonin, but there is still a risk of injury when dealing with the cage level. Wiping away the dried blood at the corner of his mouth, Shu Feng turned to greet Lu Ju. "Chief Lujiu, thank you very much. I can just send the antler directly to the hospital when the time comes. I don't have any other requirements." He turned around with a victorious smile and waved to the old and young people behind who were still pretending to be pitiful. "It's solved, let's go back to the hospital." After hearing Shu Feng's words, several children who were pretending to be pitiful jumped up with joy. "Yeah, I knew Brother Zufeng was the most powerful." The worried old people also showed relaxed smiles. "This kid Shu Feng has really grown up. I've known since I was little that he has the most potential. You damn old woman, you were obviously the first one I discovered that Shu Feng is the smartest kid." Quote. Looking at the Uchiha leaving happily, Shikaku sighed imperceptibly. Third generation, Uchiha, is getting more and more troublesome. Turning to look at Anbu, who was left behind by Sarutobi Hiruzen, give the villagers a gag order and then take the body back. Advertisement. The Anbu nodded slightly and quickly dispersed to start the finishing work. Those villagers who did not understand the hidden danger in this incident had sighs on their faces. Danzo and Gen are so bad. Hokage-sama and Anbu are so nice. This is a good ninja who truly inherits the will of fire. In the darkness, Danzo, who was hiding and watching all this, was so angry that he crushed the crutch in his hand while listening to the villagers' discussion. "Hiruzen, you are blaming everything on me again. Definitely, I will definitely make you pay the price." After roaring in his heart, Danzo glanced at the root ninja waiting beside him with his sinister eyes. Contact Uchiha Zufeng and tell him that General will do his best to help him. Let him not forget our agreement, let alone forget his roots the next time he takes action. Yes. Inside the hospital ward, Naruto lay on the bedside, resting his face on his hands, staring motionlessly at the sleeping Sasuke. Damn stinking king, why are you so good looking even when you're sleeping, and why do you attract Sakura to like him so much? Brother Zufeng, who is obviously equally good looking, is so gentle and humble. I don't know what's going on with Brother Zufeng. I'm too weak and stupid. I can't help at all. If only I had the intelligence of those young masters who are the protagonists in short stories. Thinking of the protagonists in Shu Feng's stories who could always save everyone with their intelligence, Naruto looked forward to them. Only Naruto entered the fantasy time, which was interrupted by the sound of gate of opening. Turning his head to look, Naruto's face quickly filled with joy. Brother Zufeng, Shu Feng, who pushed the door open, smiled and nodded in response, walked up to Naruto and sat down next to him. Naruto, thank you for helping take care of Sasuke. Thanks to Shu Feng, Naruto touched the back of his head with a silly smile on his face. No, Sasuke has been sleeping the whole time. I can't help him at all. Say, Shu Feng pretended to be remembering, then reached out and touched Naruto's head. Your tongue is really nostalgic, just like the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of the previous generation. Naruto exclaimed in surprise when he heard this. It's amazing that someone actually has the same oral habit as me. Brother Shu Feng, can you introduce me to that guy named Zuli? It's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Shu Feng's mouth twitched. He knew without thinking that Naruto must have thought it was a personal name. Let him explain it properly and let Naruto have a preliminary understanding of his own life experience. And this is not a person's name, but a nickname for the person who has the tailed beast sealed in his body. For example, you, Naruto, are this generation's Nine Tails Jinchuriki, with a ferocious tailed beast called the Nine Tails Demon Fox sealed within your body. Bang! Hearing Shu Feng's words, Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then stood up with a whoosh. He also pushed the chair under him to the ground, making a loud noise. Inside my body, sealed the demon fox. Naruto looked down at his hands, his voice trembling, his face full of shock and confusion. Especially the pair of blue pupils were trembling violently due to shock. This news is so shocking. It was so shocking that Naruto really wanted to believe it, but he couldn't believe it at all. If what Shu Feng said is true, doesn't it mean that the people in the village have always wrongly blamed him? And he is not at all the disgusting demon fox that the villagers say is disgusting and should die. Brother Zufeng, am I really not a fox demon? Naruto raised his head, his pleading eyes filled with tears. It is as fragile and humble as a person who is about to die of thirst in the desert and finally finds a source of water. Shu Feng was also touched by Naruto's expression. He understood very well the feeling of being wronged and finally being redressed. It's unbearable even for adults, let alone a child like Naruto. Taking a deep breath, Shu Feng solemnly nodded towards Naruto. Advertisement. Naruto, you are not a fox demon. He is the unsung hero of the village. 7 years ago, the Nine Tails Demon Fox wreaked havoc on the village and killed countless ninjas and villagers in the village. In order to protect the village, the 4th Hokage sealed the Nine Tails Demon Fox into your body as a baby at the cost of his life, thus saving the village that was almost destroyed. So Naruto, you are not a demon fox, you are a hero, the great hero who saved the village. Big hero, big hero. At this moment, Naruto finally stopped holding back his tears and started crying loudly. I'm not a fox demon who deserves to die, I'm not a disgusting monster. I am a great hero. I am not a fox demon, woo. Recalling the painful scenes of being beaten, cursed, and hated by the villagers in the past, Naruto could not restrain his grievance at all. All turned into tears and cathartic crying. Cry, it will be much better if you cry out your grievances. Seeing Naruto with runny nose and tears, Shu Feng pulled the quilt that Sasuke was covering to Naruto. Naruto took it without noticing, then wiped his tears vigorously and blew his nose fiercely. As for Sasuke, who was unconscious on the bed, he didn't know whether it was because of the cold or because he was still continuing the nightmare of the night of genocide. His body was slightly curled up, and his brows were so furrowed that he could pinch a fly to death. After nearly 10 minutes, Naruto's crying finally subsided and turned into tiny sobs. Perhaps Naruto's face was getting redder and redder because he had vented his emotions so fiercely that he couldn't even choke out. After that, I was even more embarrassed to look up at Shu Feng, and felt a strong sense of shame in my heart. After a long while, he said in a voice as small as a mosquito. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Zufeng, I soiled Sasuke's quilt. Shu Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay. You and Sasuke are good friends anyway, Sasuke won't mind. Saying that, Shu Feng pinched the 2 corners of the quilt, shook it violently, turned the quilt over, and finally covered Sasuke again. Look, it's clean now. Naruto. People really laugh when they are speechless. Just like Naruto, he instantly forgot about his embarrassment and burst into laughter. Apparently, a world in which only Sasuke was injured was reached. After laughing, Naruto finally remembered to tell the public that he was not a fox demon. He immediately stood up and said goodbye to Shu Feng. Brother Shu Feng, thank you for telling me the truth.
I'm going to tell Uncle Ichiraku now, tell Grandpa third generation, tell Shikamaru Choji and others, tell everyone. I am not a fox demon or a monster. I am the fox demon Jinchuriki who sealed the fox demon and saved the village. After saying that, Naruto suddenly jumped out of the window. And Shu Feng, who had already expected it, took action immediately. He grabbed Naruto's collar while he was halfway up and lifted him in his hand. Now was a good time to instill ideas into Naruto. He couldn't let Naruto run away, and in the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead. Wow, Naruto shouted anxiously as he was lifted in the air. Brother Zufeng, what are you doing? Put me down quickly. Shu Feng shook his head and stepped on the chair, then put Naruto back on it and sat down and said. Naruto, don't worry, I haven't finished what I just said. Naruto was very anxious. I will come back and listen to you later. I have to tell everyone the truth quickly now. Shu Feng sighed. Naruto, don't you understand yet? Actually, everyone has always known that you are not a fox demon. Only you don't know. Ah, these words were like a heavy hammer, instantly making Naruto quiet down. Shu Feng continued. Naruto, think about it carefully. If you were really a demon fox that could destroy a village, would those villagers have the guts to beat and scold you directly? If they were really afraid of you, would they bring you so many painful memories? Naruto was immediately silenced by these two consecutive questions. The joy just now disappeared in an instant. And Shu Feng's words didn't stop before he directly displayed the darkest things in front of Naruto's eyes. There is only one truth, and that is that everyone regards you as an outlet to replace the fox demon. Because you are an orphan, you have no father, no mother, no backing to protect you, and you have no strong strength. So they all bully you, attack you with the most vicious words, and take it out on you. You're everyone's punching bag.
2FG Chapter 38 I shed tears knowing the truth, everyone's punching bag. These words were like thunder striking Naruto's worldview, completely subverting his cognition. Combined with everything he had experienced in the past, an unspeakable bitterness and grievance quickly expanded. Naruto lowered his head, his entire face hidden in the shadows, and his hands clenched into fists. Am I not the hero who sealed the fox demon and saved everyone? Why? Why do everyone do this to me? Is it because I don't have parents? Along with the trembling and choking question, Naruto's shoulders couldn't help but shrug. Tears overflowed from Naruto's eyes like money, and fell down his cheeks one by one and dripped to the ground. That's right, just because you don't have parents who can protect you. Shu Feng analyzed all this in front of Naruto without mercy. Because you are weak and there is no one to avenge you when they bully you, so they all vent their anger on you. They don't care whether it's a fox demon or not, they just need a reason to vent their anger without having to pay the price.
It's a bully's orgy. Naruto, do you understand?
These words were like dark clouds, completely shrouding Naruto's heart. It also made Naruto's little body completely unsteady and he knelt down on the ground. No, it shouldn't be like this, Grandpa third generation said. They just don't recognize me and that's why. Yes. Grandpa third generation. I'm going to find Grandpa third generation to find out. It's like the last straw a drowning person grasps. Naruto used all his strength to get up from the ground again, and was about to rush out to find Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask questions. But Shu Feng would never give Naruto this chance. Once again, he grabbed the back of Destiny's neck and lifted Naruto up. Naruto, I've already told you not to worry, but I haven't finished speaking yet. Naruto, with his feet dangling in the air, didn't resist like before. He just kept wiping his tears with his sleeves. Brother Zufeng, tell me, I can hold on even if there is bad news about me. Advertisement Shu Feng was a little surprised that Naruto could accept these dark realities so quickly. But when you think about the hardships Naruto has encountered before, you can understand the origin of this strong psychological quality.
After all, children from poor families have already become parents.
He nodded and said, okay, just have your expectations. Putting Naruto back on the ground, Shu Feng organized his words and said,
the leader behind all this is actually the third generation project of Hokage, your third generation grandfather.
Although Naruto was mentally prepared, when he heard the truth, he was still stunned and his mind went blank. It took a long time to react, and he shook his head emotionally. No, this is definitely impossible. How could Grandpa third generation be a bad person? When everyone hates bullying me, only Grandpa third generation is willing to grill fish with me and try to reason with me. He is so good, he can't be a bad person who bullies me. Brother Zufeng, you must have made a mistake, or you were joking with me, right? Looking at Naruto's forced smile and hopeful eyes, Shu Feng just sighed and shook his head. Naruto, I didn't lie to you or make fun of you. The third Hokage knows everything about you. Even the scene of sealing 9 tails into your body, which was just a baby, was witnessed by him with his own eyes. He even personally agreed to your parents' instructions before they died, promising to take good care of you and let you grow up safely and happily. It's a pity that the reality is that he didn't fulfill his promise to take care of you at all. Instead, he made you the target of everyone's anger. As for who your biological parents are, I can't tell you yet. Once I tell you, I and even my tribe who managed to survive will be in danger from the third generation. For example, just now, the hospital wanted to expel all my injured people from the hospital. This was the third generation's warning and pressure on me. The purpose is to keep me away from you and prevent me from taking care of and protecting you. But don't worry, your parents have a very good relationship with the leader of our clan. Even if you are in danger, the Uchiha clan will not ignore you. With these words, the image of Hiruzen Sarutobi in Naruto's mind and the image of Hiruzen Sarutobi in Shu Feng's mouth began to collide fiercely. Naruto also fell into complete confusion, squatting on the ground holding his little head. It's not like this, it's definitely not like this. Advertisement, I was dreaming, now I must be having a nightmare. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Shu Feng knew that what he had instilled in Naruto was almost there, and there was no need to continue to stop Naruto. He immediately stepped aside and said, Naruto, if you don't believe me, you can go to any ninja on the street and ask. They should also know about your identity, but they dare not say it due to the gag order for third-generation purposes. But remember, never ask about the third-generation project. Once the third generation knows that you know the truth, you may be banned from seeing me again, and I will be in danger. Naruto, who was in a daze, didn't know if he heard what was said behind. Anyway, by the time Naruto came to his senses, he was already on the street. And by chance, I met a ninja wearing a forehead protector. Without thinking at all, Naruto rushed over and asked loudly. Do you know that I am not a fox demon, just Nine Tails Jinchuriki? The ninja who was asked immediately changed his expression and pushed Naruto away. How did you know? How dare someone disobey Hokage-sama's prohibition? Upon hearing this, Naruto's face suddenly turned extremely pale. Then he turned around and ran away without looking back. Seeing Naruto running away, the ninja's lips curved into a smile. Then there was a bang, revealing its original appearance. It's Shu Feng. It seems one is not enough. As he spoke, he once again pinched the ninja seal of the transformation technique with both hands. The smoke dispersed with a bang. Shu Feng changed into a different appearance this time, and finally chased after him quickly. In this way, Naruto's questions all along the way were directed at Shu Feng, who had used the transformation technique. Until under Shu Feng's special guidance, Naruto came to the street in front of the Hokage building. It's Grandpa Third Generation's Hokage building. Seeing the Hokage building in front of him, Naruto had a look of confusion on his face. After wandering back and forth for a long time, Naruto gritted his teeth and finally chose to rush in. As long as you don't say that Brother Zufeng told me, well, that's it. Chapter 39 Everything Comes True Squeak. A sudden sound of pushing the door interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was thinking gloomily. Looking up, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Naruto with a worried face, looking at him carefully with his head raised. Naruto. Seeing that the person coming was Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows suddenly frowned. At the same time, my brain began to think rapidly. How come this little guy was put back by Shu Feng? Could it be that B************ D Shu Feng knew that things were going too far, so he was afraid? And then planned to surrender to him by letting Naruto come back to him? It seems that he is quite aware of current affairs, unlike the stubborn Uchiha from before. But even if he gave in, he still had to beat him again. Thinking of this, the gloom on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was wiped away, and the corner of his mouth was even harder to suppress than AK. Naruto, come in quickly when you're here. If you haven't come for so long, I thought you had forgotten about me, Grandpa. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still as amiable as ever, Naruto was relieved. He no longer acted as cautiously as before, he ran directly into the gate of opening and ran in. Grandpa Third Generation, I have never forgotten you. I'm just a little worried about Sasuke these days, so I haven't come over to play with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled fondly when he heard this. Okay, Grandpa knows, Grandpa doesn't blame you. I knew Grandpa Third Generation was the best. Naruto also quickly flattered him and then said hesitantly. Grandpa Third Generation, actually I came here this time just to ask you something. Ask me something? Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused for a moment, and then put on a look of listening. If you have anything, just ask. You're welcome with Grandpa. Naruto lowered his head and hiccuped for a long time, but nothing came out. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to become impatient, Naruto finally summoned up the courage to ask in a low voice. Grandpa Third Generation, do you know that I am not a fox demon, but a hero who sealed the Nine-Tails demon fox and saved the village? Quiet advertisement. After Naruto finished asking, the entire Hokage office fell silent, and there was no more sound. Naruto, who didn't get a reply for a long time, also looked uneasy. As if feeling that the atmosphere was getting more and more depressing, Naruto raised his head and planned to repeat it again. Third Generation Lord. The moment he raised his head, Naruto was stunned by the expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. It was a kind of strangeness and cruelty that he had never seen before. It was as if he was no longer the beloved grandson in the past, but a heinous sinner. Seeing Naruto's frightened look, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately understood that he had lost his temper. Immediately adjust your mood and expression, and ask in a deep voice that cannot be denied. Naruto, tell me, was it Uchiha who told you all these things? Naruto, who was questioned, quickly came to his senses. His eyes were full of avoidance, and he did not dare to look into the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, it wasn't Brother Zufeng who told me. Who told you that? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice slowly rose, no longer as gentle as before, but full of sternness. Naruto, look me in the eyes and say, who told you these things? Yes. Naruto, who couldn't figure out the reason for a long time, was about to burst into tears. At the same time, I felt very regretful in my heart, regretting why I didn't listen to Shu Feng and insisted on coming to ask. Seeing that Naruto still hadn't told the truth until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of disappointment. Obviously, Naruto has been completely blown away by Kazekage and is out of his control. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and it is not too late to bring Naruto back to the right path. Okay Naruto, you don't need to continue talking, I already understand everything. You are not allowed to go to Shu Feng again in the future, and I will not let Shu Feng come close to you again. Don't let me go find Brother Zufeng again. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, Naruto jumped up without fear. Why don't you let me see Brother Zufeng? Obviously those things are none of his business. As he said this, Naruto remembered what Shu Feng had said to him before. Once the third generation knows that you know the truth, you may be banned from seeing me again, and I will be in danger. Now that the article prohibiting him from seeing Shu Feng has been fully fulfilled, wouldn't the latter article be soon as well? Will Brother Zufeng be in danger soon because of his disobedience? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Naruto's inner self-blame and regret almost swallowed his heart. Immediately, without caring about anything else, he opened his hands and stopped in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's table. Grandpa third generation, all this is my fault alone and has nothing to do with Brother Zufeng. I will listen to everything you say from now on. Please don't hurt Brother Zufeng. Naruto's words were nothing more than adding fuel to the fire at this moment. What do you mean by telling him not to hurt Brother Shu Feng? He has to find a way to do this, and it's obvious that every time it's Shu Feng, it's no big deal, but his side is getting hurt like crazy. Okay. The request should be to ask Shu Feng not to hurt him Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was already having a headache because of what happened to Shu Feng, was now stabbed in the heart by Naruto. He immediately had no intention of continuing to argue with Naruto. He waved his hand to Anbu, who was waiting in the dark, and issued an order. Sending Naruto back to ninja school and missing so many days of classes is not what a student should do. Also arrange for manpower to take Naruto to and from school and not allow him to get close to Shu Feng again. And Shu Feng. Forget it. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted someone to give Shu Feng an order not to approach Naruto. But when I think about these few times, Shu Feng didn't give him any face at all, and kept attacking him with words. He decided to forget it and not send anyone to humiliate himself. Shu Feng would not accept the order anyway. He might even make a big deal out of it and get a bunch of villagers or ninjas to publicly execute him. His head was buzzing just thinking about that scene. These things have nothing to do with Brother Zufeng. They are all my fault alone. Grandpa third generation, Grandpa third generation. As Naruto was pulled away by Anbu, the sounds that kept ringing became farther and farther away until they were inaudible. Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose ears finally rested, remembered a key question and forgot to ask Naruto. Now that we've talked about Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then the identities of Minato and Kushina. No, Naruto didn't mention it just now. It's impossible for Naruto to not care about something as important as his parents. Did that guy Shu Feng not tell Naruto everything? It seems that you don't want to completely break up with me yet. Chapter 40 Plan Success. On the street in front of the Hokage building. Shu Feng was sitting at the door of a meatball shop. While eating the three-color meatballs leisurely, I glanced at the Hokage building from time to time. As the last string of sweet meatballs was eaten by Shu Feng shouted towards the store. Boss, 2 more skewers of meatballs. The response soon came from the store. I know, customer. He lowered his head and just put the wooden pick in his hand on the plate when there was movement from the Hokage building in the distance. Turning around, he saw that it was Naruto who was being pulled by Anbu making a fuss. Seeing the scene he wanted to see, Shu Feng pulled a satisfied smile from the corner of his mouth. In the store, the owner who had prepared the meatballs walked out with 2 bunches of meatballs. Guest, the pill you want. Hey, where is the person? Outside the store, Shu Feng's sitting figure was no longer there at this moment. There were just empty benches and money on the benches under the plates. It's these elusive ninjas again. It's like this every time. After ordering the meatballs, he disappears and only puts down the money that exceeds the price. I'm so rich that I feel so exhausted. He muttered, but the store owner kept moving his hands, and quickly put away the changeless money with a smile on his face. All I can say is that this kind of ninja who doesn't eat meatballs but still pays extra is simply awesome. Let me go quickly. I want to see Grandpa third generation, and I want to explain it to him. Naruto, who was pulled by Anbu, struggled wildly. But how could a little kid like him struggle out from the hands of several chunin? All he could do was shout incompetently and furiously. But just when Naruto was pulled out of the Hokage building and onto the street outside, Naruto found that Anbu who was holding him suddenly stopped. The Anbu stopped noisy and curious and looked around, and found that they were all looking ahead as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Following their gazes, Naruto immediately saw Shu Feng standing in the front, leaning on a tree trunk and throwing a kunai, with a faint smile on his face. Brother Zufeng. Seeing Shu Feng, Naruto's face was filled with excitement and guilt, mixed with some guilt. After all, it was all because he didn't listen to Shu Feng that what happened now happened. The complicated expression on Naruto's face was all seen by Shu Feng. However, Shu Feng didn't say anything, he just smiled and nodded in response. Naruto, it's okay, don't be afraid, I'm coming. Advertisement. The expected blame and criticism for his misdeeds did not come. Instead, it was a comfort and a sense of security. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. At this moment, endless pain, grievance, and shame surged into Naruto's heart. Tears welled up one after another, and they couldn't be wiped clean. Growing up, no matter whether he made a mistake or not, everyone would only criticize him and curse him. No one has ever given him the all clear, and no one has ever defended him after he made a mistake. Even the third-generation grandfather he used to think he was closest to would only criticize him. Then I told him a lot of big principles that he didn't understand, and asked him to correct his mistakes and admit their mistakes to others, and to work hard to get others' recognition. Even sometimes it's not his fault at all. The more he thought about it, the more Naruto couldn't hold back his tears, so he started crying and apologizing. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Zufeng. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I was wrong, it's all my fault, woo woo woo. It's a pity that Naruto's crying apology did not arouse the mercy of the two Anbu. On the contrary, they all used their bodies to completely cover Naruto, and yelled at Shu Feng who was blocking the way. Uchiha Zufeng, what do you want to do? Naruto, you're the one who Lord Hokage ordered you to stay away from. Do you want to openly disobey the order again? After hearing these leering words, Shu Feng stopped throwing the kunai in his hand. Then he left the tree trunk he was leaning on, raised his feet and approached the two Anbu. I don't remember ever receiving such an order. Besides, even if I disobey orders, what will you do? Shu Feng walked closer and closer while talking. The two Anbu became more and more nervous, their bodies as tight as springs, and they yelled repeatedly. Stop, stop. If you take one step closer, don't blame us for being rude. Hearing the threats from the two Anbu, Shu Feng shook his head slightly and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he had arrived between the two Anbu, where Naruto was standing. How can you be so rude? Although Shu Feng's speed is very fast, it is still a Chunin-level physical skill. He was also given a clear look by two Anbu who were also Chunin. Therefore, the moment Shu Feng finished speaking, both of them pulled out their kunai and stabbed towards Shu Feng in the middle. Feeling the kunai that cut through the air one after another, Shu Feng chuckled disdainfully. Advertisement. Then Wei Wei spit out two words. Fire style. In an instant, a terrifying breath of death lingered towards the two Anbu who stabbed out the kunai. Let their movements stop instantly. The next moment, the scorching heat suddenly appeared. A flash of fire appeared out of thin air from between Shu Feng's two palms, occupying their field of vision. It's Muji fire style. The two people who reacted quickly pulled back without hesitation. It almost took the two of them to retreat. Two terrifying and thick tongues of bright red flames completely submerged the place where the two of them were standing. Seeing this scene, the fear and terror in the hearts of the two Anbu almost filled their hearts. If it had been another 0.1 second at night, the two of them would have turned into ugly charred corpses. Of course, this is also the result of Shu Feng holding back. With Shu Feng's current strength, there is no way he can be an enemy of the entire Konoha. So he couldn't really kill these two Anbu without any reason, violating the rules. What's more, Shu Feng didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was so close, didn't know about the commotion here. If you haven't taken action yet, you must be waiting for him to make a mistake, and then use the whole village to deal with him openly. Uchiha Zufeng, how dare you attack Anbu so blatantly? Are you planning to rebel? The two of them didn't know that their survival was the result of Shu Feng's sparing. Therefore, after fear and fear, there is extreme anger instead of running away. Attack on Anbu? Did anyone see it? As soon as the words fell, the two flames disappeared instantly. Only one hand was left holding Shu Feng, who was still wiping Naruto's tears. I also said that Anbu was a bully and committed violence against innocent ordinary villagers on the street. Hearing these confusing words, the two Anbu were shocked and angry. But they were so stupid that they couldn't come up with any effective rebuttal. Seeing this, Shu Feng was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them. After leaving a word, he pulled Naruto and disappeared. Go back and tell third generation. If you go too far, I can't guarantee whether the identity of the fourth generation couple will be known to everyone. Fourth generation couple? The two Anbu didn't know the meaning of Shu Feng's words. But seeing that Shu Feng had already left with Naruto, he could only turn around and return to the Hokage building to report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 41. Sarutobi Hiruzen gives in. Bang. After hearing what Anbu brought back, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hold back his anger and slammed the table. The two Anbu who were standing in front of the table after reporting the situation were so frightened that they half knelt on the ground to beg for punishment. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, it's our fault, please punish us. Seeing the two of them kneeling down in fear, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately knew that he had just lost his composure. He retracted his hand and closed his eyes slightly. It took him a long time to suppress the racing emotions in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, he returned to his previous calm state. Get up, you don't have to apologize, what happened this time is not your problem. Not being blamed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, the faces of the two Anbu masks suddenly showed gratitude and happiness. Their Hokage-sama is indeed as generous and kind as ever. Sarutobi Hiruzen could completely see the changes in the two people's emotions. After seeing that his gaffe had no impact, he waved his hands and let the two of them leave. Okay, you can go back. After hearing this, the two Anbu bowed their heads again and saluted, and then immediately disappeared. Seeing the two people leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened for a second. Before, he thought that Shu Feng didn't want to completely break up with him, so he didn't tell Naruto about Minato and Kushina. But now it seems that he is completely wishful thinking. Shu Feng just wanted to use this secret to threaten him. And he had to accept Shu Feng's threat. It also completely interrupted his original plan. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to train Naruto well and wait until Naruto grew up and made some contributions to the village. It would be up to him to personally announce Naruto's life experience. This way he can explain to the villagers and even take credit for his good intentions. He said that he concealed Naruto's identity all to temper Naruto and protect Naruto. It is to make Naruto a great ninja who is more useful to the village. But now everything has been disrupted by Shu Feng. Once Shu Feng announced Naruto's identity in advance, combined with Naruto's current series of tragic experiences, he will be nailed to the pillar of shame on the spot. The good reputation of Hokage that he has worked so hard to build will be wiped out in an instant. What a conspiracy. Uchiha Zufeng, you really bring me some different surprises every day. All plans to deal with Shu Feng and the Uchiha clan were temporarily put on hold in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He did not dare to stimulate Shu Feng again before he thought of a successful solution to this problem. Advertisement, of course. He also believed that Shu Feng did not dare to really announce the truth. After all, by then, Shu Feng would not be facing the gentle person he is now. But he is completely determined to fight to the death, using all possible methods, regardless of image and rules. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been severely threatened in his heart, still had to bow to reality after returning to reality. He tapped the desk twice with his fingers. Soon, Anbu, two members of the Sarutobi clan, appeared in front of the table. Looking at the two of them, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave direct orders. Have someone go and return the Uchiha clan's things. The two Sarutobi Anbu were stunned for a moment after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions. Their faces under the mask were full of disbelief. Seeing that the two of them were motionless, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. What's your problem? The two Sarutobi Anbu raised their heads cautiously and asked in an anxious voice. Hokage-sama, do you mean to return Uchiha's ninjutsu scrolls? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and his tone became more serious. Not only the ninjutsu scroll, but also the secret method of making the detonating talisman is also put back. The two Sarutobi Anbu were completely dumbfounded. It turns out that they heard it right, they really wanted to spit out what they had eaten. He immediately retorted in a low voice, very unwillingly, but those things are very useful to the clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned completely cold, and his tone even lacked any emotion. Do my words have no effect now? The anger carried in this calmness made the two of them panic, and they immediately lowered their heads and admitted their mistake. No. Let's do it now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened slightly. Go ahead, handle it well, and don't let Shang discover any traces about us. Yes. The two people who did not dare to talk back immediately responded respectfully. Then he quickly left to deal with the matters ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Other side. Shu Feng, who brought Naruto back to the hospital, still didn't know his original plan and went bankrupt because of the threat just now. Naruto, it's enough to cry for a while. Let's stop it. It would be disrespectful to continue crying. Naruto, who was still trying to squeeze away his tears and escape his mistake, asked choked with tears. Shu, brother Zufeng, why are you so rude? After asking, Naruto tried his best to put on a pitiful expression, trying to make the mistake go away. Because Shu Feng didn't expose Naruto's little trick of pretending to be pitiful. Advertisement instead, he changed into a captain accent and spoke captain-level Mandarin. Then up pointing arrow, let's stop here down right arrow. It would be up right arrow rude down right arrow to cry up pointing arrow again. Peeved. Although he couldn't understand Mandarin, Naruto was still amused by the tone and quickly controlled the corners of his mouth that were rising crazily. It's just that the tone was too demonic, and Naruto couldn't control it at all, and he couldn't cry even if he wanted to. He could only pull the corners of his mouth hard, showing a rather weird and funny expression. Okay, stop pretending, kid. After calming down the atmosphere, Shu Feng slapped Naruto on the back of the head. Beating Naruto to stagger, there was a crisp sound of dong. You can tell just by the sound that this is a good head. Naruto, who was beaten, was holding the back of his head and gasping for air. Then he raised his head and glared at Shu Feng with his teeth bared. Shu Feng retracted his hand indifferently. This is the punishment for your mistake just now. Upon hearing that it was punishment, Naruto immediately suppressed his anger. He could only lower his head bitterly and glare at Sasuke, who was still sleeping. I secretly plan in my mind, you hit me on the head, and later I will secretly hit that B************* D Sasuke on the head. Shu Feng didn't know what Naruto was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely hit him a few more times. Anyway, it won't be his brother who will be retaliated by then. Zufeng. Suddenly, Captain Anbu appeared in the ward. Without waiting for Shu Feng to ask, Shang spoke directly. All Uchiha's inheritance has been sorted out. Do you have time to receive it now? Have you finally finished sorting it out? Shu Feng showed a malicious smile. He lifted the pillow on Sasuke's head and took out a scroll as thick as his fist. And Sasuke's pillow shriveled up in an instant. What are you? Zhang's mouth twitched, already guessing what it was. Shu Feng didn't hide it either. It's just a list of valuables found in the house of the Fugaku clan leader. After all, it concerns our clan's property. I hope you can understand, Captain Shang. Understand. Shang laughed twice, glad that he had resisted the temptation. Otherwise, based on Shu Feng's temper, today's matter will definitely not end well. It's right to be careful. In this case, let's go take inventory. Chapter 42. We are also Widow's second generation Ga. Accompanied by the crow's intrusive crow, Shu Feng returned to the streets of his clan that he had walked many times before. It's just that this street, which used to be bustling with people coming and going, is now deserted and quiet. There are only dried blood stains that can be seen everywhere on the walls and on the floor that cannot be cleaned. Even on these dried blood stains that could not be cleaned up, there were still large numbers of ants and mice gathering to lick them. Seeing the arrival of Shu Feng and others, the ants remained entrenched, while the mice all squeaked and ran away.
It caused a burst of collision and noise, making the quiet street more and more crowded.
Tisk. There's nothing right or wrong. It's just that I don't have the strength and can't recognize my own fate. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shu Feng couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. In this ninja world, if you don't have strength, you are on the wrong side, just like any sports, being dishonest is the original sin. In a world where the power of an individual can exceed the power of a group, this is such a cruel reality. Were you talking to me just now? Shang, who was leading the way, didn't hear Shu Feng's sigh and turned around to ask. If you want to ask about the whereabouts of those remains, we have already taken care of them for you. It's buried in the open space on both sides of the Nanga Shrine, your clan's ancestral hall. It's just that most of them don't know their names, they just set up an anonymous tombstone. And there's a serious problem I have to tell you. With this last sentence, Zhang's tone obviously became serious. What serious problem? Shu Feng said jokingly without caring at all. Is it because you found someone stealing something, so you want me to stop blaming you when there is less stuff later? Shang didn't expect that Shu Feng would still want to joke with him. But he wasn't angry either, and continued. Don't worry, there is no shortage of things, but there are more for no reason. Obviously, all the reports from the people under me were exhausted, but after checking again today, I found that there were still some omissions. And they are all valuable items such as very precious scrolls and secret techniques. Oh, then you Anbu really need to practice more, you can't be so careless. Zhu Feng knew that there was something missing, but he didn't delve into the meaning of Zhang's words. He just said it casually and continued to ask, then what's the serious problem you're talking about? Advertisement. Seeing that the extra family background that appeared out of thin air failed to attract Shu Feng's attention, Shang didn't say any more. If it weren't for Shu Feng's promise to give him a large sum of money, he might not have even given a hidden reminder. This serious problem is related to the blood inheritance limit inherited by your Uchiha clan. After sorting out his words for a while, Shang continued to speak. The corpses of all the awakened Sharingan ninjas in your clan are missing Sharingan. Oh, that's it, I understand. Shu Feng nodded when he heard this, without any change in his expression. He, who is familiar with the plot, certainly knows that Sharingan was poached by Obito and Danzo respectively. Obito, with his current strength, cannot afford to offend him. Danzo is the ally he needs to use for the time being. He can't deal with either of them, so naturally he won't have any mood swings. Seeing that Shu Feng was not shocked or angry at all, Shang couldn't help but repeat it again. It was not damaged or destroyed, but it was dug up artificially. It was dug away before we Anbu came to clean it up. Shu Feng nodded again without any emotion. Yes, I understand. Shang was speechless by Shu Feng's performance and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Aren't you angry, and curious? That is your clan, and it is also the bloodline limit that your Uchiha clan cannot leak. Shu Feng only felt a little funny when he heard this. Angry, and curious, are they useful? You Anbu can't find any trace, what can I, the only remaining ninja of the Uchiha clan, do? And to be able to take away Sharingan so quietly, the opponent's strength is completely imaginable. Captain Shang is more anxious than me. Are you planning to ask Anbu to help me and take revenge? Ahem, cough. It's not urgent, we'll talk about it later when we have a chance. Seeing that he was just watching the excitement, he was surrounded by Shu Feng. Shang coughed a few times and ended the conversation, while at the same time his pace quickened rapidly. Shu Feng curled his lips as he looked at Fei Yi, who seemed to be fleeing. He doesn't have the strength but still likes to watch the excitement. No wonder he can commentate on the battlefield as Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the 4 purple flame formation. The lumbar disc is not as prominent as this guy. No more gossip. Shu Feng and Shang soon came to a yard filled with various large boxes. Most of the boxes contained various cash and valuables. Advertisement. These add up to several billions, and there is no need to check. Anyway, it is enough for Shu Feng to be left behind in the second generation for a lifetime. Only a very small number of chests containing various scrolls and high-quality weapons need to be inspected. Taking out the record scroll, Shu Feng began to compare one by one without any carelessness. Although these things are of little use to him, even if Shu Feng loses them, he can't take advantage of others. An hour or two passed. After comparing each piece, Xu Feng had a look of disappointment on his face. Not only are the things in front of me not lacking, but they are even more than what is recorded on the scroll. Suddenly, Xu Feng recalled what Shang had just said and said that there was something inexplicably extra today. He immediately understood that it must have been sent back secretly by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Damn you, you courageous old guy. He put away the scroll a little angrily. Xu Feng couldn't help but cursed. Damn old coward, you have a lot of stuff, don't let me take the opportunity to get mad. The elephant on the side. Is this really something he can hear? It's too rebellious and too arrogant. Shang made up his mind to stay away from Xu Feng to avoid splattering his face with blood later. By the way, go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen what happened today to show your loyalty. Thinking of this, Shang no longer wanted to get involved with Xu Feng. Tanshu rubbed 3 fingers towards Zufeng. Zufeng, this is the reward you promised. Xu Feng waved his hand, generously picked up a box with the least amount of money and handed it to Shang. Don't say brother is not generous enough, just take it, there's no need to look for it. Shang looked at the box in his hand that only contained rewards for A-level missions, and asked unwillingly. You don't mean to give us the highest level S-class? A up right arrow down right arrow, Xu Feng exclaimed loudly, his face full of dissatisfaction. I told you not to look for it. Do you look down on me, brother? Do you want me to go crazy? Elephant. After murmuring, he left here with a slumped face. Chapter 43 Danzo's Old Tricks. After Shang left, Xu Feng deposited this large amount of inheritance into the largest bank in the Land of Fire. As for those ninjutsu and secret scrolls, they were completely burned by Xu Feng. After all, these things are of no use to him, and they are very troublesome to store. What's more, those little brats in Shota's bloodline are all thinner than his, and they don't have the talent of a ninja. If it is left to them, it is also a common man who is not guilty, but who is guilty of carrying a jade. As for Sasuke, he doesn't have time to train him. All he wants is for Sasuke to be a tool that is opposite to the original plot trajectory. In terms of weapons, Xu Feng chose the best chakra metal long knife. The rest were buried by him in the underground of Nanga Shrine, to keep company with the dead Uchiha. By the time I returned to the hospital after dealing with all this, it was already late at night. For the first time, Naruto did not go home tonight. Instead, he lay down next to Sasuke's bed and fell asleep like that. The little face that was yellow due to malnutrition was tightly wrinkled, just like Sasuke, who was also lethargic. Come to think of it, the scene in the dream was not very beautiful. It seems that what happened during the day scared the little guy Naruto quite a bit. The previous understanding has been subverted. People who thought they were good to themselves are actually not good to themselves at all. He is even the culprit of everything. All I can say is that Naruto is really miserable. Without waking up the sleeping Naruto, Xu Feng reached out and gently lifted him up. Then he put it in from the other side of Sasuke's bed, the side that was not stained with snot. Naruto, who seemed to be awake, muttered and moved twice, but did not wake up. He just turned over in bed and put his hands and feet on Sasuke's body. Sasuke's expression turned even uglier while he was sleeping. It's like the nightmare I'm having has become a little more terrifying. Tisk, what a pair of friendly brothers in distress. Zufeng, who was quite satisfied with his masterpiece, sighed and lay down on the bed on the other side and fell asleep. Nothing to do overnight. Morning came in a blink of an eye. With a slight noise from the window, Xu Feng, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Sitting up and looking at the empty ward, Xu Feng spoke lightly with an unkind expression. Should you come out on your own, or should I turn you into burnt corpses and then invite you out? The moment the word, lie, fell, a terrifying chakra wave appeared instantly. The boundless murderous intention rushed straight to the dark corner blocked by the cabinet next to the window. Please stop. In less than a second, 2 ninjas wearing Anbu masks fell out of the dark corner. Advertisement, Anbu's ninja? Is that old guy from 3rd generation trying to assassinate me? Xu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand as a hot flame rose up and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this terrifying fire style, the 2 ninjas wearing Anbu masks felt like the hairs on their bodies stood up. A large amount of cold sweat poured out from his forehead and back, instantly soaking his clothes. In this critical situation, the 2 of them didn't care about anything else and shouted as fast as they could in their lives. Wait a minute, Master Zufeng. We are not ninjas from Anbu, we come from the roots. The moment these words were spoken, the rapidly expanding fire style immediately stopped. The murderous intent that was pressing them so hard that they could barely lift their waists suddenly lightened up. With the pressure suddenly reduced, the 2 root ninjas had no time to breathe and shouted again at a very fast speed. It was Lord Danzo who ordered us to come and become your subordinates and obey your orders. If you have any words you want to convey in the future, or if you need any help, you can let us deliver them to you. After shouting everything, the 2 of them didn't dare to say any more words. After getting up from the ground, he bowed his head respectfully and half knelt on the ground, anxiously waiting for Xu Feng's decision. Did Danzo ask you to come? Xu Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the 2 people who were dressed the same as Anbu. Why should I trust you? Seeing Xu Feng's suspicion, the 2 people quickly explained. Yesterday, you ripped off the 3rd Hokage, burned Jonin of the Sarutobi clan, and forced Chunin of the Sarutobi clan to death. Danzo-sama already knows about it. He is very sorry that he was not here yesterday to provide you with the help he promised, and completely tear off that hypocritical face. But my lord, he already believes in the plan you mentioned, so he allows us to follow you and provide help at any time. After hearing the two of them share the consensus they had reached with Danzo before, Xu Feng temporarily put away his doubts. The rapidly rising flame in his hand quickly spread out. The terrifying murderous intentions lingering around were also eliminated. A smile instantly appeared on his face. Since Danzo asked you to come, then just stay with me. With Xu Feng's permission, the two Genbu were immediately overjoyed and their words became more respectful. Thank you Master Zufeng, we will definitely become your most useful loyal dogs. Xu Feng smiled with satisfaction. Okay, you continue to hide in the dark, I will call you out if necessary. Yes. The two roots immediately disappeared obediently and disappeared into the darkness. Seeing the two roots disappear, Xu Feng's smile gradually faded and the light in his eyes flashed away. These two root Jonin tried too hard to pretend to be Chunin. He just looked like he fell to the ground after being locked by a killer. Do you really think he is a fool? And it's this idiotic method of pretending to be a loyal subordinate, but actually sneaking up and killing him after the fact. Advertisement, you can't even deceive that psychotic Itachi, and you still want to deceive him? He sneered in his heart, but Xu Feng showed no change on his face. Looking at the already lit sky outside the window, Xu Feng opened the system panel and started daily sign in. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket, get attribute points +2. Currently no attribute points added. 21, not bad, it's 2 o'clock today. Compared with the pitiful 1 point yesterday and the day before yesterday, these 2 points are enough to satisfy Xu Feng. Other side. Naruto, who had been woken up in the hospital bed, was hiding his head under the quilt. A pair of eyes were revealed quietly, peeking at Xu Feng with a longing expression. He just saw it. Xu Feng just stretched out his hand and released a large ball of flames. Those two annoying Anbu were so scared that they almost peed their pants. It's really cool, it would be great if he could be this good. This way everyone will definitely listen to his explanation and understand that he is not the fox demon who brings disaster. And he will definitely be respected and recognized by all villagers. Just when Naruto was having S***X, Sasuke beside him started to struggle and tremble violently like a sudden illness. He kept murmuring in his mouth until he finally sat up and screamed. This sudden scene frightened Naruto beside him. As for Sasuke, who sat up, he didn't even notice Naruto sleeping next to him. He just opened his eyes wide in fear and gasped for air. I'm not dead? Could it be that I was dreaming just now? Sasuke looked down at his hands, then looked up at his surroundings. This bright ward style immediately made Sasuke's face turn pale. Holding his head violently, Sasuke's face was full of pain and struggle. No, it's not a dream. Dad, Mom, blood, so much blood, dead, all dead. Sasuke, who finally recalled that it was not a dream, screamed with hatred and madness on his face. It's brother. It's Itachi. It's Uchiha Itachi, that damn B******************. I will definitely kill you with my own hands and avenge everyone. 1 against 7. Chapter 44 almost got trapped. Sasuke's hysterical and crazy look immediately frightened Naruto beside him. He held the quilt tightly with both hands, not daring to move. It wasn't until Sasuke stopped shouting that he stammered and asked. Sasuke, are you okay? Hearing a familiar yet annoying voice coming from beside him, Sasuke tilted his head fiercely with a ferocious expression. Then he saw Naruto covering half of his face with a quilt, his face full of fear and nervousness. Naruto. A higher-pitched voice came out of Sasuke's mouth. Not even caring about the hatred in his mind just now, Sasuke suddenly opened the quilt and looked at his body. After seeing that his clothes were still on him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But before Sasuke could feel at ease for long, a strange feeling of something foreign came from Sasuke's arm. He lifted it up and looked in front of his eyes, and saw a large piece of dry yellow crystal sticking to his skin. This is... Before Sasuke could think about what was on his arm, Naruto, who also saw it, couldn't help but exclaimed. Let me wipe my nose on the quilt. Before he could finish crying, Naruto realized that he had spilled the beans and immediately covered his mouth with the quilt. Sasuke slowly turned his head, his entire face was shrouded in shadow, except for a pair of single Magatama Sharingan, glowing with a frightening red light. Idiot Cranetail, what did you just say? Sasuke's words were very calm, like the calm before the storm. Naruto covered his mouth with the quilt, sweating crazily on his forehead, and tried to pretend to be stupid and get through. I didn't say anything about my nose or mouth. Then he pretended to be angry and retorted. You are the idiot, the arrogant maniac. Seeing Naruto's harsh words, Sasuke recalled what Itachi had been telling him in his dream, and his eyes suddenly became more and more dangerous. Quietly, he touched the water glass on the cabinet beside him. Sasuke smashed it with force, picked up the sharp fragment and stabbed Naruto in the head. As long as he kills Naruto, he will definitely get the power that beast Itachi said. In the distance, Xu Feng, who originally planned to watch a show, couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. Sure enough, Just like the original plot, I was completely dazzled by hatred, and all I could think about was gaining the strength to take revenge. Just as he was about to step forward and stop Sasuke, Shu Feng noticed that the fragments stabbed by Sasuke were getting slower and slower. Until it finally stopped on Naruto's eyes. Advertisement. Naruto was also frightened by this sudden change and froze in place. Looking up at Sasuke's struggling and changing expression, Naruto reacted belatedly. Wow! Naruto yelled and rolled off the bed. Pointing at Sasuke who was still stabbing, he yelled, Sasuke, what are you going to do? I just accidentally got my nose on you, and you actually made such a dangerous move to scare me. You be ********* the idiot. Sasuke didn't reply to Naruto's yelling. Instead, he reached out and threw out the fragments, inserting them into the ground in front of Naruto. Don't come near me if you don't want to die. This is completely different from the previous quarrels. Words without a trace of emotion and warmth. Naruto immediately forgot to be angry and froze on the spot again. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Sasuke clearly ignored Naruto's intentions. He just picked up the quilt and wiped his arms hard to get all the dried snot off. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Shu Feng who was walking slowly. Naruto, stop asking and give Sasuke some time. After all, he is now carrying a blood feud in the lives of everyone in his clan. Hearing Shu Feng's words, Sasuke turned his head and realized that there were other people in the ward. Who are you? Seeing Shu Feng's appearance in the iconic clothes, Sasuke's expression froze. Then his eyes suddenly widened, full of disbelief. You are Sister Quan's friend, and you are Brother Zufeng. You are actually alive and not dead. It turns out I'm not the only one left. That's great, that's great. Sasuke, who originally had a tight expression on his face filled with bitterness and hatred, instantly burst into tears of joy. It's as if he has found his backbone, and he is not alone in this world. It's me. I'm not dead, and I didn't expect you to still remember me. Kyofeng smiled as he walked towards Sasuke. In his memory, he and Sasuke only met a few times, and the total number of words they exchanged was no more than 3 sentences. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Sasuke still remembered him and called him by name immediately. Brother Shu Feng. Ah. Sasuke was whimpering and was about to say something more when he suddenly felt his right eye burning up. The single Magatama Sharingan slowly rotated until it changed into a windmill-like pattern. This is... Shu Feng, who was approaching Sasuke, also saw the change in his eyes. His face suddenly turned into anger. Without any hesitation, he rolled sideways vigorously. The chakra in the body is released free of charge. At the moment Shu Feng took action, a terrifying chakra suddenly descended. Just where Shu Feng was standing, oozing black flames appeared out of thin air. And the black flames rapidly increased in size at a speed visible to the naked eye, chasing Shu Feng who was hiding aside. At this moment, Shu Feng has released a huge chakra. Faster and more red flames than the black flames, quickly poured out from Shu Feng's body. In just the blink of an eye, Shu Feng's surroundings were completely enveloped. It also blocked the burning black flames. The black flame was temporarily blocked. Shu Feng did not take it lightly. After all, he could clearly see that the blocked black flame was burning on his fire style. Once his fire style is burned, it will still burn his body. Increase the output of chakra. More flames composed of fire style surged out from around Shu Feng's body. Quickly push away the surrounding black flames. Shu Feng also took the opportunity to jump out of the encirclement. After using some strength on the wall, he successfully jumped out of the black flames. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke were not affected by the black flames, but were affected by Shu Feng's huge fire style. Fortunately, Shu Feng escaped in time. He rushed into the flames, holding a person in one hand, turned around and jumped out of the window, landing on the ground outside. Sasuke, who survived the disaster after landing, looked up in disbelief. The ward was constantly burning with black and red flames. What the hell is this? Chapter 45. Naruto was successfully changed. What is this, you ask? After hearing Sasuke's innocent question, Kaido still looked cold and frightened. Of course this is the work of your good brother. Use the transfer seal to seal Mangekyo's pupil technique into your Sharingan, and then automatically release it when you see me. Haha, I said that as long as I abide by the agreement, I would never do anything to me again, but in the end, I took great pains to prepare for this. Uchiha Itachi, you really taught me a good lesson. If Shu Feng had not read through the plot and knew how to transcribe and seal this sinister ninjutsu, he might not have been able to react just now and avoid it in time. After hearing what Shu Feng said, Sasuke immediately clenched his fists and yelled angrily and emotionally. That damn B**************** D is not my brother, he is my enemy, the enemy I will kill with my own hands one day. As soon as he finished shouting, Sasuke looked at Shu Feng and met the cold eyes of his only remaining clan member. In addition, it was indeed because of him that Shu Feng was in danger just now. Sasuke immediately put away his temper and lowered his head in a grieved manner to admit his mistake. Brother Zufeng, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper or yelled at you. If I make you angry, just punish me, I promise I won't lose my temper with you next time. Seeing that Sasuke lowered his head to admit his mistake very understandingly, Shu Feng's cold face quickly turned into a gentle smile. Sasuke, I'm glad you realized your mistake, but the reason I'm angry is not because you lost your temper with me. But when you are angry, you are still like a child, unable to control your emotions. The Uchiha clan was once prosperous, but now we are the only ones left, old and young. And you are the only young patriarch of our Uchiha clan, carrying the clan's last hope and continuation. So Sasuke, do you understand now why I'm angry? Sasuke's lips moved, and then he bit his lips tightly, holding back the cry that was about to escape his lips. Yes, out of such a large clan, only the two of them are left to depend on each other. And this is the second time that Sasuke has been so expected and valued. As for the first time, of course it was Uchiha Itachi before the family was slaughtered. Brother Zufeng, I understand, I will never do this again in the future. Shu Feng nodded approvingly. Well, I believe in you. You will definitely become a good clan leader in the future. This praise and expectation once again moved Sasuke beyond measure. Now that he has no friends, Sasuke even feels a bit of the warmth of a family member in Shu Feng. Brother Zufeng, I won't let you down. This time I shouted with a much more cordial and trusting voice than before. It also made Naruto, who had been silent, feel a little uncomfortable. I couldn't help shouting to Shu Feng. Brother Shu Feng, I will never let you down in the future.
I will definitely work hard to become stronger as you said, and I will never be bullied or become someone else's punching bag again. Naruto's sudden statement immediately attracted Shu Feng's attention. He didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. It seems that because Sasuke gave Naruto a sense of crisis, he accelerated the speed of receiving his thoughts. But this alone is not enough. Naruto, I also believe you can do it. Shu Feng showed an encouraging look, touched Naruto's head, and then changed the subject. Advertisement. But I also have a question for you. If you become really strong in the future, will you forgive those who have hurt you? When Naruto heard this, the expression on his face froze and he fell silent. Seeing this, the smile on Shu Feng's face gradually disappeared, and he took his hand off Naruto's head. Everyone who bullies you has weighed the pros and cons when they chose to bully you, and they did it intentionally. If you can even forgive this, it means that you deserve the bullying you experienced and do not deserve sympathy. Your forgiveness is also a betrayal of the person you were once bullied by. Just like the story I told you, forgiveness can never be exchanged for gratitude, but only more unscrupulous progress. After saying that, Shu Feng ignored Naruto and walked towards the door of the hospital in the distance. Sasuke from behind also cast a disdainful look at Naruto. What a stupid idiot. When you are bullied, you don't want to take revenge, but you want to forgive. If you are not bullied, who will be bullied? Looking at the retreating figure, Naruto's heart was shaking crazily. Is it true that there is no need to forgive? But if I don't forgive, how will I be recognized and become a Hokage? In fact, deep down in Naruto's heart, he didn't want to forgive those who had hurt him. But if he doesn't forgive, he won't be recognized and become a Hokage. After all, becoming a Hokage was the dream and goal that Hiruzen Sarutobi had instilled in him since childhood. It would be nice if I wasn't a Hokage. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of this. Yes, why do I have to be a Hokage? If being a Hokage means betraying your past self and doing things you don't want to do, then it's better not to do it. Perhaps I can be like what the story of Brother Shu Feng tells, and overwhelm everyone with absolute strength, and then become Hokage. Naruto, who suddenly felt enlightened, swept away his previous confusion and entanglement, shouted and chased Shu Feng in front of him. I understand, Brother Zufeng, I will never forgive you, absolutely not. The moment Naruto figured it out, Shu Feng in front also received a notification from the system for the first time in a long time. Successfully changed Naruto's mind. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 50x1. Successful. Naruto, you really did not disappoint me. After receiving the information in his mind, Shu Feng pulled a faint smile from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, with a thought, he opened the newly obtained random attribute point gift pack of 1 to 50 points. Random attribute point gift pack 1 to 50 opened successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Get attribute points x35. Close black lens bracket. Current attribute points 56. It opened at 35 o'clock, so I'm pretty lucky. Shu Feng is quite satisfied with his luck this time. Without choosing to add points, Shu Feng closed the system panel and turned his attention to the hospital entrance. Over there, a group of Uchiha, young and old, and a pale-faced Quan pushing a wheelchair were walking out of the door with the crowd. That's Sister Quan, and everyone from the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. Sasuke's face was full of disbelief when he saw the group of conspicuous blue clothes with the shape of table tennis rackets printed on them. He originally thought that only he and Shu Feng were dead among the whole clan. I didn't expect that there were so many people alive. Among them is Quan, whom he is very familiar with. Brother Zufeng, since so many people are fine, then my father and mother. Before Sasuke could finish asking, Shu Feng decisively interrupted him. Sasuke, do you know something that has 4 legs but doesn't move? Although he was confused as to why Shu Feng asked this, Sasuke still answered honestly. I know this, it's a table. Shu Feng sighed with regret. I guessed wrong, the answer is your father and mother. Sasuke, it doesn't matter if you didn't guess it right. I'll just ask you one more question. Seeing Sasuke's face filled with questions, Shu Feng spoke again. What's walking around in the morning and packed into a box at night? Sasuke's eyes instantly turned red after he had reacted. Yes, are they my parents? Shu Feng shook his head. Wrong, it's shoes. Sasuke immediately looked forward to it. Then my parents. Shu Feng continued to shake his head. They are not in the box, but in the soil. The anticipation on Sasuke's face instantly petrified. The original sadness was replaced by the anger rising inside. Shu Feng seemed not to notice Sasuke's anger, and patted Sasuke's head to comfort him. Don't worry, I will take you to worship them next time. Ahead, Quan, who was pushing his mother, had already arrived in front of Shu Feng. His face was pale and bloodless, but he still gave Shu Feng a forced smile. Zhu Feng, thank you for saving me and my mother. I also hope you can forgive me for my previous distrust of you. I will listen to you in everything from now on, and I will also work with you to seek revenge against Itachi. Hearing this, Shu Feng just nodded indifferently. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank me, just thank the uncles and aunties behind you. They are the ones who brought you back, and they are the ones who have been taking care of you who are unconscious. As for revenge, you don't need to worry about it. After saying that, Shu Feng turned around without waiting for Quan's answer and came to the front of the uncles and aunts. The hospital can no longer accommodate you. I will take you to buy a new residence. It also happens to allow you to completely integrate into the village, and you will no longer be aliens who live together and resist outsiders. The village's defense force also responded very quickly. Shortly after Shu Feng led his people away, a large number of Anbu arrived at the scene to carry out rescue and firefighting operations. It's just that Shu Feng's red flame is very easy to extinguish, but the black flame named Amaterasu cannot be extinguished at all. There was even an Anbu who accidentally stepped on Amaterasu's flames and was burned alive on the spot. Dispelled the rumor that Amaterasu cannot burn anyone to death. Finally, the sealing team was dispatched, and it took a lot of effort to seal Amaterasu, solving the crisis. Chapter 46 Sasuke was also successfully led astray. Been busy for almost a whole day. Only then did Shu Feng settle everyone down. That is to say, for adults, aunts, and little kids, they will be provided with housing and enough millions of money to last a lifetime. And it's divided according to head, so everyone has a share. After getting the money house, all the elders and aunties were so frightened that they almost beat him up on the spot. There are even many childless uncles and aunts who only want a house that they can live in, and don't need money from Shu Feng. He said that Shu Feng had helped them enough and they old guys didn't need so much money. Let Shu Feng take it back and keep it well. Don't spend it randomly. You must keep it to marry a wife in the future. This kind of simple emotion, which goes beyond money, also explains why Shu Feng didn't just walk away before, but took great risks to save people. Emotional debt is the hardest to repay. Zhu Feng did not refuse the old people's kindness in person, but readily accepted it. I plan to transfer the money directly to the accounts of the elderly in private after I leave. After a lifetime of poverty, it's time to enjoy it. After thanking Shu Feng one by one and saying goodbye, the surviving Uchiha, old and young, went to their respective houses to welcome a new life. This is also the best ending for them. After all, if you don't have strong strength and want to be a group of aliens, you are courting death. Only by completely blending in and hiding yourself can you not attract attention. What's more, Shu Feng's follow-up plan will leave Konoha. Although he will resolve all ill intentions when he leaves, it is always safest to spread out and integrate into the village. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Sasuke felt that something was very wrong. He held a look on his face for a long time before asking. Brother Zhu Feng, if everyone is separated, then don't I have the only clan leader left in our Uchiha clan? Who said you're the only one? Isn't this still me? Shu Feng didn't expect Sasuke's little nose to be so sharp. It was immediately apparent that he had become a polished commander. Well, Sasuke glanced at Shu Feng speechlessly, and put his hands into his trouser pockets unhappily. Brother Zhu Feng, you should be the leader of the clan, and I will obey your orders. Seeing that Sasuke wanted to give up his job and relieve himself of the heavy burden, Shu Feng was unwilling. He immediately lectured with a serious face. Even if we are separated, we are still members of the Uchiha clan. And I have to correct your thinking. The patriarch does not have to have a large group of people under his control who can come and go when called upon. That kind of person is a slave owner and a big aristocrat who exploits people. The true patriarch is the leader of the clan, the god of the clan, and the leader who leads the clan. He is also the patron saint who protects his people from harm and bullying. Shu Feng's words immediately made Sasuke feel ashamed and he quickly explained. Advertisement. Brother Zhu Feng, you misunderstood. I don't want to command and send people. I just feel that I am not worthy of becoming the clan leader. You are more suitable to be the clan leader and the patron saint of the clan. After all, I am the executioner's brother, and the blood of sinners flows on my body. Sasuke smiled bitterly, his tone full of self-deprecation that was inappropriate for his age. Shu Feng almost had speechlessness written on his face when he heard this. Good guy, the other victims didn't say anything. Why are you so G pretentious? No, today the patriarch has only a name and responsibility. This little guy has to carry it whether he carries it or not. Shu Feng, who was furious in his heart, slapped Sasuke on the back of the head without hesitation. The crisp sound of bang made Naruto on the side empathize, touching the back of his head and grinning. Sasuke, are you planning to evade your responsibilities? Shu Feng took back his hand and looked at Sasuke with disappointment in his eyes. I thought that unlike that traitor Uchiha Itachi, you were a good boy who was responsible and responsible. In the end, I didn't think about how to atone for my sins and protect the surviving clan members from being bullied. Instead, we are pushing and pushing here for a false reputation. I'm so disappointed in you. Facing Shu Feng's disappointed eyes, Sasuke immediately became anxious and made repeated assurances. That's not the case. I didn't want to evade responsibility. I will become a good clan leader, and I swear to protect all the clan members who are still alive. Even if it makes you give up revenge. Sasuke regretted it for a second, his eyes filled with surging hatred and murderous intent. No, I must take revenge and kill the traitor with my own hands. He looked at Sasuke, who was only 7 years old, but was as murderous as a murderous ghost. Shu Feng slapped Sasuke on the back of the head again, breaking the murderous look on his face. Revenge and murder cannot be shouted out by mouth, nor can they cover up the fear and helplessness in your heart. Besides, I'm not dead yet, so you don't need to worry about revenge. Just rest assured and protect the surviving clan members. This can be regarded as fulfilling the last wish of the Fugaku clan leader. Sasuke exclaimed when he heard his father's name. Dad's last wish. Shu Feng sighed and nodded. That's right. When Chief Fugaku breathed his last, he entrusted you, who had not yet returned home, and the hatred of the clan to me. Even if that traitor Itachi slaughters the entire clan, he doesn't want to see you brothers killing each other. That's why I made you the clan leader to protect the clan, and I am responsible for killing the traitor and avenging everyone. Shu Feng wanted Naruto and Sasuke's plots to be interchanged, so naturally he couldn't let Sasuke rebel against the village and seek revenge without any worries. That's why Sasuke was constantly made the leader of the Uchiha clan. Let the surviving people become Sasuke's concern and tie him up in the Leaf Village. Advertisement. He even bluffed Sasuke by telling nonsense about Fugaku's last words. Although it is unethical to fool children, the result is very successful. After learning that it was Fugaku's last wish, Sasuke no longer insisted on revenge and nodded in agreement. Brother Zufeng, I understand. I will protect my clansmen well in the future so that you can kill that man with peace of mind. But if you fail, I will still take revenge myself, along with your share. Shu Feng also laughed. Failure. I don't fight an uncertain battle. When I'm ready, it will be the end of Itachi's life. Recalling that Itachi didn't follow martial ethics and violated the agreement by using the transfer seal to punish himself, Shu Feng felt angry in his heart. What kind of hatred or resentment do you want to kill him for the village? Anyway, when I leave, I will clear away the most dangerous factors in the village, and you can just stay and protect the people. Sasuke nodded firmly. I will. The moment he agreed, the system's voice sounded again. Open black lens bracket successfully changed Sasuke's mind. Close black lens bracket. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 50x1. Another gift bag. Shu Feng was pleasantly surprised by the sudden reward. They are indeed the two core protagonists in the Hokage world. Just changing their minds slightly, they easily won the reward. Put away the surprise and open the attribute point gift pack. Get attribute points x40. Currently unassigned attribute points, 96. Luck was once again overwhelming, which put a bright smile on Shu Feng's face. But the smile gradually faded after seeing Quan, who hadn't left yet. Why haven't you left yet? Are you not satisfied with the money and house you got? I'm not dissatisfied. Quan shook his head repeatedly, then pursed his lips and said. I want to take revenge with you, and I want to find out Itachi, what the genjutsu the traitor used on me meant. I want to pierce his heart with a kunai, and then ask him if he regrets doing these things. Shu Feng did not answer, but looked at Quan Yu, who was slumped in the wheelchair with her eyes closed. Your mother. Quan's eyes suddenly burst out with strong hatred. The vital part was injured, and he lost too much blood, resulting in paralysis of the body and severe brain damage caused by insufficient blood supply and lack of oxygen. If there was no accident, I might never be able to wake up again in this life. Seeing the hatred in Quan's eyes that was no less than Sasuke's, Shu Feng suddenly looked forward to seeing the two of them in the future. Without a word of refusal, Shu Feng led Naruto and Sasuke towards the Uchiha tribe. Whatever, you can follow if you want. Chapter 47. The plan begins. Zhu Feng did not integrate into Konoha and live dispersedly like the uncles and aunts. Instead, he led Naruto, Sasuke and Izumi back to the Uchiha tribe. This move was very bold, equivalent to a blatant provocation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's a pity that Shu Feng's provocation did not induce Sarutobi Hiruzen to take action again. Even when Naruto followed Shu Feng to live in the Uchiha tribe, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't react. Those Uchiha uncles and aunts who live in separate places have also not been targeted or discriminated against in any way. It was very easy to completely integrate into Konoha and become an ordinary villager. It was as if Sarutobi Hiruzen had completely given in. Shu Feng is also happy with this. In the days that followed, he drew draws on time every day and continued to accumulate attribute points. Then there was nothing to teach Naruto and Sasuke, who came home from school. Instill in them various ideas that are different from the original work. Quan is taking care of his mother who is in a vegetative state every day while doing various exercises assiduously. She hopes that one day she can successfully take revenge and kill the Itachi who made her mother become like this. There is also Danzo, who will send people quietly to find Shu Feng every once in a while, carrying out unknown plots. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seemed as if he had completely forgotten about Shu Feng. Neither assign any tasks to Shu Feng, nor notify Shu Feng when a ninja gathering is held. It's like there is no Kaiofes in Konoha village. Completely isolate and marginalize Shu Feng. Shu Feng didn't care about this, he just silently accumulated strength and waited for the opportunity. But waiting for this opportunity is like waiting for your girlfriend before going out. I thought I would be able to wait for it soon, but it turned out that I had to wait for more than a year. System, sign in. In the early morning, Shu Feng opened his eyes and signed in immediately. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully, close black lens bracket. Get attribute points +1. Current free attribute points, 888. It's 1 o'clock again. I'm really used to it, but 888 is a pretty good number. Shu Feng, who transformed into a Tun rat, did not use these points, but continued to accumulate them. Closing the system panel in his mind, Shu Feng sat up from the bed with a yawn. Outside, the sound of Naruto and Sasuke bickering could be heard vaguely. Sasuke, you be ********D, that's my omelet. What Sister Quan cooks for you doesn't mean it's yours. Only those who grab it are entitled to enjoy it. It's obvious that you used Sharingan to cheat. Hee hee. Advertisement. What do you mean by that smile? It's not interesting, you idiot. Damn it, you robbed things and cursed others, I will fight with you. What are you doing, you idiot? Stop spitting, I'll return the fried eggs to you. It's too late, tui tui tui. Listening to the noise outside, Shu Feng rubbed his messy hair without any intention of paying attention to it. Now a full year has passed since the night of genocide. The quarrel between Naruto and Sasuke also lasted for a year. He was tired of watching this scene that was happening every day. Especially for Sasuke, I don't know if it's because the whole clan has not died, or if the pressure of revenge is put on Shu Feng's back. It's not at all as gloomy and dull as in the original work, looking like everyone owes him money. Instead, he always pays attention to everything Naruto does, and then devotes himself to confronting Naruto. It was very similar to the clumsy pranks made by elementary school students in Shu Feng's memory in the hope of being taken seriously and attracting attention. Of course, Sasuke completely denies this and does not admit it. Yawning again, Shu Feng lay straight back and planned to go back to sleep again. Just as Shu Feng lay down, the window of the room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Then a figure jumped in and half knelt in front of Shu Feng's bed. Lord Shu Feng. The person who came was the root ninja assigned by Danzo to Shu Feng as his subordinate and liaison. Hearing someone shouting, Shu Feng lay on his side on the bed without turning his head, scratching his thigh and talking lazily. I remember telling you not to disturb me when I'm sleeping. So you'd better be really busy, otherwise I wouldn't mind using a different microphone. Threatened by Shu Feng, the root ninja who was half kneeling on the ground had a disdainful smile on his face under the mask. But emotionally, he showed a look of sincerity and fear, begging for mercy again and again. My lord, I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. It's just that this time there is urgent news from Lord Danzo, which must be conveyed to you immediately. Urgent news. Shu Feng seemed to have thought of something, turned around and sat up from the bed. This is the time we have waited for. Has Sarutobi Hiruzen finally revealed a flaw? The root ninja was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Shu Feng to guess it right away. He nodded immediately. In 3 days, the third Hokage will leave the village and go to Sunagakur village. Invited to observe the triennial joint Chunin examination of the 4 villages. After leaving the village, the third Hokage's guard strength is at its weakest, and it is also the best time to take action. Danzo-sama and General have made preparations as agreed with you before, and can launch the plan at any time. I am here to inform you to be prepared. Advertisement. Let me get ready. Shu Feng narrowed his eyes and released a dangerous aura. I have laid out the complete plan for you, what else do you need me to prepare now? Prepare a coffin for your incompetence. Wow. The huge chakra coercion instantly rushed out of Shu Feng and enveloped the root ninja. This ninja's heart froze, and the hairs all over his body stood up under the pressure, as if danger was about to come. As a Jonin, this ninja can completely withstand the pressure released by Shu Feng. But he was still knocked down deliberately by the shock, pretending to be a weakling who couldn't bear it at all, and begging for mercy with a trembling voice. Sir, spare my life. I'm just responsible for delivering the message. These are Danzo-sama's orders. Looking at this exaggerated and artificial performance, Shu Feng only felt it hurt his eyes. Too lazy to continue talking, he asked directly, tell me, what did Danzo want me to prepare? Danzo-sama asks you to prepare to recharge your batteries and attack the third Hokage in 3 days. Let me kill the third Hokage. Shu Feng seemed to have heard a big joke and laughed out loud. Why, if Danzo, this old dog, doesn't take action, he plans to let me be the next 5th generation project. You misunderstood. The root ninja quickly explained. Danzo-sama's actions will arouse the vigilance and precautions of the third Hokage, so we can only stay in the village. But don't worry, even if you stay in the village, Danzo-sama will involve most of the forces around the third Hokage. At the same time, Gen's ninjas will fully assist you and will not let you face the third Hokage alone. Haha. Shu Feng laughed a little angrily. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? If Danzo moves, he will arouse vigilance, but if Gen moves, he will not arouse vigilance. The root ninja hurriedly explained. That is the root's power hidden outside the village and is not monitored. And Danzo-sama asked me to remind you that the third Hokage has planned to attack you right after he left the village. Hearing the news, Shu Feng was suddenly shocked. It turns out that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been inactive all this time, and he is actually waiting for an opportunity. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen leaves, no matter whether he can kill Shu Feng or not, he can get away with it on the grounds that he is not in the village and does not know about it. To be able to learn such news, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen has many spies around him. The root ninja didn't reply, but the face under the mask was full of pride. Okay, I agree, you can go back and let Danzo start implementing the plan. After Shu Feng thought for a moment, he agreed. To be honest, I have the 888 points of unused attributes as my confidence. Shu Feng is confident that he can defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo alone, both of whom are shameful shadows. Moreover, Danzo's calculations were clearly seen by Shu Feng. He just wanted him to fight with Hiruzen Sarutobi, both of whom would suffer losses, and finally let the two Jonin fishermen around him who had hidden their strength benefit. It's a pity that once his 888 attribute points are added up, Danzo's little plan is destined to fail. Chapter 48 Add points, new abilities. The rain was about to come, so Shu Feng naturally had no intention of going back to sleep. With a thought, the system panel opened in my mind. Open black lens bracket host. Zufeng close black lens bracket. Basic 3 body technique transformation clone substitute 10. Open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu 1509 close black lens bracket. Fire style features. Unprinted release. Special ability. Fire style ninjutsu 100-fold increase. Physical skills. 50. Current free attribute points. 888. Looking at the attributes on the panel, Zufeng started consuming directly without much hesitation. System. Fire style ninjutsu will be increased to 2000 points for me, and taijutsu will be increased to 400 points. Open black lens bracket add points successfully, close black lens bracket. Attribute point deduction 491. Attribute points deducted 350. Current free attribute points, 47. Successfully activated the second special ability. The moment he successfully added points, a powerful force quickly filled Shu Feng's limbs and bones. The already majestic chakra is growing again at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop until it grew by nearly a third. Compared to chakra, Zhu Feng's physical improvement is more obvious. The muscles that were just beginning to take shape are now sharp and angular, looking full of explosive power. Compared with the improvement in physical strength, the improvement in the 5 senses and nerve responses is what makes Shu Feng most satisfied. If we look at Jonin's previous physical attacks, he still needed to cooperate with fire style to barely defend. Now I can block or dodge most physical attacks entirely by relying on my reactions. Of course, the improvement of neural responses is not only useful for physical skills. It is also extremely useful for ninjutsu that are very fast. Advertisement. Just like what Shu Feng encountered before, Amaterasu released black flames with his sight. Even if the current Shu Feng doesn't dodge in advance, he can react to Amaterasu and dodge. But if it were replaced by the Flying Thunder God, or the Storm style with the speed of light, it would be difficult for the current Shu Feng to react successfully. After feeling the changes in his body, Shu Feng turned his attention to the newly activated Fire Style special ability. Open black lens bracket Fire Style Ninjutsu, 2000 close black lens bracket. Fire Style features. Unprinted release. Special ability. Fire Style Ninjutsu 100-fold increase, Soul Flame Taiyan Ningha. Taiyan Hell Fire. A soul flame that can directly burn the enemy's spiritual soul, and can also protect one's own spiritual soul. Close black lens bracket. The soul flame that burns the enemy's spiritual soul and protects one's own spiritual soul. Seeing the new special ability he had activated, Shu Feng was immediately shocked. Judging from this description, isn't this Taiyan Pingha the nemesis of yin-type ninjutsu like genjutsu? I'm so sleepy, I'll give you a pillow. When he meets Uchiha Itachi again in the future, he finally doesn't have to worry about being played around by genjutsu. Especially the distinguished heavenly gods in Uchiha Itachi's hand that can change the will of others. And so is the distinguished heavenly gods in Danzo's hand. From now on, Shu Feng no longer has to refuse Danzo's meetings, and he no longer has to be wary of Danzo sneaking up on him. Thinking of this, I felt a lot more relaxed in my heart, and my face was filled with a smile of surprise. At the same time, with a thought, he raised his hand and released the Taiyan Dark Fire. Wow! A ball of blue flame appeared out of thin air from Shu Feng's hand. The moment the flame appeared, a cold feeling suddenly enveloped the surroundings. This kind of coldness is not physical coldness, but mental coldness. It feels like being in a mass grave, with gusts of cold wind constantly blowing on the back of your head. It makes people tremble in their hearts. The flame of the soul is really exciting. While sighing, Shu Feng held his hand and the blue flame was instantly extinguished. Advertisement. However, the next moment, Xu Feng, who had just put away his palm, found that there was a blue flame in his mind. It was the lunar underworld fire that he had just extinguished. It quietly appeared in the center of Xu Feng's mind. It appeared directly in my consciousness. It seems that this is the protection at the spiritual and soul level mentioned in the introduction. Xu Feng originally thought that he had to take the initiative to release it in order to resist genjutsu. But now it seems that there is no need at all. After the flame is released once, it will automatically start to protect his spirit. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high quality. After adding points and understanding his new abilities, Xu Feng closed the system panel in his mind. Turning to look out the window, it was already bright. After getting out of bed and standing up, Xu Feng raised his feet and walked towards the door. Duanzou's side should have already started, then I can also tell Naruto the truth about his life experience. In Konoha village, a piece of gossip is rapidly spreading throughout Konoha. Hey, have you heard about it? That demon fox child is not actually a demon fox, but a descendant of the 4th generation. What kind of lie? I didn't lie to you. This news is from a colleague of my second aunt's niece's teacher's brother. I personally heard it from Anbu's brother. It's said that the child only has a demon fox sealed in his body, not that the child is a demon fox. The sudden outbreak of hurting people a few years ago was caused by being bullied and abused by you fools, and the tragedy occurred because of the loss of emotion and the flaw in the seal. You still don't believe it? Then you are really stupid. Sure enough, the truth is in the hands of a few people. Why are you so eager to hit someone? I can tell you, that child has the same blonde hair and blue eyes as the 4th generation, and he also appeared on the day the 4th generation died. This is already obvious. Why don't you tell us, Mr. 3rd generation? This is not obviously a struggle between high-level officials. Maybe even the sacrifice of the 4th generation has a hidden meaning. Under the guidance of thoughtful people, this gossip quickly developed into various conspiracy theories and became more and more intense. Many people even appeared to besiege the Hokage building, just asking for the truth. Chapter 49 Give them some parting gifts. Same as outside the Hokage building. Hokage's office was also full of people at this moment. They are all jonin in the village, as well as the heads of various ninja clans. It's just that it's not as noisy as outside. Instead, everyone is looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for an explanation. Facing the gazes of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen just remained silent with a calm face. He was extremely defensive against Xu Feng. He even abandoned Naruto and did not target Uchiha's survivors to paralyze Xu Feng. Unexpectedly, Xu Feng didn't cause any trouble, but Danzo stabbed him in the back. Moreover, this sword was sinister and cruel, completely disrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan to deal with Xu Feng. After more than 10 minutes passed in silence, someone finally couldn't help but ask. Lord Hokage, are the rumors outside true? Hearing this sudden questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen's already gloomy face became even uglier. Don't turn your head and follow the sound, and you will see the owner of the voice at a glance. Shiranui Genma with a blue scarf tied on his head. He is also the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the former guard captain. Being stared at by Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold eyes, Genma immediately felt a pressure coming on him. Sweat was also forming on his forehead rapidly. But when he thought about matters related to the current generation of 4th generation, he still braved the pressure and spoke again. Lord Hokage, are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki really the descendants of the 4th generation? Please give me a definite answer. Seeing that Genma dared to speak under his gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt angry. What an ignorant white-eyed wolf. To this day I still remember a dead man. He shouldn't have reused this idiot before, he should have let this idiot guard the door. He was angry in his heart, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's face remained unchanged. He slowly looked away and glanced at the other two people present who had a close relationship with Minato. Kakashi is the same as Kakashi. Just like Genma, Minato was also Minato's bodyguard when he was alive. Kakashi is Minato's student. The same as Xuanjian, his face was full of inquiry and eagerness, but he didn't ask. But Kakashi was the complete opposite. There was no trace of eagerness on his face, he just stared with a dead fish eye. It was as if these discussions had nothing to do with him. After scanning the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke calmly. Advertisement. As Danzo here, seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't answer directly, Genma spoke again and wanted a result. Hokage big. But before he finished speaking, Lu Ju sighed and stood up. In the 3rd generation, everyone knows that Naruto's background is based on the roots of ninjas, so that person will probably not come here. So the top priority now is not to pursue responsibility, but to minimize the impact of this incident. We must also give a reasonable explanation to the uninformed ninjas and villagers. After Shikaku said this, there was a burst of agreement. Among the senior officials, Naruto's life experience is not a secret. Therefore, none of the ninja clan leaders present reacted with surprise. Instead, he wanted to minimize the impact immediately so as not to destroy the stability of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen can ignore Genma's little Karami. But as the leader of the Konoha clan Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't ignore it. The expression on his face softened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. This is indeed the case. Let's wait until the two consultants Yan and Kaharu come over and jointly issue a statement. After all, the decision to conceal Naruto's life experience was originally made by me, Koharu, and Danzo. The four of us discussed it. Actually, I didn't agree with it at the time, but Danzo and Koharu and Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a helpless and self-blaming sigh at the right time. Naturally, it was impossible for Hiruzen Sarutobi to carry such a big pot by himself. What's more, he had been threatened by Shu Feng with this matter once before. Of course, I have also imagined that this situation will happen now, so I have already thought about these three scapegoats. Seeing that the matter was not resolved yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to rush to blame the situation, and Shikaku could only speak again helplessly. In third generation, there is no need to mention things after they have happened, and it no longer matters who is right and wrong. The top priority now is to appease the excited villagers so as not to affect the stability of the village. I understand, I'm a little anxious. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had laid the groundwork for what was to come, began to wait with satisfaction for the arrival of Mito Kaden and Koharu. However, more than 10 minutes passed, and what Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for was not Mitoman and Koharu, but Anbu, who had left and returned. Sir Hokage, the two advisors refused to come. They said that this matter was decided by you at the beginning and has nothing to do with them, so you can solve it yourself. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was stabbed in the back again, was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that these two people would actually side with Danzo. What benefits did Danzo promise them? Advertisement. And why did Danzo do it so well this time? Not only did he not receive any news from his side. We even guessed his idea of finding someone to take the blame. Could it be? The image of Shu Feng appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. My heart gradually sank to the bottom. The victim actually got together with the enemy who wanted to kill him. Who would have thought that? The Uchiha clan are indeed crazy and mentally ill. Shikaku, help me issue an explanation statement, explaining that hiding all this is for the sake of Naruto's safety. And I specifically pointed out that the village did not treat Naruto badly. It provided monthly subsidies, arranged a place to live, and sent Anbu to protect him secretly. In addition, it is important to announce this joint Chunin examination of the four villages, which shows that this year's Konoha ninjas are exceptionally good and will defeat all ninjas from other villages. Then my schedule will be advanced. I will set off tomorrow with the ninja team taking the exam and hold a grand farewell ceremony. We must direct all the villagers' attention to this matter. Lu Ju nodded. I'll do it right away. Soon, the orders began to be executed in an orderly manner. The villagers also successfully attracted some of their attention. The next day, all the people who gathered in front of the Hokage building to ask for explanations disappeared. Everyone happily went to see off the ninja who was taking the exam. Shu Feng took Naruto, who was in a daze, and stood on the stone platform high in Konoha. He asked with a sneer, pointing at the people below who no longer paid attention to Naruto's life. Naruto, have you seen it? This is the village and villagers that your parents protected with their lives. As for you, the descendant of a hero and the son of a benefactor, they were fooled by you with just a few words. They didn't care about the suffering you went through, and they didn't even apologize. Obviously their lives were all purchased at the expense of your family. Tell me now, do you still want to forgive and protect them? A trace of hatred quickly appeared in Naruto's dazed eyes. The hand holding Shu Feng also clenched suddenly. Even traces of scarlet and ominous evil chakra appeared around him. Just like in the original work, Naruto, who was not guided correctly by Iruka, went berserk and angry. No, I don't want it. Shu Feng smiled brightly, and a blue flame emerged from his hand, extending to Naruto who was being held. The scarlet evil chakra was instantly dispersed. Only a little bit of pure gold was left, integrating into Naruto's body. Very good, then let us give them some parting gifts. Chapter 50. Send you down to meet them. The farewell ceremony ended quickly. After watching Sarutobi Hiruzen and his party leave the village, Shu Feng held Naruto and stood quietly on the spot. It wasn't until the sun in the middle of the sky had set on the mountainside that there was any movement behind Shu Feng. Phew. Two figures jumped up from below and half knelt on the ground behind Shu Feng respectfully. Master Zufeng, it's almost time, we can set off. The people who came were the two root Jonin who hid their strength and followed Shu Feng by pretending to be Chunin. Hearing the sound from behind, Shu Feng led Naruto to turn around and slowly walked towards the two root Jonin. You're in such a hurry to start taking action, why don't you go further without waiting for someone? Or does Danzo have a way to prevent Konoha from carrying out the rescue? Feeling the dissatisfaction in Shu Feng's tone, the two root Jonin quickly spoke out to explain. It's not that we should catch up and take action now, but we should follow behind first. Master Danzo has arranged everything, and all our people are deployed at the border with the country of Sichuan. As long as the third generation reaches the Kawanoguni Gorge on the border, we can attack. The final word of killing has not yet been spoken. The root Jonin on the left saw Shu Feng coming to him unknowingly. The hand that was not holding Naruto's was put on his shoulder. His heart tightened for no reason, and Jonin tilted his head and asked in a doubtful tone. Lord Zufeng, are you dissatisfied with the plan? No dissatisfaction. Shu Feng shook his head, a sincere smile appeared on his face. It's just that I think the order of the plan needs to be changed. Change the order. The two root Jonin were confused. They didn't understand where the plan came from and the sequence. Before they could ask again, their expressions suddenly changed drastically. Because a powerful chakra wave that makes people tremble suddenly burst out from Shu Feng's body. No, Shu Feng is going to attack them. The moment this thought came to mind, the two root Jonin no longer cared about hiding their strength. Chakra bursts out with all the strength under your feet, and you plan to retreat to the rear. I just realized it now, it's too late. As he spoke, the chakra on Shu Feng's body had transformed into a raging fire style. It all comes from Shu Feng's palm resting on his shoulder. Wow, the gorgeous golden red color blooms. The entire huge rock platform was darkened at this moment. Advertisement. Before Jonin, who was half kneeling on the ground, had time to retreat, he was immediately swallowed up by the terrifying flames that burst out. He didn't even have time to scream. Seeing the root Jonin whose companion died tragically in an instant and was still alive on the other side, the face under the mask was full of fear. Are you kidding? How come this powerful fire style and release speed are so much stronger than a year ago? No, he must go back and report to Lord Danzo immediately. This root Jonin was completely frightened by Shu Feng's fire style and didn't dare to fight. He didn't even dare to say a word, he turned around and ran away with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, Jonin ran to the edge of the rock platform and was about to jump off the base of the platform. Shu Feng's expression did not change at all, but a blue fire appeared in his eyes. The next second, Jonin, who was about to jump off the platform, suddenly froze and groaned. The face under the mask turned pale in an instant, with blood gushing from all 7 holes. The pupils were trembling violently in the eye sockets, like an epileptic attack. Fire. A ball of blue and cold fire. It suddenly broke into Jonin's mind, burning his spirit. The sudden pain from his soul directly caused him to lose control of his body. It was also at this time. A cold light lit up from behind Jonin. Immediately afterwards, severe pain came from the root of Jonin's chest. The severe pain allowed him to regain some control over his body and looked down. I saw a cold blade dripping with blood, piercing the chest. Didn't give root Jonin too much chance to react. The blade was quickly pulled back, bringing out surging blood. At the root, Jonin also softened and fell to his knees. In the peripheral vision, Quan, with a face full of indifference, was retreating to the side holding a long knife dripping with blood. Feeling the passing of life, Jonin's vision began to blur, and he raised his head with difficulty. He asked unwillingly, looking at Shu Feng who was walking slowly with Naruto in hand. Why? No reason. Shu Feng walked to the root Jonin and raised his hand slightly with an indifferent look. Because from the beginning to the end, you and Hiruzen Sarutobi are the enemies I want to destroy. Root Jonin was stunned when he heard this, looked at the blazing flames that quickly occupied the entire field of vision, and smiled to himself. It turns out that you have been deceiving and using us from the beginning. You are really a freak among the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. This last exclamation was quickly drowned in the enveloping flames. After a while, the flames dissipated. The root Jonin was gone, leaving only a black unknown mark on the spot. Shu Feng withdrew his gaze, without even looking at Quan, who turned around and disappeared on the high platform while holding Naruto. Make arrangements for your mother, and then go to the village gate to wait for me. Hokage building. Inside the Hokage office, Danzo, who had a bandage on his head, was squinting his one slender eye and sitting in the chair that belonged to the Hokage with a contented expression. Hiruzen, after waiting for so many years, this position finally belongs to me. The excitement inside turned into a long and comfortable sigh. Even the chair beneath him was still stained with the faint old man odor belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo also felt that it smelled so good as the body fragrance of a peerless beauty. Even his lower body, which had been unresponsive for many years, felt slightly bulky. Unfortunately, this comfortable feeling did not last long and was interrupted by 2 uninvited guests. Opening his squinted one eye, Danzo immediately saw a young boy and a big boy standing in front of the table. Uchiha Virtual Wind. Danzo looked directly past Naruto and looked at Shu Feng, frowning and asking dissatisfiedly. Why haven't you set off as planned? Didn't the subordinates I assigned you remind you? Looking at Danzo who was quite dissatisfied, Kaiofeng said nothing, but quietly condensed chakra around him. And this silence without speaking instantly angered Danzo, who raised his voice and yelled. All the ninjas in general have been dispatched. Do you think this is a joke? Shu, go and inform everyone that the mission is cancelled. Without my help, I'd like to see how you deal with Hiruzen, who is tearing his face apart. However, after Danzo finished speaking for a while, the surroundings were still quiet. No one showed up. At this point, Danzo finally realized something was wrong. He stood up suddenly and looked directly at Shu Feng with sharp eyes. What did you do to them too? Finally, a chuckle appeared on Shu Feng's face. Kaido. Nothing much, I just sent them to travel down there. Of course, if you want to see them, I can also send you down to see them. The moment the words, we, were spoken, the huge chakra suddenly erupted. Boundless violent flames rushed out from Shu Feng's body. The entire Hokage office exploded in an instant. Boom. Chapter 51 Beating up Danzo. Boom. A huge roar suddenly sounded. It broke the Leaf Village that was still immersed in the joy of farewell. It also attracted many eyes. What's the sound? What happened? It's over there. Are you kidding? A gas pipe exploded in the Hokage building. I saw that the Hokage building, which was originally intact and clean, was now blackened and shabby. All the windows were broken and exploded. Bursts of black smoke continued to float out of the exploded windows. You can still faintly see the blazing fire burning inside. And in the open space downstairs outside the Hokage building. Danzo's clothes were dark and tattered, his forehead and face were stained with blood, and he looked very embarrassed. Panting, he looked up at the gap that had exploded on the second floor with a solemn expression. There, Shu Feng, who was holding Naruto, walked out of the black smoke and fire as if he were walking on flat ground. And around Shu Feng and Naruto, a very light red chakra coat was attached to them. It was the Nine Tails chakra that Shu Feng used to help Naruto purify not long ago. Danzo below also recognized it obviously, his face full of shock. Chakra of this quality is Nine Tails chakra. I didn't expect that you could do something in just 1 year that Hiruzen couldn't do in 7 years. Shu Feng led Naruto and jumped down, landing heavily on the ground. While stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust, it also created a huge depression in the ground. This is Shu Feng testing the strength of the physical body. Judging from the results, tailed beast chakra is really a good thing. It's just a tailed beast coat made up of a little bit of tailed beast chakra. His power and intensity have gone up a notch. The strength and defense have been improved by several levels. The fire-style explosion that almost seriously injured Danzo just made the tailed beast's coat become even thinner. It is worthy of the power that will allow Naruto to participate in the super battle of the gods later on. People are never the same. 2 figures, one large and one small, slowly walked out of the smoke. At the same time, the tailed beast coats around the 2 of them also began to float away bit by bit like fluttering catkins. Apparently the last chakra was completely exhausted after suffering the impact of landing. Just because you losers can't do it, doesn't mean I can't do it. Waste. Danzo stared at Shu Feng closely, the anger in his heart rising crazily. He hadn't heard anyone humiliate him like this in years. I remember that the last time the person who insulted him like this was killed by him using a trick in Yuyin village. He is indeed a brat from the Uchiha clan who was born evil. Advertisement. Has no credibility, is good at betrayal, arrogant and arrogant. Even if you deceive me and transfer all the power around me, you still can't kill me with your fire style. Seeing this, Shu Feng chuckled. Then let's try it. Bang. The moment the word, ba, fell to the ground, Shu Feng suddenly stamped his foot. The next moment, whistle rustle, 3 golden red fire dragons composed of flames quickly jumped out from Shu Feng's feet. Break open the earth and rocks. 3 long charred ravines were plowed out. One on the left, one on the right and one in the middle, 3 roots, 3 dragon heads with wide mouths, biting down towards Danzo to surround him. Danzo, who was well prepared, cut his finger without hesitation. Put your index finger stained with blood on your palm. Psychic art, dream taper. Bang. A burst of summoning smoke appeared. A huge mammoth-like dream taper stood in front of Danzo. At the same time, the huge mouth opened, and the wind with huge suction swept out. Suck. The fierce suction force instantly caused the 3 flame dragons to change direction and all rushed towards the Meng taper. Shu Feng was also blocked from sight by the wind pressure generated by this suction. Danzo took the opportunity to move aside and quickly rushed towards Shu Feng in front. Howl. Soon, as the giant flame dragon was sucked into the mouth by Meng taper suddenly let out a shrill howl. His whole body was covered and burned with flames. The wind escape that produced the huge suction disappeared instantly. The seriously injured and dying Mengtair also turned into smoke and dissipated with a bang. Danzo, who bought time with the dream taper, finally came to Shu Feng. The bandage on his head came loose and fell apart. The scarlet left eye with a 4-edged windmill pattern was revealed. Mangekyo, distinguished heavenly gods. You are a useless brat with no talent. Compared to the inferior fire style, this is the ultimate power of your clan. Have a good experience. Green pupil power suddenly bloomed from Danzo's right eye. Then, like a shining radiance, it rushed into Shu Feng's eyebrows in an instant. Success. Seeing Shu Feng being attacked, a smile suddenly appeared on Danzo's face. Although he wasted the powerful control ability of distinguished heavenly gods once. But it's pretty good to get rid of a disobedient enemy and get a 9-tails Jinchuriki. With this thought in mind, Danzo lowered his head and looked at Naruto beside him, stretched out his hand and prepared to grab Naruto. Advertisement. But before he could raise his hand, a strong arm struck him like lightning and grabbed his neck. Well, he looked up in disbelief. Zhu Feng's expression that looked like a smile but not a smile, and his eyes were clear, not like he was being controlled at all, appeared in Danzo's eyes. Mangekyo failed. How is this possible? Danzo realized something was wrong and immediately formed seals with his hands, trying to break free. It's a pity that Shu Feng didn't give him this chance. From the palm holding Danzo's neck, blue flames burst out instantly. Include all of Danzo. Danzo, who came into contact with the Taiyan dark fire, felt as if his head exploded. It was like countless steel needles were stirring crazily in his mind. It also made it impossible for him to continue forming seals. Trash is indeed trash. He was deceived so easily and was delivered to me. Shu Feng had a mocking smile on his lips, and flames burst out of his palms again. Only this time it's no longer the blue flame that burns the spirit, but the golden red flame that burns the body. Wow! The flames instantly engulfed Danzo. Shu Feng also let go of his hand in time, letting Danzo, who was getting smaller and smaller, fall to the ground. However, just 1 second after landing, the burning Danzo suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in the distance, an intact Danzo appeared out of thin air. The bandage on Danzo's right hand was also loosened and scattered, revealing an arm of Sharingan. Isn't it the seal of Feng Dun that I just made, but the seal of Izanagi? You are really as timid as a mouse. Faced with Shu Feng's ridicule, Danzong's face dropped like water, and he slowly moved back to retreat. Shu Feng also saw this scene and immediately raised his hand to block it with fire style. However, Shu Feng had just raised his hand when countless ninjas had already arrived and stood in front of Danzo. Stop, Uchiha Zufeng, how dare you burn down the Hokage building and hurt others? You can still take the punishment lightly if you stop now, don't be stubborn. Looking at the group of ninjas blocking him, there were many familiar faces among them. Shu Feng just wants to laugh. You can't see Danzo's arm and I, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, can only see my hands, right? After hearing Shu Feng's words, all the ninjas turned around and immediately realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something else, Shu Feng turned around and touched Naruto's head. Naruto, have you seen it? They are always so indiscriminate about right and wrong. So it's time to teach them a lesson. Didn't they call you a fox demon before? Now let's show it to them. Hatred and expectation appeared on Naruto's little face, and he nodded heavily. I know, this is a parting gift. Chapter 52 Meeting Nine Tails for the first time. Shu Feng and Naruto didn't speak loudly. But all the ninjas present suddenly changed their expressions. I can't help but recall the night of Nine Tails 8 years ago, and Naruto's rampage 5 years ago. Immediately, Yamanaka Hiei decisively formed the ninja seal of turning around, pointed at Shu Feng and shouted. Uchiha Zufeng, it's too late for you to stop now. Lu Ju, who was in front of Hiei, also had a solemn expression while making seals and persuading. Zufeng, don't be impulsive. If you have any problems or grievances, you can still speak slowly in front of everyone as you did before. We will help you find a reasonable explanation. What nonsense are you talking to him about? Hongdu, who was short in stature but had a big temper. He took out the kunai and rushed directly towards Shu Feng on the opposite side. Since he wants to cause chaos, don't blame me for taking action to take him down. Just as Anko raised her feet, Yuhi Kurenai, who was wearing a black silk fishnet suit next to her, reached out to stop her. Don't be impulsive. With your strength, you are no match for him. Metkai, who was also standing with these two people, turned to Kakashi next to him with a puzzled look on his face. Kakashi, what is this boy planning to do? Why are you so nervous? Kakashi pulled his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan that was blocked by the forehead protector, and whispered. Be prepared, Nine Tails Jinchuriki may go berserk. He looked at the ninjas who pulled out their weapons, formed ninja seals, and yelled and threatened them. Shu Feng's smile remained unchanged, and he stretched out his hand to summon a group of cold blue flames. Taiyan Mingha, no, stop him, although I don't know what Shu Feng is going to do. But none of the ninjas present were weak. You can clearly feel the danger of that flame. So the first time the flame appears, he threw out all the ninjutsu that he had prepared long ago. Then he followed ninjutsu with a kunai and attacked. Facing the attacks coming from everyone, Shu Feng turned a blind eye. Just a palm slapped on the seal of Naruto's navel. The next moment, advertisement. Wow, the cold blue flame, the evil and violent black and red chakra. Explodes in staggered bursts, soaring into the sky. The thick red and blue energy dragon circled Shu Feng and Naruto in the middle. Boundless terrifying wind pressure was set off, sweeping out layers of air waves like a typhoon in all directions. The heart-turning mental energy that was heading towards Shu Feng disintegrated as soon as it came into contact with the energy dragon. The dark shadow rushing towards the ground like a lion majesty was blocked by the outer wind pressure before it even got close. One by one of the ninjas who rushed from behind, they were all thrown backwards and backwards, in great embarrassment. A-hole, what is that blue flame, and that red chakra? It's Nine Tails chakra. Damn it, how dare he really touch Nine Tails chakra and let Nine Tails power run wild. The Uchiha clan are indeed crazy. The many ninjas who saw this scene all looked furious and frightened. The Nine Tails chakra in Naruto's body had gone violent once before. Although not as good as the Nine Tails body of Nine Tails Knight. But that time it still caused major damage and made everyone misunderstand that Naruto was Nine Tails. And this time, this huge momentum completely exceeded the last rampage. Seeing this, Lu Ju, who was in charge of the think tank, quickly made arrangements. I don't have time to be angry with you. Hiei and Dingzhou, take your people and immediately notify the nearby villagers to evacuate. The rest are ready to fight and try their best to minimize the losses. When he heard that he was asked to take people to organize an evacuation, Ding Zuo immediately refused. However, he was stopped by the quick-eyed Hiei, who then dragged him away. Nine Tails chakra going berserk is extremely dangerous. If you stay and fight, people will really die. The three clans of Pig, Deer and Dai cannot let all three clan leaders die in battle together. Zufeng, who is at the center of energy, doesn't know the changes outside. He used the lunar fire to burn the seals of the 4 outer elephants, and was pressing down on Naruto who had lost his mind. And used his spirit to enter the sealed space in Naruto's body. Tick-tock, accompanied by the harsh sound of water drops. Shu Feng found that he had arrived in a dark and humid space full of pipes and water. In front of him was Naruto who looked confused. Advertisement. Brother Zufeng. Seeing Shu Feng appear, Naruto immediately found his backbone and leaned over excitedly. I just suddenly appeared in this dark, miserable place. It's so scary. Naruto, this is not a shabby place. There is power here that can help us take revenge and can be used by us. Shu Feng turned his head and looked into the depths of darkness, and a faint blue flame appeared in the midair beside him. Am I right, Nine Tails? As the words fell, in the depths of darkness, a pair of crimson vertical pupils full of cruelty and violence suddenly opened. Then the vertical pupils rose higher and higher, and a huge orange fox head with black eyeshadow appeared from the darkness. Then came the fox body that sat up, and the sealed iron railings glowing with cold light. HMPH, brat, it seems you are helping this little guy suppress the chakra I just leaked. Along with Nine Tails' low snort, countless chakras carrying hatred and madness emerged. It turned into giant red claws, covering and wrapping Shu Feng and Naruto in the distance. In an instant, Naruto's eyes were covered in blood red. Shu Feng also sensed anger and resentment rising in his heart, and a large number of negative emotions that wanted to destroy everything. But just as these emotions appeared, the Tianmingha standing beside Shu Feng jumped. Then an invisible wave spread out. The blood-red chakra surrounding it is fading rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until it finally turns into pure golden chakra. At the same time, all the negative emotions in Shu Feng and Naruto's hearts disappeared instantly. It's as if it never appeared. This scene immediately made Nine Tails' narrow fox eyes appear with a look of surprise. What is this fire style of your weird blue flames? It can actually dispel my will attached to chakra. It's just some small tricks that are not worth mentioning. A calm smile appeared on Shu Feng's face, and he walked to the iron railing and stood still. A trivial trick worth mentioning. Looking at that very unpleasant smile, Nine Tails sneered. Then bursts of fishy wind blew suddenly. A fingernail flashing with cold light broke through the darkness and stabbed quickly towards Shu Feng's face. Call out. Then let me see how worthless your little tricks are. Chapter 53 Worthy of being the fastest in the ninja world. Facing the sharp nails that stabbed like lightning, Shu Feng did not dodge or avoid them. Even the expression on his face didn't change. Until the nails were about to PK Shu Feng's face. Only then did Shu Feng raise his hand, and the chakra all over his body suddenly exploded without leaving any room. Call. In an instant, a strong wind blew throughout the sealed space. The darkness that filled the surrounding area was instantly swept away. Instead it's fire. It's a completely innumerable and endless fire. These fires are like opening a dam to release floods, desperately pouring out from Shu Feng's raised palm. In less than a second, the entire area of tens of meters in front was filled. Also cover the nails with Nine Tails. Finally, it stopped less than 1 meter in front of Shu Feng, unable to make any progress. Brother Zufeng, seeing this scene of sudden action. Naruto, who was belatedly aware of the situation, screamed worriedly while using all his strength to resist the strong wind and ran to Shu Feng's side. Seeing that Shu Feng was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then glared at Nine Tails behind the flames. Nine Tails' attack was easily blocked without even giving Naruto a look. He just felt the sizzling sound of his burned nails with a look of surprise on his face. He actually used the fire style without any seals. And with this strength and quantity of chakra. As Nine Tails spoke, his fox eyes narrowed, as if he had thought of something interesting, and he opened his mouth wide to reveal his fangs. I didn't expect it to be almost the same as that stinky tanuki that is the shame of a tailed beast. Thinking of one-tail Shukaku's stinky face, Nine Tails was already looking forward to meeting Shukaku in the future. It will use today's Zufeng's chakra amount to taunt Shukaku, who has less chakra than a teenage kid. Nine Tails suddenly felt better, and his tone became much better, and he said in a giving tone. Kid, I reluctantly recognize your efforts. Now I am also very merciful and will give you the right to talk to me. Tell me, do you want to borrow my power to help you deal with those useless ninjas outside? Hee hee. Hearing Nine Tails' words, Shu Feng laughed, but the smile in his eyes did not reach his eyes. We have an old saying there, it's disrespectful to come back but not reciprocate. Little fox, I took your attack, then it's your turn to take mine. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, a huge chakra wave came out from Shu Feng again. The next moment, the flames covering Nine Tails' nails expanded rapidly. Just a blink of an eye. The flames entered the ceiling railing along the fingernails, and even climbed up to half of Nine Tails' shoulders. Covering the lower half of Nine Tails' body. You be asterisk 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 D, you dare to attack me. Nine Tails, who didn't expect Shu Feng to dare to attack him, was suddenly shocked and angry. He quickly withdrew his protruding claws and nails. It's a pity that the flames have burned and adhered to it, and it is too late to take back Nine Tails now. Naturally, Shu Feng outside the railing will not stop there. With chakra's full output for free, it completely enveloped Nine Tails' huge fox body. Turn it into a very burning fire fox. Immediately afterwards, a crackling sound came from Nine Tails. It also made Nine Tails' foxy face scream with bared teeth. Damn you brat, do you think you can do anything to me with fire style? The strength of my tailed beast's body is beyond the reach of weak ninjas like you. While shouting, Nine Tails frantically rolled around on the water-filled ground, trying to use this most primitive method to extinguish the flames on the body. Unfortunately, the water on the ground is formed by the liquefaction of chakra and is not real water. The flames on Nine Tails are no ordinary flames either. Instead, Shu Feng continues to output chakra's fire style. No matter how much Nine Tails rolls on the ground like a dog, there is no way to extinguish it. It even burned more and more vigorously, lighting up the entire sealed space. Seeing Nine Tails rolling around on the ground using the most primitive method instead of using chakra to expel the flames, Shu Feng sneered. A beast is a beast. Even if he talks nonsense, he will only use instinct to solve problems. Lies won't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. No matter who gets the Nine Tails chakra, it will be more powerful than Nine Tails himself. No, after hearing Shu Feng's ridicule, Nine Tails rolled around without fighting, and ignored the pain caused by the flames on his body. With a swish, he jumped up from the ground, and his burning fox face hit the seal railing. You be asterisk 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 D human brat, if it weren't for this damn seal, I would definitely show you what true beast instinct is. Ha ha. Shu Feng laughed disdainfully upon hearing this. This disdainful smile immediately stimulated Nine Tails again. Advertisement. Let Nine Tails wave its claws and slap the seal railing wildly, splashing a lot of sparks. Damn B asterisk 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 D brat. When I come out of the seal in the future, I will definitely eat you as soon as possible, eat you. Eat me. Shu Feng shook his head funny. No need to wait later, I will let you out now and see how you want to eat me. With that said, Shu Feng walked towards the big iron gate in the middle of the seal railing. When he came to stand in front of the big iron gate, Shu Feng looked up and saw the sealing talisman stuck in the middle of the big iron gate. With a thought, the Taiyan dark fire beside him quickly floated towards the sealing talisman paper. It's just that he hasn't waited for the lunar fire to burn up yet. A blonde figure wearing a flowing divine robe suddenly blocked the front. And the blue Rasengan condensed in his hand, and he smashed it towards the Taiyan hell fire. At the same time, an urgent yet gentle voice of explanation came from his mouth. Wait, now is not the time to unlock the seal. Before the word, time, was finished, the Rasengan in the hand of the blonde figure hit the lunar fire. And then, there was no more. This flame, which is specifically designed to restrain the soul and spirit, instantly turned the blonde figure into a wisp of pure chakra. Even Shu Feng didn't have time to stop it. This scene was also seen by Nine Tails, who slapped the seal railing. The eyes shrouded in flames were wide open, and the mouth was opening and closing, unable to speak. Quote. Shu Feng, who also didn't know what to say, controlled the Taiyan fire to burn the sealing talisman, and then sighed. He is worthy of being the fastest man in the ninja world. He will be a step slower at other times, but he will never be a step slower when he is about to die. Waving his hand to withdraw the Taiyan Mingha, Shu Feng turned to look at the wide-open sealed iron door. Come and eat me. Inside the iron gate, Nine Tails was caught by Shu Feng's eyes and immediately shrank back involuntarily. The scene where Minato's clone died suddenly and turned into pure chakra just now really scared Nine Tails. It also made Nine Tails understand that the blue flame was not comparable to the ordinary flames burning on its body. It is a terrifying flame that can really burn it to death and turn it into pure chakra. It turns out that the seal is not closing it, but protecting it. Seeing that Nine Tails was honest and did not dare to reply, Shu Feng did not continue to threaten. After letting the Taiyan dark fire float to Naruto's side, he said to Nine Tails. If you don't want to eat, just go out and work honestly. I'll give you a chance to take revenge on Konoha. Chapter 54 Nine Tails is coming. Faster than the speed of light is the activity of mental thought. A lot of time passed in the sealed space, but only a few seconds passed in the outside world. Shikaku here has just finished deploying various orders to the surrounding ninjas. Changes occurred on Zufeng's side. I saw the flames and chakra that were originally intertwined suddenly dispersed. The blue lunar underworld fire among them became smaller and smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye until it disappeared. The red Nine Tails chakra seems to be freed from restrictions. It expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye a huge red fox head appeared. In the middle of the head, you can vaguely see Naruto floating in it with his eyes closed. As for Shu Feng, I don't know when he disappeared. Of course, Shu Feng's traces are not what Shikaku is most concerned about. What he was paying most attention to right now was Naruto's abdomen. Because all the Nine Tails chakra came out of Naruto's abdomen. It's completely different from the last time Naruto went berserk. Could it be that Nine Tails seal was destroyed by Shu Feng? Lu Ju's face looked very ugly at this moment, and his heart sank to the bottom. When Naruto went berserk before, his body was only covered by Nine Tails chakra, and a fox tail grew out, looking like a humanoid fox. But now, these Nine Tails chakra are not attached to Naruto's surface at all. Instead, a large number of them rushed out, manifesting the appearance of the huge body of Nine Tails. It's as if Nine Tails has broken the seal and will come to Konoha again. Shikaku saw it, and naturally the other ninjas also saw it. I immediately recalled that night 8 years ago. Especially the Nine Tails chakra that is gathering together quickly under the huge fox head. In an instant, a fox body as huge as a mountain was condensed. 9 huge fox tails grew rapidly from behind the fox's butt, blocking out the sky, flying freely. This very familiar scene immediately reminded many ninjas of their fear of being dominated by 9 tails. Their faces showed disbelief, and their mouths opened and closed for a long time, unable to say a complete sentence. Are you kidding? This is definitely not true. Damn it, I must be dreaming, ha ha ha. But the next second, 9 tails looked up to the sky and howled with excitement, indicating that they were not dreaming at all. I finally came out of that damn seal. And you, advertisement. 9 tails suddenly lowered his head and looked at the Konoha ninjas below. The long and narrow fox face was full of violence and cruelty, and the scarlet vertical pupils were filled with unstoppable murderous intent. Damn Konoha ninja, I said, I will eat you when I come out. So go to hell. Start at 0 frames. As soon as he finished shouting, 9 tails' bloody mouth bit the ninjas below without hesitation. Suddenly all the ninjas dispersed and hid in all directions. Shikaku, who also dodged aside, immediately came up with a countermeasure after observing the surrounding terrain. Everyone, don't save chakra, use all your strength to push 9 tails towards the Hokage rock, and cover the villagers as much as possible to escape. All the sealing squads have gathered on Hokage rock and are on standby. When 9 tails arrives at Hokage rock, they will start sealing immediately. After receiving Shikaku's order, many ninjas present immediately found their backbone and began to form seals towards 9 tails. 9 tails slapped it with its claws and swept the surrounding ninjas with their tails with disdain. It's like a big cat playing with its prey. Under the interference of 9 tails, the ninjas finally only managed to throw out some sparse ninjutsu. For example, a piece of earth and stone no bigger than 9 tails' head fell from the sky, a water dragon was only as big as 9 tails' claws, a tornado cooled the lower body of 9 tails, etc. The most that can be done is to slightly restrict and imprison 9 tails. 9 tails easily broke away with just a few hard swings, unable to cause any effective damage at all. Seeing this scene, Lu Ju was anxious in his heart. Suddenly he asked the ninja next to him angrily. This incident started because of Danzo. Didn't the people over there show up to take action? Before the ninja beside him could reply, Kakashi came over and took over. When we blocked Uchiha's attack, Danzo left directly. But he can't run away. When 9 tails came out just now, Uchiha Zufeng chased Danzo. This is good news. It means we only have to deal with 9 tails now. Good news. Shikaku sighed with a wry smile. Maybe we shouldn't have stopped Shu Feng just now and forced him to release 9 tails. Kakashi also nodded slightly. We should not get involved in Uchiha, 3rd generation and Danzo's affairs. Then he turned around and reached out again to stop Kai, who was about to cast youth. Kai, don't worry, it will be time for us to take action. But Kai, who had been blocked several times, couldn't wait any longer. Kakashi, too many people have been injured. My youth does not allow me to wait any longer. 8 gates Dunjia, the 6th gate. Gate of view, open. Kaka. The ground beneath Kai's feet couldn't bear the pressure and instantly cracked. The green color shown after sweat and chakra evaporate also appear on Kai's body surface. Advertisement. Pushing Kakashi's hand in front of him, Kai jumped into the sky, level with 9 tails. Then he punched 9 tails on the chin. Bang. This powerful and heavy blow directly dented 9 tails' chin, and then he flipped over and fell backwards. Seeing Kai's impatient move, Kakashi sighed helplessly. However, after seeing a speeding figure in the distance, he reached out and condensed Reikiri. The guy finally came, and it's not too late. That guy. Lu Ju also saw the speeding figure, and seemed to be refreshed as he thought of something. It's wood style, as if to confirm Shikaku's words. The moment the figure arrived here, he quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground. Then countless thick vine roots swarmed out from under the soil, flooded towards 9 tails, who fell backwards. Kakashi also shouted, everyone attack with all their strength. Then he held up Reikiri and rushed towards 9 tails' souls like lightning. Kai also heard Kakashi's shouting and immediately used Gate of View's killer move without hesitation. Towards the peacock. Both fists were swung out at high speed, and the fire shock wave was like a peacock spreading its tail, densely hitting the fallen 9 tails. The others also used their strongest ninjutsu. In an instant, water dragons, fire dragons, tornadoes, thunder, earth spears, parasites, and other ninjutsu all fell on 9 tails. 9 tails was also blown away like a dead dog, collapsing the Hokage building and falling on the planned Hokage rock. The sealing team on Hokage rock also took action together. Countless seal scrolls were thrown out and all wrapped around 9 tails' body, turning it into a rice dumpling. Afterwards, dense sealing spells spread from all directions, covering 9 tails' entangled body. Did it succeed? Seeing that the seal was successfully completed, everyone looked at 9 tails anxiously, expecting the seal to be successful. However, 9 tails' roar broke everyone's expectations. Damn humans, you have completely angered me. Accept the baptism of my ultimate power. A big bag suddenly appeared on 9 tails' mouth, which was wrapped by the seal scroll. Then countless blue and red chakras condensed and tore the large scroll apart, revealing the black and purple energy balls inside. Buzz. In an instant, an aura of terror swept across the entire place. The world is silent at this moment. Tailed Beast Jade. Boom. Chapter 55. Get ready for real fear. Roar. Boom. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the huge explosion and dazzling light caused by the collision between the white tiger and the tailed beast Jade in the distant sky. Shu Feng, who stood in front of the embarrassed Danzo, had regret and disappointment on his face. You took action so quickly, and you still opened the seventh door and used Day Tiger. Tisk, tisk, I just dropped the tailed beast Jade. It's worthy of my youthful brother who almost kicked the ending. I hope that Nine Tails guy can be as hard as his mouth and stay there for a little longer. If you weren't worried about Metkai's perverted 8 Gates Dunjia. Shu Feng took action against Konoha a year ago. Rather than abiding by the rules, I have been fighting with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo for so long. Uchiha Zufeng, we don't have any deep grudges. There is no need for you to chase me. What's more, we are still allies against Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as you leave, I can treat everything as if it never happened and forget about it. Even Jen and I can be your helpers and help you become Hokage after Hiruzen dies. Danzo's disgusting voice sounded in his ears, and Shu Feng finally remembered that he had blocked someone. He immediately withdrew his gaze and slowly turned his head to look over. Let bygones be bygones. Help me become Hokage. Shu Feng turned his ears with his little finger, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The screams of the weak are as ugly as ever. After the words fell, Danzo's face suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. However, just as Danzo took action, he discovered that a familiar blue flame appeared at his feet. It's the fire style that can scorch the spirit. The moment Danzo reacted in his heart, his feet were completely enveloped by the blue flame. It's like countless steel needles are piercing into the nerves and constantly stirring them up. A sharp pain came from Danzo's lower body. It also caused him to temporarily lose control of his lower body. Zufeng, Danzo wanted to say something else. But the flames that had already filled his field of vision gave him no time to say the next words. He was immediately swallowed up by the inevitable flames and turned into a burning corpse. But the burning corpse quickly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a sharp strong wind came from behind Shu Feng. Go to hell. Wind release, vacuum sword. Danzo held Danzo with a sharp wind blade kunai extending out, and stabbed Qfeng viciously in the back of the heart. Useless resistance. In response to the attack coming from behind, Shu Feng didn't even turn around. With just a glance from the corner of his eye, a blazing flame carrying a huge heat wave suddenly burst out from behind Shu Feng. Advertisement. It's like growing a pair of flaming wings from the devil. He easily blocked and even swallowed the stabbing wind blade, as well as Danzo holding the wind blade. Crack, crackle. The crackling sound of flames burning objects quickly came from the submerged Danzo. The next moment, Danzo, who was burned to death, disappeared again. Then he appeared on the side of Shu Feng out of thin air. Quickly forming seals with his hands, Danzo's cheeks were sunken, and white breath visible to the naked eye poured into Danzo's mouth. Wind escape, vacuum waves. Phew, phew, phew. Several huge wind blades like sickles were spit out from Danzo's mouth. Overlapping each other, forming a A-shaped network that covers less than half of the sky. It made a harsh whistling sound and cut into Shu Feng mercilessly. Shu Feng just tilted his head slightly, and then waved his hand casually. Pillars of flame instantly burst out from Shu Feng's hand. In an instant, a giant flame dragon of tens of meters was formed. Then it brought out layers of fierce wind pressure outwards, swooping towards the cutting wind blade. Wow, even though the superimposed wind blade was not as big as the fire dragon's mouth, it was directly swallowed by the fire dragon. Even after swallowing the wind blade, the fire dragon grew slightly bigger. In the end, Danzo, who was unable to evade, was swallowed whole. This time, Danzo didn't even make a sound of being burned, and was instantly reduced to ashes. In less than a second, it quickly appeared on the other side of Shu Feng. Then countless bullet-like wind escape air cannons were spit out from Danzo's mouth, shooting towards Shu Feng like lightning. Wind release, vacuum sphere. I saw that Danzo was still using his Broby wind release. Shu Feng waved his hand again impatiently. You still don't understand. Or is it that the difference in strength is so big that you can't even notice it? As he spoke, 8 fire dragons instantly emerged from Shu Feng's waving hand. Rise in the wind. In just a blink of an eye, it rose to more than 10 meters again. Fill the entire sky above your head. Finally, they all faced the wind escape and rushed towards Danzo. The difference between you and me in ninjutsu was like a frog in a well looking up to the moon a year ago. But now, the gap between you and me is like a grain floating in the sky. Accompanied by Shu Feng's words, countless bullet-like wind escape air cannons crashed into the first fire dragon. Then, just like the previous wind blade, it was completely submerged. The only effect it brought was to make the first fire dragon even more powerful. Advertisement. Then the swooping impact turned Danzo into fly ash again. The dead Danzo soon appeared again. But as soon as it appeared, the second fire dragon was prepared and rushed down mercilessly. Then Danzo died, appeared again, the fire dragon swooped down to devour him, died again, and appeared again. When he died for the 4th time, Danzo gasped and unleashed the wood style, the trump card of his right arm. When Danzo died for the 6th time, his face was filled with fear. Every time, he was resurrected far away and wanted to escape. When he died for the 8th time, all the Sharingans on Danzo's arms were closed. Izanagi also completely shut down due to the exhaustion of chakra. Danzo, who had neither strength nor chakra, collapsed on his knees, gasping for air. Why did your strength grow so fast without practicing? Obviously I have always sent people to monitor you, and I also quietly came over to see you personally. Why did your chakra suddenly increase and become so much stronger? You want to know? Shu Feng raised his feet and walked slowly to Danzo, raised his hand and aimed at Danzo's head. But it's a pity that I'm too lazy to tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, flames burst out and shrouded Danzo. Danzo smiled instead of being angry when he saw this. Uchiha Zufeng, you shouldn't listen to me, you are too arrogant. A large number of black curse seals spurted out of Danzo's body like ink. In the blink of an eye, a huge sealing circle formed around him. The 4 elephants seal, ha ha ha, Uchiha Zufeng, you will be buried here with me. Danzo's laughter lasted only a second before ending abruptly. Shu Feng, whose whole body lit up with blue flames, shook his head speechlessly. Have you forgotten how 9 tails came out? You really don't have a long memory. Forget it, be more careful in the next life. Wow. Flames cover it. In just 1 second, Danzo turned into ashes that could no longer speak and were scattered on the ground. Bending down, Shu Feng picked up the blood-red eyes wrapped in blue flames from the ashes. Before he could take a closer look, a loud rumbling sound came closer and closer to him. Turn around and look. 9 tails, whose nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and whose body had been shrunk by a large amount, was baring his teeth and roaring. D Konoha ninja. It doesn't matter if you defeat me, now prepare to face real fear. Then 9 tails disappeared instantly, turning into chakra and shrinking into Naruto's body. Zufeng. Chapter 56 Go down and explain to others. Wah! The 9 tails chakra suddenly retracted, and Naruto's consciousness returned to his body instantly. It screamed and fell freely from the sky. This cowardly fox really has no cards at all. Looking at Naruto falling, Shu Feng shook his head and took out the glass bottle he had prepared long ago from his pocket. Carefully put the distinguished heavenly gods in your hand into the glass bottle and put it back in your pocket. Then he stretched his hand forward without any haste, accurately catching Naruto falling from the sky. Then his eyes glanced into the distance, and Shu Feng saw at a glance a group of ninjas who were standing far away and not approaching. These ninjas were all injured and in a very miserable state. At the front was Kakashi, who looked exhausted and out of breath. He was stopping Metkai, who was also breathing heavily and his whole body was enveloped in blue steam. Behind him was Shikaku, who was being supported by someone and was still trying to give orders to prevent him from getting closer to Shu Feng. And far behind them all, Konoha's originally neatly arranged houses and streets have completely disappeared. There are only soaring flames and ruins of walls that are lit up everywhere. Faint calls for help and miserable howls continued to come from all directions. The peaceful Konoha at the end of the day is now a scene of hell. Looking at the people who were on alert, especially Metkai who was still full of fighting spirit. Shu Feng withdrew his gaze indifferently. He had no intention of talking to these people or taking action, so he turned around and left in the distance. Seeing Shu Feng leaving, everyone except Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently, the fierce battle with 9 tails just now had left them seriously injured and exhausted, and their bodies could no longer bear it. It's just that it's not their time to rest yet. After Shu Feng's leaving figure was completely invisible, a group of people dared to move and came to the place where Shu Feng had just stood. Looking at Danzo who was burned to ashes on the ground, Shikaku asked someone to bring some containers and put some in them. Then they dispersed and went to other places for disaster relief. Other side, holding Naruto's Kaiyofeng, he ran for a distance while observing. After discovering that no one was catching up, he stopped running out of the village and changed his direction. After all, in his plan, Danzo was not the only one to die in Konoha. There are also 2 other high-level members of Konoha F4. Mito Gate Inflammation, and transfer to Kaharu. Just when Shu Feng changed direction, Naruto, who was being carried, finally finished checking his body with dancing joy. After discovering that he was not bruised as expected, he was immediately relieved. Phew, I was scared to death. You thought I was going to die. Advertisement. Then he looked up at the fast-moving Shu Feng, grinning and complaining. Brother Zufeng, you don't know, that stinky fox from 9 tails only knows how to brag. Before it came out, it told me that it would definitely knock everyone down and make them regret sealing it for so long. After the results came out, I didn't even get a second chance before I was beaten like a dead dog by that colorful man with thick eyebrows. And the tailed beast Dama, who was boasted to be invincible in the ninja world, was also knocked away by the white tiger released by the thick-browed uncle. It's really useless. You fart. As soon as Naruto finished complaining, a furious red chakra fox head appeared in his abdomen. You brat, this is not my problem at all, but these Konoha ninjas are too perverted. In the past, one used wood style and the other used eyes. Now, one dodges and the other uses taijutsu. The ninja village of Konoha is the most evil place I have ever seen. And do you know what ninjutsu is for those thick eyebrows? Do you understand the value of ninjutsu? No, you don't understand anything. You just keep nagging in my ear, talking non-stop. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you idiot brat. After the chakra fox had finished speaking, he didn't give Naruto a chance to reply, and turned to look at Shufeng angrily. Hey, Uchiha kid who hasn't awakened his evil eyes. I have tried my best to fulfill the agreement I made with you. I have successfully destroyed half of Konoha. Those people will not be free or have the courage to bother you anymore. And don't get me wrong, I wasn't afraid of that ninja who could use 8 gates just now. But I'm worried that this idiot brat's body won't be able to withstand the last gate of the 8 gates dungeon, the gate of death. Even if I get hurt by then, there's a high chance that you won't be able to resist the final song that blooms. Ninetales showed a scary expression while describing. Of course, it would be quite convincing if he hadn't been beaten so badly just now. It's a pity that even Naruto didn't believe it because of the tragic situation just now. HMPH, a stinky fox only talks big words. Obviously he was so angry that he was jumping on the spot just now, but he couldn't even fight back. Now that I'm bragging to brother Zufeng again, I'm really looking down on you. Maybe you are the most rubbish among the tailed beasts, even more rubbish than that tanuki you talk about. Anyway, I despise you. Naruto made a face at Ninetales and showed 2 thumbs down. Taunting directly fills it up. Being stabbed in the heart, Ninetales instantly became red hot. You disgusting idiot brat, I'm going to let you know how powerful I am. The chakra fox head opened its mouth and bit Naruto directly. Naruto was also in a hurry to resist. Advertisement. One person and one fox started fighting like no one else was watching. It's a pity that Ninetales only manifested a head and a mouth. Naruto, who had 2 hands, held his head between his legs and kept hitting his head with his fists. Ninetales was also very stubborn and never begged for mercy except for yelling and scolding. Okay, stop it. Soon, Shufeng, who successfully found his target, shouted to stop Naruto's one-sided beating. Then he fell from the roof and stood in front of Mito Manabu and Kaharu Tensho who were directing the disaster relief. Seeing Shufeng, the 2 of them also looked stagnant, and then their faces were filled with fear. Uchiha Kyufeng, how dare you show up, you despicable traitor. Come here, arrest the culprit who released Ninetales to destroy the village. Hearing the cry, the ninjas who were organizing rescue quickly gathered around. Seeing this, Shufeng just lightly stamped his foot. You guys are too noisy. Wow, the flames suddenly spread from Shufeng's feet. In the blink of an eye, a wall of fire several meters high rose up all around. It blocked the retreat of Mito Gate Flame and Kaharu who had transferred to the dormitory, and also blocked out the ninjas who came to support him. This scene finally made the 2 of them feel scared. Suddenly, he yelled out in a stern voice. Uchiha Zufeng, what on earth do you want to do? Shufeng put down Naruto and slowly approached the 2 of them with his feet raised. Isn't that obvious enough? Of course I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing this answer, the fear on their faces almost turned into reality. Zufeng, calm down, we have no grudge against you, and you have no reason to kill us. Kaharu is right. Hiruzen and Danzo are planning the Uchiha clan's affairs from beginning to end. We too have no right to express our opinions at all. And we tried hard to stop it at that time. We spoke for the Uchiha clan. As that's so, Shufeng, who came closer to the 2 of them, softened his expression. He also reached out and patted both of them on the shoulders. Thank you very much for that. Upon hearing the thanks, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. But in the next second, the smile froze on his face. Because it's in their field of vision. A ball of flame that blocked everything was falling towards them rapidly. Please go down and explain to the others. Chapter 57 Sasuke deviates from the plan. Outside the wall of fire. After a period of panic, the ninjas quickly organized effective actions. They all used water style and earth style towards the tall fire wall. Water style, water barrier. Several walls of water as tall as 1 person were spit out from the mouths of the ninjas. Like eggs hitting a stone, they all hit the wall of fire that was several times higher. There was a violent evaporation sound, and countless steam rose up, covering the surrounding area. Earth style, earth flow wall. A group of ninjas slammed the ground again, raising walls of earth. Following the wall of water that turned into steam, they all pressed towards the tall wall of fire, trying to put out the burning flame. But under Shufeng's continuous chakra output, all the ninjas were exhausted. But the fire wall has not been weakened at all, and has no intention of being extinguished. On the contrary, it suddenly expanded several meters outward. The ninjas surrounding him were so frightened that they quickly retreated in fear. The last ones standing far away looked at each other. But they didn't have to wait long. Following a faint scream, the wall of fire quickly dissipated. A group of ninjas also hurriedly gathered around to check the situation again. Advisor Yan, Counsel Kaharu, you guys are okay. Ah. Before he finished asking, the ninja who rushed to the front exclaimed. Because he saw 2 piles of pitch black ash. And on the black ashes, 2 withered black heads that had been burned so hard that they could barely keep their shape remained, with despair that couldn't be erased. Dead, Advisor Kaharu and Advisor Yan were brutally burned to death by Uchiha Zufeng. Quick, get someone back to report. Uchiha tribe land. The entrance of Nanga Shrine. Complete Zufeng's instructions and take advantage of the chaos to destroy the identity information of all surviving clan members. Then Sasuke, who gave all the forged new identities to other tribesmen, returned here. Glancing at the village with flames in the distance, the anxiety on Sasuke's face disappeared, and he gritted his teeth and walked into the ancestral hall in the shrine. Here is Shu Feng and all the truth he said about Weasel and the genocide. Advertisement. This is also the time when he needs to make a choice. Pushing the door open and walking in, Sasuke immediately saw the huge scroll placed in front of the Uchiha clan emblem. Reaching out tremblingly to open it, Sasuke examined it carefully. But the more he looked at Sasuke, the more his pupils trembled violently. The expression on his face changes like a face in a Sichuan opera. I was shocked when I saw that my family was planning to rebel and revolution because they were discriminated against and isolated. Seeing Itachi becoming a double agent and finally choosing a village, he was full of doubts. Seeing Itachi getting hints from Hiruzen Sarutobi and getting orders from Danzo. In order to protect the peace and stability of the village and to exterminate the clan in exchange for him being able to live safely, he was confused and mixed with a little bit of joy. Especially seeing Mangekyo's secret and seeing Itachi deliberately opening his eyes to hatred. In order to die in his hands in the future, I fused Mangekyo to him into the eternal Mangekyo. All of Sasuke's expressions turned to joy and excitement. I knew my brother was not that kind of person. He didn't mean to kill the clan members or my parents. He just wanted to protect me and protect the peace of the village. The more he murmured, the more Sasuke felt something was wrong. He turned around suddenly and looked at the suffering village outside the shrine. He suddenly remembered the injustice and persecution that Shu Feng and the surviving tribesmen suffered while he was in coma. He remembered that Itachi refused to let go of the surviving clan members, and even sealed the pupil technique in his eyes to kill Shu Feng. I remembered how dirty and dark the village's senior officials were in Shu Feng's words. Thinking of poor Naruto and the concealed truth of his life experience. I thought of all the hardships Naruto encountered, being beaten and scolded by the villagers, isolated by the villagers, and discriminated against by the villagers. I remembered that Naruto was the same age as him, but so much smaller than him due to malnutrition. I remembered Naruto's lonely and thin back sitting on the swing every time I came home from school. Obviously Naruto's parents saved everyone. Obviously Naruto also sacrificed himself to seal the Nine-Tails demon fox. Even though Naruto has done so much, he is still just a child, yet he is still spurned and bullied by everyone. At this moment, the excitement and joy on Sasuke's face disappeared. Instead, there was deep anger and confusion. Why should we protect this kind of village? Why should we protect this kind of peace? Why did you choose these damn guys and kill all the people for these bastards? Why, Itachi, why on earth? Roaring, Sasuke tore the scroll in front of him into pieces. If you don't forgive me, I will never forgive you. Brother Zufeng, Naruto, yes, I want to leave with them. I don't want to inherit Itachi's twisted will, I want to leave this disgusting place. I want Itachi to repent and atone for what he has done. Advertisement. Roaring, a Magatama Sharingan appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Then it quickly rotated until it turned into two Magatama. Those who are close to vermilion are red, those who are close to ink are black. During this year, when Shu Feng was indoctrinating Naruto, Sasuke was also listening. It was natural that he slowly changed like Naruto. It is no longer like in the original work, but has completely become the shape of Shu Feng. Of course, this was something Shu Feng had not expected. After all, his attention has been on Naruto this year and he has completely ignored Sasuke. Therefore, when they met at the meeting place outside Konoha village, they were surprised to see Izumi and Sasuke waiting. Also surprised was Naruto with Nine-Tails' head under his arm. After breaking free from Shu Feng's hand holding his back collar, Naruto excitedly rushed to Sasuke and asked happily. Sasuke, if you don't accept your brother's will to protect you, are you going to defect with us? No matter how much he said to anger Sasuke, Naruto succeeded in doing so. I don't have that kind of brother with an idiot's will. Sasuke shouted excitedly while sensing the message in Naruto's words. He immediately became even more angry, mixed with a little bit of grievance. You disgusting B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** me. Naruto, knowing that he had spilled the beans, quickly turned his head away and whistled pretending to be stupid. But the 9 tails under Naruto's arm would not miss this good opportunity to make a fire, and immediately laughed loudly. Haha, you are such a stupid Uchiha kid to be deceived by a brat like Naruto. I've never seen such a stupid Uchiha. Shut up. Naruto and Sasuke's voices sounded simultaneously. It's just that Sasuke was angry with gritted teeth, while Naruto was filled with a guilty conscience. Sasuke, don't listen to this nonsense, and you are not stupid at all, you are very smart. Naruto comforted Sasuke with a guilty conscience, while raising his fist to teach Nine Tails a lesson. Smelly fox, don't you dare try to sow discord between me and Sasuke, let's see if I don't beat you to death today. Before the fist could land, Nine Tails transformed into chakra and shrank into Naruto's body. I've finished watching the fun and enjoying it, there's no need to stay outside and continue to get punched. Seeing that Sasuke was about to attack him with a dark face, Naruto quickly retreated and hid behind Shu Feng. Shu Feng, who had already thought about whether to change his plan to take Sasuke away, stopped the two from fighting. Turning around, he headed towards the Kawanoguni Canyon that he had agreed with the dead Danzo. Now that you've figured it out, follow up. Chapter 58 1 year at a time. On the way, the system's reward settlement came to Shu Feng's mind. Open black lens bracket Shimura Danzo died prematurely, close black lens bracket. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 200 x 1. Open black lens bracket change to bed Kaharu died prematurely, close black lens bracket. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 100 x 1. Open black lens bracket Medomonitis leads to early death, close black lens bracket. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 100 x 1. Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Naruto defected, close black lens bracket. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 500 x 1. The reward has indeed come. The information coming from the system immediately lifted Shu Feng's spirits. Duanzo gave me a 200-point gift package, the other two old guys gave me 100 points, and Naruto was given 500 points for defecting. As expected of the most important protagonist, the reward is really generous. It's just that little guy Sasuke defected early. Why wasn't he rewarded? Shu Feng glanced at Sasuke on the side with his peripheral vision, and his eyes gradually became a little dangerous. Why don't you just kill the waste that doesn't follow the plan and can't get the rewards and just get a wave of rewards? According to Shu Feng's previous plan, Sasuke should accept Itachi's will and stay to protect Konoha. By the way, you can also take care of those tribesmen who took advantage of the chaos and changed their identities. He even followed the plot of Naruto's original work to find Naruto who had defected. But now, Sasuke has completely failed to follow Shu Feng's plan, and defecting early is not an important plot change. The subsequent plot after the defection did not seem to allow Sasuke to make major changes. It seems that Sasuke, this little leak, really can't squeeze out any oil or water other than crushing it directly. Gazing at Shu Feng from the corner of his eye, Sasuke, who was running beside him, suddenly stopped, with sweat pouring down his face and back. Seeing Sasuke stop, Naruto asked curiously, "Sasuke, what's wrong with you?" Sasuke wiped the sweat from his head and looked around cautiously. "Nothing, just an indescribable urgency and panic. It's probably because you were too nervous about defecting from the village for the first time. You'll just get used to it later." Shu Feng, who also stopped on the side, retracted his peripheral vision and continued to move forward. "Okay, let's keep going." Shu Feng planned to keep Sasuke for another look. Anyway, this little leak can be eaten at any time, so there is no rush. Just think of it as a backup energy source. But this killing is not because Shu Feng is too cold-blooded. But Shu Feng already has a follow-up plan, which will allow all living or dead people to obtain utopian eternal life. Advertisement. In summary, after killing Sarutobi Hiruzen, go find Obito and join Akatsuki to help Obito successfully complete the Eye of the Moon plan. Finally, the Eye of the Moon plan was used to achieve the mechanical ascension of the entire ninja world. Compared with the single-player Genjutsu dreaming in Eye of the Moon project, it is more interesting for everyone to dream together online. Of course, to achieve this goal, Shu Feng needs to continue to work hard to obtain attribute points and become stronger. Otherwise, Obito or Madara will not be willing to become a Six Paths human machine carrying virtual dreams. And Sage of Six Paths will definitely come out to stop it. However, if he can really get to this point, Shu Feng estimates that he will be able to get a lot of attribute point gift packs. Don't worry too much. System, open all attribute point gift packs. After continuing on the road, Shu Feng directly opened the 4 gift packages he had obtained. Gift package opened successfully. Open black lens bracket get attribute points plus 120, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get attribute points plus 50, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get attribute points plus 30, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get attribute points plus 500, close black lens bracket. 500. Shu Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After realizing that he had read it correctly, he immediately opened the system panel excitedly. Open black lens bracket host. Zufeng close black lens bracket. Basic 3 body technique transformation clone substitute 10. Open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu 2000 close black lens bracket. Fire style features. Unprinted release. Special ability. Fire style ninjutsu 100-fold increase. Soul flame Taiyan Ningha. Physical skills. 400. Current free attribute points. 747. Got 700 attribute points in one go. It can directly match the attribute points he gets by signing in for a year. The reflexes brought by physical skills are enough for now. Stick to the old rules, keep some attribute points as battery life supplement, and add the rest to fire style. After thinking for a while, Shu Feng devoted all the newly obtained 700 attribute points to fire style ninjutsu. Open black lens bracket add points successfully, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu, 2700 close black lens bracket. Current attribute points, 47. After successfully adding points, the small amount of chakra consumed by Shu Feng in the previous battle will be restored instantly. Shu Feng also clearly felt that his chakra amount had increased by half again. His special flame, Taiyan Dark Fire, is also much stronger than before. Advertisement. And in my mind, I have a deeper understanding of chakra and fire style. Just like when fire style was released before, Shu Feng had to use his body as a medium to release it. Just on the hands, feet or skin, convert chakra into fire style and release it. But now, Shu Feng feels that he only has one last chance to release fire style. Just like how he used Taiyan Hell Fire before. There is no need to use the body to release it, but it can be released directly within a certain range to attack the enemy. It seems that after I increase my fire style to 3000 points, I should be able to completely gain the ability to release it. Thinking about the scene where fire would break out wherever he pointed, Shu Feng was very much looking forward to it. The sudden strength of the virtual wind here also attracted the attention of Nine Tails in Naruto's body. Nine Tails, who was still squinting to recharge his batteries, straightened up and opened his eyes wide. What happened to this kid? Why did the amount of chakra suddenly increase so much? And the sense of danger I feel is getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, how can I find a chance to escape like this? Damn fourth generation, if this B*********** D hadn't sealed half of my chakra, I would have escaped by eating these broths. Nine Tails huffed in anger. Looking at the open seal of the door in front of him, Nine Tails wanted to escape but couldn't. I could only lie down again angrily and start sleeping. As for recharging one's energy and recuperating one's strength, I also need to maintain one's hair. I can't fight but I can't, and I don't dare to run. I'm totally done with it. After half a day of chasing, Shu Feng and others finally met the root ninjas on the hilltop on the border of the fire country. Master Kaio-feng, we can take action when the third Hokage leaves the border and arrives at Kawa no Kuni tomorrow. Looking at the path at the bottom of the mountain, Sarutobi Hiruzen was slowly walking with a group of ninjas. Shu Feng ordered in a tone that left no room for doubt. No need to wait for tomorrow, start now. But Danzo-chan. Before this ninja could finish his words, he was completely swallowed up by flames from bottom to top. After letting out a brief and rapid groan, it suddenly turned into black ash and scattered all over the ground. Does anyone else have questions? Shu Feng, who was holding his shoulders with his hands, looked around. The root ninjas who were seen lowered their heads and did not dare to look at each other. After all, the one who was instantly killed was their special Jonin. A bunch of bastards. Shu Feng sneered and looked down again. Since there is no doubt, let's do it. Yes. Chapter 59. All clans are exterminated. Konoha village. After several hours of hard work, the destruction and injuries caused by Nine Tails were finally calmed down. In front of the collapsed Hokage building, after sorting out the casualties, Shikaku organized an open-air meeting. In addition to the heads of various ninja clans, the people who participated in the discussion also included Kakashi, Yamato and Metkai for the first time. Kai's victory over Nine Tails just now completely shocked all the ninjas in Konoha. It also allowed him to win the respect of everyone with his strength and allow him to participate in high-level meetings as an exception. As for the two gangsters Kakashi and Yamato, one is Kai's good friend Pendant, and the other is because he knows wood style. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lu Ju spoke seriously. Everyone should have seen the current situation. Uchiha successfully controlled and released Nine Tails, causing irreparable damage to the village. The leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hiyashi, suddenly interrupted. Chief Nara, let's not go into details about the information that everyone knows. Let's get straight to the point. Shikaku nodded, his face becoming heavy. Danzo and two advisors, Kaharu and N, were all killed by Uchiha Zufeng. At the same time, Nine Tails, under the control of Uchiha Zufeng, completely destroyed the Sarutobi clan and Shimura's station. Under that horrific chakra explosion, the two races were almost razed to the ground, and there were not even 10 survivors left, including the widow of the son of the third generation and the young grandson. Lu Ju paused slightly and glanced at everyone present. Except for Kai, who looked mournful, everyone else had heavy and ugly faces. The meaning of this sentence can basically indicate that the two important clansmen in Konoha were almost completely wiped out. They could fully imagine how angry and mad Sarutobi Hiruzen would be after returning to the village. Maybe it will completely tear off the hypocritical face of the past, and even involve them. Seeing that everyone was silent for a long time, Lu Ju continued without stopping. The damage and casualties are also the most serious among these two tribes and their surroundings, as well as Metkai. Shikaku bowed slightly and saluted. Thanks to your efforts to stop Nine Tails, otherwise other places besides the two tribes would have suffered heavy damage. Kai scratched his head in embarrassment when he saw this. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the village. This is what I should do, and it is also my passionate youth without regrets. Okay, Kai, don't show off when you're so seriously injured. Before Kai could express his passionate youth, he was stopped by Kakashi on the side. Just because Kai, a silly Badian, can't understand it, doesn't mean that an old man like him can't understand it. This is not a thank you, this is clearly a scapegoat. Blame Kai chose to protect other places instead of protecting the Sarutobi clan. When the time comes when Hiruzen Sarutobi comes back, Guy will be the target of Hiruzen Sarutobi's anger. Kakashi didn't want Kai to end up like his father. I'm injured. What injury? I'm not doing well. Advertisement. Kakashi raised his voice and looked seriously. 8 Gates Dunjia is a forbidden technique that is harmful to the body. You just opened the 7th gate and your body was completely overloaded and injured. Don't hold on for the sake of face. Kai wanted to explain, but he swallowed his words after seeing Kakashi's murderous look. He clutched his chest and reluctantly looked injured and weak. I can't hold on anymore. I'm injured. It's very serious and I need to rest for a long time. Kai's exaggerated performance immediately made Kakashi feel tired. But there was nothing he could do about it, because this silly and cheerful boy was one of his few close friends. When it comes to such non-superficial matters, only he can solve them. Everyone has also seen that in order to prevent Nine Tails from causing chaos, Kai has risked his life to use forbidden magic, and he was also seriously injured. So he is powerless and unable to stop the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. In the end, it was Uchiha Zufeng who specifically targeted the two clans to avenge their genocide. In order to resist Nine Tails, which even the Hokage could not easily defeat, we did our best. Yamato, who is a little fan of Kakashi, also quickly agreed. That's right, Kakashi-senpai and I, as well as Kai-senpai, tried our best. Seeing the performance of Kakashi and Yamato, Shikaku, who sincerely thanked Kai, immediately understood that he had been misunderstood. However, he did not explain, but said directly, "Third generation has left the running of the village to me. Now if something like this happens, I will not shirk responsibility. When third generation comes back, I will personally apologize to third generation." Okay, Shikaku, now is not the time to find out who is responsible. Yamanaka High spoke up to smooth things over. The most important thing now is post-disaster reconstruction and sending people to convey the situation of the village to the third generation project. Akamaiki Dingza also immediately stood up and spoke out. You're right, now is the time to work together as one, and I, the Akamaiki clan, will do our best to help with post-disaster reconstruction. The same goes for my Inuzuka clan. The Aburame family will also give their full support. Seeing this, Shikaku didn't say anything more, just nodded. Then please help everyone. I will send someone to third generation to report as quickly as possible. Meanwhile on the other side. On the cliff above, the ninjas at the route have just taken action. On the path below, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was guarded by Anbu on the front, back, left and right, stopped. Shang, the captain of Anbu, also appeared next to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a swish. Advertisement. Hokage-sama, the root ninja who has been following us has taken action. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed his Hokage hat upon hearing this. There was no trace of surprise or worry on his face, only helplessness and emotion. This guy Danzo still refuses to give up. After sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand indifferently, as if he was playing some friendly house. Then let it be the same as before. Just block them and drive them away. Try not to cause too many casualties. After all, these are the backbone of the village. I see. The elephant turned around and quickly gestured to the Anbu guards around him. Immediately, a large number of Anbu who were hiding in the surroundings jumped out, drew their weapons and rushed towards the attacking routes. But as soon as the two sides came into contact, Shang realized something was wrong. Why are there so many ninjas this time? No, everyone needs to retreat and change into defensive formations. As soon as Shang finished shouting, the buzzing of insects began to sound around him. Without hesitation, the elephant immediately retreated to avoid it. The next second, the place where he was originally standing was flooded by large parasites. The vegetation that was originally lush withered in the blink of an eye and finally disappeared. Sending bad bugs. Aburame Ryoma, is Danzo crazy this time? He even sent you here. Shang looked in disbelief at the root ninja who was covered in black robes after the parasite. Aburame Ryoma did not reply, but silently controlled the parasites to force the elephant away. Their task is only to stop these Anbu guards, and Hiruzen Sarutobi can be left to Shufeng to deal with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw Aburame Ryoma, and his expression suddenly darkened. Even the top masters among us have been sent here. Danzo, what do you want to do this time? Suddenly, the inexplicable huge shadow, blazing heat, and exclamations from all around attracted Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Damn it, what is in the sky? Fire, it's fire. Why is there such a big fire in the sky? Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his head when he realized something. Then he saw a ball of fire that covered the entire sky, like a huge sun. This is Uchiha Kyufeng. Advertisement Chapter 60. This is the power of God. Looking at the sky, it is getting bigger and bigger, like a terrifying fireball that is about to destroy the city. Sarutobi Hiruzen's original calmness and composure could not be maintained at all, and turned into shock, anger and confusion. How can it be so powerful in such a large range? This can't be Uchiha Zufeng, nor should it be Uchiha Zufeng. But who else could it be if it wasn't him? Except for Shufeng, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't think of anyone else who could unleash such a powerful fire style. Unless Uchiha Madara is resurrected right now. Wrong. Looking at the sky that was still expanding into the distance, he felt the high temperature and heat waves that were constantly passing down, making him sweat all over. Sarutobi Hiruzen can be sure that even if Uchiha Madara is resurrected now, it may not reach this level. Uchiha Kyufeng. The elephant that forced Aburame Ryoma back with one blow looked at the sky that had turned into an endless sea of flames, with a look of disbelief on his face. Hasn't he always been hiding in the village? Why does he appear here? And with this kind of power and range, how could this be Uchiha, which can be released by human power? I remember that a year ago, the fire style released by Shu Feng obviously won with huge numbers. The largest one is only 100 meters in range. But now, the fireball floating in the sky can hardly see the end at a glance. Needless to say, this long and narrow mountain road is completely covered. At least 1 or 2 kilometers in length. What's more, the fireball in the sky is still expanding rapidly. With such terrifying power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call someone who rides a horse a god of fire, right? Why don't you beat the singer? It wasn't just Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shang whose mentality collapsed. The other Anbu present, as well as the root ninjas who had never expected this to happen, were also in a state of shock. All forgot that they were still fighting each other. He just looked up with a broken expression and stared at the sky that turned into a sea of fire. My body and mind are filled with fear. All the strength in the body seems to have been taken away. The weapons in his hands could not be held firmly, and they fell to the ground with a clanking sound. It's a lie. It's a lie. He. Damn B asterisk 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 D, I must be hallucinating, it's a hallucination. How is this possible? How can there be such a fire style? It's impossible. Advertisement. What happened? I must be dreaming, still dreaming. This is not bullshit ninjutsu, this is God, it is the power of God, God is going to send down punishment, ha ha ha. Finally, the flames in the sky seemed to expand and spread to the limit, and they seemed to think that this was enough. Finally, it no longer continued to expand outwards. Shang, who saw this scene, immediately reacted from the shock. Realizing what was going to happen next, he immediately shouted loudly. Are you going to give up your lives in vain? Don't stand there in a daze, do your best to retreat and avoid me. Then he shouted eagerly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, please stop looking, we must escape from here quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond immediately to Shang, but looked at the fireball that had begun to fall rapidly, his voice bitter. It's too late. With this distance of several thousand meters, even I can't run out in time. Shang, I'm sorry, I'll leave it to you in the end. Zhang's face turned bitter when he heard this, but it soon changed into a look of determination. Lord Hokage, I understand. The first guard team is surrounding, and the 4 purple flame formations are protecting the Hokage. The Hokage guards who were about to escape immediately gathered around after hearing this call. He got close to Sarutobi Hiruzen's front, back, left, and right, and quickly formed seals. Aburame Ryoma on the other side also withdrew his dark and resentful gaze. Uchiha Zufeng, I will report your wanton behavior to Danzo-sama when I return. Then, while fleeing quickly, he shouted orders to the root ninja who had already started to escape. No one is allowed to escape, continue to attack the barriers that stop Anbu with all your strength, Danzo-sama will remember your sacrifice. Aburame Ryoma's order immediately made all the root ninjas look desperate. The tongue seal controls their lives, and even if they run away, they will not escape death. But if you stay, you will still die, but the death may not be as painful as after the tongue eradicating seal is activated. In just a moment, these root ninjas who did not know that Danzo was dead had a choice. Most of them stopped and ran away, desperately rushing towards the Hokage bodyguards who formed the seal. Only a small number of root ninjas who were caught by accident still fled quickly, thinking that they could survive for a while. Unfortunately, all these efforts to escape were in vain. What a fearless struggle. On the top of the mountain, Shu Feng, whose whole body was protected by the Taiyan fire, looked down indifferently. In order to kill everyone on this mountain road at once, Shu Feng tried his best and exhausted all the chakra in his body. Advertisement. It's a bit more than the total chakra of an ordinary tailed beast. And the range of the fireball in the sky is not a few thousand meters, but a full range of 10,000 meters. If converted to Shu Feng's previous life, it would be equivalent to the size of a small city. Even if the J-20 fighter jet comes, it will take 8 to 9 seconds to fly out of this range. However, the time for the flame to fall is no longer than 8 to 9 seconds. Just 3 seconds later, this sea of flames, like falling from the sky, fell on top of everyone who had not even reached half of them. Hurry up, you damn legs, speed up for me, speed up and run. Feeling the high temperature on the top of your head that is almost melting you. Aburame Ryoma, who was running at the front, was activating the chakra in his body like crazy. Black parasitic insects poured out of him without any effort, rushing towards the flames above his head like moths to a flame to resist. It's a pity that all this is of no use. The falling flames were only blocked for a moment, and finally swallowed up Aburame Ryoma. Other side. The moment the flames came down, the barriers around Sarutobi Hiruzen finally formed successfully. Shang, who was seriously injured after desperately trying to block the root ninja, finally smiled with relief when he saw all this. The 4 Jonin who successfully formed the 4 purple flame formation with barriers calmly waited for the flames to engulf them and accepted their death. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the 4 purple flame formation was not idle either. As long as Anbu who formed the barriers outside is burned to death, the 4 purple flame formation will be destroyed. So this is not enough at all, he still needs to save himself. Biting his finger and slamming it on the ground, he channeled the Ape King and the Ape Demon. Without giving the Monkey Demon time to be shocked, Hiruzen Sarutobi transformed the monkey demon into a Vajra wishful stick with a wave of his hand. Then, holding the Vajra Rui stick, a square space composed of Vajra Rui rods was built around it again. Diamond Prison Wall. The Vajra prison wall that can isolate the inside and outside had just been set up, when the miserable howl of flames came from outside. The four purple flame formation did not even try to maintain the support of barriers, Hokage bodyguards for long. The flame fell for only a second before it shook violently and finally shattered. Immediately afterwards came the screams and curses of the ape demon. Damn, why is this fire style so hot? Hiruzen, what on earth are you fighting with? No, my Vajra body is about to fuse. Hiruzen, please think of a way. Chapter 61. It makes sense for Hokage to die in fire style. The monkey demon's cry for help reached his ears, making Hiruzen Sarutobi's already ugly face look like a dead horse. He didn't expect that the ape demon with its indestructible body would be unable to withstand the fire style falling outside. Obviously Shu Feng's fire style a year ago was not so powerful, nor was it so wide-ranging. At that time, the large amount of flames that filled the sky above the Uchiha tribe were far less powerful than the one that covers the sky and the sun now. What happened to Shu Feng this year? How could there be such an earth-shaking change in strength? Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't figure out why. I don't understand what's going on with Shu Feng's terrifying amount of chakra. If he had to explain, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only think of one possibility. That is, Shu Feng has actually been hiding his strength. Even if all the clan members were killed, they were not exposed. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but curse. You damn little beast who doesn't even care about the lives of his people. If Shu Feng didn't hide his strength a year ago, but showed it directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he would never be an enemy of Shu Feng or Uchiha. He could even push Danzo out immediately to atone for his crime. If Danzo is not enough, then add Mito Gate Flame and transfer Bed Kaharu. His Hokage position can be given up on the spot. Then slowly and quietly deal with Shu Feng like he did with Minato. But now because of Shu Feng's hidden strength, everything has reached an irreversible point. Hiruzen, what were you talking about just now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's curse was very low, but it was still heard by the monkey demon. I just didn't understand what it said. Do you have any idea? If you have a way, hurry up. This fire style is 10 times more powerful than yours. I really can't hold it anymore. The Vajra Rui stick that the ape demon transformed into, and the clone of the stick that forms the Vajra prison wall. Now everything is red inside and out. It looks like freshly poured red-hot iron rods. Hearing the monkey demon's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression worsened. Way, what can he do? If he had his way, he would have escaped by himself long ago. Are you still trying to summon you, the ape demon, to isolate the surrounding flames? Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen still kept comforting him, trying to stabilize the monkey demon. After all, if the ape demon really abandons his son and goes back, he estimates that he will only be left with a pile of ashes in the end. Advertisement. Ape demon, don't interrupt, I almost came up with a solution just now. Anyway, just try harder and hold on for a while, I'll try to think carefully about what I just thought of. For this level of fire style, the chakra consumption alone is terrifyingly high. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that the empty wind could last too long. As long as the Saru demon fights hard to hold on until the Kyophase chakra is insufficient, the final winner will only be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing that he had disturbed Hiruzen Sarutobi by speaking out, the monkey demon immediately gritted his teeth and did not dare to make any more noise. Outside, a layer of Taiyan Minghuo's Shu Feng was attached to the body surface, and he stood unscathed in the flames. This is the use of Taiyan Mingha developed by Zhu Feng. As long as the Taiyan Pluto fire is attached to the body surface, it can isolate the burning and high temperature caused by ordinary flames. This greatly solves the problem that Shu Feng would burn himself because the fire style is too powerful. As the Vajra Rui stick, the Vajra indestructible. Shu Feng's eyes were cold as he sensed the Vajra Rui rod in the flames and resisted the burning flames. A mere old monkey in the ninja world dares to use this name. He really doesn't know what to say. Since you want to help that old thing, then do it with your life. A ball of blue fire suddenly floated out from Shu Feng. Then rushed towards the diamond cage in flames below. The ape demon who originally gritted his teeth and resisted without saying a word was suddenly enveloped in a huge crisis. At the same time, in his sight that was filled with endless fiery red, there was an inexplicable extra bit of blue. Before the ape demon could react, the blue sky quickly grew in size until it rushed into his body. The next moment, he was cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts, and the severe pain like 1,000 insects eating his heart came from his soul. Ouch! The unbearable pain instantly made the ape demon howl out. The control of chakra in the body disappeared immediately. The transformation of the Vajra Rui rod was naturally self-defeating, and it transformed back into its ape form with a bang. Without the support of chakra, the ape demon's indestructibility is greatly weakened. The counter-spiritual technique cannot be used because of the pain in the soul. The body was immediately burned black and burst into pieces by the flames. Life begins to pass quickly. Here, Hiruzen, save me. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was too busy taking care of himself that he had no time to pay attention to the monkey demon. Facing the flames burning from all directions, the seals on both hands formed phantoms. One after another ninjutsu was quickly released by him. Earth style, dungeon technique. Water style, water shockwave. Advertisement. Earth style, earthy style. Water style, water formation connecting walls. Composite ninja technique, earth water dragon bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as Dr. Ninjutsu, now fully demonstrated the origin of this name. Various dazzling water styles and earth styles are constantly released, resisting the burning flames. Unfortunately, all this is in vain. No matter which industry you are in, quality is more important than quality, and ninjutsu is no exception. A large number of rising earth walls, earth dragons, and water dragons could not last even a second. With just a slight touch, he was drowned in endless flames. In the end, it was reduced to charred pieces and scalding steam scattered all over the floor. Especially this steam, it instantly scalded Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was quickly forming seals. On that dry and loose skin, countless hideous blisters appeared. This unbearable pain directly slowed down Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand seal movements. Coupled with the rapid reduction of chakra in the body, the flames quickly broke through the defense line and completely engulfed Hiruzen Sarutobi. Looking at the terrifying flames that were unavoidable in all directions, Hiruzen Sarutobi was completely despairing. He can't die here so easily and worthlessly. At this moment, all dignity and grudges were abandoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. None of it is as important as his life. Zufeng, I was wrong, I was really wrong, it's all my fault. I shouldn't target the Uchiha clan, and I shouldn't target you. Please stop. As long as you stop, I'm willing to pay any price. You didn't know you were wrong, you just knew you were going to die without dignity. Shu Feng's cold voice came over. By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Before I came, I released 9 tails to kill the Sarutobi clan and used the tailed beast Jade to kill them. 9 tails did it very quickly and very cleanly. It only left a small hole of 1,000 meters in your Sarutobi clan. If you go down now, you can just catch up with your tribe and your cute little grandson. What? Wrapped in flames, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were about to burst. Just like a fiery demon from hell. It's just that this flame demon is not resistant to burning. After letting out a few hoarse roars, they scattered like collapsed building blocks. Uchiha Virtual Wind, Uchiha Zufeng. Ah. Chapter 62. A large number of rewards are coming. What's going on? At the border of the Land of Fire, several Konoha ninjas rushed to report the news, their faces full of fear. In their widened eyes, a scene like hell was reflected. You can't see the end at a glance, and the bare mountain forests and mountain roads have completely turned into hard and scorched earth. At intervals along the mountain road, there are scattered flames that have not been extinguished. Among these scattered flames are piles of unknown dark objects. Each one of them was in strange postures, and from a distance they looked like people running away, and also like people begging for mercy. All in all, it's very weird and chilling. Even if the surrounding temperature makes several Konoha ninjas sweat, they can't stop the coldness that penetrates their hearts. In particular, the tip of my nose kept smelling various burning smells, and even the weird smell of some kind of burnt meat. In addition, there was a faint sizzling sound in his ears, which was like a painful groan. These Konoha ninjas finally couldn't hold it back any longer and started retching while covering their mouths. Vomit. Here, what is happening here? If the fire accidentally broke out in the forest, why did it burn to such an extent? If it were an ordinary wildfire, at least there would be carbonized branches and trunks remaining, and they wouldn't be so bare at all. The ground will also be covered with ash and dust, instead of being scorched, cracked, or even crystallized. This must be the result of some powerful ninjutsu. Several Konoha ninjas, who felt faintly uneasy in their hearts, looked at each other and began to investigate separately. Soon, an exclamation sounded, attracting the attention of others. Forehead protector. This is our forehead protector from Konoha. Several scattered Konoha ninjas quickly approached. Everyone saw that in the hand of the Konoha ninja, most of the forehead protector was melted and the lines could barely be seen. Could it be that? We are all Konoha ninjas here. And there are so many of them. It can't be the Anbu guards led by Lord Hokage, right? The Konoha ninjas' words immediately silenced the others. On the route to Sunagakure village, a large number of Konoha ninjas were burned to death. This is what pigs can guess. Not to mention ninjas like them who are good at intelligence analysis and investigation. There was silence for a while before someone made a suggestion. Maybe it's just the Anbu guards who died here. It's better to find Master Hokage's jade token first. Not long after they separated, the Hokage jade token was found. Advertisement. Also found was the charred corpse of the ape demon that was relatively well preserved because King Kong was indestructible. Now things were completely clear. Their third Hokage and Anbu guards were all burned to death here. Even the signature psychic beast with the purpose of third generation is not spared. With this heavy message, they didn't dare to delay at all and ran back to Konoha at full speed. When Konoha learned of the death of third generation Maya, they immediately blocked the news. 4 high-level officials died at once, but Hokage, Hokage assistant, and Hokage advisor still had the greatest decision-making power. This shocking news is enough to cause a huge shock and plunge Konoha into chaos and danger. After all, Konoha and the Fire Nation are at the center of the most fertile world. The other 4 major ninja villages that have been eyeing him will definitely not give up this opportunity. Maybe it will start the 4th ninja war. This is a result that Konoha cannot bear. After a short discussion, Shu Feng's crime of releasing 9 tails and rebelling against the village was deliberately magnified. An S-level wanted order for traitorous ninjas was issued to the entire ninja world. As for the news of the deaths of Hokage and other high-level officials, it was completely concealed. All Konoha ninjas who knew about it were gathered together to set temporary restrictions to prevent the news from being leaked. As the leader of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku was also elected to temporarily replace Hokage. Kai also had Kai's pendant Kakashi, and the two of them skyrocketed into high-level circles. Obtained the position of temporary Hokage assistant and Hokage consultant. Of course, Kai, a silly guy with a big head and a lot of muscles, only has a name for himself because of his strength. Only Kakashi is really responsible for doing things and helping Shikaku deal with things. Yamato, who exposed his wood style, succeeded the dead elephant and became Anbu's captain. Finally, Konoha sent out ninjas and began to search for Jiraiya and Tsunade, the second Konoha Sannin. I hope that the two people who know the current situation of Konoha can return to Konoha to take charge. Just when Konoha was anxiously dealing with funeral arrangements, Shu Feng on the other side finally waited for the system's reward settlement. Sarutobi Hiruzen died prematurely. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 200 x 1. Konoha suffered early destruction 1/3. Close black lens bracket. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 200 x 1. The roots of Konoha are destroyed in advance. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 100 x 1. Advertisement. The top 4 of Konoha, Hokage, Hokage's assistant, and Hokage's advisor all died prematurely. Close black lens bracket. Achievement obtained, Destroyer of Konoha's darkness. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 500 x 1. Finally here, Shu Feng, who was bored and rushing on the road, suddenly felt happy when he saw the reward message from the system. There is indeed a reward for destroying Konoha, and it shows 1/3. It seems that it has not been settled before. It's a pity that Kai, a 1-for-1 self-destruction soldier, is here, otherwise completely destroying Konoha should be able to give more. There is also this achievement reward. I didn't expect to achieve it again after killing Konoha F4. In short, 200, 200, 100, 500, another very good harvest. Looking at these pleasing figures, Shu Feng couldn't suppress the smile on his face. As a result, Naruto and Sasuke, who were following him on the road, had puzzled expressions on their faces and began to cricket in a low voice. Only Quan didn't squint, and kept his head on his way with a cold face. She has completely lost the sunshine and cheerfulness before, but has become an iceberg girl. Shu Feng ignored what the three were thinking. I directly opened the 4 gift packages given by the system. Gift package opened successfully. Get attribute points plus 112. Open black lens bracket. Get attribute points plus 88. Close black lens bracket. Get attribute points plus 2. Get attribute points plus 455. Current attribute points 704. Well, Shu Feng ignored the poor 2 points in front and looked directly at the 455 points in the back. 455. Am I already so lucky now? Shu Feng feels that he is terrifyingly strong now. I signed in immediately. System, sign in for me. Open black lens bracket. Sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Get attribute points plus 1. Ah, that's okay. Putting away his bulging heart, Shu Feng directly started adding points. System, increase fire style points to 3000 for me. Advertisement chapter 63. 2 powerful new abilities. Open black lens bracket. Add points successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fire style ninjutsu 3000. Close black lens bracket. Current attribute points 405. Successfully awakened the second flame characteristic. Successfully awakened the third special flame. After successfully adding points, the amount of chakra in Shu Feng's body increased a little again. At the same time, Shu Feng suddenly had a feeling in his heart. A feeling of wanting to get close to the flame and completely integrate myself into the flame. He even felt that he could turn directly into a ball of flame. As soon as this thought came up, Shu Feng immediately noticed that his body suddenly lightened up. Then Naruto's horrified shouts came from beside him. Brother Zufeng. Brother Zufeng was burned to death. What? Hearing Naruto's cry, Sasuke and Izumi immediately stopped and looked towards Shu Feng. What you see is a blazing human-shaped flame. The original Shu Feng has completely disappeared. Brother Zufeng. A-hole. Seeing that his few relatives were burned to death, the angry Sasuke opened 2 Magatama and rushed towards the human-shaped flames. The frightened Naruto reacted immediately and rushed over with Sasuke. Brother Zufeng, I'm here to save you too. You two stop. Shu Feng was not burned to death. Izumi, who had 3 Magatama in his eyes, stopped in front of Naruto and Sasuke. Looking at the human-shaped flame that Shu Feng turned into, Quan could clearly see the huge chakra belonging to Shu Feng still flowing in it. How is this possible? Obviously brother Shu Feng has been burned into a fire. Get out of the way quickly, we are going to save brother Shu Feng. Naruto avoided Quan and tried to rush over, but was still caught by Quan. Don't be impulsive. There are no enemies around, and Shufeng has not been attacked. This flame is not like Shufeng being burned to death, it's more like Shufeng turning his body into flames. Maybe this is Shufeng's newly developed fire style, just like the secret technique of water transformation of the Ghost Lantern clan in Hidden Mist Village. I didn't expect you to know the art of water transformation. You are indeed worthy of being a genius girl in the clan. Shufeng's calm voice came from the flames. It's brother Zufeng's voice. Advertisement. Naruto looked happy when he heard Shufeng's voice and finally believed Quan's words. Sasuke, who was doubtful on the side, also breathed a sigh of relief. After glancing at Naruto, he said mockingly, "What an impulsive fool." Naruto was too lazy to answer Sasuke's yawning, and was still a little worried about Shufeng. Brother Zufeng, are you really okay? And did you really invent a new ninjutsu that can turn yourself into fire? Shufeng did not answer Naruto, but spoke directly with the facts. With a thought, the burning human-shaped flame began to shrink and solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feet, pants, clothes, hands, neck, until the last ray of flame solidified into Shufeng's short hair. In this way, the complete Shufeng transformed from a flame back into a real person. So awesome. When Naruto saw the whole process, his eyes turned into bright stars. Sasuke also froze in place, with a look of shock and envy on his face. Even Quan stared at Sharingan and was speechless for a long time. She had only guessed that Shufeng could turn into flames before, but now she was still surprised when she actually saw it. Regarding the surprise of the three people, Shufeng had no intention of explaining, and just said perfunctorily. Okay, don't be stunned, just think of it as the new fire style I developed. Don't disturb me with your nonsense. I will rest where I am for a while. After speaking, he didn't give the three people a chance to reply. Shufeng found a random rock that wouldn't poke his butt, sat on it and closed his eyes. Well, the three people who still had many questions could only shut up in frustration when they saw this, and found a place to sit down and rest. Shufeng closed his eyes and did not waste time to perceive the new abilities he had acquired. Instead, open the system panel and start studying directly from the messages given by the system. Open black lens bracket host. Zufeng close black lens bracket. Basic 3 body technique transformation clone substitute 10. Open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu. 3000 close black lens bracket. Fire style features. Unprinted release, flame transformation new. Special abilities. Fire style ninjutsu multiplied by 100 times, soul flame Taiyan underworld fire, solstice flame sun true fire new. Physical skills. 400. Current free attribute points. 405. The flame transforms, the sun becomes real fire. Flame transformation. Shufeng knew very well that it was just like that turned his body into flames. Specifically, as long as Shufeng thinks about it, the chakra in the body will operate autonomously, turning the body into flames. Advertisement. The place of transformation can be part of the body or the entire body. As long as Shufeng can react, he can switch back and forth 10 times and hundreds of times in 1 second. You can even use flame to dodge attacks. The effect is equivalent to the Logia fruit without the weaknesses of seawater and seafloor stone, the burning fruit. And this ability to transform flames also increased Shufeng's chakra control in disguise to a terrifying level. The current Shufeng still no longer needs to use his limbs to release fire style. He can directly use chakra to generate fire style by simply blending it into the air and diffusing it. There's a fire somewhere. That is to say, when Shufeng had 2700 points of fire style attribute, he released it in anticipation. Just the ability brought about by the new flame characteristic of flame transformation has greatly increased my combat power. Then what kind of surprises can this new special flame, the true sun fire, bring me? It seems to be in response to Shufeng's thoughts. A fireball with liquid-like flowing flames on its surface suddenly appeared in front of Shufeng. The next moment, an unstoppable high-temperature heat wave spread out. Wow! The trees and grass with Shufeng as the center were on fire one after another and spontaneously ignited, spreading outward. Even the stone under Zufeng's butt became red and cracked due to the high temperature. Shufeng frowned slightly as he sensed the high temperature and fire around him. The next moment, the spreading high temperature suddenly stopped. Those flames that were ignited were extinguished in an instant. If the traces of burning were not still there, it would be as if nothing happened just now. Why did it suddenly catch fire and then stop? After realizing it, Naruto jumped 3 feet high, pointed at the sunfire monster in front of Shufeng and shouted. And what's going on with that strange fireball with flames that look like water? Sasuke was also full of curiosity and was ready to lean over and take a look. Is this the new fire style created by brother Zufeng again? But just as Sasuke raised his foot, Izumi, the nanny, blocked his way again. Don't get too close, the energy and density of the flame on that fireball is almost the same as a small sun. If you lean over rashly, the terrifying high temperature will probably burn you and me to death in an instant. Quan is right, this is not a temperature your small bodies can withstand. Shufeng opened his eyes and cast an appreciative look towards Quan. But I have to correct you on one thing. This is not fireballs and flames. It's a kind of plasma that's hotter than flame and more terrifyingly powerful. You can also understand it as the sun. Chapter 64 Arriving at the Kingdom of Water. Sun. Naruto and Sasuke both looked confused. Only Quan can clearly perceive how terrifying energy is contained in the fireball that Shufeng calls the sun. Izumi can even say without exaggeration that the energy contained in this fireball can completely crush the tailed beast Jade released by Nine Tails before. Okay, I've explained what needs to be explained to you. We'll continue setting off in 5 minutes. Shufeng waved his hand and put away the true sun fire. In Shufeng's conscious mind, next to the originally lonely Taiyan Mingha, there was a little sun named Taiyang Junha. Compared with the protection and attack of the soul and spirit by Taiyan Hell Fire, the true fire of the sun is a completely physical ultimate attack. Just after Shufeng summoned the true fire of the sun, the temperature just spread out was nearly 1,000 degrees Celsius. It's not much less hot than the fire style he released. Set everything around you on fire in the blink of an eye. The stone under Shufeng's butt was almost roasted and exploded. If the weak wind hadn't reacted quickly, the temperature that had spread out would have been suppressed and recovered. It is estimated that this place will turn into a piece of scorched earth just like the mountain road where Sarutobi Hiruzen was burned to death. Naruto, Sasuke and Izumi will most likely become Kaiophase's attribute point gift packs. The core temperature of the true sun fire directly reached 10,000 degrees. If this happens to someone unexpectedly, it will happen for a while. Shufeng felt that with the current level of people in the ninja world, probably no one could handle it. Unless the peak Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, or someone from the Otsutsuki clan appears. But even if these top ninja experts could handle it, they probably wouldn't feel too comfortable. Shufeng, who had been thinking a little too far, retracted his thoughts and looked at the remaining 405 attribute points. After thinking for a while, he shouted in his heart. System, continue to add points, and increase the physical skills to 800 points. Because I plan to meet Obito and join the Akatsuki organization later. So Zufeng doesn't plan to leave too many attribute points. Instead, add some more points to the physical skills that can improve your reflexes to avoid capsizing in the gutter. After all, there are no weaklings in the Akatsuki organization, so it's better to play it safe. Open black lens bracket, add points successfully, close black lens bracket. Physical skills, 800. Current attribute points, 5. Advertisement. At the same time that the system message came, Shufeng's physical fatigue was swept away, and his whole body was filled with strength. His physical fitness and reflexes also doubled in an instant. Even if it's a flying thunder god or a shell, Shufeng thinks he can react successfully now. After adding points, Shufeng, whose strength had been completely improved by several levels, opened his eyes and stood up. Okay, it's time, let's go. Border port of the Kingdom of Fire. The unmasked Shufeng brought Naruto and Sasuke from a distance. The Konoha ninja who was guarding the entrance immediately recognized Shufeng and screamed in horror. Enemy attack. It's an S-class rebel ninja, Uchiha. Before the call could be finished, the Konoha ninja who was guarding the door was pierced by a sharp blade in the chest and fell to the ground. In the next port, a large number of miserable howls were heard. It wasn't until Shufeng completely entered the port that these shouts finally subsided. With 3 Magatama appearing in his eyes, Quan, covered in blood, appeared in front of Shufeng holding a sharp blade. All the rebels have died, and I have found a ship and crew suitable for leaving the port. Shufeng nodded slightly, his expression not changing at all. When Quan saw this, he didn't say anything nonsense and immediately turned around to lead the way. This is why Shufeng brings the spring. Because he doesn't want to have to do everything himself. Sasuke, who was following Shufeng, didn't even look at the dead Konoha ninja. Only Naruto looked unbearable, his mouth moving as if he wanted to say something. Shufeng kept observing the 2 little guys Naruto and Sasuke out of the corner of his eye. Sasuke's thoughts have obviously been successfully instilled, and he will not be merciful at all. But Naruto is a bit worse. Even if he is the target of Shufeng's main thoughts, he still hesitates until now. Of course, Shufeng guessed that it was more likely that Asura's chakra was at work. It's just a dead person's chakra, it's useless no matter how much it causes trouble. Today's Naruto does not have as many holy teachers as guidance in the original work. Even with the guidance of so many holy mother teachers, Naruto in the original work would still go berserk and develop a dark personality that was suppressed in his heart. However, in order to prevent accidents, Shufeng still planned to enlighten Naruto. Naruto, these are our enemies, don't waste your emotions on these enemies who have different positions. At any time, to be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Advertisement. The enemies will not stop because of your kindness. They will only rely on your kindness to hurt you, just like you were bullied and hurt by the villagers when you were in the village. If you are still stupid and want to sympathize with the enemy, I can also send you back to the village. I don't want it. When Naruto heard that he was going to be sent back to the village, he immediately panicked. Quickly put away the intolerance and sympathy in your heart and explain quickly. I don't sympathize with them, I just. You are just a cowardly and hesitant idiot. Sasuke, who never missed any opportunity to quarrel with Naruto, answered and taunted him without hesitation. My brother, my father said that the fastest person to die on the court is someone like you. Being sympathetic to the enemy, Hesitating, and not having the heart to take action will only end up harming others and yourself. I'm not. Naruto, who was ridiculed, immediately became anxious. Even in order to prove himself, Naruto picked up the bloody kunai that fell on the ground and rushed out. I will not be soft on the enemy, I will kill you now. Seeing Naruto really rushing out, Shufeng gave Quan a speechless look. Quan nodded in understanding, stepped forward, caught the yelling Naruto, and slipped back. Ignoring Sasuke and Naruto who started arguing again, Shufeng looked at the trembling captains on the other side. He waved his hand and threw a few stacks of 200 Fire Country banknotes over. Send us to the Kingdom of Water. The money will be yours, and you can keep your lives. Seeing so much money, the boatman's eyes instantly glowed green. One by one, they stretched out their hands desperately to get their own pile. There was no fear on his face, only a flattering look of nodding and bowing. Don't worry, adults, we will definitely deliver you to your destination quickly and safely. And what happened today? The little ones heard nothing and saw nothing. Seeing this, Shufeng nodded with satisfaction. I like smart people. With the crew's full efforts, the ship quickly arrived at the port of the Kingdom of Water. Unlike the Fire Country ports where ninjas are stationed, only ordinary people and some warriors are stationed here. Shufeng didn't need to think about it to understand that it must be Obito who set up a secluded village in the blood mist in Kurigakure village. After walking out of the port, before Shufeng could discern the direction, the nine tails on Naruto's abdomen poked its head out. Zufeng brat, something is following us under our feet. Chapter 65 Baiju wants his skin rather than his life. Suddenly the Viet Cong probed Nine Tails, startling Naruto who was walking. Before he could curse Nine Tails, Naruto was attracted by the meaning of Nine Tails' words. Is there something following us underground? What is it? The kind of ninja who knows Earth style. In response to Naruto's inquiry, Nine Tails just glanced contemptuously. Then he had no intention of paying any attention to Naruto, and turned around and continued to talk to Shufeng. This thing is very deep underground. If it hadn't suddenly emitted malice, I might not have noticed it. Naruto, who was ignored, immediately asked for help, but was interrupted by Sasuke's guess. I heard from my father that there is a Kurigakure village in the Kingdom of Water called the Blood Mist. The ninjas here are very xenophobic and cruel. Maybe our arrival has disturbed them and they want to expel us. For Sasuke, Nine Tails also gave away a look of disdain just like they did for Naruto. Then he turned his head proudly and sighed towards Shufeng. You little brats really have to rely on me. Let me tell you, the chakra of the thing below is very similar to the dead wooden man in Senju Hashirama, which makes me disgusted. Suddenly, Nine Tails' expression changed and he laughed happily. To stop you from talking nonsense, it has now noticed that we have noticed it, and is running away to the left, haha, ga. Nine Tails, who was smiling happily, immediately stopped his smile after meeting Shufeng's dangerous eyes. The final sound that could not be recovered in time also caused a strange scream. It sounded very much like a duck being choked. Naturally, Naruto would not miss this opportunity and laughed loudly without any scruples. Haha, it's so funny, Nine Tails was so scared that he turned into a duck. No, you can no longer call me Kurama, you have to call me Duck Llama, ha ha ha. Nine Tails was laughed at, and his already red fox face turned redder, obviously he was very angry. But due to Shufeng's eyes that wanted to kill the fox, he could only hold back his breath. Shufeng slowly withdrew his gaze and quickly spread his chakra. I just want to run away now, it's too late. Boom. As soon as Shufeng finished speaking, the ground shook suddenly. It was as if a local earthquake had occurred. Subsequently. Boom. Advertisement. A raging pillar of fire several meters thick suddenly broke through the ground more than 10 meters away and soared into the sky. At the same time, a strange scream came from the rising flames. Da ah yo, da ah ah ah. Stop this flame that scares plants. I am a good plant, not a bad plant. This strange scream immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all stared at the top of the flame pillar with wide eyes. Only the corners of Shufeng's mouth twitched slightly, and he withdrew the chakra speechlessly. In an instant, the rising flames dissipated. A figure that was burned black fell down, rolling on the ground and wailing crazily. Ah ah ah, I'm dead, I'm going to be burned to death. It's all because of that damn NR and Afe. They have to let me carry out such a horrible mission, and they won't let them go even if I turn into fertilizer after I die. Quote. Seeing Baiju rolling on the ground, everyone was speechless. It even made Naruto question his soul. Where did this idiot come from? Could it be that your brain was burned out by Brother Zufeng's fire style? Shufeng did not answer Naruto, but frowned impatiently and said lightly. Shout again and you will become real fertilizer. The sound was not loud, but it immediately stopped the rolling Baiju. Then he closed his mouth tightly and stood up with a flattering smile on his face, approaching Shufeng. Ooh. Quote. Seeing Baiju shut up and whining Shufeng, I really felt that my patience had reached its limit. Without any further nonsense, just drive chakra and burn it. Wow. Baiju was immediately enveloped by the flames rising from his feet. And this time, Shufeng did not intentionally control the temperature of the flames, but instead maximized their power. Baiju, who felt that his lower body was burned out in an instant, immediately lost his skin. He repeatedly exclaimed and shouted. Master Shu Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. I was sent by Madara to pick you up. Before the words were finished, Baiju was burned into a pile of charcoal ash, ending this plant life that wanted skin rather than life. At this time, Naruto, Sasuke and Izumi finally reacted. It said it was here to pick us up. Advertisement. Wanla, brother Shu Feng, you killed the wrong person. Compared to the three people who were at a loss, Shu Feng calmly found a seat and sat down, very calm. Kill this kind of trash who doesn't know his priorities. Just kill him. You can't imitate him. As for the response, don't worry, a more stable guy will be sent over soon. When he mentioned that he couldn't learn how to do it, Shu Feng's eyes were entirely on Nine Tails, making Nine Tails' hair stand on end. If Naruto and the others hadn't been there at this time, Nine Tails might have had to knock on the spot. Of course, this does not prevent Nine Tails from giving in. A wisp of red chakra quietly connected to Shu Feng. Then the image of Nine Tails appeared in Shu Feng's mind. I'm sorry. I admit that I just spoke a little too loudly. There are many people outside. I would like to apologize to you here. Quote. Shu Feng shoveled Nine Tails out of his mind with a slap, and he rubbed his forehead tiredly and closed his eyes. What went wrong? Why is the Nine Tails here a second beep? Shu Feng didn't let Shu Feng wait long. A ripple suddenly rippled in the midair in front of Shu Feng. Then Obito, wearing a mask, walked out of the ripples. It seems you made the right choice, Shu Feng. Shu Feng opened his eyes and was slightly surprised to see Obito. I didn't expect you to come here in person. I thought you would be reluctant to part with the toy fourth Mizukage. Obito was slightly shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Shu Feng to know that he controlled Mizukage. However, this surprise was quickly suppressed by Obito, who responded briefly and changed the subject. It's just a dirty, decadent, fake village. I just want them to recognize the truth. On your side, the recent sensation in Konoha is quite surprising. Have you already thought about how to deal with Itachi if you dare to do those things? Or, Obito glanced at Naruto who was not far away with a curious expression on his face. Are you planning to use Nine Tails Jinchuriki to get me to help you? You help me, he. Hearing Obito's pretentious words, Shu Feng laughed without hesitation. Uchiha Obito, if you had something to do with Uchiha Itachi, wouldn't you be able to stay in Kurigakure village and even Akatsuki wouldn't dare to go back? Okay. Don't beat around the bush, I'm here just to help you complete the Eye of the Moon plan and purify this corrupt and false world. And what you can't handle in Nine Tails is the sincerity and greeting gift I bring. Chapter 66 Despicable Foreigner. Uchiha Obito. Hearing his name spoken from Shu Feng's mouth, Obito's pupils under his mask suddenly shrank. I was shocked and confused in my heart, but I still pretended to be confused on my face. Who is this Uchiha Obito you are talking about? Is he also a junior Uchiha who is as good as you? Shu Feng folded his arms and didn't reply, just watching Obito's performance quietly. Obito was also a little paralyzed by Shu Feng's see-through eyes. But now he still needs Madara's vest as a cover, so he can't help but quibble with his wandering eyes. I remember I told you my identity before. If you don't believe me, you don't have to use a random name to fool me. What's more, these identities or names are not important, they are just false meanings of this false world. Of course, if you like these false meanings, then I'll call you whatever you want. After all, when the Eye of the Moon project succeeds, all these falsehoods will disappear, and we will also have the real. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Obito realized something and his eyes locked on Shu Feng's. I never told you about the Moon Eye project. Where did you learn about this? Could it be that you're Sharingan? The three Magatama in Obito's eyes quickly rotated into the shape of a three-edged dart. At the same time, the chakra veins in Zhu Feng's body were completely displayed in Obito's eyes. There is no powerful yin-style chakra in Shu Feng's eyes. On the contrary, the rest of Zhu Feng's body is full of majestic chakra veins like big rivers. The dazzling blue light emitted by them all made Obito's eyes dazzled and made him want to cry. Sharingan is still not awakened as before. And with this amount of chakra like a tailed beast, are you really an Uchiha clan member? Or maybe you still have the blood of Senju or the Uzumaki clan in your body. Even though Shu Feng has black hair, black eyes, and the cool, white-skinned handsome face exclusive to the Uchiha clan, Obito couldn't help but doubt Shu Feng's bloodline. After all, Naruto, the red-haired Uzumaki, has learned from the past and was suppressed, so it makes sense for Kyonikas to be a Senju or Uzumaki hybrid. Didn't you say that everything is a false meaning in a false world and asked me not to explore your identity? Why, are you going against your own words now and starting to explore my bloodline? Shu Feng raised his head slightly, and the disdain and contempt on his face were all reflected in Obito's eyes. Uchiha Kenji, your weak will and low IQ really deserve your nickname. You are also destined to suffer a clown-like failure. Call. Zhu Feng's words instantly made Obito's breathing become heavier. Advertisement. Inexplicable anger and unreasonable irritability quietly rose from Obito's heart. Little guy, it seems that my kind words and words before gave you the illusion that you can be arrogant. Before I agree to your joining, let me as a senior educate you on how to remain humble as a junior. The moment the word, ba, hit the ground, a chain slipped out of Obito's wide sleeves and was held in his hand. Then there was a harsh sound of breaking through the air, and it struck Shu Feng's body like lightning. Looking at the chain that was swinging rapidly, Shu Feng did not dodge, but a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you going to take action because you are right and you can't refute it? Kenji is Kenji. Don't be embarrassed by Madara's name for someone with this level of intelligence. So much nonsense. Being scolded again, Obito's scarlet Sharingan surged with murderous intent. The direction in which the chain was aimed was immediately changed to look at Shu Feng's head. At the same time, Obito's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. The next moment, the chain appeared in front of Shu Feng at the same time. The long sword with a cold light in his hand was raised high. Say goodbye to this meaningless world. Aha. The chain and the long knife fell on Shu Feng's head and chest at the same time. Tear. Shu Feng, who didn't dodge and seemed unable to dodge, his head and chest were torn apart. Seeing this scene, the killing intent in Obito's eyes turned into disdain. HMPH, you are so weak and arrogant, really, what? Obito's face suddenly changed before he finished speaking his sarcastic words, and his face was full of disbelief. Shu Feng, whose head and body were torn apart in front of him, was not as dead as he imagined. Just still looking at him with a disdainful smile. Especially from the cracks torn by chains and blades, no blood or organs flowed out at all. But a blazing hot flame. It's as if what Obito chops is not flesh, but a ball of human-shaped fire. It's Shu Feng's recently acquired cremation ability. Seeing Obito's surprised expression, Shu Feng grinned with satisfaction and revealed a mouthful of white fang. The expression is very nice, so let me play with you. Shu Feng's words instantly brought Obito back to his senses. He immediately planned to retreat. But suddenly, Shu Feng's appearance suddenly changed in front of him. Advertisement. She turned into a delicate girl with 2 purple stripes on her face. The girl put her hands behind her back, revealing a beautiful smile that only existed in Obito's memory, as gentle as the breeze. Obito, I will watch you become a Hokage. Buzz. For a moment, Obito seemed to be struck by thunder, and his consciousness fell into a brief blank. A tear poured out of the Mangekyo unconsciously, crossing his face and falling to the ground. Lin. Wow. Under that beautiful smile, a golden red sun carrying terrifying high temperatures suddenly descended. In an instant, the dazed Obito was enveloped. The next moment. Obito, who had no time to become blurred and was directly hit by the real sun fire, let out a rapid and short pitiful howl. The whole person persisted for less than a second before falling to the ground, being burned smaller and smaller. But before it was completely burned, Obito suddenly disappeared. Then he suddenly appeared in the distance and reached out to grab Naruto, who was still stunned. It's Izanagi, who sacrificed one eye and was resurrected. Shu Feng, who had expected it, also looked over with a change of eyes. Then, wow, flames soaring to the sky rose from Obito's feet. Unexpectedly, Shu Feng could release fire styles Obito remotely, and was hit again. The whole person was enveloped in flames. It's just that this time it's an ordinary fire style, not the tens of thousands of degrees of true sun fire. Obito, who was in flames, reacted very promptly, and Kamui activated instantly. Whirlpool ripples emerged, and Obito in the flames immediately disappeared without a trace. Only a pale, half upper body like some kind of plant was left in place. In just a few seconds, half of his upper body was burned to ashes. There are so many ways to save your life. Shu Feng felt a little regretful for not being able to kill Obito directly. But he wasn't too disappointed. After all, this was just an attempt. The one who can kill is the best, get the reward directly, and then use Nagato to launch the Eye of the Moon plan. If you can't kill him, just stick to the original plan and continue talking about cooperation with Obito. Chapter 67. Can you sing, dance, rap and play basketball? The battle started quickly and ended quickly. Until Obito was resurrected with Izanagi, and dropped an arm to hide in the Kamui space. Naruto, Sasuke and Izumi, who were not far away, reacted. Brother Shu Feng, Brother Shu Feng, Shu Feng. The 3 people exclaimed as they quickly approached. Surrounded by Shu Feng, they looked warily at the broken arm that had been reduced to ashes in the flames in the distance. Shu Feng took back the sun fire and fire style in the distance without caring, and showed a reassuring expression towards the 3 of them. Don't worry, I just said hello to that guy in a friendly way. Is this a greeting? You call the fight like that just now a greeting? Naruto bared his teeth and shouted, looking very strange. If this can be called greeting, then was the previous battle with the Konoha ninjas a joke? The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but echo Naruto's complaints. If we go by the intensity of the fight just now, the previous battle might really be considered a joke. Quan also nodded rarely and took over the conversation. If Shu Feng's fire style, sun, were used in a battle with the 3rd Hokage would not be able to last that long. The moment of contact, he will be burned to ashes just like the masked man. There may not even be a ninja in the entire ninja world who can successfully survive under this fire style, sun. Use Sharingan to see clearly the source of terrifying energy contained in the true fire of the sun, and have no doubt about it. After hearing Quan's praise, Shu Feng shook his head in amusement. Isn't there now an example of successful survival? As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Quan immediately blushed and retorted softly. That's because of Izanagi's powerful forbidden technique. If Izanagi hadn't given that guy a chance to come back, that guy would have turned into a handful of dust. Shu Feng just smiled and did not refute. After all, what Quan said was true. No one can resist being hit directly by the tens of thousands of degrees of true sun fire. It feels like time is almost up. Obito should also be trimmed after treatment. Shu Feng looked at the ground where a big hole was burned out in front of him again, and said, Obito, of course you want me to call you Madara. Now can we have a peaceful talk? Advertisement. In the midair above the big pit, ripples appeared. Obito, who put on new clothes and had his broken arm reattached to a new white Zetsu body, walked out. Uchiha Zufeng, you do have the strength to have a fair conversation with me, instead of the little guy who had to gamble his life a year ago. Also, I don't understand what you are talking about. Obito, my name is Uchiha Madara, and I have been using this name for hundreds of years. It is absolutely impossible for Obito to admit his true identity. Even if there is a lot of resentment and doubt in my heart. I also really wanted to find out where Shu Feng got the information about him and Lin. Obito could only suppress everything in his heart and keep silent. Because he still needs the identity of Madara to frighten and confuse Nagato and Itachi, who have never given up exploring his true identity. Okay, Obito is a dog. He is a love-brained piece of shit who sells his love. He is a useless piece of cerebral palsy that can't even protect his love-brain goal. Madara, you should be satisfied now, right? Shu Feng pointed at his nose and cursed, making Obito's fists hidden in his wide sleeves clenched. When did the Uchiha clan, who were arrogant and disdainful of arguments, have such a foul-mouthed and sharp-tongued guy? No wonder I haven't been able to awaken Sharingan until now. It must be because of this mouth that my blood is impure. After venting his contempt fiercely in his heart, Obito calmed down his emotions. Whatever you want to say is your freedom, I have no right to interfere. Although I don't know where you learned about the Moon Eye project, the strength you just showed is indeed what I need. So, Obito stretched out his black-gloved right hand toward Shu Feng. The Akatsuki organization welcomes you to join us. Even having accepted Itachi, the Konoha spy, Obito would naturally not refuse Kaiofei's, who has superior combat power. What's more, Shu Feng also brought the most difficult Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto, which is completely sincere. Even if Itachi was dissatisfied and angry afterwards, Obito couldn't be blamed. And with the addition of Shu Feng, Itachi, this dangerous rebel, can be better restrained. Apart from almost being burned to death, everything else seems to be good. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Shu Feng would be a great addition to Obito, and I finally felt a lot happier. Regarding Obito's extended hand, Shu Feng glanced at Obito strangely, then raised his hand with a half-smile to hold it. But as soon as Shu Feng raised his hand, Obito's heart tightened, as if danger was coming. He quickly retracted his outstretched hand. Why don't you hold it? Advertisement. Is it because you're afraid? Facing Shu Feng's teasing, Obito didn't feel embarrassed at all, or maybe he was just shameless. I'm just being careful. After all, your fire style almost killed me just now. Shu Feng shrugged indifferently. Then I hope you can always stay vigilant, otherwise I wouldn't mind killing you and freeing you from the false world you talk about. Obito glanced deeply at Shu Feng and did not reply again. Just as he was about to turn around and lead the way, he suddenly thought of something and asked Shang Zufeng again. The last question can satisfy my curiosity. Is it really because of the wonderful new world in the Eye of the Moon plan that you joined me in joining Akatsuki? Of course, because this decadent and backward false world needs salvation. Shu Feng asked, do you believe what I say? Obito's eyes flashed. It's hard for me to believe. Shu Feng laughed. I don't believe it either. After all, who keeps telling the truth? Feeling that Shu Feng had tapped him again, Obito stopped humiliating himself and turned around to walk in the direction Shu Feng came from. Let's go. I'll take you to Akatsuki's gathering place. On the river outside Yuyan village. A small boat carries Kaiofei's group and Obito. In Shao, I hide my identity and am called a Fei. I am a weak trainee. Please pay attention to how you treat me in front of other members. Trainer. Shu Feng heard an inexplicable chicken bell in his mind and asked curiously. Then can you sing, dance, rap and play basketball? Quote. Obito glanced at Shu Feng in confusion. Seeing that Shu Feng had no intention of explaining, Obito didn't bother to ask, and simply finished the follow-up words concisely. The person I am taking you to meet is Xiaoming's leader and a partner who knows my true identity. It's just that he doesn't know about the Eye of the Moon plan, and he also has his own ideas. Don't let it slip. The boat came to the end of the river, where there was a cave with a torii gate at the door. Under the torii gate in front of the cave, two figures, a man and a woman, were standing there. That's Xiaoming's leader, Pain. Chapter 68. Only those with strength have the right to speak. Pen. Haha. Shu Feng chuckled and did not continue to ask. And Obito obviously had no intention of explaining any more. Soon, the ship docked. As soon as they landed, Sasuke, who had been silent all this time, started acting like a monster. The two Magatama Sharingan in his eyes opened directly, and he rushed out and started searching everywhere as if there was no one around. Sasuke, what are you doing? Don't cause trouble to brother Zufeng. Seeing Sasuke's abnormality, Naruto quickly stepped forward to hold Sasuke back. But Sasuke ignored Naruto at all and turned sideways to avoid Naruto. After that, he even passed through Pain and Konan in front and rushed straight into the cave behind. 1 against 7. Come out quickly. It's a pity that except for a huge weird humanoid statue, there is no one else in the cave. Outside the cave, Pain turned slightly. The Rinnegan moved to the edge and glanced at Sasuke, who was looking for Itachi. As this Itachi's biological brother. Such a reckless and impulsive attitude, it really lacks the calmness and caution of Itachi. Konan stepped forward and asked expressionlessly. Do you need me to catch him back? I'll do it myself. Without giving Shu Feng a look, Pain raised his hand towards Sasuke in the cave. Everything. Before the words, Tianyan, could be finished, a powerful repulsive force popped out from Pain's body. Call. The repulsive force swept out with huge wind pressure. All the flames that suddenly rose from Pain's feet will be bounced away. Like a goddess scattering flowers, they scatter into the surrounding sky. It's Shinra Tenjang. The flames that came in an instant were indeed Muji Ninjutsu. Konan looked surprised and immediately retreated behind Pain. What she fears most about her Shiki paper dance is fire style, a ninjutsu that can easily destroy a large amount of paper. It depends on the owner when beating a dog. Is Chief Pain planning to give me a blow by being so disrespectful? Advertisement. Shu Feng's unhurried voice came over. Uchiha Virtual Wind. Pain's Samsara eye also turned again, looking at Shu Feng not far to the side. You can release fire style from under my feet at such a distance. Your fire style is really incredibly powerful. He is indeed a strong man who controlled 9 tails and destroyed half of Konoha. Compared to Konan, Pain, who received the attack head-on, can better appreciate the power of Shu Feng's fire style. The powerful flames suddenly burst out from under his feet. If he hadn't had the powerful perception brought by the Samsara eye, he might not have been able to dodge easily. You don't need to acknowledge my strength. Shu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and huge chakra fluctuations spread out, filling the entire place. He planned to let his strength speak for himself, and he also planned to show his strength and stand on an equal footing with Nagato. Rather than an ordinary newcomer who has just joined Akatsuki and has to obey orders. I just want to know, where did you get the courage to challenge me when we meet? Is it because of your reincarnation eyes that control puppets and don't dare to see people in person? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying coercion spread out from Shu Feng's body. A circle of fierce pressure formed, making the trees around the cave rustle. The next moment, wow, 2 groups of blue and gold-red flames appeared out of thin air from both sides of Shu Feng. In an instant, there was a coldness in the spirit and soul, and a high temperature in the body. Clearly passed on to Konan. It was also passed on to Nagato, who controlled Pain behind the scenes. Sensing the huge danger, Nagato's expression immediately changed and he became very energetic. He also sent out the remaining 5 hidden Pain, and surrounded them vigilantly around the cave. Of course, Obito, who was watching the show, was not spared either. But Obito's reaction was very quick. Almost at the same time that Shu Feng released 2 flames, Obito immediately activated Kamui's virtual blur to avoid it. And he quickly started to break up the fight with Ah-Fei's nonsensical tone and exaggerated dancing. Senior Zufeng, please calm down and don't be impulsive. Everyone will become one of our own soon. Don't let this little misunderstanding ruin your harmony. And Chief Pain, please don't tempt me. Senior Zufeng's strength is obvious to all. You'd better apologize quickly. Pain did not reply, but stared at the 2 flames beside Shu Feng with 6 pairs of eyes. Advertisement. Want to see something from it? After all, he had never seen such a powerful fire style. It can actually pass danger to his body through pain. In other words, this can't even be called fire style. It's more like some kind of powerful blood inheritance limit manifested in the form of flames, or even blood stain elimination. The tension and silence at the scene made everyone afraid to take a breath. Sasuke in the cave also pursed his lips and remained motionless, not daring to yell like before. Just when Shu Feng was about to lose his patience, Nagato finally controlled Pain and spoke. Zufeng, I'm sorry for disrespecting your temptation just now. But I have no ill intentions, I just want to find out whether you have the strength to survive Itachi. After all, the hatred between you and Itachi is irresolvable, and you brought Itachi's biological brother here. Shu Feng had a half smile on his face. Then do you think I have the strength now? Pain glanced at Taiyan Mingha and Sun Junha beside Shu Feng, his eyes full of vigilance and fear. After organizing his words for a while, he said solemnly. You give me the feeling that you are more dangerous than Itachi. Maybe. No, you are definitely stronger now. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure surrounding him suddenly dissipated. The spreading coldness and heat also disappeared along with the disappearance of the 2 flames. Shu Feng walked up to Pain with a bright smile. You are very smart and wise, so I won't let you, a puppet, experience it for yourself. Sensing that the sense of crisis lingering in his heart had disappeared, Nagato, who was controlling Pain, breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if Shu Feng hadn't released those 2 flames before, Nagato would still be very confident that he could defeat Shu Feng. But after seeing those 2 flames, Nagato didn't have much confidence that he could defeat Shu Feng. He estimated that even if he could really defeat Shu Feng, he would have to pay a huge price. It will even consume all his life force. What's more, There is a 9 tails Jinchuriki beside Zufeng who can release 9 tails. Anyway, you are welcome to join Akatsuki. From now on, you will no longer be Konoha's Kyuku, but Akatsuki's Kyuku. Join us in denying Konoha and this ninja world even more strongly. Of course there are also our Akatsuki goals. Before Pain could finish what he said, Shufeng interrupted with a wave of his hand, and the smile on his face became even crazier. No need to talk nonsense, I know it is so that there will be no more war and pain, and for the long-term peace of the ninja world. I have experienced great pain, but I also have this lofty vision like you. I will clear all obstacles for Shao, and together we will create the beautiful utopia we long for. So stop hiding like a mouse and just let the world feel the pain. Chapter 69 Rebellion against Tiangong. Let the world feel the pain. Although Pain was just a puppet controlled by Nagato, the slightly open mouth on his expressionless face still showed shock. Because this sentence simply spoke to his heart. He didn't expect Shufeng to have a similar consciousness to him. That's right, Shufeng continued to increase his intensity and raise his voice. How can you truly understand pain if you have not experienced the same pain as you? So we must let the world feel the pain, let the world accept the pain, and finally let the world understand the pain. Only in this way will they know what the pain really brings. Only in this way will they know the value of peace, and that peace is hard won. A ray of moonlight shone through the blocking clouds, just covering Shufeng's body. Shufeng, whose whole body was glowing with faint light, also reached out his hand towards Pain in front of him at this time. So join me and bring unforgettable pain to this world. Bringing unforgettable pain to this world. The wildly trembling samsara eyes in Pain's eyes showed the turbulence in his heart. Looking at Shufeng, who looked like an angel and a demon under the moonlight, Pain slowly raised his hand. I'll add, Pen. A sharp shout interrupted Pain's movement of raising his hand. It's Conan behind Pain. Please wake up and don't be led astray by him. It was Uchiha Kaiofeng who joined our Akatsuki, not you as the leader of Akatsuki who joined him. You are the leader of all this. This sharp shout made Pain react instantly and retract his hand. His eyes that were a little dazed quickly became clear. He even took 2 steps back, his eyes full of vigilance and fear. This Uchiha boy in front of me is so scary. He is actually more deceptive than him, and even better than Obito who is pretending to be Madara over there. Every word speaks to his heart and resonates with him. It's like being able to penetrate other people's inner thoughts. It's simply dangerous and terrifying. Advertisement. Perhaps it is also possible that Shufeng really has the same will and ambition as him. Not only Nagato, but Obito in the back also looked serious, staring at Shufeng's back. Obito can be sure that he has never told Shufeng about Pain's information, and he is also sure that Shufeng has never met Pain. Otherwise, we would not have found him and joined the Akatsuki organization through him. But even so, Shufeng was able to determine that Pain was a puppet the first time he saw him. And he can also understand the thoughts of Nagato behind Pain and guide him. Obviously when I told him before, I wanted to help him complete the Eye of the Moon plan. He also said that the world is false and meaningless, which is completely in line with the deepest words in his heart. And calling him by his real name in the first place. Even Lin, who knew the pain in his heart, and Lin's words that he would remember forever. Could it be? The pupils in Obito's eyes narrowed rapidly, and his eyes were full of fear and even fear. Could it be that Kaiofei possesses ninjutsu that can read people's minds? Or maybe Kaiofeng actually awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, but just kept hiding it. If it is really like the latter, coupled with the terrifying fire style that is not inferior to Mangekyo. Thinking of this, Obito no longer dared to think about it anymore. He has now begun to regret contacting Shufeng and regretting bringing Shufeng to join Shao. Compared to Itachi, the Konoha spy, the current Shufeng is 10 times or even 100 times more dangerous. Unless Uchiha Madara is reborn, Obito has no idea how to deal with Shufeng. Even Obito has begun to think about retreating, wanting to stay away from Shufeng and retreat behind the scenes again. Shufeng in front had no idea that what he just said would frighten Obito behind him so much that he went crazy and even shrank his eggs. Shufeng just wanted to speed up the progress and let the Akatsuki organization declare war on the entire ninja world in advance. Looking at Pain and Conan who took a few steps back with wary eyes, they quickly explained apologetically. I'm sorry, I just accidentally said it because I was too happy. I didn't mean anything else. After all, it's rare to meet someone who has the same goals as me. You can understand this inability, right? It's understandable if that's the case. After receiving Shufeng's sincere apology and Shufeng's words of like-mindedness, Pain's guard eased a lot. However, Conan behind Pain remained vigilant and whispered admonitions. Pen, he was able to tell us exactly what we were thinking when we first met. He has obviously probed and analyzed us, and he came with the same purpose as Itachi. There is already a Itachi in Akatsuki, we cannot add a more dangerous Shufeng. Conan doesn't have the desire to bring pain to the world like Nagato does. Advertisement. She simply wanted to help her companions who depended on each other for their lives. The first one was Yahiko, and after Yahiko died, it was Nagato. Therefore, naturally, they will not resonate with Shufeng's words, but can see the unreasonableness. If it were Nagato from before, he would definitely have listened to Conan's advice. It's a pity that the former Nagato was already dead, on the day he planned to become the god who would rule the world. I am pain, and I am God. God will not be afraid, nor will he shrink back. Whether it's Itachi or Shu Feng, as long as they can join me to complete my mission, I don't need to care about their purpose. Well said. Shu Feng applauded Pain. Those who achieve great things do not stick to trivial matters. Chief Pain is indeed a man who has the courage to achieve things. No, he is a god. And you don't have to worry about that beast Itachi. You can leave him to me to deal with him. I will never let him ruin our plan. Those who achieve great things don't stick to trivial matters. Nagato chewed this sentence carefully, and the more he tasted it, the more he felt that it was very similar to him and Shao. Aren't they just forcibly recruiting various rebel ninjas to accumulate strength? As long as it succeeds in the end, the details of the process are not important at all. Sure enough, Shu Feng and him are like-minded and similar. Nagato became more and more satisfied with Shu Feng, and the previous dissatisfaction was completely wiped away. Pain was also controlled and walked back to Shu Feng and handed Shu Feng a ring engraved with the word, Nan. Itachi's partner Orochimaru defected from Akatsuki not long ago, so you can fill the gap. As long as you successfully deal with Itachi, I will believe in your strength, accept your suggestion, and make plans in advance to declare Pain to the world. Shu Feng reached out and took the ring without any care. It's just a bug blocking the road. It's destined to be unable to go against the general trend and will be crushed. What's more, that guy's weakness is in my hands. Pain's Rinnegan turned and glanced at Sasuke, who was staring at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Pain looking over, Sasuke immediately retracted his head and hid in the cave. It seems you have planned all this. Pain withdrew his gaze, and the chakra on his body was slowly released. In that case, let's get started directly. The magic of the lantern body. Chapter 70 Meeting as Tsukuyomi. Etc. Shu Feng suddenly stopped Pain and interrupted Pain's ninjutsu. Pain was interrupted for a moment, then quickly explained as if he remembered something. Don't worry, the phantom body jutsu is just an auxiliary ninjutsu and will not cause any harm to you. It will only convert the chakra you input into waves of thoughts, and then I will receive these waves of thoughts to bring everyone together to facilitate communication and meetings. Just like this. It seemed to indicate that the interruption just now was just an accident. Pain didn't give Shu Feng a chance to move, and launched the magic lantern body technique again at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the ring in Shu Feng's hand vibrated like a BB machine. Now you input chakra into the ring, and then you can communicate face to face with other members thousands of miles away. Feeling the buzzing and vibrating ring in his hand, Shu Feng did not enter chakra immediately. Instead, he pointed at Sasuke inside the cave, and then at Naruto and Izumi behind him. I understand everything you said, but here's the problem. I have 4 people here, what do you mean by giving me a ring? Are you looking down on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who can drive the Nine-Tails to fight, or are you looking down on the Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan? Hearing Shu Feng mention himself, Quan slightly raised his head and looked at Pain. The 3 Magatama in his right eye quickly rotated until it transformed into a 4-edged shuriken. It is the Shisui Mangekyo that Kaiofei's obtained after killing Danzo. Because Zufeng was not used to installing other people's organs in his body, he temporarily gave it to Quan. What's more, after Shu Feng's strength increased, the power of Taiyan Mingha also became stronger. It's definitely more useful than installing someone else's Mangekyo. Mizumi reveals his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto quickly stood up with a proud look on his face and punched his abdomen hard with his fist. Kurama, come out quickly, brother Zufeng calls you. In the first half of Naruto's words, Nine-Tails had not made any noise. As soon as Shu Feng's name came out later, blood-red chakra quickly poured out of Naruto's navel. It formed a fox head with a face full of reluctance, grinning at Pain. Humph, he's just a kid with 6 paths eyes but unable to use his true power. If you don't give Shu Feng some face, do you deserve to let me come out in person? With that said, Nine-Tails glared at Obito with disgust. And this even more disgusting B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** to my stomach. 9 tails. The Sharingan under the holes in Obito's mask emits a penetrating red light. Advertisement. Quietly, she took 2 steps back to reduce her presence. 9 tails has no intention of letting Obito go. He quickly circled around Naruto and leaned into Naruto's ear, his voice full of bewilderment. Naruto, this is the guy who used the Sharingan to control me through Madara's contract and killed your parents. Madara's contract has been terminated by your father, Yang Daime. How about it? Do you want to take revenge? As long as you let Shu Feng release me completely, I promise to help you. Before she could say the next words, Nine Tails felt her anus shuddering with chills. When he looked down, he saw that Naruto's abdomen was glowing with a cold blue light. The color is exactly the same as Taiyan Pluto fire. Ah ha ha, it's a joke, I'm just joking. Nine Tails, whose soul has begun to feel pain, be honest for a second. He shrank back to Naruto's belly again, as if nothing had happened just now. Naruto looked at Shu Feng in disbelief. Seeing that Shu Feng had no intention of denying it, he turned angrily and glared at Obito with gritted teeth. The image of Obito is deeply imprinted in my mind. When he becomes stronger in the future, he will take revenge with his own hands. Mangekyo Sharingan, Nine Tails, is indeed qualified to become a full member. After Pain pondered for a moment, he once again took out a ring engraved with green characters. Orochimaru defected and took a ring with him. Faye has already found a candidate in Kurigakure village and needs a ring. Now all that's left is a ring. Shu Feng took the ring engraved with the word green and threw it to Quan behind him. This one plus the one on Itachi's body is enough. Then he waved to Naruto behind him and Sasuke in the cave. You two come here and input the chakra into this ring. I will take you in to have a look. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke immediately came over and entered chakra into the ring. When Pain saw this scene, he quickly stopped him. A ring can only receive one kind of chakra. If there are too many, they will be mixed together and cannot be converted into thoughts. Huh. Pain was halfway through speaking, with shock in his eyes. In Shu Feng's ring, 3 distinct waves of yearning were transmitted to him. What a terrifying chakra control. Shu Feng, I finally understand why your fire style is so powerful without using seals. Shu Feng just smiled and did not reply. Advertisement. Pain stopped talking nonsense and designated the gathering waves of thoughts to a dedicated meeting place. Whoosh. The scene changes within the line of sight. The scene in front of Shu Feng has suddenly changed to the depths of a cave. He also turned into a colorful phantom, standing around a lit stone lantern. Boss Pain, why did it take so long to show up today? Is it because there are new people joining again? Shu Feng followed the voice and looked to see Kakuzu standing on his left, sizing him up. Not one, but 2. There is a new person on the right of the new person. Shia's voice came from the opposite side of Shu Feng. But the next second it turned into surprise. Hey, it's interesting, there are actually 2 young brats appearing behind this newcomer. This exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. Among them is Itachi with 3 Magatama pupils that tremble violently. Sasuke. And 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Itachi was frightened and angry, and the 3 Magatama in his eyes turned directly into the pattern of Mangekyo. Then he suddenly stared at Shu Feng. Tsukuyomi. In his imagination, the picture of pulling Shu Feng into Tsukuyomi like a year ago did not happen. Instead, it was a ball of flame that made Itachi's soul feel extremely cold, occupying his entire field of vision. The next moment, the double pain of the soul being frozen and burned comes instantly. Itachi couldn't help but cover his left eye, bent down and groaned. The 7-colored phantom transformed by the wave of longing is shaking violently and flickering on and off. It seems like it will be extinguished in the next second. The sudden change on Itachi's side also attracted everyone's attention from Shu Feng. Shu Feng also looked at Itachi with a smile on his face. Use Mangekyo's pupil technique as soon as you meet your kinsmen and brothers whom you haven't seen for a long time. As expected of you, Uchiha Itachi. Oh no, you who massacred the Uchiha clan are not worthy of using this surname anymore. I should call you Orphan Weasel, or Beast Weasel. Chapter 71 Thrilling Meeting. Mangekyo's Pupil Technique. After hearing Shu Feng's words, everyone present instantly understood what had just happened. Sasuke, who had just entered, was instantly angered and looked at Itachi opposite him angrily. His eyes revealed 2 blood-red Magatama, and he let out a roar filled with murderous intent. Weasel, you actually went to such a bottomless level for that damn Konoha. I must kill you, you damn traitor. Izumi said nothing, but the crazy spinning Mangekyo was enough to show that her hatred was no worse than Sasuke's. Although Distinguished Heavenly Gods is cooling down, Distinguished Heavenly Gods belongs to the Genjutsu Eye and has an extra bonus to Genjutsu. Use it to release Sharingan's Genjutsu, which is also quite powerful. Buzz. Itachi, who was mentally traumatized by Taiyan Hellfire, was directly affected by the Genjutsu boosted by Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Countless dead tribesmen, relatives and even his parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto all appeared in front of him. All of them had bloody expressions and twisted expressions, and their faces were filled with lingering resentment and hatred. Itachi, why aren't you dead yet? Why aren't you going to die? Having killed so many clan members, what qualifications do you have, a beast like you, and how do you have the dignity to live? Go to hell quickly, we will curse you, hate you, and loathe you forever. You don't deserve to be my child, you don't deserve to be Sasuke's brother, you are my shame. I really regret not sticking you on the wall directly. I really regret not drowning you in a manure pit when I gave birth to you. Cough cough cough, puff, even if you know that these are just illusions, they are all false. But Itachi still couldn't withstand these heart-wrenching words, and he coughed violently and spit out a mouthful of blood. Especially the resentful and regretful words from his parents. It even exploded Itachi's heart that was suffering every day and night. Itachi's phantom body, which was already shaking violently, quickly became transparent and almost disappeared. Haha, you can't bear to vomit blood. Itachi, as a damn perverted psychopath, it's laughable how fragile you are. Seeing that Itachi's heartache was directly triggered and reflected on his body, Shu Feng laughed openly. Advertisement. That's enough, just say a few words. Pain, who felt almost done, opened his mouth to stop Shu Feng, and also stopped Itachi who wanted to speak. This is Akatsuki's gathering, a place to realize our great ideals, not a noisy downtown. If you have any conflicts, you can resolve them privately. Shao will not stop this behavior. With that said, Pain glanced at Itachi, and the chakra of the Samsara Eye was released. Itachi's body that was about to disappear was stabilized in an instant and returned to its original solid state. It was just the embarrassment of the man kneeling on the ground, and the blood constantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. It shows that the body formed by the colorful phantom is just stabilized. Cough cough cough. Explanation. He barely formed the genjutsu seal with one hand. Itachi stumbled to his feet and glanced at Izumi, Naruto and Sasuke with heavy eyes. Finally, it turned into a ferocious look that could not be dissipated, and fell on Shu Feng's body. Chief Pain, since you have said so, I must abide by it. Now that my partner is vacant, let Uchiha, a newcomer, be paired with me. Pain did not reply immediately, but looked at Shu Feng with questioning eyes. Shu Feng smiled coldly. That's what I mean. If some guy who didn't follow the rules hadn't taken the lead, it wouldn't have become this ugly situation. After all, this is a public area for everyone to hold meetings, not a private space where someone can mess around. Facing this blatant ridicule, Itachi, who had already adjusted his emotions, was frozen in place as if he couldn't hear it. The other members did not answer the call, obviously not wanting to get involved in this irresolvable conflict. Only Zetsu, who learned that Shu Feng was very powerful, let out a hoarse laugh. Hey hey hey, you new guy is so interesting. If you successfully survive in the future, you can partner with me. I like strong and interesting people. Shu Feng also responded with a meaningful smile. No problem, I also like that very interesting white half of your body. Well, seeing the smile thrown at Shu Feng, it was as if he was being strangled by the neck, and the smile froze on his face. There was also a burst of panic in my heart for no reason, and I felt that I seemed to have done something very stupid. But before he could think about it, Kakuzu, who had been patient for a long time, spoke again. Boss Pain, this summons won't just introduce new people to us and let us watch a show, right? Advertisement. If this is the case, now that the show is over, we should disband as soon as possible. I have identified good bounty targets and they are still waiting for me to solve them. Of course this is not the only thing. Pain shook his head slightly. In addition to introducing new people, I also need you to find 2 ninjas who have passed the inspection and let them join Akatsuki as reserve members. A man from a small country is wandering around the Earth Kingdom, constantly causing terrorist attacks. The other one is a wanted murderer wandering around the country of Yu. Wanted terrorist and murderer. An ugly smile appeared on Kakuzu's face. If they don't choose to join us, can I trade them for a bounty? Pain was too lazy to answer Kakuzu's question that he always asked, and just turned his head and said to Konan. Konan, you, Kakuzu and Scorpion are going to Yu no Kuni. Zufeng, Quan, you and Itachi go to the small countries surrounding the Earth Kingdom. I will definitely provide you with specific information and whereabouts about the 2 people's locations. No matter what method you use, I need the 2 of them to join Xiao and do things for Xiao. Konan nodded first. I understand. Shu Feng and the others also nodded in agreement. Now that we understand everything, let's disband. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu was the first to disappear, obviously eager to get the bounty. Then Xie and Zhu also disappeared and left. Itachi also looked at Sasuke behind Shu Feng before disappearing. He braced himself and spoke in a cold voice with some effort. My stupid and weak brother, continue to witness your incompetence and the loss of your companions. A-hole. Sasuke's anger was ignited again, and just as he was about to curse back, Itachi had already logged off and disappeared. Shu Feng showed a slightly weird smile and spoke comfortingly. Sasuke, there's no need to talk nonsense with a dying man. You will have the opportunity to take revenge in person right away, and you will also have the opportunity to wash away this humiliation with your life. Sasuke didn't understand, and immediately nodded vigorously. Well, I will definitely use Itachi's life to wash away this humiliation. Chapter 72 Brainwashing Naruto and Sasuke. The rally is over. Obito, who was waiting outside, had already disappeared. Pain and Konan were not surprised by this, and had no intention of explaining it. Instead, they handed Shu Feng and 4 others a set of gray hooded coats each. Put this on to hide your status as outsiders. Tonight I will take you back to the base in Yuyan village to rest. You will come over again tomorrow morning to wait for Itachi's arrival. Hide your identity. Shu Feng took over the hooded coat and recalled the plot and asked Pain directly. You haven't killed Hanzo the Sancho fish yet. How can you tolerate the hatred of a partner who depends on each other for his life being killed? Pain's movement of turning around paused, and he turned his head to look at Shu Feng scrutinizingly. It seems you know a lot. That guy is indeed not dead, but it's not much better than death. We have already ignored him. Now Akatsuki still needs to endure the dormant state, so I kept him alive as a cover-up. And he has always been in contact with Shimura Danzo. Once he dies and loses contact, Konoha will get the news and alert. Shu Feng suddenly interrupted Pain's words. Don't worry, Danzo is dead, as are the 3rd Hokage and 2 advisors from Konoha. I personally burned these 4 top leaders into a pile of residue. So you can feel free to kill Hanzo the Sancho fish. It's my gift to you. Upon hearing Shu Feng's words, Pain was stunned with disbelief. You actually wiped out all the high-level officials of Konoha. Didn't they announce that only the 3rd Hokage was assassinated and died? As soon as he asked Pain, he thought of the strength Shu Feng had just shown and shook his head apologetically. Sorry, it seems Konoha deceived all of us with wrong information. However, Something like this that can cause huge turmoil should really be concealed as much as possible. Pain turned around and looked towards the distance, the Yuyan village surrounded by rivers. Zufeng, your greeting gift is very nice, thank you. And Hanzo, it's time to pay for what he did. Conan. Pain didn't look back, and the other 5 Pain approached quickly inexplicably. Zufeng and the others will be led by you to rest. Conan understood what Pain was going to do and nodded immediately. I see. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 paths Pain, who received Conan's answer, instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared. Conan glanced at Shu Feng and the other 4, then turned around to lead the way. Since Hanzo is about to become a thing of the past, you don't need to wear that hidden cloak anymore and just follow me. Yuyan village. As soon as they stepped in, Naruto and the others were attracted by the unique drainage pipe architectural style of Yuyan village. Coupled with the constant rain, and the villagers who were hurriedly walking with their heads down, are minding their own business without any communication. This made Naruto and the others feel a kind of cold numbness inexplicably. But this cold numbness finally turned into some warm surprise and enthusiasm after seeing Conan. It's Lord Angel. It's really an angel. Thank God, I finally saw the angel who saved us and prevented us from starving. Why did Lord Angel suddenly appear in front of so many people? No, you idiots, please keep your voices down. You'd better shut up. Don't let Lord Angel be exposed to the eyes of the demon Hanzo. Most of these villagers are sallow and thin, looking malnourished. Advertisement. Most of them were half-grown children like Naruto. A small number of them are even elderly people. There are only a handful of young adults. Their eyes looking here were all bright and their faces were full of excitement and fanaticism. Seeing this situation, Naruto and Sasuke unconsciously took 2 steps quickly and followed Shu Feng closely. Among them, Naruto grabbed Shu Feng's clothes tightly, his face full of nervousness. Conan caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye and spoke calmly. Don't worry, they won't hurt you, they are just a little excited to see me. Then he glanced at the fanatical villagers around him and raised his voice slightly. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Upon hearing Conan's words, the chattering villagers quickly shut up and listened quietly. This time I appeared openly and just to tell everyone one thing. You no longer have to worry about Hanzo who has completely fallen. Lord God, and I will also completely take over the entire village in the future. The moment Conan said this, all the villagers present cheered excitedly. There were even many children as old as Naruto with sparkling eyes and silly smiles. It's great. We finally don't have to worry about being robbed of food and can have enough to eat. After waiting for the villagers to vent their emotions, Conan continued to speak. However, we will continue to pretend that Hanzo is alive in the future to confuse other countries and ensure the stability of the village. Therefore, I hope everyone will remain vigilant against strange outsiders and refrain from revealing the fact that Hanzo died. I will let people inform everyone of the specific precautions later. After saying that, he stopped looking at the cheering people and led Shu Feng and others towards the inside. Brother Zufeng, they are so pitiful. Naruto pursed his lips and clutched Shu Feng's clothes tightly. Obviously they are the same size as me, but they are shorter and thinner than me. They seem to be blown over by the wind. Obviously the villagers in Konoha are not like this, why is it like this here? Naruto couldn't find the adjective, and Sasuke who followed him also lowered his head and remained silent. But the action of quickly stepping forward and grabbing the corner of Shu Feng's clothes showed that Sasuke was also expecting an answer. Before Shu Feng could speak, Conan answered coldly. Because this is a small village that is not one of the 5 great ninja villages. It is a small country that the 5 great powers can plunder and trample at will. Under Hanzo's leadership, this place was glorious and prosperous for a period of time. However, Hanzo was too arrogant, and the 5 major countries also took the opportunity to start a war. This place has become a victim of struggle and has become a battlefield. It has brought endless death and destruction to this place, as well as pain that can never be erased. Hanzo also completely degenerated after the war, adding countless pain to this already painful village. So much so that this originally rich and powerful village has turned into such a dilapidated and weak village. Naruto heard this and looked up at Shu Feng. So what Brother Zufeng said before about letting the world feel pain is to let people who have not experienced this experience also experience this pain. Do you understand this pain? Sasuke suddenly interrupted. Of course it is, idiot. Just like those idiot Konoha villagers, we should let them know the pain and understand that they can't bully others casually. Haha. Shu Feng shook his head and chuckled. Naruto, Sasuke, you can't just take everything at face value. The reason behind all this is just that the gap of desire is difficult to fill. The desire of big countries for the wealth and territory of small countries, the desire of those in power for greater power, the desire of the weak to become stronger, the desire of the strong to become stronger. Making them feel the same is never the result. The result is that they need to restrain their desires or satisfy them. Desire will never be satisfied. Conan from before denied it unceremoniously. They just need to be unable to bear the pain and therefore fearful of restraining their desires. Shu Feng smiled, ignored Conan, and just asked Naruto Sasuke, who was standing on the left and right. Naruto, Sasuke, do you believe there is a world where death never occurs and everyone can have their wishes come true? A world where death never occurs and everyone can have their wishes come true. Advertisement. The two of them and Quan behind them both looked confused. Conan, who was leading the way, also frowned and listened. Shu Feng didn't sell it and described it softly. Using the huge chakra as a carrier, create an illusory world that can allow the consciousness and soul of the living and the dead to enter. There is no death, no tragedy, no war, no shortage of supplies, and everyone can live freely and happily. Naruto, you can live happily with your parents who are still alive, and grow up happily with your best friend. Sasuke, you can prevent the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, bring Itachi back to the right path, and become the pride of everyone. Quan, your father did not die on the night of 9 tails, and your mother was not injured. You can grow old with the one you love. Conan, you can save your lost partners, continue to rely on each other with your partners, and chase and complete your common dreams. Naruto, Sasuke and Izumi were instantly immersed in the world described by Shu Feng. Conan's heart also trembled violently, and he began to fantasize about the described scene in his mind. But her reason still made her wake up quickly and shouted loudly. Shut up. Please don't use your assumptions to imagine such unattainable things. Nothing is impossible. Shu Feng's smile remained unchanged, and his voice was full of bewilderment. The legendary immortal eyes can appear on Nagato, so why can't the world I describe come true? Don't you hope that kind of beautiful world will come and that the dead will be resurrected? Without giving Conan a chance to answer, Shu Feng asked Naruto Sasuke left and right. Naruto, Sasuke, are you willing to believe me? Naruto and Sasuke, who were immersed in Zhu Feng's beautiful description, nodded without hesitation. Believe. Then are you willing to finish this world with me? Willing, even if it means giving your life. Shu Feng smiled brightly and nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, death is not the end, but a temporary sleep. When you open your eyes again, you will see the beautiful new world that belongs to you and everyone. Enough. Conan in front stopped suddenly, feeling the gaze cast by Shu Feng from behind. Conan took a deep breath, unable to calm down the turmoil in his heart caused by Shu Feng's words for a long time. He had no choice but to raise his trembling hand and point to the house not far away. I said we've arrived, we've arrived. Shu Feng looked at the house in front of him, nodded slightly and walked over with the people. After just 2 steps, Conan's mosquito-like questioning voice came from behind. Shu Feng, can what you said really be realized? Shu Feng stopped and looked back at Conan with a half smile. It seems that guy didn't tell you about the Eye of the Moon plan after gathering the tailed beasts. Eye of the Moon, plan. Conan felt an inexplicable chill in his back, gritted his teeth and spoke directly without intending to hide it. That guy only told us that gathering the tailed beasts can create a terrifying forbidden technique that can only be used once. As long as that forbidden technique is released, it can kill hundreds of millions of humans in an instant, making everyone fear it. Could it be that this forbidden technique is the Moon Eye project? Shu Feng shook his head, turned around and continued walking towards the house. As he walked, he revealed information that frightened Conan. It is recorded on the stone tablet left by Sage of 6 Paths that gathering the tailed beasts to achieve 10 tails, plus the Rinnegan Eye, can unlock genjutsu that can radiate the entire ninja world. This genjutsu is called Eye of the Moon. Chapter 73 Genjutsu Showdown. Shu Feng didn't know how Conan told Nagato about the Eye of the Moon project after he returned. I don't know how Obito would react after knowing this. He just rested peacefully in his residence. By the way, continue to brainwash Naruto and the others. No, it is describing the beautiful and peaceful new world. No one disturbed me all night. Time soon came to the next morning. After simply eating the breakfast sent by the Omegakure ninja, Shu Feng and the others got ready and set off. Prepare to welcome Uchiha Itachi, the most dutiful son in the ninja world. As soon as they left Yuyin village, a huge pitcher plant grew out of the ground, blocking Shu Feng. Hey, I'm here again. The Baiju clone popped up and made a greeting voice like Lao Ba. Looking at Baiju with a funny smile in front of him. Without saying a word, Shu Feng raised his hand and released a huge tongue of fire into the sky. Wow, under the reflection of the raging firelight and the wash of the rolling heat wave. The funny smile on Bai Zeze's face quickly became normal. Both feet were pulled out of the ground honestly, nodding and bowing towards Shu Feng. Dear Lord Shu Feng, I am not your enemy. I'm that NR. That NR, let me lead you. Lead the way. Led what way? Shu Feng asked puzzledly, then retracted his hand and released the tongue of fire. See the soaring fire style disappear. Baiju smoothed away his short green hair that was curly due to the high temperature, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. It's Chief Pain. He has chosen a place for you and that Itachi to fight so that you can use it easily. As that's so, Shu Feng glanced at Quan behind him. Without saying a word, Quan ducked in front of Baiju, blood-red light blooming from his eyes. The next moment, Baiju's eyes were covered by the patterns of distinguished heavenly gods. Black Zetsu asked me to lead people to a designated place to fight in order to collect information about ninjutsu. Under Genjutsu's control, Bai Zetsu quickly revealed his true purpose. Meanwhile on the other side, White Zetsu controlled by Itachi with Mangekyo. With dull eyes, he revealed the news Itachi wanted to know. Pen, the leader of Akatsuki, agreed with Shu Feng, but he did not completely side with Shu Feng and take action together. Only whichever side wins the battle will Akatsuki stand behind that side. Will you only be on the side of the winner? It's Xiao's usual style. While he was muttering to himself, a sudden sharp pain came from Itachi's chest, causing him to cover his mouth and cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. A trace of bright red blood seeped out from the corner of the covered mouth. It was obvious that Itachi was suffering from a mental illness caused by being exposed at the rally yesterday, and suffered a mental backlash. Advertisement. It directly reflects on his current body. Just a little use of Mangekyo to release Genjutsu once, and his body was overwhelmed. He forced himself to swallow the blood that wanted to pour out of his throat. Itachi looked towards the direction of a Megakure village with a pale face. Without anyone else from Akatsuki taking action, my body should be enough to support this full-out battle. Sasuke, and Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I will get you all back on track. ... Swish swish swish. A strong gust of wind rustled the entire forest. Itachi, who had just arrived at this destination, frowned slightly when he heard the rustling sound in his ears. As if feeling something, Itachi turned his head slightly and looked away. The trees in sight were shaking rapidly, as if something was about to rush out. However, before the thing in the woods rushed out, a cold light flashed behind Itachi. A long knife came from top to bottom, slashing towards Itachi's head. Tear. Itachi, who had no time to resist, was split in half in an instant. Countless plasma splashed everywhere. The face that was split into two parts was still filled with fear. Dead. Quan, who was holding a long knife, had a look of disbelief on his face. But she quickly reacted, and the distinguished heavenly god's pattern appeared on her right eye. The emerald green eyes are full of energy like they don't need money. Wrong. Untie. Click. The picture in front of me collapsed. Itachi split into two and there was blood all over the ground, and it faded away in the blink of an eye. And behind Izumi, Itachi's voice came. You were lucky enough to survive, but you still came here to die. Quan, you are still as naive as before. Puff. As the voice fell, a long knife penetrated Quan's chest without hesitation. Quanko vomited blood, stretched out his hand to hold the long knife on his chest, and moved his cold eyes back. Was it Genjutsu who set it up in advance when he was weaving for me that disgusting fantasy of spending a lifetime with you? Itachi, you are truly the beast Shu Feng calls you, insidious and cunning. It's just that I'm not who I was before. Look carefully, who did you pierce? As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in Itachi's eyes became blurry. When he saw clearly again, the scarlet pupils suddenly shrank. Sasuke. The person who was pierced by the blade in his hand has changed from Izumi to Sasuke with a face full of fear and despair. Ni-chan. Sasuke, with blood gushing from his mouth, raised his hand forward sadly, and then dropped it weakly. Advertisement. Itachi was shocked when he saw this scene. No, this is Genjutsu, it must be Genjutsu. Solution. 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 However, no matter how much Itachi activated his eye power crazily, the scene in front of him remained unchanged. There is only Sasuke who has completely died in his hands. While Itachi was distracted, Izumi, who was hiding in the dark, quickly threw out the ninjutsu he had prepared. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A huge fire dragon several meters high, carrying a terrifying high-temperature heat wave, rushed towards Weasel like lightning. The huge movement brought Itachi back to his senses instantly. Holding the dead Sasuke in his arms, he quickly turned sideways to avoid it. At this time, Quan's voice came again. Itachi, did you really miss the Genjutsu? Look who is in your arms again. Itachi looked startled and lowered his head suddenly. I saw Sasuke in his arms, green hair slowly emerging, and skin as white as the wall. This is Bai Zetsu. Itachi, who thought he was really still in Genjutsu, immediately stopped and released his eye power. However, he couldn't solve this Genjutsu. Until. Puff. A sharp knife penetrated Itachi's back and emerged from his chest. The red fountain in his eyes emerged from the shadows. Itachi, it's you who are so naive. This is just a simulated ninjutsu created by White Zetsu absorbing Sasuke chakra. And the most untrustworthy thing on the battlefield is the enemy's words. This is what you told me. Chua. The blade was suddenly pulled out, and a very fast cold light flashed across Weasel's body. Before he could speak or even scream, Itachi was reduced to pieces. But before Quan could be happy, he saw Itachi's body turning into gas and disappearing with a bang. This is a back-and-forth fight with Izumi, but Itachi's shadow clone. At the same time not far away, Shu Feng, who was resting against the tree trunk, opened his eyes. Looking at Itachi coming out of the woods, his tone was teasing. Oh, you're here so soon. It seems that Gai Quan's solo revenge attempt failed. Itachi had no intention of replying. Instead, he dodged and appeared in front of Naruto who had not yet reacted. Ga, a one-eyed crow with Mangekyo suddenly appeared on Itachi's shoulder. On the one-eyed Mangekyo, Naruto's face was reflected in it. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Chapter 74. You have Susanoo, I have Susanoo. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. The moment Itachi took action against Naruto, Shu Feng understood what Itachi wanted to do. However, Shu Feng did not stop this, but instead applauded with a face full of fun. Snap, snap, snap. Understanding that Genjutsu cannot be effective on me, I targeted Naruto. I want to control Naruto and then control the 9 tails in Naruto to fight me. Although you, A beast, have no brains in thinking and can only be fooled by others, you do have some brains in combat. Jian Zufeng just mocked and did not stop him. Itachi quickly activated the distinguished heavenly gods in the crow's eyes to change Naruto's will. At the same time, they retorted in their mouths to delay time. How can you understand the depth of my measurement with your shallow measurement? You only care about one family, but what I look forward to is the peace of the entire Konoha. Before he could finish speaking the word, ping, the crow on Itachi's shoulder burst into flames. Then a familiar icy burning came along with his chakra invasion. It's this fire style that can burn your spiritual will again. There was no time to be shocked, no time to even care about the crow carrying the distinguished heavenly gods on his shoulders. Itachi quickly pulled back, cutting off the chakra that connected him to the distinguished heavenly gods. But even though he reacted so quickly, he was still inevitably affected by the cold burning. After Itachi retreated more than 10 meters, a needle-like sting came from his mind. Itachi, whose face was as white as paper in pain, covered his mouth and coughed, with traces of blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. When Itachi retreated, Shu Feng suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. He reached out and caught the crow that was burned by the Taiyan fire. Then a ball of ordinary flames rose from Shu Feng's hand. The crow was immediately burned to coke. The hand that finally grabbed the crow shook slightly. The crow's charred corpse was shattered and scattered, leaving only a distinguished heavenly gods wrapped in lunar fire. Oh, I will accept this second distinguished heavenly gods. The distinguished heavenly gods wrapped in lunar underworld fire floated into the sky, and with a turn, they submerged into the sealed space in Naruto's abdomen. Hearing Shu Feng's words, Itachi coughed up a large mouthful of blood again. His eyes burst out with unstoppable killing intent. Another distinguished heavenly gods is also in your hand. You not only killed the third generation, you also killed Danzo, the leader of the roots. Ha ha ha, it's not just Danzo. Shu Feng laughed heartily, with lingering joy in his eyes. I have killed all 4 old guys in high positions in Konoha. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan also met the same fate as me, Uchiha, and were destroyed. I also killed most of the elite Anbu under Hiruzen Sarutobi with my own hands. And the roots. Shu Feng smiled and grinned, revealing his white and neat teeth. Advertisement. No, there is no root now. Because the elite ninjas at the root have died completely, leaving only ashes as fertilizer. The weasel's eyes were about to burst, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted, spreading out layers of violent wind and waves. The orange-red chakra is flowing like crazy without any money. Circles of shrouds piled up around Itachi's body, gradually forming the appearance of a huge half-body skeleton. The village Shisui wanted to protect at the risk of his life, the peace and stability he protected, as well as my forbearance and my capacity, were destroyed by you like this. Uchiha Virtual Wind, I shouldn't have believed in the agreement I made with you. I should have tried my best to kill you from the beginning. After mastering Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, I should return to the village and forcibly change your will. Let you become a weapon that only exists to protect the village. He, you regret it, you regret it. Ha ha ha. Hearing Itachi's regret and anger, Shu Feng laughed even more crazily. Don't worry, after I kill you, I will spread this extremely weak information about Konoha. When the time comes, you won't have to worry about peace in any village. Because they will be completely inherited by other villages. Oh no, you can't worry because you were already dead by then. You deserve to die. Itachi, who could no longer withstand Shu Feng's words, exploded with more violent chakra regardless of the load on his body. The huge half-body frame covering the whole body grew thick and naked muscles in an instant. Then a thick layer of orange-red armor covered it. A ferocious Tengu mask fell on his face. Finally, a huge shield and a flaming gourd emerged from his hands. Susanoo. Go to hell. Rumble. Susanoo smashed through all the blocking trees and stones like a steel train and rushed to the front of Shu Feng. The huge right fist with a red gourd on it smashed down mercilessly. Susanoo. Sorry, I have two. Shu Feng's palm was wrapped in Taiyan Mingha, and he suddenly grabbed Naruto's abdomen. Susanoo Fox. Call. The violent wind was set off again. Only this time it was not caused by Itachi, but it erupted from Naruto's abdomen. Blood red, brutal, evil. The Nine Tails chakra, which is as solid as a substance, rushes out like a flood that opens to release the flood. In less than a second, he transformed into a blood-red fox that was twice as tall as Susanoo. Advertisement. Roar. Disgusting Susanoo, get out of here. Hitting it out, the fist that was swung down was directly knocked away by Nine Tails. Immediately afterwards, Nine Tails gained the upper hand and jumped on Susanoo with the whole fox. The two claws clawed at Susanoo's head with all their strength. With its huge open mouth, it bit Susanoo's exposed neck without hesitation. Click. Susanoo's bitten neck only trembled slightly twice, and then he quickly raised his right hand. The gourd hanging on the right hand opens automatically. A blade made of blazing flames rushed out of the gourd and pierced Naruto and Shu Feng between Nine Tails' eyebrows. 10 fist swords. Tear. Unable to dodge Nine Tails, he was stabbed directly between the eyebrows. The terrifying seal suction power is transmitted instantly. Re-soften the solid Nine Tails' eyebrows into liquid chakra. It flows towards the gourd at the handle of the 10-fist sword. A-hole, this is actually a spiritual weapon. Shu Feng, what are you waiting for? Take action now. I can't hold it any longer, this damn spiritual weapon is going to suck away the seal. Hearing Nine Tails call for help, Shu Feng shook his head in disappointment. Nine Tails, you are performing as well as ever. Being beaten up normally makes me disappointed. Shu Feng raised his hand slightly. The next moment, Itachi's expression suddenly changed while he was inside Susanoo. At your feet. Without hesitation, he controlled Susanoo and drew his sword to retreat. Wow. As Itachi retreated, bursting flames rose from Itachi's feet. The huge range made it impossible for Weasel to escape completely. Both feet were directly enveloped by flames. A severe burning pain hit my heart. It was just too late to care about the pain. Itachi noticed that the temperature around him suddenly increased. The woods in all directions are inexplicably burning spontaneously without fire. The whole world suddenly became dark. Look up suddenly. This is. Itachi's eyes trembled, and the bright light stimulated tears. Sun.
3FG Chapter 75 Your choice protects nothing. Follow Itachi's frightened gaze. A giant great fireball, flown with liquid flames, is hanging high in the sky. Like a little falling sun. Wait, falling? Realizing that the little sun was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, Itachi immediately reacted. No, this isn't a sun, it's Shu Feng's terrifying fire-style ninjutsu. It's about to fall towards me, we can't resist it with Susanoo. Itachi's body quickly floated to Susanoo's chest, isolating the ground beneath his feet. Preventing Shu Feng from once again seeping chakra into his Susanoo's body through the soil and transforming it into fire-style to attack him. Then he controlled Susanoo to retreat quickly, avoiding the little sun setting towards him. Are you thinking of avoiding it now? It's late? Shu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and the chakra in his body was output at full strength. In an instant, the true fire of the sun in the sky, which had been magnified several times, grew again. The original high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees increased tenfold under Shu Feng's exhaustion. The speed of falling has accelerated several times. It shrouded Susanoo, who kept running into the forest of fire to avoid it. Gee! The sizzling sound of being roasted by the high temperature until it melted sounded from all directions of Weasel. Itachi, who was controlling Susanoo to escape, raised his head slightly. At a glance, I saw the little sun that was about to touch Susanoo's head. And Itachi also saw his Susanoo armor shaking violently under the increasing temperature. Just like boiling water, it seems like it will melt in the next second. There was even the slightest bit of unbearable high temperature, which was transmitted to Itachi through Susanoo. It was so hot that Itachi started sweating all over his body. The Susanoo showed signs of melting just by being close to it. Susanoo would definitely not be able to withstand it if it were hit like this. Without Susanoo as a barrier, my current body will never be able to withstand this terrifying high temperature. There's no way to hide anymore. Itachi, who wanted to understand, suddenly stopped and ran away. Controlling Susanoo, he suddenly turned around and raised the shield in his left hand towards the setting sun fire. It just managed to withstand the real sun fire that hit it. Yada Mirror, an intangible spiritual weapon engraved on Itachi's soul. Possess all the properties of chakra, and can change its own attributes according to the attack attributes, invalidating the attack. It can even reflect all physical attacks. However, this so-called invalidation and rebound are just because they failed to encounter a strong enough force. Just like the true fire of the sun that falls with a high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees. Sizzle. The Yada mirror that changes the properties of water. Just as soon as it came into contact with the true fire of the sun, it burst out with a burning sound that was enough to pierce the eardrums. The next second, countless white steam floated up. Advertisement: the entire sky will be covered in the blink of an eye. A thick layer of nimbus clouds formed, and this is only the result of the first second. The second starts. The Yada mirror is like a melted lollipop, with a large amount of orange-red liquid dripping down. Just the high temperature carried by the falling liquid directly ignited the earth. The ground was even melted by the high temperature, creating a big pit. Countless steaming magma is gurgling in the pit. Such power. How is it possible? Looking at Yada mirror, who was invincible before, he could only resist the true fire of the sun for 2 seconds. Itachi's mentality suddenly exploded and his expression cracked. Feeling the high temperature that was about to steam him, all the chakra in his body was desperately directed towards the Yada mirror. At the same time, he didn't care about the damage and let the 10-fist sword in the other hand stab towards the true fire of the sun. 10-fist sword. The flaming blade of the 10-fist sword suddenly penetrated the true fire of the sun. It just disappeared in less than a second, but the suction power of the seal has not disappeared. The violent high-temperature plasma in the true sunfire was directly sucked into the gourd. Click. 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 Dense cracks appeared on the gourd handle of the 10-fist sword at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, countless flames erupted from those cracks. In an instant, the gourd handle of the 10-fist sword was torn into pieces. Puff. The moment the Juken sword shattered, Itachi and Susanoo spit out a large mouthful of blood. Even though the surrounding high temperature turned Itachi's skin red, his face was frighteningly white. No, I am no match at all. Looking at the rapidly melting Yada mirror, I feel the rapid heating of Susanoo. Itachi forced himself to calm down his panic and looked decisively at Shu Feng in the distance between Nine-Tails' eyebrows. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. I will make everything get back on track, cough cough cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood again. Itachi fiercely squeezed the chakra in his body without any scruples, squeezing out his own life force. Instantly, a large amount of chakra poured out from Itachi's body. The Yada mirror, which was about to be melted, immediately slowed down the melting process after receiving chakra's supplement. Are you going to start fighting hard? Shu Feng, who saw Itachi's movements, raised his hand slightly. It's a pity that no matter how hard the ants try, they can't shake humans. The raised hand suddenly pressed down. The real sun fire in the distance immediately pressed downwards. It directly swallowed the Yada mirror and even Susanoo below completely. Advertisement. The ear-piercing sound of explosions instantly resounded throughout the world. Boom. 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 Susanoo, who entered the inner fire of the sun, exploded like cold water meeting hot oil. The real sun fire outside exploded into a burst of irregular squirming and deformation. A big bulge was even exploded near Shu Feng. No, this is not a bump. It's a ferret wrapped in orange magatama. This is Susanoo's original attack ninjutsu, Yasaka's magatama. Boom. Yasaka's magatama wrapped around Itachi relied on Susanoo's explosion and momentum. He broke out of the true sunfire before being burned out by the true sunfire, flying quickly towards the virtual wind between Nine-Tails' eyebrows. At the same time, Itachi, who was flying, had tears of blood pouring out of his right eye. Amaterasu. Wow, the black Amaterasu flame instantly clings to Nine-Tails' eyebrows. Subsequently, boom, the magatama of Yasaka exploded on the burning Nine-Tails' eyebrows, filling the sky with smoke. Hee. Itachi's extremely weak and hoarse laughter, like a leaky bellows, came from the smoke. Uchiha, in the end, I won, cough, cough, cough. Oh, yeah? How about you take a closer look? Who is in front of you? Call. A strong wind blew. Nine-Tails' eyebrows were blown open. There was also Itachi, with blood gushing from 7 holes, his body so stooped that he could not stand straight, and his whole body was covered by a thin layer of skeleton. Hearing Shu Feng's words, Itachi raised his head with difficulty. Then he saw a scene that made his heart stop. Shu Feng stood there unscathed. And in front of Shu Feng, he didn't know when he appeared, and his whole body was wrapped in blue flames. The body was pierced by Susanoo bone spurs. The wound couldn't stop the blood from pouring out. A face full of hatred and resentment. Sasuke? Sasuke? Shu Feng's joking voice came. Itachi, in the end, your choice seems to have failed to protect anything. Chapter 76. The Reversed Battle of the Pacific. No, impossible. Ken. It must be Bai Zetsu again. You must be trying to use Baiju to deceive and retaliate against me, causing me to be tortured both physically and mentally. Itachi growled with his eyes splitting, and at the same time he fell to his knees without being able to stand still. The severe pain all over his body and the turbulence of his internal organs made him support himself with one hand and cover his mouth with one hand. But there were still large mouthfuls of blood, gushing crazily from the fingers covering his mouth. Shu Feng on the opposite side laughed openly and walked up to Itachi's side. The Taiyan dark fire was ignited in his hand, and it penetrated into Susanoo's skeleton without any hindrance. He grabbed Itachi's hair and forced Itachi to raise his head. Their eyes met with Sasuke, who was facing across from him. Then you can see clearly for yourself. Is that Sasuke, or is it White Zetsu you think it is? Puff. Opposite him, Sasuke, whose face was full of hatred, moved back with all his strength. He pulled out the Susanoo bone spur that was inserted into his chest. Vomit. Immediately, the blood that could not be stopped was vomited out from Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke's chest was also like a leaking pool, with a large amount of blood pouring out. Lifting his head vigorously, Sasuke's face was whiter than white paper. Vertical pupils faintly appeared in the blood-red Sharingan. The malice and hatred in it are shocking. You, Uchiha Itachi, I will never forgive you. Dad, Mom, Dad, other tribesmen will never do it either. It's you who took away everything from me. It's you who dragged us all into hell. I will hate you and curse you forever and ever. Itachi, you must live well, with the hatred and curse of all of us. Stay miserable and lonely like a wild dog. Vomit. Unable to hold on any longer, Sasuke vomited another mouthful of blood with fragments of internal organs. Collapsed on the Nine-Tails chakra, his eyes stared fixedly at the ashen weasel in front of him until they lost their luster and became lifeless. Sasuke is dead. I will never die with my eyes in peace. The corpse did not turn into White Zetsu like before. Advertisement. Looking at the lifeless eyes that refused to close, Sasuke was filled with hatred for himself. Itachi froze on the spot with a dazed expression, losing all his energy in an instant. Itachi, I told you that your so-called best choice failed to protect anything in the end. Whether it's the Leaf Village or the younger brother who was entrusted to you by your parents before they died. Your stupidity and stubbornness have failed everyone and killed everyone. Shu Feng's voice was like a blade, piercing deeply into the heart of the demented Itachi. At this moment, Itachi finally collapsed and burst into tears. The thin layer of Susanoo's skeleton covering the whole body also shattered and dispersed like bubbles. No. That's not true, that's not true. Sasuke, nothing is what you think. I will tell you everything. Itachi screamed, and he didn't know where he got the strength to crawl towards Sasuke using his hands and feet. But because his hair was caught by Shu Feng, he couldn't break free at all. He looked as embarrassed as a wild dog whose back was broken. Seeing that the struggle of his men is getting weaker and weaker, and the breath is getting less and less, Shu Feng loosened his grip on his hair. Without any hindrance, Itachi fell heavily to the ground, and a large amount of blood spattered everywhere. Ignoring the pain and blood stains, Itachi crawled towards Sasuke using his hands and feet. Can be controlled by Nine Tails in a bad way. Itachi was dragged further and further away from Sasuke by the Nine Tails chakra that acted as the ground beneath him. Until I can't even move my hands and feet, and I have no strength at all. Sasuke. Sasuke. Looking at the dead-eyed Sasuke in the distance, Itachi trembled with trembling fingers, trying to catch him. But he was mercilessly crushed by a big foot. I forgot to tell you, I told Sasuke everything you did and thought. So Sasuke knows everything, but he still doesn't agree with you and hates you. The words in his ears finally made Itachi lose all his strength and the courage to live. Curling up, the vitality in his body drained rapidly. Haha, it's easy to live, but not so easy to die. Sasuke has good wishes for you, so that you can live forever. The Taiyan dark fire in Shu Feng's hand rose up and quickly burned the exploded Nine Tails heads around him. Nine Tails screamed in surprise when he saw this scene. Zufeng, what are you doing to me? Before he finished shouting, Nine Tails' tone changed from frightened to gloating. Advertisement, ha ha ha, this little Uchiha will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes when he meets you. A large amount of pure Nine Tails chakra, which was refined into golden color by Taiyan hellfire, all poured into Itachi's body. He quickly helped Itachi start to repair the fatal injuries in his body instead of repairing the ordinary injuries. At the same time, Shu Feng raised his sword and cut off Itachi's pair of Mangekyo. Wrapped with Taiyan hellfire, it was stored in the sealed space in Naruto's abdomen at the back. Brother Zufeng. Seeing that everything was over, Naruto was finally able to intervene at this moment. Sasuke. Sasuke, did he really die like this? Looking back at Naruto who looked sad, Shu Feng walked over and touched his head. Sasuke died for that beautiful new world, and will be reborn in that beautiful new world. This is Sasuke's honor, and it is also Sasuke's act of dedication to realize that wonderful thing. He was a powerful and noble warrior. Envy and yearning appeared on Naruto's face when he heard this. Brother Zufeng, I will definitely sacrifice myself bravely like Sasuke. I believe you, Naruto, but without Sasuke it's definitely a bit too quiet. Shu Feng waved his hand. On the side of Sasuke's body, a large amount of Nine Tails chakra with negative emotions erupted. Wait until all the chakra of Nine Tails has erupted. A ball of blue lunar underworld fire wrapped around the shrunken Sasuke and flew out. Entered the sealed space inside Naruto's body. It's Sasuke. He's not dead. Feeling Sasuke standing in the sealed space, Naruto's face was filled with shock. Shu Feng smiled and shook his head. Sasuke is indeed dead, here is just Sasuke's soul. After all, I have said that even the dead souls will be reborn in the new world. If I can't bring back the dead souls, how can I bring them back to life? Naruto opened his mouth wide and shouted excitedly for a long time. Great, I knew brother Zufeng wouldn't lie. I must work hard to realize that wonderful new world. Along with Naruto's voice, the settlement in the system also came very quickly. Successfully changed the outcome of the Battle of the Pacific. Get Attribute Point Gift Pack, 1 to 500, x1, Chapter 77 Obtaining a New Flame. Open black lens bracket Sasuke died prematurely. Close black lens bracket. Get a random Attribute Point Gift Pack, 1 to 500, x1. Open black lens bracket Sasuke died at the hands of Itachi. Close black lens bracket. Get a random Attribute Point Gift Pack, 1 to 500, x1. Open black lens bracket successfully changed the outcome of the famous Battle of the Pacific, close black lens bracket. Get a random Attribute Point Gift Pack, 1 to 500, x1. Currently owns a random Attribute Point Gift Pack, 1 to 500, x3. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to open it immediately? Close black lens bracket. Looking at this generous reward, Shu Feng could hardly conceal his inner excitement. 3 gift packs ranging from 1 to 500 points. This can be said to be the most reward he has ever received. It's not in vain that he worked hard to prepare the ground and fought hard for so long afterwards. I finally maximized Sasuke's profits. It can only be said that no matter how hard you work, you will gain. Ignoring Naruto who was still having his head touched by him, Shu Feng quickly confirmed in his heart. System, open everything for me. Wait, Shu Feng, who was about to open the gift bag, suddenly thought of something and shouted instead. System, please sign in for today for me first. Open black lens bracket. Sign in successfully, close black lens bracket. Get attribute points +1, only 1 o'clock, it's stable. System, open all gift packages. Shu Feng first used this unlucky sign in as a cushion and then opened the gift bag. System messages also came immediately. Gift package opened successfully. Open black lens bracket. Get attribute points +355, close black lens bracket, gift package opened successfully. Get attribute points +445, gift package opened successfully. Open black lens bracket. Get attribute points +500, close black lens bracket, 355,445,500 attribute points. Shu Feng was stunned when he saw the attribute points opened by the system. He didn't expect that after a wave of metaphysics, he would actually be lucky again. It's completely different from what happened in Konoha, where the gift package can also give out the lowest reward. Suddenly Shu Feng thought of a possibility. Maybe it's because he is getting stronger and stronger, and he has basically never been defeated when he encounters enemies. Therefore, he has condensed the invincible power that belongs to the strong, which allows him to break through bad luck more and more smoothly. Advertisement just like the attribute points that increase all the way out. The more he thought about it, the more likely Shu Feng became, and he quickly called up his attribute panel. Prepare to add another wave of points to quickly increase your strength to maintain this invincible trend. Open black lens bracket host. Zufeng close black lens bracket, basic 3 body technique, transformation, clone, substitute, 10. Open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu. 3000 close black lens bracket, fire style features, unprinted release, flame transformation, new. Special abilities. Fire style ninjutsu multiplied by 100 times, soul flame tie-in underworld fire, solstice flame sun true fire, new. Physical skills. 800. Current free attribute points, 1306. After pondering for a moment, Shu Feng made a decision and shouted to the system in his heart. System, add 1000 points for fire style and 200 points for physical skills. Open black lens bracket add points successfully. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu, 4000 close black lens bracket. Physical skills. 1000, current attribute points, 106. Successfully awakened the 4th special flame. Call. When the point addition is successful, Shu Feng, body and chakra are strengthened a little again. At the same time, a circle of fierce wind-pressured airwaves swept out from Shu Feng's body. A terrifying power, mixed with a chilling coercion, descended all around. In this coercion, there is an inexplicable sense of judging sin. Let the Nine Tails chakra at Shu Feng's feet tremble violently. Nine Tails' heart was filled with endless fear that he had never experienced before. Damn it, why did this guy Shu Feng suddenly become stronger again? Obviously, I suddenly became a lot stronger yesterday, and you're doing it again today? Even the old guy from 6 paths can't match this speed of getting stronger, right? There's also this feeling that there's a knife hanging around my neck and it's about to be cut off at any moment. Could it be that pervert Shu Feng developed some outrageous new fire style? Thinking of Shu Feng's outrageous tie-in dark fire and sun true fire, Nine Tails couldn't help but shudder. It has lived for thousands of years, and it has never seen these abnormal fire styles. People like Shu Feng should live in the same era as Sage of 6 Paths. Let that old guy from 6 Paths take care of that brat Shu Feng. Nine Tails is cruel inside, but in reality outside, he is more and more well-behaved. Quietly, a seat formed on the chakra's head that was blown open. Placed it under the buttocks of Shu Feng who was standing. Shu Feng also felt the extra seat under his butt. Advertisement. He smiled at Naruto who was looking at him doubtfully. Naruto, go comfort Sasuke in the sealed space, don't disturb me for now. Then he took back his hand and sat down. Naruto nodded confusedly. In line with the changes just now, he probably understood that Shu Feng should be as strong as before. So I don't want to be disturbed. He sat down on the ground obediently. Naruto's consciousness quickly immersed into the sealed space of Nine Tails. Shu Feng on the other side also noticed his new ability. He focused his attention into his own mind. Sure enough, next to the lunar underworld fire and the true sun fire, there was another flame. It is different from the cold blue of the lunar fire and the scorching golden red of the true fire of the sun. This flame is a strange blood red. Just looking at it, Shu Feng felt the urge to be judged and confess his sins. This is, in his mind, information about flames quickly emerged. Open black lens bracket judgment karma fire close black lens bracket. The fire of punishment from the 18 levels of hell is fueled by the karma of sins. If the sins are not eliminated, the fire of karma will never be extinguished. The soul will be burned forever and ever, and it controls all sins and punishments. Close black lens bracket. Judgment karma fire. Another attack method targeting the soul. Compared with tie-in Pinguo, it is more defensive and functional. This judgment karma fire is a complete means of attack. And it is a sure hit attack method. Shu Feng can completely lock the target with his eyes or chakra, let his soul directly ignite the karma fire, and face the judgment. There is also the karma of sins used for judgment, which does not only include murder. As long as you kill any life, or even indirectly participate in the killing of any life, it will be regarded as a sinful karma. It's just that the sin of killing has more karma. Shu Feng also understood why Nine Tails suddenly became so well-behaved and sensible. Putting away the system panel, Shu Feng raised his hand and summoned the strange blood-red judgment karma fire. In an instant, all the Nine Tails chakra around them trembled. The karma of countless sins emerged in plumes of black smoke. Nine Tails' voice was trembling so much that he was about to cry. Shu Feng, you, don't mess around. No, I'm a fox under your control. If I get hurt, you get hurt. When Shu Feng heard this, he stretched out his hand a little funny. The next moment, the judgment karma fire flew out. Nine Tails also made a sharp blast. Shu Feng, no. Chapter 78. Restrain his fire style. No, Shu Feng. Along with Nine Tails' frightened scream, the judgment karma fire rubbed the Nine Tails chakra and flew into the unconscious Itachi. Seeing this scene, Nine Tails' screams stopped abruptly. Then a feeling of frustration emerged. Apparently it was just treated like a dog by Shu Feng. Nine Tails, who dared to be angry but dared not speak out, could only get angry in anger. Shu Feng didn't care about Nine Tails' little mood. He just stared at the unconscious Itachi. Soon, a look of pain appeared on the unconscious Itachi's face, and he groaned meaninglessly. The body even ignited with blood-red flames soaring into the sky out of thin air, reflecting everything around him in blood red. Seeing this scene, Shu Feng sighed and quickly took action to control the intensity of the judgment karma fire. Tisk, tisk, tisk. This huge sinful karma, even if I destroyed half of Konoha, I can't compare with it. This lunatic is really sinful. It's really too easy to kill you just like this, so you'd better continue to live miserably. As the voice fell, the blood-red fire of judgment ignited on Itachi's body, shrinking rapidly, until it finally sank into Itachi's chest and disappeared. This minimum amount of judgment karma will burn Itachi's body and soul day and night. The sins he had committed would always appear in Itachi's mind, and the faces of those who died tragically because of him. After doing all this, Shu Feng waved his hand and took back the true fire of the sun. By the way, the surrounding flames are extinguished and the temperature drops. In an instant, most of the heat that could ignite everything around him disappeared. The ground below turned into flowing magma and cooled and solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Picking up Naruto beside him, Shu Feng jumped down. He landed on the hard, black and hot ground that was filled with thick smoke but had solidified. Wow! Although most of the temperature had gone down, the shoes that were in contact with the ground were still ignited and melted by the remaining high temperature. Shu Feng, as if nothing happened, walked towards the distance on the flames. Nine Tails, don't stand there like a stupid dog, let's go. The traitors have been completely destroyed by me. It's time to return to Yuyan village to tell them the good news. Seeing Shu Feng just stepping on the flames, stepping on the ground like a teppanyaki, Nine Tails couldn't help but secretly marveled. Darling, those shoes caught fire and melted as soon as they touched the ground. Zufeng, this guy, acted like a normal person and walked away on fire. What kind of pervert did it encounter? Even if Hashirama or Madara are still alive, they can't be so strong. Could it be that Shu Feng is the reincarnation of that old guy from Sage of Six Paths? The more he thought about it, the more likely this was. Nine Tails quickly put away the chakra and chased Shu Feng. Re-entered the sealed space in Naruto's abdomen. Advertisement. Without the support of the Nine Tails chakra, the unconscious Itachi fell directly to the hot ground. In an instant, Itachi's clothes burned, and his skin was carbonized and blackened due to the high temperature. It's just that these high temperatures want to go further and pass into the vital parts of Itachi's body. But it was blocked by the fire of judgment and karma that emerged. Obviously he wouldn't let Itachi be burned to death like this. Outside the forest several kilometers away, Quan looked at the burning area in front of him, with hatred and anger on his face for a while, worry and regret for a while. Until two familiar figures, one large and one small, walked out of the blazing fire. The ever-changing expression on his face stopped and turned into excitement and excitement. Zufeng. Just when Quan called out Shu Feng's name, Shu Feng threw a glass bottle in front of him. He hurriedly caught the glass bottle and saw clearly what was in the glass bottle. It was two bloody Sharingans. Shu Feng's voice also came to his ears. This is Uchiha Itachi's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, for your use temporarily. Itachi's Sharingan. After hearing Shu Feng's words and combining the things in his hands, Quan immediately understood Itachi's fate. He recalled his previous trust and love for Itachi, and his mother who could never wake up because of Itachi. Quan showed a sick smile, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Mother, I finally avenged you. Then he looked down at the Sharingan in his hand, full of hatred. This Sharingan is too dirty, can I just destroy it? Shu Feng's footsteps stagnated, and he quickly turned around and took away the glass bottle in Quan's hand, and threw another one to her. This is the second distinguished heavenly gods, but the pupil technique is also on cooldown. After that, we will launch an operation to capture the tailed beasts and fight against villages from all over the world. I hope you can continue to be picky and live. Quan took the glass bottle and didn't care about the weirdness in Shu Feng's words, but instead responded with a sincere smile. You said that death is not the end. Whether they are living or dead, they will eventually be resurrected in the beautiful new world you created, right? Shu Feng didn't expect Quan to say such a thing. He immediately asked with interest. Aren't you afraid that I will fail in the end? You can't fail. Quan's face was determined and pious, and his face was slightly red at the same time. Because I believe you. Shu Feng shuddered when he realized something, and quickly turned away with an ugly expression. It seemed like there was something dirty behind him. What a terrible love brain. Wait until Shu Feng has left for a long time. Advertisement. A white spore clone with fear written all over his face slowly emerged from the ground. After coming out, he looked around for a long time. After confirming that Shu Feng had completely left, he passed the message to the main body. Soon, the half-black and half-white bodies of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu emerged from the ground. At the same time, a ripple appeared, and Obito and Kisame, who had a shark face and Samahata muscles on his back, walked out of it. Looking at the forest that turned into a sea of fire, feeling the high temperature coming from it, Baiju's body was shocked. Is this the battlefield between Shu Feng and Itachi? This kind of destructive power to destroy the terrain is really scary and exaggerated. The other half, Black Zetsu, was equally shocked. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Shu Feng won, and he won very easily. As he said that, Black Zetsu looked at Obito. Madara, were you so strong when Shu Feng fought against you? Obito didn't reply, he just stared at the battlefield ahead, his expression under the mask uncertain.
Seeing that there was silence for a while, Kisame on the side suddenly showed a polite smile and said. Pressure Masane, he's quite capable, that strong man named Shu Feng. It actually gives Mr. Madara a headache. But I happen to be better at water style, so I still have some confidence in dealing with strong people who are good at fire style. Just like this, Kisame quickly formed seals with his hands, his cheeks bulging high. Water style, big explosion water shockwave. Boom. In an instant, a raging flood like a mountain torrent spewed out of Kisame's mouth. It set off a monstrous wave of more than 10 meters and swept towards the burning forest of flames. Wherever the flood passed, the flames were extinguished and the temperature dropped sharply. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Kisame's face. But the smile didn't last for 2 seconds before it froze on his face and turned into disbelief. Because after this flash flood passed through the periphery and entered the center of the battlefield, it was like encountering a high-temperature steamer. Boiling rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it all turned into white steam and rushed into the sky. Just the remaining power of fire style blocked Kisame's full-strength water style. Rumble. The patter. Being washed away by the steam, the thick clouds that had accumulated were broken directly. Then it thundered and rained heavily. After a period of silence, Heiju reacted first and shouted. Kisame, we are committed. Baiju also answered quickly. When the time comes to enter Akatsuki, you will replace me and Heiju and partner with Shu Feng. Then use your water style to restrain his fire style. Chapter 79 The Turbulent Ninja World. Yuyin Village. The iconic giant tongue on the building. Feeling the message from Yuhu's freedom technique, Pain stood up and looked towards the entrance of Yuyin Village. There, Shu Feng and his party were walking in the rain. Aura and chakra are still as strong. It seems that the victory is quite easy. Conan didn't need to help. Shu Feng, you are indeed a guy who can constantly bring surprises. Call. Above the sky, Conan, who had papery white wings on his back, fluttered his wings and landed behind Pain. Pen, the battle is over. There is no need for me to intervene in the sneak attack. Itachi lost very simply. In this battle, both Shu Feng and Itachi showed their strength, which is not weaker than yours. Especially Shu Feng, that fire style is even more terrifying. While I was watching the battle from 1,000 meters away, I was almost affected by Shu Feng's fire style, which ignited my Shiki dance. The core area where Weasel and Shu Feng fought was melted into a magma area by the high temperature, making it impossible for me to get close. With such extraordinary strength, Shu Feng has no need to waste his words on deceiving us. The Eye of the Moon plan he mentioned may actually be that guy's real plan. That guy never intended to cooperate with us sincerely. He just wanted to take advantage of us from the beginning to the end. It is naturally impossible for Conan to directly believe what Zufeng said yesterday. But she wasn't stupid enough to confront Obito. In addition, after working with Obito for so long, she just had some doubts in her heart. Until today, after seeing Shu Feng's absolutely powerful strength, this suspicion was completely amplified. I almost believed it. Compared to Conan, who was a little skeptical, Nagato completely believed Kaiofeng's words from the beginning. After all, Shu Feng's previous speech about understanding pain was so in line with Nagato's wishes. If Conan hadn't been there to remind him, Nagato would have had S*X with Shu Feng on the spot, causing the world to feel pain. Conan, now that Shu Feng has completed the agreement, you shouldn't have any other opinions, right? Conan let out a breath and didn't reply. Pain stepped forward without caring. Then we will start planning in advance to capture the tailed beast. Finally declare war on the world and let the world feel the pain. Call out. After finishing speaking, Pain fell from the tongue building. He wants to greet Shu Feng in person. Advertisement. Other side. Right in the center of the battlefield where everyone left. The storm continued for an unknown amount of time. Finally, the residual temperature after the battle around him was reduced to a normal level. At the same time, Itachi, who had extensive burns all over his body, also woke up from a coma coughing. Cough cough cough. I'm not dead. Feeling the falling rain, Itachi, whose eyes were completely blind with black holes, tried hard to move his arms. I want to reach out and grab the rain falling from the sky to verify whether I am still alive. Just as he moved, an unbearable sting came from all over his body. He almost couldn't help shouting. However, it was this pain that completely awakened Itachi's consciousness. I also completely felt the stinging pain coming from the depths of my soul, far beyond my body. Even Itachi, who had been trained to fear no torture. He couldn't help curling up his body together and howling miserably. This stinging pain was like countless densely packed ants, biting into Itachi's soul one by one. It was like countless densely packed tiny flames, constantly burning every part of his soul. And with these bites grilled, the thought of him killing his parents, relatives, and tribesmen was always in his mind. And the scene of his younger brother Sasuke before he died. Those faces before death seemed as profound and clear as before his eyes. It's like being hit by an uninterruptible infinite Tsukuyomi. Especially Sasuke's resentment and curse before his death. You must survive. Live sadly like a wild dog. Wrong. I was wrong. Sasuke. I don't know where the strength and perseverance come from. Itachi struggled to get up from the ground despite the pain of both body and soul. But before he could stand firm, the severe pain and twitching body caused him to fall again. After repeating it several times, the wound was torn again, and the rainwater under him was soaked in blood red. Itachi finally managed to stand firm. Advertisement. Then he was like a walking zombie, swinging his arms numbly and hunching his body. He lowered his head and walked forward aimlessly. I want to live. Live as sadly as a wild dog. ... After successfully solving Itachi's matter, Akatsuki originally wanted to wait for people to gather together and funds to be in place before executing the tailed beast capture plan. Fully open directly in advance. Of course, the chosen person still has to be recruited into Shao. After all, the more people doing things, the better. It's just that on the group side, Itachi's position was taken over by Kisame, and he was paired with Shu Feng. Heiju was afraid of being chosen as Shu Feng's partner, so he shamelessly formed a team with Xie. Kakuzu's partner is tentatively decided to be Hidan, the murderer, from Unokuni who was going to be invited. In the end, Azumi's partner was Deidara, a terrorist, from around the land of Earth. As for Konan, naturally he is with the Pains. After all the people are gathered, this group will be used to capture the tailed beasts. After the grouping was confirmed, everyone at Shao set off directly. Of course, when everyone sets off, information about the death of all high-level officials in Konoha and the casualties of more than half of the elite ninjas. At the same time, it was spread throughout the ninja world by Akatsuki. The originally peaceful ninja world was also shaken by this news, and undercurrents suddenly surged. Kazekage Luo Sand of Hidden Suna village began to go into the depths of the desert more frequently to search for placer gold to strengthen his weapons. Raikage Eye of Cloud Hidden Village began to continuously send messengers to request communication with Konoha, and secretly allowed ninjas to sneak into the land of fire. Tsuchikage Onoki of Iwagakure village began to conduct frequent military exercises and station troops on the border. He also secretly contacted Akatsuki and announced an assassination mission for a well-known ninja in Konoha. At the same time, a large number of Konoha ninja assassination bounties appeared inexplicably in the black market. Only the Kurigakure village didn't show much action, and was still being played with as a toy by Obito with the door closed. As for Konoha, under internal and external pressure, the fifth Hokage was quickly selected, Nara Shikaku. Later, Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, returned to Konoha with a high profile, and even captured alive an elite Jonin who had smuggled himself from Kumogakure village. The two major ninja villages began to argue and bicker with each other. But these have nothing to do with the current Shu Feng. Shu Feng was more concerned about the sudden message from the system. Open black lens bracket 5th Hokage candidates changed, close black lens bracket. Get a random attribute point gift pack 1 to 200 x1. Chapter 80. Why are you talking to yourself and fighting in the air? Is there such an unexpected surprise? Shu Feng, who was on his way, stopped with surprise on his face after seeing the message from the system. I didn't expect that after so many days, there would be follow-up rewards for the incident in Konoha. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the newly obtained random attribute point gift pack. Gift package opened successfully. Acquire attribute points plus 115. Current attribute points 230. Shu Feng sang. In his ears, Kisami's words full of honorifics rang. You stopped suddenly. What happened? If necessary, I can follow your orders. Nothing. Shu Feng looked back at Kisami's cautious shark face and waved his hand casually. Shu Feng was very confused about Kisami's inexplicable respect. It was obviously the first time for everyone to meet, and Kisame had never been burned by his fire style. Why do you respect him so much and be so cautious? Obviously in the original work, Kisame was healed by Itachi, and then he showed terrifying strength during the mission. Only then did he honestly give Itachi respect and honorific title. When they first met, they called Itachi by his first name, and even threatened Itachi with his Samahata muscle across his neck. Could it be because he knew Itachi had been defeated by him? Shu Feng couldn't even imagine that Kisame would be frightened by the residual warmth left by the true fire of the sun. Forget it, let's keep going. Shu Feng raised his feet and continued walking towards the location given in the intelligence. At the same time, I started adding attribute points on the system panel. The system leaves 30 attribute points as backup, and the rest are added to fire style. Open black lens bracket add points successfully, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fire style ninjutsu, 4200 close black lens bracket. Current attribute points, 30. Although it only added 200 points, Shu Feng's aura and power were obviously strengthened again. And Kisame on the side also took advantage of the spread of the power of Shu Feng's aura. His little eyes flicked over to observe carefully. Then he clearly sensed the huge chakra contained in Shu Feng's body. This amount of chakra is amazing. Even Yagura-sama, who is called a perfect Jinchuriki and can fully use the three tails chakra. It's also a bit less than the amount of chakra revealed. Kisami's little eyes widened in shock. Advertisement. The expression on his face became more and more respectful. But in this respect, there is still a hint of eagerness that is difficult to detect. Obviously, Kisame wanted to experience the powerful strength of Shufeng personally. But he was also afraid that Shufeng would really kill him and beat him to death mercilessly. Then his widened little eyes rolled around again and he made a flattering sound. Zufengsang, you are really a magical and powerful man. Shufeng glanced at Kisame and didn't reply. Seeing that Kaiyofeng didn't reply, Kisame wasn't embarrassed and continued to talk while licking his face. Before this, everyone else called me the tailless beast because of the amount of chakra I have. But now in front of you, I really can't bear this title at all. Ha ha ha, the tailless beast really makes me laugh to death. In the sealed space inside Naruto's body, Nine Tails laughed when they heard Kisami's words. Looking at the sudden madness of Nine Tails, most of his mind sank in. Naruto, who was practicing controlling the Nine Tails chakra, looked curious. Kurama, what's so funny about this? Are you so funny? Sasuke, the soul body who was also working hard to practice controlling the Nine Tails chakra, rolled his eyes. This idiot fox must be bored to the point of convulsions again. Ignore him and let him get excited. Let's practice hard now, otherwise we will only be a drag on brother Shufeng later. Damn evil Uchiha brat. After hearing Sasuke's words, Nine Tails suddenly wanted to get angry. But when he thought of the Shufeng outside, he suppressed his anger again and snorted coldly. HMPH, I don't have the same experience as you, an evil brat with no hair on your head. Then he turned his head and deliberately showed a smile to Naruto. Naruto brat, you are more polite. As for the fact that I just laughed, it was just because the shark boy outside was too ignorant. The amount of chakra in his body is less than 1/10 of that of Shukaku, a tanuki with only one tail. You actually dare to call yourself a tailless beast without any shame. Do you think it's funny or not? Well, Naruto still didn't know what was so funny about this. But looking at Shu Feng's back, he immediately asked Nine Tails curiously. Does brother Zufeng's chakra have as much power as that civet cat? Nine Tails smacked his lips when he heard this, with depression on his face. If it was a year ago, Shufeng was not much different from that stinky civet cat. What now? Nine Tails was even more depressed and had no intention of laughing at all. Now, when it comes to 8 tails, there won't be as many chakras as Shufeng's pervert, so the total should be about the same. Advertisement. What about you? Naruto chased after him. Nine Tails suddenly fell to the ground again in frustration. You are so presumptuous, you little brat. I keep asking questions here, and I keep asking blind questions. I am not complete now, and it is completely meaningless compared to this thing. Besides, quantity is not important at all, quality is important. Quality. You puny humans don't even understand the quality of our tailed beast chakra. Okay, I'm going to rest now. I'm warning you not to disturb me again. Quote. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. Why is it so anxious all of a sudden? Sasuke rolled his eyes. Stupid idiot. Outside. Shufeng stopped again and turned back to meet Kisami's gaze. What on earth do you want to say? Kisame didn't look away this time, and silently touched his hand on Samahata's back. I just want to have a friendly exchange with Shufeng-san. Call out. Quan on the side immediately stood in front of Shufeng with a kunai in his hand. The distinguished heavenly gods in the eyes rotated with strange patterns, and the emerald green pupils burst out with power. Don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm. Kisame, who felt a chill in his back, quickly explained. I just want to ask the powerful Shufeng-san to fight with me and guide the weaker me. Shufeng pushed aside the spring blocking the way, and lit up the hot fire style in his hand. Since this is your request, I will grant it to you. Thank you. Kisame disappeared from the spot with a swish, rushed towards Shufeng and started fighting. But Kisame didn't notice that the green petals fell on the ground around him. What's wrong with this shark-faced uncle? Looking at Kisame who suddenly started talking to himself and then started fighting with the air. His attention turned to Naruto outside, his face full of confusion. He glanced at Quan, who was firmly in front of him, silently exuding bursts of pupil power. Shufeng shook his head and turned around again. Don't worry about him. Let's keep going. Chapter 81 Art is Explosion. Drink, drink, drink. Explosion, explosion, explosion. Ha ha ha, art is an explosion. Before the bursts of fire that exploded in the sky. A young man with yellow hair crossed his arms with excitement on his face. There was a flush of extreme excitement on his face. Obviously enjoying the explosion scene in front of him. If you ignore the broken limbs and broken walls all over the ground, as well as the painful wails everywhere. This scene still looks pretty good. Meanwhile on the other side. Shufeng and his party also saw explosions in distant towns. That was an explosion. Kisame had recovered from Genjutsu and quickly caught up with him. Without any embarrassment, he turned around and analyzed with Shufeng and others. Kukas-san, Izumi-chan, it seems that the newcomer who uses explosions to create terrorist incidents is in the town over there. Should we go there together, or should I go there alone and bring him here? Zhu Feng didn't even look at Kisame, and walked towards the town. Let's go together. I don't want to lose two partners in a short period of time. Losing two partners. Kisame didn't react for a moment. Quan also continued to remain silent and quickly followed Shu Feng. Only Naruto laughed happily and turned back to explain to Kisame while running. Uncle Shark who talks to himself, Brother Kyofei's last partner was the defeated Uchiha Itachi. It means you are too weak and I'm afraid you will be blown up if you go there alone. Been blown up by a newcomer. You were really underestimated by Shu Feng-san and the others. Even Kisame, who could ignore everything for the mission, was a little angry when he heard this sentence. But I think of the terrifying high temperature left by Shu Feng's fire style, and Izuna's unpreventable Sharingan genjutsu. Kisame still chose to swallow his anger and suppress the unhappiness in his heart. Planning to take out his anger on the newcomer later. In this case, I have to perform well next, at least to be more useful than the newcomer. The entrance and exit outside the town. Who are you? What are you stopping me for? The yellow-haired boy Didera looked warily at the four figures blocking the road ahead. Are they the bounty hunters who are here to hunt me down? While asking, Didera's hands quickly reached into the two pockets at his waist. Advertisement. Be ready to throw explosive clay into battle at any time. Seeing Didera like this, Kisame grasped the handle of Samahata's sword behind him and took a step forward. He showed an unattractive smile and explained. Don't be nervous, we are not bounty hunters, but Shaos. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the impatient Didera. I don't care if you are small or big. Don't get in the way of me making art. Another troublesome guy who doesn't like to listen to others. From behind, Shu Feng's voice came. Quan, fight quickly. Yes. After receiving the order, Izumi just wanted to activate distinguished heavenly gods and use the enhanced version of Sharingan Genjutsu. His line of sight was blocked by the large sword shark muscle lying in front. Zhu Feng-san, Izumi-chan, I won't bother you this time, let me do it. Quan immediately looked at Shu Feng questioningly. Shu Feng didn't care, since he was just out for an outing anyway. So he nodded slightly. Whatever. Kisame smiled and showed his sharp teeth. I won't let you down. As expected, do you still want to take action? Then let you see my great art. Didera's hands quickly pulled out of the pockets on both sides. Two balls of detonating clay were held in the hands and allowed to be chewed by the big mouths in the hands. Kisame also pointed his sideways Samahata muscle at Didera, declaring his victory. After I win, you have to join Akatsuki. A-hole, don't underestimate me and my art. My noble and beautiful art will not lose to you. The detonating clay formed in the large mouth of the palm of both hands. They turned into countless clay birds and were thrown towards Kisame by Didera. Feel my great art. Phew, phew, phew. The bird thrown into the air suddenly came to life. Then he vibrated his wings and accelerated, and he was in front of Kisame in an instant. Drink. Boom. A violent explosion emerged from the bird. Several huge balls of fire engulfed Kisame in an instant. Didera, who just didn't wait for success, was happy. Advertisement. The unharmed Kisame rushed out of the smoke of the explosion and rushed towards Didera like lightning. Didera also reacted quickly and put his hands behind his back. The big mouth on the palm chewed quickly, and two clay centipedes crawled out and quietly sank into the ground. Wait until Kisame arrives in front of Didera. Two giant clay centipedes, dozens of times larger, emerged from the ground. One left and one right wrapped tightly around Kisame's body. Drink. With a proud smile on his face, Didera detonated the clay centipede without hesitation. But the expected explosion never came. The clay centipede wrapped around Kisame's body seemed to have lost contact and was motionless. What's going on? Didera backed away in disbelief. Kisame smiled slightly, and the bandage on Samahata's hand fell away, revealing a big mouth full of sharp teeth and dark blue barbs like scales. Those barbs are piercing the body of the clay centipede, and the blue chakra is constantly being absorbed by the barbs. I'm sorry, your art has been sucked dry by Samahata chakra, and I can't listen to your orders anymore. Swish, swish, swish. A few rays of cold light flashed, and the clay centipede was chopped into several pieces by shark muscle and scattered all over the ground. Then Kisame raised Samahata and hit Didera, who was still in shock without hesitation. Tear. Didera was beheaded. There is no feeling of cutting flesh, but it feels like cutting into a piece of plasticine. Just as Kisame felt, the shocked Didera turned into a clay clone. The real Didera poked his head out from under the ground and quickly threw out a massive amount of clay grasshoppers. At the same time, giant flying birds were quickly produced, carrying Didera into the sky and began to bomb Kisame. Kisame also quickly formed seals while dodging, and released his water shark bombs towards the sky. Just as the battle between the two was in full swing. Behind him, 9 tails emerged from Naruto's abdomen. Koshika's, I sensed that guy Kokuo's chakra. It's in the woods far across the way. Shu Feng heard the words and looked away, his eyes passed through the battlefield and fell into the forest. I saw a hint of dark red hidden in it, which was difficult to detect. This is an unexpected surprise. Then let's resolve this farce directly. In the forest, 5 tails Jinchuriki Han was attracted by the explosion and was peeking in the dark. An inexplicable chill ran down my back, and alarm bells rang in my heart. At the same time, the voice of Five Tails Kokuo came to my mind. Boy, if you don't want to die, run away. I sensed the malicious chakra of Nine Tails, and a fiery chakra that is no weaker than the Nine Tails chakra. Chapter 82. What the hell is this fire style? Nine Tails chakra. Is there another dangerous fiery chakra? Is he the wanted S-class rebel ninja in Konoha? In Han's mind, the wanted notice from the ninja world that Konoha had previously issued appeared in his mind. Damn it, how could the terrifying guy who can fight an entire village by himself appear here? Wrong. Looking at Kisame who was fighting fiercely with Deidara, Han suddenly understood. The Kurigakure rebel ninja who fought Xiaodi was with that guy. Their target is Xiaodi. Hesitation and confusion appeared on Han's face under the mask. He came here this time to get a hint from Onoki. Let him persuade Deidara to stop trying to get into trouble and go back to admit his mistake to Onoki. Then he returned the secret technique of explosive clay that he had learned secretly to the village and got back on track. It's a pity that this happened. Boy, don't hesitate. If you want to run, run quickly. That fiery chakra has begun to take action. Han gritted his teeth when he heard this, and after carefully memorizing Kisami's clothes, he turned around and planned to leave. He didn't know Deidara very well, so it wasn't worth risking his life to rescue him. All he could do was bring the news of Deidara's attack back alive and tell Onoki. The other side of the battlefield. Shu Feng just took one step and came to the edge of the battlefield. Then I heard Nine Tails shouting from behind. Koshika's, that guy Kokuo's chakra has started to move, and he's trying to escape. Escape. In Shu Feng's sight, the red color in the forest in the distance had disappeared. Really keen sense of crisis. But I didn't think about escaping until I was discovered. It was too late. As he spoke, Shu Feng's physical skills with up to 1000 attribute points were fully activated. With one step, he came directly to the center of the battlefield. Another one. But my art is not afraid of the number of people. Blow it up. Drink. Deidara reacted extremely quickly and instantly threw countless clay bombs downwards. The dazzling flames exploded and completely drowned the Shu Feng below. Zhu Feng-san, Kisame, who saw this scene, didn't know whether he was really worried or fake. Anger appeared on his face, and his hands formed a phantom on his chest. If you dare to distract yourself from my companions while fighting me, then I don't have to hold back to capture you alive. Water style, big explosion water shockwave. Advertisement. Water style, Senshi Samare. The huge chakra creates a huge flood and spits it out from Kisami's mouth. Sharks densely packed with sharp teeth emerged from the gushing water, aiming at Deidara in the sky. This huge chakra, this terrifying ninjutsu, what an amazing art. But my art is not worse than yours, no, it's better than yours. Explosion style secret technique, C3, number 18. Drink. Deidara, whose face was red with excitement, spat out a large amount of explosive clay from his hands and mouth. In the blink of an eye, a huge humanoid puppet was formed that was as tall as a flood waterfall. It fell heavily to the ground, breaking open the flood. At the same time, the terrifying explosion power spread out, making Kisame who was using the water style freeze in his heart. But before Kisame could take any action, his vision was completely occupied by a terrifying blood-red color. Fire. It was a fire that appeared out of thin air and swallowed up the entire giant clay puppet and even Deidara in the sky. Even if the surroundings are filled with floods created by his water style. It was unable to stop the raging fire at all, which made him tremble and fear in his heart, and he began to be unable to stop the blood-red fire of repentance. Whoosh. The unscathed Shu Feng suddenly appeared next to the dazed Kisame. That calm voice without any ripples sounded in Kisami's ears. Finish it well and don't let me disappoint you again. As soon as he finished speaking, Deidara's miserable howl came from the sky. Ah, it hurts so much, my head, my body. What are you ninjutsu, what have you done to me? Deidara, whose face was twisted and crazy in pain, could no longer control his ninjutsu. Falling downwards together with the giant clay bird. Stop, I admit defeat, I join you now. After shouting these words of surrender, the blood-red flames on Deidara's body immediately disappeared. However, the brief pain still caused Deidara to pass out and fall into the water style created by Kisame. This strange and incomprehensible scene made Kisame swallow hard. The opponent he was fighting with just now didn't even last a second before he was defeated by Shu Feng. Although he also felt that he could win the final victory, he still had to go through an all-out effort. It's impossible to be so easy, just a flame can solve it directly. And he even made the other party scream and beg for mercy. It's simply too weird. Recalling that he had to fight Shu Feng not long ago, Kisame felt that he really overestimated his capabilities. At the same time, I felt grateful to Quan. I am grateful that Izumi took action at that time and taught him a lesson with a harmless genjutsu. Thinking of this, Kisame gave a forced smile and turned his head with a trembling voice. Advertisement. Shu Feng sang. However, at this moment, there was no figure of Shu Feng beside Kisame. Behind him, Naruto was covered in the tailed beast's coat, and Izumi was carrying the unconscious Deidara. He also walked on the flood water to Kisami's side. After throwing the unconscious Deidara to Kisame, Izumi quickly chased towards the opposite forest. Only Naruto said to the kind and confused Kisame as he passed by. Uncle Shark Face, we found King Emu's chakra over there, let's go there first. Kokuo. It's 5 tails. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kisame reacted immediately. No wonder Kaiofeng-san is so impatient, it turns out he noticed the 5 tails Jinchuriki hiding in the dark. Then I have to pack up quickly and follow up. I can't be ineffective and can't be held back. After fully recognizing his own Kisame, he immediately released the water style he had displayed. Then he used the same shark muscle to pick up the unconscious Deidara, turned around and quickly chased after him. Boy, he's catching up. As Han was running away quickly, Kokuo's reminder sounded in his mind. Why so fast? Didn't the information given by Konoha say that guy is only good at fire style and doesn't need to form seals, but he's not good at taijutsu? Han ran and looked back in disbelief. Sure enough, he saw a figure approaching rapidly 100 meters away. Damn Konoha, they hid the information. This demonstrated speed and physical skills far exceed that of an average Jonin. After I return, I must ask Master Tsuchikage to ask Konoha for an explanation. As he spoke, a large amount of steam spurted out from under Han's red armor. In an instant, Han's speed doubled. It no longer shuttles to avoid, but instead runs rampant like a steam train. Knock away all the trees and boulders blocking the road. From behind, I saw Han Zufeng running away with all his strength. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the chakra in his body spread rapidly in the direction Shu Feng looked at. The next moment, boom, Han, who was running away quickly, suddenly changed his expression. He thrust his hands into the ground without hesitation, stopping his momentum. Because in front of him, a pillar of fire rose into the sky. It lit up the entire forest in front of him, blocking his way. Han turned his head and glanced at Shu Feng, who was approaching rapidly 100 meters away. Then he looked at the fire in front of him that was difficult to pass through. Han issued a sole question. People are chasing me from behind, and fire style is just put in front of me. You tell me this is fire style. Chapter 83 Give you face. Don't tell Han that it's hard to believe. The Kokuo sealed within Han's body is equally unbelievable. Monster, that human being chasing you is simply a monster. Use the method of sensing ninjutsu to actively spread chakra forward at an extremely fast speed. Then abandon the seal and directly condense the spreading chakra into fire style. This kind of terrifying chakra control power is difficult to achieve even if Sage of Six Paths is still alive. Monster, what a monster. Seeing that Shu Feng in the distance was approaching, Kokuo was still sighing in his mind. Han was immediately angry and anxious. Kokuo, stop talking nonsense. Your life and mine are one. If I die, you will die too. So don't cause trouble when we fight later, use your full strength to me and help me tide over the difficulties. Hearing Han's words, Kokuo suddenly laughed out loud. Boy, I was in a good mood just now, so I kindly reminded you, please don't touch your nose or face. What's more, we tailed beasts are not as weak as you humans. Even if you die, you can still be resurrected later, and you can escape from this sealed prison. Han was so angry that he had nothing to say. After all, what Kokuo said was the truth. All we can say is that he really doesn't get along with this damn stinky horse. Just as Han and Kokuo were arguing, Shu Feng finally caught up. After standing still, he did not take action immediately, but asked with a teasing smile. Why didn't the little peeping mouse run away? Don't you like running? Peeping little mouse. Being called that by Shu Feng made Han feel angry. But he didn't dare to show it on his face. Especially the long-range fire style that Shu Feng just showed. Han's scalp felt numb just thinking about it. Therefore, I could only slow down my tone and compliment carefully. The person who controls 9 tails, the one who burned down an entire valley, Uchiha Huku. There should be no enmity between you and me. Why did you block my way? If it was because I accidentally disturbed you when I was just passing by, I am willing to apologize. Han's posture is very low, and he recognizes his mistakes quickly. If it weren't for 5 tails Jinchuriki, Shu Feng might really have let him go. Burn Yan Luo, haha, Shisui, Sharingan's Weasel, Yellow Flash, Ninja Shura, your nicknames are as bad as ever. Han's heart sank when Shu Feng didn't say anything, but was struggling with a title. If you don't like this title, we in Yanyan Village can change it for you. After all, in the underground black market, we Lord Tsuchikage still have a lot of layout and say. Those wanted orders and titles can also be used. Hearing Han's words, Shu Feng's eyes narrowed. Are you threatening me? Han lowered his head, his whole body tensed, and his chakra gathered momentum. Advertisement. I don't dare. I just want to remind you not to act out of anger and make enemies for no reason. What's more, we have the common enemy Konoha, so we should become partners. Shu Feng turned a blind eye to Han's words and just continued to speak calmly. I hate it when people threaten me. Just like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura who threatened me before. So I reduced them and the tribes behind them to ashes. Shu Feng's words made Han feel cold in his heart. The strong sense of crisis made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. But he still bit the bullet and longed for the last hope. Can you really not let me go? Iwagakure village will give you a satisfactory result. Before Han finished speaking, he was interrupted by Shu Feng. You only have one chance to make a move. Force me to take half a step back and let you go. Behind them, the figures of Quan and others also appeared one after another. Seeing this scene, Han made a quick decision, and his whole body erupted with majestic steam. Your Excellency, I'm offended. The moment he finished speaking, Han rushed to Shu Feng like lightning under the push of steam. Boil style, unparalleled power. Aha! The chakra raised to the boiling point gave birth to more majestic steam that erupted from behind the fist of Han's arm. It directly increased the strength of Han's arm by several levels in an instant. The fist cut through the air with a sharp and ear-piercing explosion, and hit Shu Feng's chest like a missile. On the opposite side, Shu Feng did not dodge, allowing the fist carrying terrifying power to smash into his chest. You're not hiding. Seeing this scene, Han was stunned at first, and then showed ecstasy. The face under the mask was even more ferocious. Then go to hell. Tear. The fist and even the arm passed through Shu Feng's chest. The expected blood and flesh flying did not appear. On the contrary, Shu Feng's chest, which had been penetrated, burned with flames out of thin air. Flame. His face suddenly changed like a face change in a Han Sichuan opera. The ecstasy and ferocity all turned into despair and fear. Fire-style clone, you lied to me. Shu Feng, whose chest was penetrated, kept his expression unchanged and confirmed Han's final fate. You failed. Han, who expected what was about to happen, immediately shouted anxiously. No, that doesn't count. You used the fire-style clone. You don't follow the rules. Shu Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense and stepped on Han's disbelieving gaze. Use practical actions to prove that it is not the so-called fire-style clone. Advertisement. Then the blood-red fire of judgment karma burned. What is this? Stop quickly. Ah. The burning of huge sinful karma is like the gnawing of countless life-threatening ghosts. It only took a moment for Han's soul to be severely damaged. The body is like a burning white paper, dissipating into the air bit by bit. Feeling that your life is passing quickly, Han no longer worried about the damage and burden the tailed beast chakra would bring to his body, and immediately started transforming into a half-tailed beast. Boom. In an instant, the earth was cracked by a heavy pressure. Han's whole body is wrapped in the black and red-tailed beast chakra, and 5 tails are flying out from behind his butt. Then, Kokuo screamed in horror. Han, what did you damn human do? My chakra, my soul. It hurts so much. What kind of flame is this? Why does it hurt me so much? 9 Tails, who followed Naruto and came closer, happened to see and hear the scene in front of him. He immediately shrank his head in fear. He also realized how terrifying this blood-red flame was. Kisame behind him was also filled with concentration, looking at Shu Feng's back with fear. Not only was the explosion-style boy killed just now, but this tailed beast Jinchuriki was also killed instantly upon meeting him. The strength is so terrifying that people can't even see it. 9 Tails, Kurama, it's you. I know it was you damn B************ D who just tipped you off. Please make that human stop. Soul, my soul is going to dissipate and die completely. Seeing that his former partner was really going to die. Although 9 Tails was extremely scared, he still mustered up the courage to speak. Shu Feng, 9 Tails had just spoken, and Shu Feng, who felt that it was almost done, took back the judgment karma fire with the help of Po Sha Donkey Wave. 9 Tails, I'll give you this face. Seeing that his words really had an effect, 9 Tails' eyes suddenly lit up. The eyes looking at Shu Feng were also full of gratitude. Kokuo quickly withdrew the chakra after the pain subsided. Only the upper body of the man was exposed, with less air coming in and more air coming out. Shu Feng glanced at 9 Tails and ordered calmly. Don't let him die. Upon hearing this, 9 Tails immediately separated the pure chakra with great enthusiasm and injected it into Han's body to die. Shu Feng glanced at Kisame, who was standing there like a wooden man, and turned around. Take Jinchuriki and go back. Chapter 84 New Plan. The battle scene was arranged. The Konoha forehead protector and the Anbu mask that Shu Feng had specially brought with him when he left Konoha were left behind. Shu Feng and his party rushed to the border of the Kingdom of Earth. There is a cave stronghold dug out by Black Zetsu specifically to facilitate the ghetto statue's travels. By the way, Shu Feng sang. While walking on the road, his little eyes kept drifting towards Kisame, who was looking for nothing to say. Can the obvious frame-ups we left just now really deceive the ninjas of Iwagakure village? Hearing this, Shu Feng turned his head and looked at Kisame as if he was looking at a fool. Kisame also felt that he had asked a rather retarded question and laughed. I mean, since we can't deceive them, why don't we clean up the battlefield and hide it? But it's unnecessary and leaves behind things that may cause trouble for us. Seeing that Kisame asked about the point, Shu Feng withdrew his look that looked like he was mentally retarded. However, Shu Feng did not answer, but asked Kisame instead. What do you think of Konoha's current situation? Kisame thought for a moment and then shook his head. It's not good. You killed many backbones and even the shadow of a village in Konoha, and its strength was greatly weakened. Therefore, other surrounding ninja villages and countries are now ready to take action. Shu Feng nodded, with an unfathomable look on his face. So now you understand. Quote. Looking at Shu Feng's still slightly childish face, he put on an inscrutable expression. Kisami's face twitched slightly. What do you understand? Is there anything you can't say directly? Can the Riddler leave the ninja world? He cursed in his heart, but Kisame quickly turned his mind and came up with the possibility. Could it be that you want to give Iwagakure a chance to bite off a piece of flesh from Konoha? Shu Feng immediately cast an appreciative look at Kisame. Yes, but it's more than just a piece of meat. But it gives them an excuse to attack Konoha and start the Fourth Ninja War. Kisami's expression became serious when he heard this. If this is just an excuse, Yinian village will not be able to start the Fourth War. Konoha will not let the situation deteriorate. At most, they will pay a high price to let Iwagakure get some benefits. Shu Feng chuckled and shook his head. Then if there are Jinchuriki missing in every village, what if these are all left at the scene? Kisame was shocked and his little eyes trembled. If that's the case, then it's just yellow mud smearing on the crotch, which is either shit or shit. These ninja villages who have the same excuse will definitely unite. Advertisement. Then they divided up this richest central area together. Although he thought of that outcome, Kisame still asked without giving up. Aren't you afraid that the matter will be exposed and all the ninja villages will take action against you? These words directly made Shu Feng laugh out loud. The terrifying pressure carrying the scorching heat spread out. Human beings are not afraid of attacks from ants beneath their feet. If you don't want to accept this arranged script, then just trample these disobedient ants to death. Shu Feng's purpose is simple. That is to start the Fourth Ninja War in advance and get another wave of attribute point rewards. And it would be best to have 4 battles in which the 5 major ninja villages fight against each other. This is a major change that is completely different from the original plot, and the attribute rewards obtained will definitely be quite good. Seeing Kisame on the side suddenly fell silent. Shu Feng, who was in a pretty good mood, expressed a rare comfort. Relax, I'm not a bloodthirsty demon who likes to start wars. I'm just working hard for the beautiful real world in the future, without war and betrayal. After all, if they have not experienced the pain of war, they will not cherish the hard-won beauty. Hearing Shu Feng say the words, real world, Kisame turned his head sharply. Mr. Madara also told you about that plan. It's the Moon Eye Project. Shu Feng directly pointed out the name hidden by Kisame. It's just that the Eye of the Moon plan I envisioned is different from that guy's. Compared to setting up a separate genjutsu dream for each person, facing the transformed dummy. I would rather have everyone be in the same genjutsu world and have the same dream. Although dreams are false, everyone is real and has independent consciousness and thoughts. It's just that compared to the real world, there will be no hunger, disease, war or even death. What we have is inexhaustible resources. Even those who passed away, I plan to bring them back to life in the world of genjutsu. At that time, you will also have the opportunity to apologize in person to your deceased companion. For example, the female intelligence agent who caused you to kill the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. These last 2 words made Kisami's heart twitch violently. It also made Kisame unable to help but immerse himself in a world that was more beautiful and concrete than what Obito described. After a long time, Kisame was able to get away from that beautiful imagination. Zhu Feng sang, the world you describe is beautiful and really attractive. It is more attractive to me than what Mr. Madara described, and makes me yearn for it. I'm just sorry, I'm tired of betrayal, and I don't want to betray again. Who betrayed you? Shu Feng didn't even look back, looking like he didn't care at all. I'm just in a good mood, and you're quite obedient, so I'm telling you this. Kisame was slightly stunned, a little in disbelief. Advertisement. Then you are not afraid that I will tell Mr. Madara this. Shu Feng sneered. Whether you say it or not, that guy will always be wary of me. But I don't care, that guy is no match for me anyway. Quote. Kisame was silent again, unable to refute. At least he couldn't see through Shu Feng's strength at all. If they really faced each other, he estimated that he would be defeated in one move just like Deidara. The entire journey was silent. Soon, the group arrived at the cave base with a red torii gate. Enter the cave. After Zhu Feng gave Kisame a look, he began to input chakra towards his ring. After receiving the signal, Kisame immediately put Deidara and Han on the ground and called Deidara. After a while, the unconscious Deidara woke up and sat up from the ground suddenly. Fire. Flame. The flame is gone, and I'm not dead either. Of course you're not dead. Kisame took out the red cloud robe and ring and threw them to Deidara on the ground. As promised, you will be Akatsuki's person from now on. Dawn. Only then did Deidara completely recall what had happened before. Suddenly a carp jumped up from the ground and looked at Shu Feng not far away. That's you. That blood-red flame art. Next time, I will definitely not lose to you in my art next time, huh? Shu Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Deidara, who was talking to himself. He still maintained chakra output and called Nagato of Yuyan village. Kisame, on the other hand, placed Samahata in front of Deidara with a wink. Don't disturb Shu Feng sang, and quickly put on your clothes and ring. Don't forget your current identity. I know. Deidara put on the red cloud robe decisively and looked at Kisame unconvinced. Your art has not defeated me, and I will not listen to your instructions. And even if I join you, I will not give up my pursuit of art, huh? Kisame didn't bother to argue with Deidara, the troubled boy, and walked aside. Call out. Finally, Nagato, who was in Yuyan village, received Shu Feng's call. Through the ring he was wearing, he used the magic of the lantern body to manifest a colorful black shadow that looked like pain. What happened when you suddenly called me? Shu Feng pointed at Han who was hanging in the distance. Nothing. I just met Five Tails Jinchuriki by accident and brought it back. Chapter 85 The Shame of the Tailed Beast. Five Tails Jinchuriki. Pain didn't expect that Shufeng would catch one before the plan to capture the tailed beasts even started. As expected of someone who shares his ideals and is favored by him. Shufeng, I really did not misjudge you. Hey, who is this dark weirdo that suddenly appeared? Deidara, who was still confused about the situation, pointed at Pain in displeasure. How dare you talk to my boss so arrogantly? Do you want to have a taste of my art? Deidara brought in quickly. Very decisively, he put himself in the position of Shufeng's younger brother. Of course, there is a high probability that he was burned by Shufeng's judgment karma fire. Although it only burned for a few seconds, the pain was enough for Deidara to remember for a lifetime. Oh, Pain glanced at Deidara, then passed him by and asked Shufeng. Is this the new guy who caused the explosion? I didn't expect to find a successful invitation to join so quickly. Hey. Deidara stepped forward and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kisame, who had quick eyes and quick hands. Make no mistake, Shufeng-san is not the leader of Akatsuki, this is the real leader of Akatsuki. Ha! Deidara's face was full of doubts, but he stopped when Shufeng didn't refute. Pain also turned his head at the right time. After joining Akatsuki, you have to follow orders and perform tasks. Except for the mission, we will not hinder you in anything you want to do. After saying that, without waiting for Deidara's reply, Pain turned around and clasped his palms together. Since the tailed beast has been captured in advance, let's gather all the members to start the first sealing. Rumble. As he spoke, the entire cave shook like an earthquake. Then in front of Pain, a huge statue suddenly rose from the ground and stood in front of everyone. It's Geto statue. Wow. Naruto, who had been immersed in practicing in the sealed space, was suddenly shocked by this sudden change and exclaimed. This is the huge statue in the cave before. Pain glanced at Naruto, then turned to look at Shufeng. Seeing that Shufeng had no reaction, he directly introduced him. Geto statue. A container used to hold and seal the tailed beast we captured. Geto statue. Advertisement. 9 tails suddenly popped out of Naruto's belly. Why does this ghost thing have some evil feeling? I also have some bad feelings about my chakra. This is Kagaya's 10 tails body sealed in the moon. I have never seen 9 tails at all, and I have not talked about it in detail in Sage of Six Paths. So I don't know him at all, I just feel something is wrong. Okay, let's get started. Call out. Pain's shadow appeared on Geto statue's huge finger in a flash. Shufeng and the others also selected a finger and stood on it. Just as Naruto was about to choose one to jump on, Pain stopped him with words. Naruto, your mission is to guard the cave entrance to prevent others from disturbing you. Naruto immediately muttered with dissatisfaction. However, after catching Shufeng's eyes, he still sat down at the entrance of the cave obediently. Phew. After a while, the other members who received Pain's call appeared one by one at the fingertips of Geto statue. As this a newcomer, the newly appeared Deidara immediately attracted the attention of others. Deidara, please give me some advice, Deidara showed no stage fright at all and introduced himself loudly. Looks quite energetic. It's just that these types don't live long. After looking at Deidara, Scorpion stopped paying attention and said to Shufeng. You really don't procrastinate at all. It's not like we have a troublesome guy here who always kills people halfway. As a result, we have just arrived at the border of Yuno country. Are you saying I'm troublesome? Kakuzu turned his head and stared at Scorpion beside him. Shie sneered, showing no mercy in his words. You can't even hear this. I really doubt your IQ is at the level of an adult. Kakuzu immediately became angry when he heard this. You don't take me seriously, do you? Seeing that the two were about to start a tit-for-tat fight, Pain stiffly began to change the subject. When Shufeng invited new people, he caught Jinchuriki from 5 tails. This sudden summoning of you is to extract the tailed beast from Jinchuriki's body for sealing and storage. What you need to do specifically is to continuously output chakra towards the ring to maintain my ninjutsu. Now that everyone has arrived, it will take about 3 days. Hearing Pain's words, Shie looked at Shufeng in surprise. First I got rid of Itachi, and now I'm the first to catch 5 tails Jinchuriki. Advertisement. Shufeng, you are really capable after joining not long ago. Do you want to come over and partner with me? Kakuzu looked straight at Han below. Can you hand over this guy's body to me afterwards? Alright. Pain interrupted the chat between the two and looked around. Since there are no doubts, let's get started. Sealing techniques, the 9 seals of the magical dragon. Following Pain's activation, a suction force suddenly came from Shufeng's ring. Without any resistance, Shufeng started injecting chakra directly into it. Others also felt the suction coming from the ring, and chakra began to be injected into it. Click. Geto statue's mouth suddenly opened. 9 slender dragon-shaped chakras emerged from Geto statue's mouth. A hand wrapped around Han below and lifted his package into the air. Then 5 tails Kokuo's chakra began to be drawn out of Han's body. Below, 9 tails saw this scene clearly. He's actually extracting the chakra that sealed Kokuo. What the hell is this statue called the Geto statue? Before 9 tails could think carefully, Kokuo's voice sounded in 9 tails' ears. Kurama, while these ninjas can't move, you quickly attack and stop them. The seal on Han has been destroyed. As long as this ninjutsu stops, I will be able to break out immediately. Ninetales showed no expression at all regarding Kokuo's words. He refused without mercy. Kokuo, if you don't want to live, don't get involved with me. You don't understand the terror of that boy Shu Feng. The 9 of us combined are probably not enough to burn him. Kokuo was so angry that he stopped shouting Ninetales' name. Ninetales, you coward, are you so afraid of a human being? Ninetales yawned and said perfunctorily. Ah, yes, you are not afraid, you are the bravest among our tailed beasts. Shame on you, tailed beast. Kokuo's face was almost crumpled with anger. Ninetales sighed, and said directly regardless of whether Kokuo listened or not. That boy Shu Feng has told me everything. He will then assemble our chakras to create a complete genjutsu world comparable to reality. At that time, our consciousness will be able to enter, and we can truly live freely, and we will no longer be imprisoned. So don't bother resisting, and cooperate with them to be sealed quickly. Otherwise, Shu Feng won't let you in, so don't ask me for mercy. Chapter 86 Obito's IQ is online. The 3 days of sealing passed by in a flash. During this period, it was just as Zufeng said to Kisame before. The battlefield that was laid out and made particularly conspicuous was quickly discovered by Iwagakure. After learning that Han and others were fighting and missing, Tsuchikage Onoki of Iwagakure village immediately put down the search for the real culprit. Instead, he used the Konoha forehead protector and mask he found to directly attack Konoha. Konoha, who was already worried about Kumoin village, naturally tried his best to deny and explain. Of course Onoki, who had finally found an excuse for Konoha's denial and explanation, would not expose it easily. Directly and forcefully asked Konoha to cooperate with their Iwagakure investigation. Let the Iwagakure ninjas enter the land of fire to search for the missing Jinchuriki and capture the real culprit. Of course, it was impossible for Konoha to agree to this request to lure the wolf into the house. So he adopted the countermeasures to deal with Union Village, and started to argue with Yenian Village. At the same time, Jiraiya, who had just returned not long ago, quietly left Konoha. While looking for Tsunade and returning to support Konoha, he also began to investigate the disappearance of Five Tails Jinchuriki. After all, Jiraiya at this time had already noticed Akatsuki's secret activities by tracking Orochimaru. These things happened in these 3 days. Baizetsu, who is lurking around the ninja world and collecting information, knows everything. And passed all these things to the Akatsuki people who were concentrating on extracting the tailed beasts. So Five Tails Kokuo just succeeded in stripping the seal from Han's body. Pain began to assign tasks to everyone. Heizetsu has just made it very clear about the struggle between the 3 major ninja villages of Konoha, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure outside. To successfully get them to fight each other, Shu Feng, you have to do a very good job. Next, we cannot waste this good opportunity. We must take advantage of the chaos in various countries to launch plans in advance to dominate the world. Boss Pain, Kakuzu, who was in charge of Akatsuki's money bag, suddenly spoke up. If we start planning to declare war on the ninja world in advance, with our current money, we may not be able to support long-term consumption. Of course, the money Kakuzu talks about does not include his Kakuzu's private treasury. If you add in the coffin books that Kakuzu has accumulated over the past 70 or 80 years. I can't say it's more than enough, I can only say it's no burden. Otherwise, Conan would not have the financial resources to create that whole sea of detonating talismans. Have you not accumulated enough money? Pain, who was still a little excited at first, was suddenly brought back to his original state by Kakuzu's words. However, Shu Feng's sudden sound gave Pain another shot in the arm. Who said we were going to declare war directly on the ninja world? Advertisement. Everyone looked at him, and Pain's eyes were full of expectation. Shu Feng, you and I mentioned the plan to start in advance. If you have any questions, just tell me. Shu Feng did not continue to talk about it and said directly. The plan we need to start in advance is to capture the tailed beasts in each village to increase their strength. And in the process, you can also use my frame-up method to cause conflicts and melee among many ninja villages. We can even accept assassination missions from those ninja villages, or pretend to accept the mission to further sow discord. As long as the ninja world becomes chaotic and they cannot work together, we can easily defeat them and control the world. Shu Feng's words made everyone present brighten their eyes and felt that it was very feasible. Only Kakuzu, an old man who has lived for more than 80 years, still raised questions. The major ninja villages are not fools. If we move too frequently, we will definitely be exposed in their eyes. Not to mention that with so many Jinchuriki missing at the same time, they will definitely find something wrong and stop fighting. Faced with Kakuzu's question, Shu Feng turned to look at Pain. Leader Pain, can the extracted tailed beast be released again for our use? Pain nodded immediately. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't bother to capture and seal them. Shu Feng withdrew his gaze and continued to speak. As far as I know, 8 Tails Jinchuriki of Kumogakure village and 4th Raikage of Kumogakure village were good brothers who died. If we capture the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, we will leave evidence of Konoha's actions. Then he released 8 Tails in Konoha's territory and used Mangekyo to control it and shout that the murderer was Konoha. What do you think the grumpy Raikage will do if it disappears without a trace? Upon hearing Shu Feng's question, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. What will Raikage do? That must be a furious attack on Konoha. Of all the ninja villages, Kumogakure is the most united and the most violent, with not even a single rebellious ninja. Shu Feng chuckled and spoke again. If you think one Kumogakure is not enough to cause chaos, what about adding a Kurigakure under the control of the 4th Mizukage? 3 ninja villages are fighting, and the other 2 ninja villages won't be able to bear it. Akatsuki doesn't just have the power on the surface like you, there is also a power in the dark that is controlling Kurigakure. You think what I said is right, Black Zetsu. Everyone looked at Heiju. Black Zetsu didn't expect Shu Feng to completely ignore the agreement and directly expose Obito's existence. He immediately looked at Pain for help. Pain pretended not to see Heiju's gaze and opened his mouth to confirm. What Kaiofeng said is right, there is another member of Kurigakure's organization who owns Mangekyo Sharingan. More specifically, it's a reserve member named Afei. Advertisement. As for the issue of launching plans in advance, Shu Feng has already explained it clearly, so I won't say more. In terms of partners, the newly joined Deidara will be with Izumi, who has not yet partnered. Kakuzu is with the newcomer from Uno Kuni who hasn't joined yet. Now we have 2 of the 9-tailed beasts. The mission of the other groups except Shu Feng is to capture 1. There are 4 left. Shu Feng and I are responsible for 2 each. I will let Black Zetsu tell you the specific whereabouts and information of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Having said this, Pain stopped and looked around at everyone. Do you have any other questions? As that traitor Orochimaru ignored. Scorpion suddenly spoke. I can determine Orochimaru's specific location through Orochimaru's pocket. At that time, we can take a trip to deal with him and get back the ring he took away. Don't worry about him for now, the current plan is more important. Pain rejected Scorpion without hesitation. The plan one after another that Shu Feng just described is much better than Pain's previous simple plan. It also made Pain a little eager to start. If there are no other problems, let's disband. The meeting here has just been dissolved. Obito, who was far away in Kurigakure village, received news from White Zetsu. That guy Shu Feng exposed my strength and what I did in front of everyone. Mangekyo under Obito's mask is glowing with a permeating red light. Feeling the coldness on Obito's body, Baiju shrank his neck and said. Zhu Feng wants you to cooperate with the plan to control Mizukage and start a war with the furious Raikage. What? Obito turned his head fiercely. Nagato also agreed. Baiju nodded weakly. Obito became even more angry. These guys really think of themselves as leaders. And that D Shu Feng completely exposed the strength I tried so hard to hide. Wait a minute, there's something wrong with this guy Nagato. Obito's IQ suddenly went up, and he felt the change in Nagato's attitude towards him. He immediately gave instructions to Baiju. Ask Black Zetsu to investigate. Nagato may have learned about the Eye of the Moon plan from Shu Feng. Chapter 87 The Capture of Omegakure and Sunagakure. After the disbandment, all members of Akatsuki became busy. On Hidan's side, after being found by Scorpion, Kakuzu and Konan and beaten up, he successfully joined Akatsuki. Afterwards, based on Baiju's information, they divided into 3 groups and left. Kurigakure village. Just arrived at the border of Kurigakure village from the port of Water Kingdom. Konan received a warm welcome from the Kurigakure ninja. Intruder. Die. Phew. 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 Densely dense shurikens were fired from all directions of Konan. There are also many kunai with detonating charms tied to their tails. Obviously, these Kurigakure ninjas will kill people if they take action. What a sad village. Konan sighed softly, and then the Shiki paper dance started. Countless pieces of white paper were torn apart from their surface and scattered all over the sky. Easily dodged the incoming hidden weapon. Boom. The hidden weapon was dodged, but the detonating talisman he carried still exploded successfully. There was an explosion of fire where Konan stood. Suddenly dust and smoke flew everywhere. Before the dust fell to the ground, the smoke dispersed. Countless pieces of undamaged white paper flew out from it. In the blink of an eye, the Kurigakure ninjas who were sneaking around were wrapped into mummies that could not move. At the same time Konan also fluttered out of the dust and smoke. The wings formed by fluttering white paper are suspended in the air like an angel. Come out when you've seen enough. Behind a group of Kurigakure ninjas. Goju Yagura, carrying a cane-like weapon on his back, walked slowly out of the shade of the tree. The originally pink pupils were covered with blood-red Mangekyo. Konan, I didn't expect Nagato to ask you to come here. Did you lose your trust in me and ask you to come here to monitor me? It's not surveillance, it's assistance. Konan landed without changing his expression and walked towards the shadow behind Goju Yagura. And we have never trusted you, we have only used each other. It's really indifferent. Obito stepped out from the shadow behind Goju Yagura and carefully observed Konan's expression. I thought we had gotten along for so long and had reached a point where we could trust each other. Unexpectedly, the newcomers who joined later gained your trust. Advertisement. Obito's words made Konan frown slightly. She sensed the obvious temptation in Obito's words. At the same time, I also believed a little more in the Eye of the Moon plan that Shu Feng mentioned before. The sentiment of trust does not apply to us. The purpose of my visit this time is mainly to help you finalize your follow-up plans. After all, you don't have a contact ring, so it's inconvenient to recycle 3 tails. After hearing this, Obito stared at Konan. Conan looked at Obito expressionlessly as if his face was paralyzed. After a long while, Obito finally withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked towards the shadows. Follow me. Sand hidden village. The sand ladder pass at the entrance. Captain Yura, what's the reason for your sudden visit? Sunagaku, who was called Yura, did not reply, but moved closer and closer with a warm smile. Seeing Yura coming to him, guard Sunagaku was about to continue asking when he saw a cold light flashing through. Then he felt severe pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a kunai piercing his chest. The person who did it was none other than Captain Yura as he mentioned. Before guard Sunagaku could shout, Yura quickly covered his mouth with quick eyes and hands. The kunai that penetrated the chest in his hand stirred even more vigorously. Don't worry, just take a deep breath, dizziness is normal. It wasn't until the man in his hands could no longer take a deep breath that Yuliang threw him to the ground. Then the secret opened the pass. On the opposite side, Xie and Heiju walked over slowly. Is this the latent brain sand that can hide perfectly? Xie, you are really a scary guy. Ignoring Black Zetsu's praise, Shaw quickly came to Yura. I don't like waiting for people, and I don't like being waited for. You did a great job. First, he praised Yura, and then directly issued an order. Now that we have remembered everything, let's take us to where Jinchuriki is. Then you go and lure away the guarding Sunagaku, and arrange everything as a sign that Konoha will take action. Upon hearing this, Yura immediately turned around to lead the way, and quickly introduced Sunagaku's situation. Lord Scorpion, Jinchuriki is hated in the village, and is not liked by Kazekage. He even wants to kill him. So there is no guardian force around Jinchuriki. What you said about blaming Konoha is also a very good way to get out of trouble. Advertisement. The current 4th generation Kazekage is suffering from the lack of opportunities to fall out with Konoha. Your actions will prevent Kazekage from thoroughly investigating the truth behind Jinchuriki's disappearance. Hearing Yuliang's words, Shaw fell into rare silence. After a long time, he snorted coldly. This village is still as cold and numb as before. I really don't want to come back. After a while, the three of them came to an open space for children to rest and play. Yura pointed to the edge, where Gaara was sitting alone, looking longingly at the other children playing. The kid sitting alone over there is the current one-tailed Jinchuriki. There really are no ninjas to protect us. Scorpion glanced over and found that there were indeed no guarding ninjas around Gaara. Then he ordered to Yuliang, go and clear the place, so as not to cause too much trouble and be difficult to deal with. Yuliang nodded, and after using the transformation technique to change his appearance, he went over and drove away the ordinary people present. Gaara, who was alone, was also shrouded in shadow. He raised his head and looked blankly at the scorpion in front of him with his big eyes with thick dark circles. Scorpion didn't say much. The steel tail protruded from behind and wrapped around Gaara's young body. However, clang. Looking at the ninja who suddenly appeared in front of him, using chakra threads to control several hidden weapons, he flicked his tail spine away. Scorpio has some interest. Control a large number of weapons like a puppet. Boy, what is your relationship with that old woman Chio? The visitor didn't pay any attention to Scorpion's inquiry, but eagerly shouted to Gaara behind him. Master Gaara, run away quickly and find Master Kazekage. Gaara was so frightened at this moment that he stood motionless in place. Scorpion, his shouting seems to have attracted some unnecessary attention. If you have any questions, just capture him together. I'll deal with those guys who were attracted. Black Zetsu said as he quickly integrated his body into the ground. Xie also noticed some noises in the distance, and his tone was full of irritation. Forget it, let's get rid of you directly. Whoosh. The steel tail spike stabbed out again like lightning. The person quickly manipulated the weapon suspended around him to resist, and bounced the tail spine away again. Taking advantage of the other side to resist the tail thorn, Fei Liuhu's mouth suddenly dropped. Ultra-high-density poisonous needles and stingers are shot out. He immediately turned the person in front of him into a hornet's nest. At this moment, Gaara behind him finally reacted and screamed in grief. Yashimaru. Meanwhile, chakra riot from one tail. Chapter 88 on the verge of breaking out. Damn, this is really troublesome. Feeling the riot of one-tail chakra, Xie knew that the movement here might not be able to be hidden. Immediately, he no longer bothered to use Fei Liuhu to hide himself, and the main body ejected directly from it. He quickly pulled out the scroll behind him in midair, and summoned the 3rd generation Kazekage puppet when he landed. He must make a quick decision and try his best not to be discovered. But before Scorpion could take action, the rioting one-tail chakra on the opposite side suddenly froze. Then it rapidly decreases until it disappears. At the same time, Gaara on the opposite side rolled his eyes and fell down. On his exposed back was Baizetsu, who was holding a huge fist, like a mountain of flesh. Luckily I sucked him fast and knocked him unconscious, otherwise you and Heiju's mission would have failed. Seeing that it was Baiju, Xie immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although he hated that playful way of speaking, Shaw still thanked him a little. Thank you. After saying that, without giving Baiju a chance to say anything, he grabbed the unconscious Gaara on the ground and left. As for the matter that was framed for Konoha, he believed that Yura would handle it for him. Meanwhile on the other side, The Land of Thunder. The two-tailed Jinchuriki, played by Wooden Golem, was hanging unconsciously on the broken wall with an iron thorn piercing his hands. Beneath her, Fei Dan, with an iron thorn inserted into his chest, was lying flat in the sacrificial circle drawn with blood. He kept mumbling about greatness and evil gods. Finally, Kakuzu, who was already impatient, spoke. Newcomer, you'd better hurry up before I get angry. Hidan suddenly turned his head and shouted even more impatiently. What are you urging me to do? This is a great ceremony that I cannot hinder. The veins on Kakuzu's forehead throbbed, and he walked over and violently pulled out the iron thorn on Hidan's chest. Hidan, who didn't expect Kakuzu's sudden attack, covered his chest in pain and screamed. Ah, what are you doing suddenly? Do you know it hurts to pull me out so hard? Kakuzu didn't bother to pay attention to Hidan, and his wrist suddenly split open, revealing rapidly extending tentacles. I picked up the wooden golem hanging on the wall. Then he casually left some Konoha forehead protectors and ninja tools behind and left in the distance. Better hurry up before I'm interested in your heart. Advertisement. The call from Boss Pain has come from the ring. ... Phew, phew, phew. In a dark cave, 9 colorful black shadows appeared on Geto statue's fingertips one after another. As soon as he appeared, Scorpion's slightly angry question came over. Chief Pain, I said I don't like waiting, nor do I like being waited for. One-tailed Jinchuriki I have captured and called you long ago, why did you make me wait so long? Pain didn't reply, but Kakuzu answered quickly as if he was complaining. This is not because of Boss Pain, but because of the troublesome newcomer named Hidan. I had to complete his crappy ritual and wasted a lot of unnecessary time. Ha! Hidan on the side tilted his head and shouted in a very exaggerated tone, indicating that it was none of his business. This moment angered Scorpion. What do you mean by your attitude? Don't think that being immortal means you can be arrogant. I can still easily make you into a human puppet who can't speak and can only be manipulated. That's enough. Seeing that there was going to be a huge quarrel, Pain interrupted in time. Shao, this time it is indeed because I made you wait for a long time. I'm sorry. Hearing Pain's apology, Shia's anger decreased a lot and he nodded reluctantly. I hope Chief Pain can be on time next time. Pain did not reply, but looked around and continued. Okay, now I'll start by telling you about the completion of the mission. 4 tails Jinchuriki and 7 tails Jinchuriki, I have successfully captured them. As soon as Pain finished speaking, Scorpion took over. I caught 2 Jinchuriki in such a short period of time, no wonder I waited so long. We also successfully captured 1 tail Jinchuriki, leaving evidence about Konoha. Kakuzu spoke soon after. We just successfully captured the 2-tailed Jinchuriki. Hidan, who just didn't have a chance to explain, immediately added. My ritual didn't waste much time at all. It's the guy I'm partnering with who wastes time every time because he has to do some bounty mission. Kakuzu, who was disgraced, immediately turned his head angrily. UB ***************************************** D. Without giving the two a chance to argue, Deidara spoke. Advertisement. Sister Quan, do you say it or do I say it? Quan's words are concise and concise. You say. Deidara raised his head proudly. Our side successfully captured 6 tails Jinchuriki the day before yesterday. I didn't even need to use my artistic skills. Sister Quan's eye art instantly solved the battle. Everyone immediately looked at Quan, with fear in their eyes. Sharingan's Genjutsu. It's really a useful blood succession limit. In the end, the only ones left speechless were Kaiyofeng and Kisame. Kisame turned his head to look at Shufeng, and when he saw that Shufeng had no intention of speaking, he chuckled. Zufeng-san, it seems that we are the only ones who have not completed the capture of 8 tails. Pain spoke again. I told Shufeng not to do anything for the time being, and wait until other tailed beasts are captured before capturing them. After all, 8 tails Jinchuriki is very important to Raikage. Capturing it too early is not conducive to the subsequent development of the plan. So that's it. Kisame looked stunned and then confirmed. Kyufu-san and the others have arrived outside Kumogakure village where 8 tails Jinchuriki is located. When all the tailed beasts are sealed, we can start immediately. Pain nodded slightly when he heard this and said no more nonsense. Now that everything has been completed, let's start with the sealing of 4 tails Jinchuriki and 7 tails Jinchuriki on my side. The rest of the Jinchuriki, Baiju will arrive at your side one after another in these days and transport them to me. The sealing of the 5-tailed beasts took half a month. In the past half month, relying on the Konoha items left behind at the place where Jinchuriki disappeared. The 3 major ninja villages, plus the Kurigakure village controlled by Obito, are all accountable to Konoha. They planned to take a bite out of Konoha together. With so many villages launching an attack with evidence at the same time, even Konoha couldn't withstand it. The crime is definitely impossible and I dare not admit it. Therefore, we can only send people to each village to discuss compensation matters to delay time. And they could only agree to the fact that the ninjas from each village sent people to Konoha to conduct searches. Even if Konoha has shown weakness like this, the situation has still reached an irreversible level. It can be said that war is on the verge of breaking out. Now there is only one fuse left to detonate. And this fuse is now in the hands of Shufeng, who is outside Union Village and at the entrance of Yunlei Canyon. Chapter 89 Lama Ming and Lama Zuo. Zufeng sang, it should be here. Looking at the canyon composed of two towering peaks in the distance, Kisame reported to the virtual wind next to him. According to the information given by Baizetsu, Eight-Tails Jinchuriki does not usually live in Kumogakure village, but in this canyon. Shu Feng's expression did not change, but Naruto on the side was inexplicably excited. Rolling up the broad sleeves of the red cloud robe, his face was full of eagerness to try. Brother Zufeng, just take a good rest this time and let me do the fighting. After half a month of endless training in that broken cave, I have fully mastered Kurama's power. Just like this, Naruto's face was tense, and he clenched his fists with slight force. He pretended to be constipated when going to the toilet and exerted all his strength. Subsequently, a burst of golden chakra suddenly appeared out of thin air, covering Naruto's body like clothes. It's Nine Tails chakra mode. The tailed beast chakra is more condensed and powerful than the perfect Jinchuriki from the fourth generation. Seeing the changes in Naruto, Kisame's little eyes showed surprise. Especially the dangerous aura coming from Naruto's body made Kisame unable to hold back and grasp the Samahata muscle behind him. Naruto-chan, your progress really surprises me, a senior, Suddenly, the same shark's muscles held by Kisame began to stir restlessly. With crazy twisting, the bandages wrapped around his body burst open, revealing a big mouth full of sharp teeth. Like a hound that smelled a scent, it arched in Naruto's direction. Apparently he was deeply attracted by the pure Nine Tails chakra displayed by Naruto. If it weren't for Kisame's amazing arm strength, Samahata would have almost rushed out. In response, Shu Feng just glanced at the same shark in Kisame's hand. There was a faint blue lunar fire in his eyes. The huge pressure from the soul immediately silenced the restless Samahata, and he did not dare to move anymore. Then Shu Feng withdrew his gaze and praised Naruto. I mastered Nine Tails chakra mode in just over half a month. Naruto, it's very good and deserves praise. Hey hey hey. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grinned, very happy with Shu Feng's praise. Sudden call out. A sharper golden Nine Tails chakra suddenly broke away from Naruto's abdomen. Sasuke's unconvinced voice sounded, as soon as I mastered it, I couldn't wait to show off. The tail of the crane is the tail of the crane. It is the soul body of Sasuke who also opened the Nine Tails chakra. No, it should be the humanoid Nine Tails who shares the Nine Tails chakra now, Zo Lama. Advertisement. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke come out to cause trouble, Naruto immediately retorted unconvinced. A-hole, you stinky guy is the last person behind me, the last person behind me. In response to Naruto's rebuttal, Sasuke just looked at Naruto up and down with sideways eyes. Then he twitched the corner of his mouth and let out a mocking laugh. Oh, what do you mean? This scene made Naruto blush instantly. He raised his fist angrily and yelled at Sasuke. I want to duel you, I want to duel you, the B************* D who looks down on people. Sasuke didn't bother to pay attention to Naruto and turned towards Shu Feng. Brother Zufeng, I successfully mastered the power of Nine Tails several days earlier than Naruto. So just leave this battle to me. I will definitely not let you down. I will also prove to you that I am more qualified than that miserable guy who is living alone. Although he successfully took revenge on Itachi, Sasuke still longed to become stronger than Itachi and prove it again. Nine Tails also suddenly popped up from Naruto's abdomen, his face full of pride. Boy Shu Feng, these two little things have successfully communicated with me and completely mastered my chakra. With my power, it's more than enough to deal with that old guy Gyuki who only has 8 tails. Seeing Naruto, Sasuke, and Nine Tails with only one head emerging, they all looked full of fighting spirit. Shu Feng followed the current and agreed. Since you are so active, the task of capturing 8 tails will be left to you. And Kisame. Shu Feng turned his head. You also go over to help us in case the boat capsizes in the gutter. Would you like me to be a nanny? Kisame smiled indifferently upon hearing this. Although I don't really like this kind of mission, it's Shu Feng-san's order, and I will definitely accept it calmly. Only. Kisame turned his head and looked at the shadowy figures on the peaks on both sides of the canyon. These guardian ninjas arranged by Union Village will have to be troubled by Shu Feng-san to deal with them personally. Shu Feng had naturally noticed these Union ninjas guarding both sides of the canyon. The reason why he agreed with Naruto and Sasuke to deal with 8 tails was that he didn't trust others to deal with it. After all, getting Raikage to impulsively start a war for his brothers is an important part of Shu Feng's plan to start the 4 wars. Shu Feng naturally had to go and arrange this important part in person. Make sure that the attack and disappearance of 8 tails Jinchuriki can be completely settled on Konoha's head. There's no doubt, let's get started. Shu Feng took a step forward, and his body disappeared instantly. Advertisement. Naruto, Sasuke and Kisame saw this and quickly sped up to catch up. In Yunlei Canyon. This is Master Bai. He is powerful and invincible. The enemy is frightened and does not need your protection. Yo, yeah, bag ya road, huo luo ya road. Killer Bee sang and danced rup for which he had not practiced long enough. While gesturing towards the blonde beauty with big BBS in front of him. Well, the blonde beauty with big BBS is Killer Bee's disciple, Samyi. Seeing Killer Bee's expression, Samyi covered his face helplessly. Teacher, can you stop being such a stupid idiot? Forget it, just listen to Raikage-sama's order and don't leave this canyon. Recently, the Jinchuriki in each village have been attacked by Konoha and disappeared one after another. Now you are the only one left, so you must be careful. As for the awkward and ugly dance and the bullshit songs they sang, it's up to you. Okay, I'm going to join Karui, Omoi and the others to continue patrolling. After saying this, Killer Bee was not given a chance to reply. Sammy disappeared in one leap and quickly jumped up towards the bulge on the mountain. A-hole idiot. Uncle Bai, this is not nonsense singing, this is rap with a strong rhythm. Although Sammy had already left, Killer Bee still shouted unconvinced. But the shout was not answered by Samui. It was a violent roar coming from the mouth of the canyon. Boom. The inexplicable explosion caused the rocks at the mouth of the canyon to burst and dust and mist filled the air. Two bloodied Kumogakure flew out of the dust and smoke, and were caught firmly by Killer Bee one by one. Better than adults. Run away. The two Kumogakure who were caught said with difficulty that they should run away quickly, and then passed out. This scene made the expression on Killer Bee's face instantly fade. He raised his head solemnly and looked at the smoke filling the front. Call. Fierce winds blew. Two dazzling figures covered in gold emerged. The golden light is brilliant, confusing and amazing. Killer Bee's eyes widened as he rhymed out of habit. Nani. Tailed Beast Chakra. Chapter 90. It can be used without installing eyes. Boom. The explosion and battle in Yunlei Canyon were immediately discovered by Union on the cliffs on both sides. Explode. No, it's an enemy attack. Lord Killer Bee was attacked. A-hole. Sammy, who just ran up and joined Karui and Omoi. I also heard the explosion and quickly turned back to look down. At a glance, he saw the explosions that were constantly emerging, and the figures fighting in the smoke of the explosions. The Konoha ninja who caused the disappearance of many powerful Jinchuriki must be here. It's over, we're over. Omoi, holding a lollipop in his mouth, expressed his pessimistic remarks. But as soon as Omoi finished speaking, the furious Karui punched him in the head. Omoi, you stupid coward. How can other Jinchuriki compare to Hibi-sensei? Also, don't let me make other people's ambitions destroy your own prestige. Omoi wanted to talk back, but was interrupted by Sammy who woke up from the fright. Shut up, both of you. Now is not the time for you to quarrel, come with me to support Teacher Bai. Samui said while looking around. The Kumogakure ninjas around were stunned, which immediately made her furious. These damn fools. What are you doing standing still? Get moving immediately. Rescue. Everyone go down and rescue me. Sammy's shout immediately woke up all Kumogakure. Then he moved quickly and rushed towards the interior of the canyon below. Seeing everyone taking action, Sammy also gave instructions to Omoikarui beside him. Let's go down quickly now. Be careful when dealing with the enemy later, I don't want to collect the corpses of you two. Don't worry, we won't. Before he finished speaking, Karui suddenly froze on the spot with his eyes widened. Omoi opened his mouth so wide that the lollipop fell from his mouth. What's wrong with you two? What are you thinking about again? Karui's pupils shook, and he raised his fingers tremblingly and pointed downwards. That, over there, fire. Lots of fire. Omoi even retreated and fell to the ground. Dead, all dead. Fire, dead. Sammy, who had a premonition of something bad, averted his eyes and quickly looked back. Then she saw a shocking and terrifying scene. Fire. A burning fire. On the bare rocky cliffs, fires burned all over the mountains and plains. The fuel for these fires was the Kumogakure ninjas who rushed to the rescue just now. Now they all turned into balls of human-shaped flames, falling and burning among the rocks. Are you kidding me? This is impossible. How is this possible? With so many ninjas spread out so widely, how could they all be attacked by fire style? Genjutsu. This must be Genjutsu. Untie me. He pinched out the Genjutsu seal with both hands, and Sammy frantically activated the chakra to break the Genjutsu. However, no matter how hard she tried, it was of no use. Those burning human-shaped fireballs were still in her field of vision. Sammy didn't wait for the next step. She activated the chakra crazily and sensed the strange chakra coming from the soles of her feet. Without hesitation, Sammy immediately stepped back. It was also at this time that the surrounding temperature suddenly increased. 3 soaring flames rose from the feet of where Sammy had just stood, as well as from the directions on both sides. Wow! Omoi and Karui, who were unable to react, were instantly engulfed by the flames that soared into the sky. Then the miserable screams came from one left and one right at the same time. Fire! It's the fire just now. Advertisement. It's so hot and hurts. Save me, Captain, save me quickly. Omoi and Karui were just like the Kumogakure ninjas who rushed down. Without any warning or resistance, it turned into a ball of human-shaped flames. After rolling on the ground and howling miserably for a few words, he became completely silent. It was only then that Sammy finally reacted, screaming and pulling out his weapon in an attempt to put out the flames. Omoi, Karui. However, the temperature of the flames that can burn people to death in just 1 or 2 seconds can be imagined how high they are. Just getting a little closer, Sammy's skin was burned by the high temperature. What is this fire style that appears inexplicably from under my feet? Who else can unleash this terrifying fire style besides Konoha, who was good at fire style? Being able to kill so many Jinchuriki must be due to this inexplicably terrifying fire style. Everyone has died, I can't die in vain. You must go back alive and report everything to Raikage-sama. Teacher Bai, you must hold on. Sammy, who quickly calmed down, gritted his teeth and turned around, planning to go back and fetch reinforcements. Just as Sammy turned around, a deep male voice sounded in Sammy's ears. Oh, one of them actually survived. You're lucky. You still have Jonan's strength. It's just you. Who is it? This close voice made Sammy furious. Turning around towards the source of the sound, he swung out the long sword with lightning style attached to his hand. Cloud flow, instant slash. Swish, swish, swish. The lightning style sword struck 3 times like lightning, creating a Z shape. However, the feeling of cutting was not felt. On the contrary, Sammy's field of vision was covered by a pair of huge blood-red eyes with complex patterns. It's none other than Mangekyo Sharingan. In front of Sammy, there was Shu Feng, who had 3 flame gaps cut out of his body. Looking at Sammy, who had completely fallen into Tsukuyomi and lost all self-awareness, Shu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Although it takes time to prepare and cannot be activated instantly, it is not bad overall. At least you don't need to replace your own body tissue with someone else's. In midair beside Shu Feng, Itachi's Tsukuyomi Mangekyo exudes bursts of orange-red pupil power, and is suspended by the Taiyan Hellfire. Just like Itachi asked Crow to use distinguished heavenly gods, Shu Feng also tried to use Taiyan Hellfire, the Soul Fire, to drive Tsukuyomi. Unexpectedly, this attempt was actually successful. With the assistance of this powerful genjutsu, this shit basin is firmly tied to Konoha. Thinking of this, Shu Feng raised a smile on his lips. At the same time, opposite, the sound of temptation sounded from the bottom of Sammy's heart. The ninja who took action came from Konoha, you saw it with your own eyes. Take this important information, go back and give it to Raikage. Along with the sound, the scene of Konoha ninja attacking Killer Bee also unfolded before Samui's eyes. It filled up Samui's memory of not seeing the exact picture. Catching the flames rising under his feet, Sammy and Tsukuyomi began to turn around and run away. Samui in reality also turned around and ran away quickly under the control of Genjutsu. Until after running a certain distance, Genjutsu and reality overlap, and Samui wakes up. At the moment, she only has the images shown in Genjutsu in her mind. He immediately gritted his teeth and quickened his pace with hatred on his face. Damn Konoha, Kumo Hidden Village and Raikage-sama will not let you go. Howl, boom. Killer Bee, who has completely transformed into 8 tails, howls miserably while rapidly releasing the tailed beast jade. It's a pity that none of these tailed beast jades were hit. They were all shot away by Naruto and Sasuke using the big hands of chakra condensed by Nine Tails Chuck. The cliffs on both sides were blown up and shook. A large number of rocks collapsed. Oh, no. His attack failed again, and the Killer Bee transformed into 8 tails covered his face and howled. Evil boy, mean boy, shark boy. Uncle Bai will fight with you. Advertisement. Quickly swinging the 3 remaining tentacles on its lower body, 8 tails' huge body rushed forward. At the same time, the huge fist was waving wildly forward. The ground shook violently like an earthquake. Countless rubble and smoke spread into the air. Are you going to fight to the death? Kisame, who was naked to the waist, picked up the same muscles that had swollen and enlarged after swallowing a large amount of 8 tails chakra, and rushed towards him. Little Naruto, little Sasuke, let's give him the final blow together and completely fulfill Kyophase-san's instructions. No problem. Look at me. Sasuke and Naruto once again condensed huge golden chakra palms on their left and right. And in the palm of his hand, a purple-black tailed beast jade with a dangerous aura condensed out. Throw it at the 8 tails transformed Killer Bee that is charging forward. The tailed beast jade can be shot away by Naruto Sasuke, and naturally it can also be shot away by Killer Bee transformed into 8 tails. It was only Killer Bee who raised his hand to slap the tailed beast jade away. His body suddenly dwarfed, then shrank slightly, and he fell forward with an unstable center of gravity. It was Kisame who had already rushed to his feet. At this moment, Kisame has merged with Samehasaki and become a shark man with sharp shark fins. With just a few dives and swings, the remaining 3 tentacles of 8 tails were cut off. It also absorbed a lot of 8 tails chakra, forming a thick-tailed beast coat around the body. Howl, you bastards rotten eggs. Uncle Bai will not let you go even if he is a ghost. Unstoppable, Killer Bee could only watch as the tailed beast jade exploded on him. His huge body was torn apart and he fell to the ground. Seeing the huge body of 8 tails fall, Naruto from behind immediately cheered excitedly. Yeah, we won. We will no longer hold back Brother Zufeng, and we can realize our dreams together with Brother Zufeng. Sasuke couldn't hide the excitement on his lips. But when he saw Naruto on the side, he immediately recovered and put on a calm appearance. Huh, you idiots who are so complacent, we are still far behind Brother Zufeng. You are indeed still far behind. Shu Feng, dragging a huge tentacle, came from a distance. Ah, Naruto was quite unconvinced after hearing Shu Feng's words. Brother Zufeng, you are so shameless. Even though we all defeated that 8 tails, you still don't praise us. Although Sasuke didn't agree aloud, there was a look of approval on his face. This is. Behind him, Kisame, who was dragging the huge body of 8 tails, looked at the huge tentacle in Zufeng's hand and realized something. Zufeng-san, we were almost deceived by this guy. Fortunately, you are here. After hearing Kisami's words, Naruto was very confused. What was cheated on? Uncle Shark Face, what are you talking about? Kisame didn't reply, just looked at Shu Feng. Shu Feng shook the octopus tentacles on his hands and said, should you change back on your own, or should I make you change back? The octopus tentacles were motionless. Seeing this, Shu Feng stopped talking nonsense and directly activated the Judgment Karma Fire. Wow! Under the blood-red flames, the octopus tentacles immediately turned into Killer Bee, howling miserably. Whoa! What is this? Stop it! Uncle Bai has given up, don't burn Uncle Bai anymore. He ignored Killer Bee's begging for mercy and even increased his output. It wasn't until Killer Bee's body was burned that most of his body passed out and he fainted, then Shu Feng withdrew the Judgment Karma Fire. Ah! This tentacle is real. After realizing it, Naruto exclaimed in surprise, then turned his head to look at the huge Eight Tails body. Then what happened to this big guy? The words are not finished yet. Bang! Eight Tails' body suddenly exploded with a burst of smoke, and finally turned into an octopus tentacle. Looking at the familiar figure that suddenly appeared in the smoke, Shu Feng was stunned for a moment. It was also the time when Shu Feng was stunned. A very familiar voice came over. Reincarnation from Dirty Soil, Chapter 91 Orochi Weasel. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by that filthy sound, he was reincarnated. In the smoke and dust, 4 upright coffins suddenly rose from the ground. Then the coffin board opened automatically and fell heavily to the ground. Boom. Reincarnation in the dirt. Looking at the gradually dispersing smoke and dust, Shu Feng narrowed his eyes and raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. It's really an unexpected development. Sasuke on the side also changed his expression suddenly as the smoke and dust dissipated. The original joy and complacency of defeating the enemy disappeared. At this moment, it turned into anger and ferocity, roaring out. 1. Fight. 7. In the half-dispersed smoke and dust, behind 3 open coffins. Wearing a thick purple knotted Orochimaru costume, Itachi has a perfect 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eyes. He was standing there with a painful and complicated expression. Sasuke. Just after calling Sasuke's name, Itachi suddenly covered the right side of his face. Under those fingers, there is purple eye shadow that spreads to the wings of the nose, and the right eye becomes narrow and long. Sasuke on the other side didn't care about the changes in Itachi. Sasuke only cares about Itachi. Why doesn't he live a miserable life like a dog to atone for Uchiha's sins? You damn shameless B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** let me rot, and you still dare to keep looking for me. Now I have changed my mind and I will personally kill you, this crazy traitor. Sasuke was so angry that he crushed the ground and rushed towards Itachi like lightning. He. Itachi didn't move on the spot, but let out a hoarse and low laugh, like the neighing of a lion majesty. Just when Sasuke was about to rush in front of Itachi, the golden hand formed by Nine Tails chakra was about to grab Itachi. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 extremely fast figures rushed out of the 4 coffins in front of Itachi and attacked Sasuke. The bullets are shot out in a mass, and can penetrate the solid ground with water droplets with dark holes. A huge cylindrical light beam that emits dazzling light and annihilates all matter in its path, just like laser barriers. It is made up of countless fine sand like sand iron, which is like a continuous wave of sand and iron fine needles. And a finger wrapped in dazzling thunder, with knotted muscles, causing ripples to pierce the air. What's this? Advertisement. Sasuke didn't want to pay attention at first. Until the Nine Tails chakra that enveloped the whole body was easily penetrated by the water droplets from the first attack. Sasuke had to stop attacking Itachi and dodge quickly. It was only at this moment that it was too late to dodge. The second attack of dazzling barriers completely hit half of Sasuke's body. In an instant, the Nine Tails chakra on Sasuke began to disappear at an alarming speed. Sasuke's entire body also began to flicker, as if it would break in the next second. Sasuke. Naruto reacted instantly when he saw this scene. Then without thinking, he rushed out and went to the rescue. Nine Tails, who had a head drilled out of Naruto's abdomen, also shouted with a solemn expression. Naruto brat, come closer quickly, don't let the chakra I share be consumed. Otherwise, that kid Sasuke's soul will leave this real world completely. Sasuke's soul is leaving. Upon hearing this bad news, Naruto's speed increased again. Sasuke, who was unable to dodge in front, also received the third attack. The whole body is like a hedgehog, covered with densely packed iron needles. Only a thin layer of the golden Nine Tails chakra remains. Looking at the fourth attack, the thunderous fingers that tear the air are about to stab. Sasuke looked unwilling and desperate. However, don't come near Sasuke. Tailed Beast Jade. A big golden chakra hand holding a small tailed beast jade struck the owner who stabbed the finger hard. Just beat that man upside down and fly away. The small purple-tailed beast jade followed the man and flew hundreds of meters, and finally exploded. Boom. The soaring fire and raging energy covered hundreds of meters in the distance, forming a huge semicircular fireball. However, without the support of subsequent energy, the fireball quickly dissipated, leaving a large crater in place. But in the big pit, the figure who was hit head-on by the small-tailed beast jade came out unharmed. It's okay. Kurama, why is your tailed beast Dama weak again? Upon hearing Naruto's question, Ninetales suddenly became angry. Before it could curse, Sasuke, who had reacted and was saved, quickly came over. He slapped Ninetales on the head unceremoniously. Advertisement. Ninetales, give me chakra quickly, I will kill that B*************** D myself. Naruto's questioning and Sasuke's rudeness made Ninetales just want to curse. You two brats, I. Still not letting Ninetales finish his words, Itachi on the other side spoke. No, it's not quite accurate to say it's Itachi. It should be said that it's Orochimaru who has taken over Itachi's body. He. After beating the Seven Lords, it seems that the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth needs some more adjustments. These guys are completely disobedient and don't use all their strength in their attacks. They are completely unable to let your brother's soul rest in peace. Shut up. This time it was Itachi's voice that sounded. Orochimaru, I will not completely hand over my body to you unless I successfully free Sasuke's soul. Itachi, you seem to have made a mistake. Itachi's right eye, covered with purple eyeshadow, turned to look to the left, full of malice. The initiative over your body is never in your hands. If it weren't for the terrifying blood-red flames that burn your soul, I would have swallowed you up long ago. As he said that, Orochimaru looked at Shu Feng across from him in the distance. So the purpose of my visit this time is not Sasuke, but the dangerous guy opposite. Uchiha Virtual Wind. Seeing Itachi talking to himself, he made two sounds. Shu Feng knew what happened without even thinking. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Orochimaru. Since you are here to find me, it would be quite rude to use Shadow Clone. Almost as soon as Shu Feng appeared, Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed and he retreated. If it hadn't taken over Itachi's body, he would have installed a pair of Sharingan on Itachi. Orochimaru couldn't even react to the speed of Shu Feng's 1000 points of taijutsu. The second Mizukage, second Tsuchikage, third Raikage and third generation Kazekage were reincarnated from the dirt on the side. When Orochimaru retreated, they all shot at Shu Feng. At the same time Orochimaru's urgent threatening voice came. Uchiha Zufeng, as long as you lift the flames that burn Itachi's soul, I will take them away immediately. Orochimaru's only response was a chuckle from Kyophase. I hate being threatened the most. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 blood-red fires of judgment karma suddenly rose up. Then the 4 shadows reincarnated from the filthy earth and even Orochimaru's movements were stagnant. Then a shrill howl came from their mouths. Chapter 92 Furious Eye. Ah, what the hell is this? Why do we, the dead, feel such intense pain? Mizukage Tsuchikage and Kazekage, who were reincarnated in the dirty soil, both screamed in agony regardless of their status. Only Raikage grinned in pain and laughed heartily. Ha, it's so refreshing, the flames are so domineering, they actually allow me to enjoy such intense pain even though I'm dead and unconscious. Boy, if I can still exert my peak strength when I was alive, I will crush your bones with my own hands. Ha. The big snake Itachi on the other side was even more unbearable at the moment. His body was unsteady and he knelt down with his hands on the ground, his facial features twisted together and he gasped for air. Such severe pain did not dissipate in my clone. It really works on the soul. Shu Feng. Orochimaru suddenly raised his head and gave a ferocious smile. I have already discovered the secret of your flame, and I will come back to find you later. You talk too much. Kyophase didn't bother to listen to Orochimaru's self-righteous remarks. He has successfully given Orochimaru the soul fragment on this chakra, attaching it to the fire of judgment that cannot be dispelled. So I let go of the restrictions of the judgment karma fire without hesitation. Wow. The blood-red flames suddenly surged several times. The still laughing Orochimaru shadow clone was destroyed in an instant. Seeing the Orochimaru shadow clone disappear, second Mizukage, who had a mustache, immediately shouted loudly. Powerful young man, please stop the flames. We are also controlled by others and can't help ourselves. We don't want to be your enemy at all. Second Tsuchikage and third generation Kazekage echoed. That's right, we can't control ourselves at all. It's all because of that snake-like guy. These shadows from the dirty soil could have relied on their powerful souls to forcefully break away from the incomplete reincarnation of the dirty soil. It was just that they suddenly woke up from the empty sleep of death and wanted to play, so they didn't break away. As a result, I didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying flame that attacks the soul. As a result, they have no strength to break free from the filthy earth and reincarnate. We can only let the flames slowly burn away their souls. Boy, don't listen to their nonsense. Third Raikage unceremoniously demolished. Advertisement. It can only be controlled by us dead old guys half-heartedly. It's our own fault that what's happened now is our own fault. We can kill or hack them as you please. Upon hearing Third Raikage's words, the other shadows immediately glared. If they hadn't been in so much pain that they couldn't control the dirt body, they would have fought Raikage to the death. Okay, you all go back to the Pure Land. The fire of judgment karma destroyed the body of filthy earth and was taken back by Shu Feng. Feeling the pain disappearing from their souls, the 4 shadows were afraid that Shu Feng would regret it, so they quickly ascended to heaven and returned to the Pure Land. Even the third Raikage who just said he was at his mercy. In this regard, Shu Feng showed no expression at all. The virtual genjutsu world that Shu Feng intends to build later requires the entry of a large number of self-aware souls to become more real. Therefore, every time the judgment karma fire is used, a lot of it is retained, without directly burning the opponent's soul. Including this time. Otherwise, with all his strength, these evil shadows that came out of the dirt to kill would have been burned away long ago. Shaking his head, Kaiyofeng waved towards Kisame and turned around. The delay is too long, take 8 tails and let's go. The country of fields. In the underground base Orochimaru just established. Ah, damn it, this flame, why did this flame come back together with Shadow Clone's information? Compared to Orochimaru's howl, Itachi, who experienced this kind of bone-shattering pain every day and was completely numb, had a very steady voice. Orochimaru, is this level of pain already unbearable for you? If this is the case, you will never be able to defeat Shu Feng and control my body. Weasel. Enraged, Orochimaru began to smash everything he could get his hands on. After the things were smashed, he started smashing the wall with his hands and even hit his head against the wall. However, in time the bones shattered and blood flowed freely. He couldn't let the pain in his soul, which was like countless ants gnawing and countless long needles piercing it, diminish at all. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Damn B asterisk 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 D. Ah. Hearing the yelling, smashing of things and howling in pain in the room, Kabuto Yakushi waited quietly outside. It wasn't until Kabuto's legs were sore and his stomach was so hungry that the movement in the room stopped. Orochimaru's hoarse, powerless cry was also heard. Advertisement. Pocket. Kabuto quickly opened the door and entered. Upon entering, he saw Orochimaru with twisted limbs, disheveled hair, face covered in blood, face as white as paper, and face twisted like a demon. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto just glanced at it and quickly lowered his head to calm his racing heart. Orochimaru's appearance really scared him. Seeing Kabuto's reaction, Orochimaru's scarlet Sharingan emerged, staring at Kabuto coldly like a lion majesty. Kabuto seemed to sense something, a chill ran down his spine, and his head bowed deeper and more respectfully. After a long time, the snake couldn't hold back the pain and cried out in pain again, and then roared at Kabuto. Go get me all the research on souls and the secrets of ninjutsu. Let everyone go out to look for traces of Tsunade. Yes. Kabuto responded quickly, then turned around and left as if running away. Seeing Kabuto leaving, Orochimaru hit his head against the wall again, making a cracking sound as his bones shattered. Uchiha Zufeng, you forced me to do this. If even Tsunade can't help it, I won't let you do whatever you want to accomplish, no. Outside Union Village, Yunlei Canyon, Shu Feng and others had just left for about 10 minutes. A bolt of dark blue thunder fell into the canyon that had been turned into ruins at an extremely fast speed. A big crater was made in the ground of the canyon, and the ground trembled slightly. It is fourth Raikage, who landed on the ground, looked at the tragic scene in Yunlei Canyon and roared violently. Damn Konoha, I won't let you go. Bye, my brother, you wait for me, dead or alive, I will definitely find you and avenge you. Master Raikage, please don't be impulsive. I's secretary, Mabuyi, started persuading her as soon as she came here. Whether it was Konoha's fault or not cannot be confirmed based on Samui's words alone. A thorough investigation is required to confirm. I turned his head sharply, his brows and hair raised up showing his anger. Then check it for me. Let all ninjas go to Konoha to investigate. Konoha dares to stop and refuse, then let me start a war directly. My brother cannot die in vain, and I, Kumogakure, will never abandon any ninja. Chapter 93 Konoha suffered another disaster. One day later. Outside Konoha village, looking at the familiar village in the distance, Shu Feng's face showed no nostalgia and no emotion. After all, everything like this was caused by the village in the distance. Shu Feng sang. Kisami's voice came from behind. After watching it for so long, it seems that you have a very deep affection for this village. Shu Feng didn't say anything, but Naruto on the side was very unhappy. We don't have any deep feelings. Most of the village is full of bad people, and only a few people like Uncle Yil are good people. In this village with so many bad people, they shouldn't be allowed to join the new world we created. Under the influence of Shu Feng, Naruto no longer had any virgin heart. The current Naruto only knows how to avenge and repay any grudges. I don't know how to forgive you. Regarding Naruto's somewhat childish words, Kisame just smiled and did not answer. Shu Feng in front just stood there quietly. It wasn't until a huge pitcher plant poked its head out from the ground that he looked away. Master Zufeng, Kumogakure's ninjas have been released by the border, and they are all heading this way. And there's a lot of great news. Great news. Shu Feng turned around and looked at Baiju calmly. Being stared at by Shu Feng, Baiju, who originally wanted to give up, suddenly felt more pressure. He didn't dare to show off immediately and hurried to Kaido honestly. The leading ninja is the fourth Raikage. There are also a large number of Kumogakure ninjas gathered at the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. Under the control of A-Fei, Kurigakure also successfully dispatched a large number of ninjas to the border. More importantly, this big movement of gathering troops also attracted the attention of Iwagakure and Sunagakure ninjas. They also started to gather a large number of ninjas to the border, and they are really going to fight. After hearing this news, the expression on Xu Feng's face finally changed, and a faint smile appeared. Now that the stage has been set up, let's start performing on the stage. Xu Feng stretched out his hand, and the blue lunar fire rose up. It also contains two lifelike Mangekyo Sharingan. Kisame. When Xu Feng called out his name, Kisame immediately carried Killer Bee, who was still unconscious, to Xu Feng. In Xu Feng's hand, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Taiyanmingha immediately turned his eyes flexibly and looked at Killer Bee. Looking at the Eight Tails Gyuki inside Killer Bee. Advertisement. Eight Tails Gyuki screamed as he realized something. Wait a minute, I have agreed to participate in your plan, you can't control me. Eight Tails Gyuki's scream immediately drew Nine Tails out, and its head emerged from Naruto's abdomen. Hey, Gyuki, do you really think this chakra is just for show? I could clearly sense the moment of malice that flashed when you agreed. After being discovered, Eight Tails Gyuki immediately cursed angrily. Nine Tails, Kurama, you be d who cheated tailed beasts. If Bai dies, I will not forgive you, never. Along with the red light emitted by Mangekyo, Eight Tails Gyuki's voice became smaller and smaller. Until the end, those wide eyes were completely covered with blood-red Mangekyo. Turned into a huge puppet controlled by Xu Feng. Turning his hand to withdraw the Taiyanmingha, Xu Feng gave a calm order. Let's start. Use your tentacle clone. The controlled Gyuki immediately took over Killer Bee's body. Then he raised his hand and turned into a huge tentacle, which finally broke apart. The next moment, howl, a huge bull-headed octopus as big as a mountain rose into the sky and landed at the door of Konoha. A roar that exploded like thunder resounded throughout the world. Damn Konoha, dare to attack us. I'm going to kill you. Fists as huge as mountains fell like raindrops. Just smash the door of Konoha to pieces. After that, he quickly raised his head and opened his mouth without stopping, and the black and purple tailed beast Jade quickly condensed. The huge movement at the gate naturally attracted the attention of all Konoha ninjas. I also saw the huge body of Eight Tails and the very familiar tailed beast Jade. Without hesitation, all the ninjas rushed over desperately. At the same time, a huge toad holding a pipe fell from the sky and hit Gyuki. It's Jiraiya's psychic Gamabunta. Stop it. Gamabunta, who was stepping on Gyuki, pressed hard on Gyuki's bull head, trying to interrupt the release of the tailed beast. Unfortunately, it's still a step too late. The condensed tailed beast Jade was spit out by Gyuki. It smashed all the buildings along the way and rushed towards the center of Konoha village. At last, advertisement. Boom. The explosion flames soaring into the sky formed a huge semicircle. The shock wave generated by the explosion even blew to Xu Feng outside the village. Xu Feng's red cloud robe blew loudly. After watching the scene of the explosion in the center of Konoha, Xu Feng stopped watching. Instead, he turned around and greeted Naruto and Kisame. Okay, it's time to go. Pen is still waiting for us to carry out the final seal. Hearing Xu Feng's words, the excited Naruto quickly looked away and turned to follow. Kisame also glanced sideways, seeing blue thunder faintly flashing in the distance. Then he smiled and used his shark muscles to pick up the controlled Killer Bee, then turned around and followed him. As Xu Feng and his group left, Ai's terrifying roar sounded. Compare. Damn Konoha, it really is you. Everyone, attack Konoha with all your strength. Here comes a duck neck, thunder me explosive bomb. ... Inside the sealed cave, following Xu Feng and others walked in slowly. On Geto statue's finger, everyone in the Akatsuki who had been waiting for a long time looked over. Although he waited for a long time, even Scorpio, who disliked waiting for others, didn't say anything. After all, the strength Xu Feng showed and the means to stir up the turmoil in the ninja world were beyond their imagination. It was the first time that Pain saw these thornheads being so quiet. Pain was very surprised. But he didn't say anything, he just asked Shang Zufeng. Zufeng, have you succeeded? He nodded towards Pain who asked. Xu Feng stood on his free finger in an instant. Success. Let's start. After receiving an affirmative answer, Pain's unwavering samsara eyes showed obvious joy. His long-cherished wish is finally coming true. The world Yahiko has been waiting for is finally coming. Suppressing his excitement, Pain began to use the magic dragon 9 bands. It was also at this time that the long-lost voice of the system came to Xu Feng's mind. 4 major ninja villages joined forces to attack Konoha village and successfully start the 4th Ninja War. Get a tribute point gift pack 1 to 500 x1. Open black lens bracket, turn it on. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 94 King Kong Blockade. Turn it on for me. Xu Feng chose to turn it on without hesitation. Open black lens bracket, open successfully. Close black lens bracket. Get attribute points plus 400. Current free attribute points 550. Looking at the 550 attribute points on the panel, Xu Feng did not add them immediately. After glancing at Naruto who was dazed in the cave below, he closed the system panel. Concentrate on entering chakra towards the ring on your finger. Although Xu Feng's sudden glance at Naruto was very inconspicuous. But it was still clearly seen by Pain, who had been paying attention to Xu Feng. His lips moved slightly, and Pain's deliberately lowered voice came out. Zufeng, for the dream we are about to achieve, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Besides, according to the plan, everything in the future won't be so bad, right? Pain hid his words while his eyes swept over Heiju intentionally or unintentionally. Shu Feng naturally understood this obvious hint. He chuckled and shook his head, using his normal voice Kaido. Don't worry, I'm not as indecisive as you think. And Naruto is also ready to sacrifice himself, you don't have to worry about that. In the quiet cave, even ordinary sounds can be heard by everyone. This also includes Naruto, who was in a daze below, his consciousness immersed in the sealed space and arguing with Sasuke Nine Tails. Naruto, who withdrew his attention from the sealed space, quickly waved his fist and nodded. Brother Zufeng is right, I am mentally prepared to sacrifice. Kurama will also take the initiative to enter the big statue later, so you don't have to work hard to draw it. Shu Feng and Naruto's frankness made Pain completely unable to deal with him. However, Pain quickly regained his composure and spoke to Naruto with complicated eyes. Naruto, you are a true ninja worthy of respect. Compared to those people in Konoha, and even my teachers, you are the one who truly inherited the will of fire. Being praised by Pain, Naruto touched his head and smiled sheepishly. Hey. Listening to everyone's conversation and Naruto's appearance, Hidan was completely confused. What the hell are you talking about? Why can't I understand it at all? Are you going to start some sacrificial ritual with this brat? Deidara explained enthusiastically. It's like this 8 tails Jinchuriki, to extract the 9 tails sealed in Naruto's body, huh? Advertisement. Kakuzu on the side snorted disdainfully. Humph, he's just a brainwashed idiot. Scorpion didn't agree with Kakuzu's words at all. You're the one who's the idiot, Kakuzu. This Jinchuriki kid is very interesting and good. He has kept his promise with Shu Feng. Upon being refuted, Kakuzu immediately became angry. Scorpion, do you want to die? I don't mind helping you and turning you into an immovable puppet. Scorpio tilted his head slightly with a disdainful expression. I wouldn't mind adding another antique to my collection. Okay. Seeing that the argument was about to get angry, Pain interrupted the two of them. Concentrate on typing chakra and finish processing the 8 tails quickly. The remaining 9 tails are still waiting. When the 9 tails are extracted, the whole world will fall into our hands and into Akatsuki's hands. When the time comes, whatever you want, you will be able to achieve it successfully. HMPH. X2. Scorpion and Kakuzu looked away and stopped arguing. Heizetsu, who often interrupted in the past, was unusually silent today. Because he clearly sensed the defense from Pain. You don't need to think about it to know that Pain or Nagato has learned everything from Shu Feng and has begun to escape their control. During the quarrel, no one paid attention to him. In the distance, the other half of Black Ju's body, White Ju, quietly separated and merged into the ground. Right next to Black Zetsu, Kakuzu, who had just stopped arguing with Shaw, turned his head as if feeling something. Seeing Kakuzu looking at him, Heizetsu asked Kakuzu without changing his expression. What's wrong? Kakuzu felt like something was missing from Black Zetsu, but he couldn't remember what was missing. He had to shake his head. Nothing. Outside Konoha village on the other side. After issuing the order for the Kurigakure ninja to cooperate with the Kumogakure ninja to attack Konoha, Goju Yagura. After leaving a shadow clone in charge, the main body quietly left. Together with Obito, who secretly controls all this, we head towards the Hidden Rain village. All the other tailed beasts have been captured, except for the 3 tails controlled by Obito. Now the attack order has been issued, and the war has been successfully started. Obito no longer needs to control Yagura, but needs to bring back the 3 tails in Yagura's body and extract it. Just arrived at the border of Rain Kingdom. Obito was stopped by Zetsu, who had been guarding here for a long time. Advertisement. Obito, Black Zetsu asked me to tell you some bad news. Bad news. Obito stopped and frowned. This obviously much mature Baiju didn't show off, he nodded and said directly. Yes, it is now confirmed that Nagato and the others learned about the Eye of the Moon plan from Shu Feng. And it has begun to get out of control, and it has begun to take strict precautions and even be vigilant against us. According to Black Zetsu's observations, Nagato seems to have reached a consensus with Kaiofeng and has an unknown plan in private. In short, compared to us, Nagato trusts Shu Feng more now, and even regards Shu Feng as a true partner. The more he listened to Zetsu's words, the deeper Obito's brows furrowed. Just a hint of unnoticeable joy flashed deep in his eyes. Of course, this joy soon disappeared, leaving only an obvious solemn frown. If this is the case, Nagato will not resurrect Madara honestly. It won't give us the opportunity to get close to sneak attack and finally control him to use reincarnation. Baiju nodded in agreement. So Heiju asked me to tell you this news and ask you if you need to change our plan. After all, these last 3 tails are now in our hands. Yulin's real world is right in front of you, and it's impossible for Obito to take 3 tails away and hide it. So he shook his head decisively. No, 3 tails will still be sent as planned. But it's not me who will send it there, but you who will send it there. I need to find other help. That and Shu Feng have the natural power to resolve hatred. 4 days passed. Inside the cave where sealing is being carried out. The three tails chakra was completely withdrawn from Gotochibana Yagura's body, which was suspended in midair. Finally, it crashed next to the lifeless killer bee. Once the 8 tails have been drawn, only 9 tails is left. Naruto, who was being watched by many eyes, also understood that it was his turn. He immediately stepped forward with his head held high. 9 tails chakra was released as if it was free of charge, and rushed towards the ghetto statue. And pain also gave Naruto enough respect. Instead of using the fantasy dragon 9 tails chakra to forcefully extract it, the ghetto statue was manipulated to open its mouth and actively receive the 9 tails chakra. It's just that no one expected that several golden chains would suddenly burst out from the 9 tails chakra that was being outputted properly. Not to mention cutting off the output 9 tails chakra. He also led Naruto out of the cave as fast as a spider. This is King Kong Blockade. Chapter 95. Kushina finally appears. King Kong Blockade. After hearing Xu Feng's words, Pain immediately turned his head and looked at Xu Feng. Xu Feng, it seems you know what's going on. Xu Feng's expression didn't change at all, and he explained calmly. It's just the remaining chakra of the previous Jinchuriki. I originally thought she had disappeared with the chakra of the 4th Hokage, but I didn't expect that she was just hiding. So that's it. Pain nodded slightly and continued to ask. Is this troublesome? If it's troublesome, I can come over and help you deal with it. Xu Feng chuckled and shook his head. It's just a trivial incident. Naruto can solve it on his own. Now everyone, please rest for a while. Other side. Naruto was blocked by King Kong and was running wildly. He was dancing and shouting in panic. Hua! Kurama, are you going to regret it and run away? Stop quickly and put me down. Being slandered by Naruto, Nine Tails was so angry that he suddenly had a brain hemorrhage. Ignoring Kushina who was beating it violently in the sealed space, she stuck out her fox head and cursed loudly. Damn fish-lipped B**************** D, idiot, brainless brat. Can't you see that this is not my power, but my power to escape with you? I'm really PD off, you stupid. Before Nine Tails could finish cursing, clattering chains quickly emerged from Naruto's abdomen. He strangled Nine Tails' head unceremoniously and pulled Nine Tails back into the sealed space like a dead dog. Nine Tails also shouted angrily. Ju, Shin, Nai. Kushina. Naruto scratched his head in confusion, and then his consciousness quickly immersed himself in the sealed space. Then Naruto saw Nine Tails, who was bound by chains and had the character, Quan, lying on his back. And Sasuke, whose face was bruised and swollen, was being stepped on by a woman with flying red hair. It's Kushina in a furious 1v2. Kurama, Sasuke. Naruto's voice immediately made Kushina, who had red hair flying, pause on the spot. The originally angry expression also became complicated and timid at this moment. Kushina wanted to turn around and rush to hug Naruto, but she was afraid to do so. Advertisement. I can only bite my lips and start to mentally build up. While Kushina was doing some psychological construction, Naruto was inexplicably not afraid of Kushina. On the contrary, she really wanted to get close to Kushina, who showed her ferocious side. However, this idea was quickly eliminated by the humiliation of Nine Tails being tied up, and the shouts of Sasuke, who was trampled and bruised. Naruto, you little b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** doing, you stupid idiot? Get out and go find brother Zufeng. The two shouts immediately made Naruto angry, and he rushed over with a roar. Ah, damn monster old witch, let go of Kurama and Sasuke. Ming. Kushina, who had just finished her mental preparation, turned around and gave Naruto a gentle smile. Directly petrified on the spot. Then the expression on his face cracked a little bit. Until it finally turned into a face twitching with uncontrollable anger. Monster. Old witch. He. Under Kushina's extremely angry aura, the diamond chains were flying in the air one by one like Kushina's red hair. Naruto, who was rushing over, saw this scene and his alarm bells rang in his heart. Especially Kushina's expression made his back shiver and sweat break out on his forehead. He braked suddenly, trying to turn around and run away. It's just that it's too late now. Naruto, is this the attitude you had when you and your mother met me for the first time? Whoosh whoosh. Along with Kushina's roar, the diamond chains shot out like arrows from the string. It only took a second to catch up with Naruto, who had just turned around and hadn't even taken 2 steps. Wrapping up Naruto like 9 tails, he quickly led him in the direction of Kushina. Ooh, Naruto screamed out as he felt being restrained and pulled, and had no time to think about Kushina's words. At the same time, looking at Kushina getting closer and closer, she was so scared that she closed her eyes. However, the expected pain of being beaten did not come. Instead, the chains on his body were loosened, and he was embraced into a mother's warm and good-smelling embrace. There was also a gentle sob in his ears that was completely opposite to the anger before. Naruto, I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry, and just now you said it was mine. Naruto, who was hugged, was stunned for a moment and reacted as if he was electrocuted. Mother. Advertisement. You said you are my mother. Naruto screamed while instinctively wanting to deny it. But feeling the warmth of the embrace and smelling the reassuring smell, Naruto couldn't say anything in denial. A line of tears fell from the corner of his eyes. It's me, I'm your mother. After Kushina took a strong sniff of Naruto in her arms, she let go of Naruto and stretched out her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Naruto, who was still stunned after being released, Kushina suddenly covered her stomach and laughed. Ha ha ha, Naruto, your cute little appearance really makes my mother like it. While holding his stomach and laughing, he also pinched Naruto's cheek with his hand. Naruto brat, don't be dazed, Kushina is your mother. Behind him, Ninetales forcefully broke free of the diamond chains that bound his limbs. He stood up and rubbed his joints, complaining angrily. It's been so long, and your bloody red pepper's irritable temper has really not changed at all. Seeing Ninetales break free of the chains that blocked her, Kushina immediately stopped smiling and turned around cautiously. More diamond chains emerged from her body and were aimed at Ninetales. Ninetales, do you still want to stop me? Stop you. Ninetales snorted disdainfully. It's not that I want to stop you, but your good son will stop you. These words immediately alerted Naruto. After reacting, he ignored Kushina and shouted anxiously. Mom, I don't have time to talk to you anymore. We have to go back quickly, otherwise the plan will be disrupted. Can't go back, even if the plan you mentioned is disrupted. Kushina denied it without thinking. After that, he tried to dissuade her even more earnestly. Naruto, you are still young and can be easily deceived. You cannot go back and die foolishly. The same goes for that stinky fox over there called Ninetales. He didn't even tell you that the tailed beast will die after being stripped off. It's very bad. Mother, listening to Kushina's concerned nagging, even though he couldn't bear to interrupt, Naruto still spoke up to stop her. I knew I was going to die, but I was prepared. And I'm not really dead. I will be resurrected in the new world later. Not really dead. Resurrection in the new world. If Ninetales hadn't been pulled away, Kushina wouldn't have woken up from her deep sleep. So I don't know the current situation at all. Ninetales behind him sighed helplessly and shook his head. Naruto has connected with me now. Let me use chakra to let you know what happened during this time. Advertisement Chapter 96 Kindness to Naruto. What does your chakra mean? As soon as Kushina asked, she felt that the pure Ninetales chakra without any negative emotions poured into her body. Kushina was shocked when she saw this pure Ninetales chakra for the first time. But before Kushina could be shocked for long, a series of memories from Naruto suddenly came to her. Let Kushina stand frozen on the spot, like a statue. Behind them, Ninetales, who had finished everything, walked away without leaving a trace, and shouted at Naruto at the same time. Naruto brat, stay away quickly. Your mother, a woman with a bad temper, is probably going to go crazy soon. Ninetales, who has been suppressed by Kushina for a long time, knows Kushina's temper very well. I also understand how angry Kushina will become after everything that happened to Naruto. Naruto, who had just seen the power of Kushina's diamond chain, was immediately hesitant to avoid it. Of course, this hesitation was only for a moment. Naruto did not choose to retreat, but took the initiative to open his arms and hug Kushina, whose face had begun to distort. The sudden hug from her child immediately stopped the sharply distorted expression on Kushina's face. The depression and anger that erupted like a volcano were instantly deflated. He turned into a child and cried loudly, and hugged Naruto harder. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Naruto, I'm sorry. The sound was hoarse, accompanied by the non-stop crying of, I'm sorry. It is the cry of a mother who cannot forgive herself. Her children have always lived such a miserable life. Being immersed in the situation, Kushina could clearly sense Naruto's extreme emotions. The loneliness of being helpless and ostracized. The fear of being cursed, hated or even beaten. Clumsy to take care of myself, helpless when trying to figure out how to put on clothes and pants over and over again. The bitterness and exhaustion of going hungry to fish in the cold river after running out of money. Seeing that other people have parents, you can feel envious when your parents buy delicious and fun things. Of course, there is also the joy of meeting a third generation who is willing to talk to me. The gratitude and joy of getting help and care from Ichiraku Ramen. And the anger when he later learned the true identity of third generation and understood that he had been deceived. And finally living with Shu Feng, the carefree happiness of being taken care of and taught right and wrong, just like having a home. I understand everything. Advertisement. Naruto, I was wrong, but I already understand everything. Kushina loosened her arms and looked directly at Naruto, her bloodshot eyes full of madness. This scene frightened Naruto a little, and he quickly called out softly. Mother. Kushina ignored Naruto's call, but yelled again somewhat crazily. Naruto, you are right, this wrong world should not exist. It should be destroyed, buried, and become the nourishment of the new world. As he said that, Kushina suddenly turned his head sharply, looked around, and shouted loudly at the same time. Zufeng, come out, I know your chakra is here too. Kushina, who clearly saw Shu Feng's methods from Naruto's memory, was very sure. And the result was exactly what Kushina expected. After shouting, I just heard a "hoo" sound. A ball of faint blue lunar fire appeared out of thin air in front of Kushina. Then a leg stepped out. Shu Feng just walked out of the blue lunar fire. Brother Shu Feng. Naruto's eyes lit up when he saw Shu Feng appear. He didn't even care about Kushina, whom he had just met, and ran directly to Shu Feng. Sasuke, who had been forgotten by Kushina and had been stepped on without saying a word, finally yelled aggrieved and angry. Brother Shifeng, hurry up and teach this bad woman who ruined our plan and claimed to be Naruto's mother. Bad woman. The crazy look on Kushina's face suddenly froze, and she finally remembered that there was someone stepping on her feet. Just as he was about to take his feet back and apologize, his body was already surrounded by a terrifying force and he was floating. It's Taiyan Mingha who was by Shu Feng's side just now, but now has Kushina imprisoned by the whole package. This is the terrifying flame targeting the soul in Naruto's memory. Kushina reacted immediately and struggled violently in fear. The rescued Sasuke quickly stood up, rubbed his bruised and swollen face, and glared at the struggling Kushina. Naruto, who ran in front of Shu Feng, also turned his head and saw his mother's condition. He quickly turned around and begged Shu Feng. Brother Zufeng, that's my mother, not a bad person. She just didn't know the situation just now, but now she knows everything and won't ruin our plan anymore. I know. Advertisement. Shu Feng touched Naruto's head to comfort him. If she hadn't been your mother, the moment she took you out of the cave, she would have been wiped out by the power I left here. Shu Feng has never been a villain with no bottom line. Even for those Jinchuriki who died after their tailed beasts were stripped off, Shu Feng ensured that their souls were not harmed. In the future, you can be resurrected in the Tsukuyomi world and have a better life. So for this poor mother and son, Shu Feng didn't mind giving them some time to get to know each other. Now I just controlled her and released Sasuke from her feet. I didn't hurt her. As he spoke, the Taiyan dark fire quickly dissipated, and then regrouped in the midair beside Shu Feng. Kushina also fell to the ground, then quickly stood up and looked nervously at Shu Feng. Shu Feng, I have just seen all of your plans, and I understand why. Now I only have one question, can you really guarantee that Naruto's soul will not enter that eternal resting place? Shu Feng pointed at Sasuke in the distance. Don't you already understand this? Kushina asked quickly again. Then can the new world you mentioned really be successful? This is already the second question. Shu Feng withdrew the hand that was stroking Naruto's head and turned it upward. But it doesn't matter if I tell you. Wow, wow. The true fire of the sun, which caused the surrounding temperature to soar sharply, and the fire of judgment, which made Kushina's soul tremble and become uncontrollable, emerged one after another. As long as I want to, no one in this world can stop me now. Nine Tails, who was also shuddering at the sight of these flames, shouted at the top of his lungs. We all know, Shu Feng, please put them away quickly. Shu Feng glanced at Nine Tails and withdrew his palm facing up. The three flames immediately left the relatively softest one, Taiyan Hell Fire. Without the deterrent of the other two flames, Kushina came back to her senses and nodded with a complicated expression. I know, and my attitude doesn't matter, and it won't change anything. I only have one last request left, and I hope you can agree. Shu Feng did not agree immediately. Let's talk about it. Kushina looked at Naruto. I hope you can let Nine Tails help me replenish enough chakra to maintain my existence. I want to fulfill some motherly responsibilities to Naruto until your plan is completely successful. After looking at Naruto who looked excited and expectant, Shu Feng agreed as his last act of kindness and compensation to Naruto. No problem, I promise you. Advertisement Chapter 97 The helper Obito is looking for. Orochimaru base. Ba, Tsunade, whose body was covered in scars and whose hands were tied up, spat hard at the big snake Itachi in front of her. Orochimaru, you despicable B*********** D who doesn't keep your word. Don't tell me that I can't cure your injury. Even if I could, I wouldn't cure it for you. Being insulted by Tsunade, Orochi Itachi couldn't suppress the madness in his eyes, and wiped the spit from his face vigorously. Then he pulled out the kunai from his sleeve and stabbed it directly into Tsunade's abdomen. Can it be cured? You told me you can't cure it. I have spent so much effort and endured torture for so long. You, who has the most powerful medical ninjutsu, can you tell me whether it can be cured? At this moment, the madness on Big Snake Weasel's face could no longer be concealed. Both eyes were also covered with dense bloodshot eyes. Like a madman who has lost his mind. The kunai that stabbed into Tsunade's abdomen was turned vigorously without mercy. The red blood gushed out desperately. The kunai rotated like a meat grinder. Even Tsunade couldn't hold back the pain and cried out in pain. Orochi Weasel laughed maniacally as if he heard some wonderful music. Ho ho ho, Tsunade, do you feel pain just to this extent? I experience this kind of pain all the time. No, I should be experiencing pain that is far worse than this kind of pain. The force in Orochimaru's hand increased again. While stirring vigorously, it also opened to the other side. A live Kasarine section was performed on Tsunade. Tsunade cried out in pain even louder. At the same time, with the stimulation brought by this pain, I fully mobilized chakra to open Shikai to remove the yin seal on my forehead. Seeing the seal of Baihao appearing rapidly, chakra is about to be released for treatment. Kabuto Yakushi behind Orochi Itachi suddenly took action. Spreading a handful of blood onto Tsunade's face. The next moment, the pain on Tsunade's face, who was suffering from hemophobia, immediately turned into fear. The condensed chakra dispersed instantly, and the seal of Baihao spread on his forehead quickly shrank back to the center of his eyebrows. Kabuto, did I let you do it? Advertisement. The big snake and weasel suddenly turned its head, its twisted and crazy expression looked like a ghost. I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto immediately knelt down on the ground, nervous sweat breaking out on his forehead. He knew very well how painful, crazy and frightened Orochimaru had been recently made by the flames that burned his soul. The large number of experimental subjects in the base are about to die because of these emotions. Get away. Orochimaru kicked Kabuto away. Then the three Magatama in his eyes appeared, and he looked solemnly at the dark place behind Kabuto where he had just been. Do you want me to ask you to come out? The air in the darkness rippled. Obito, wearing an orange mask, walked out slowly. I didn't expect that even after being severely injured by Shu Feng, he could still be so sharp. He is indeed an Orochimaru who successfully defected from Akatsuki and survived. Who are you? Orochimaru raised his right hand while asking. A large number of Lion Majesty's entangled latent shadow snake hands are about to be released. However, the control of the body was suddenly fought for by Itachi, and half of his face showed Itachi's original appearance. Stop it, Orochimaru, you are no match for this guy. Itachi, how dare you show up to seize control of your body? His latent shadow snake hand was grabbed by Itachi and stopped, making Orochimaru even more angry. After all, it was Itachi who had persuaded him to go to Shu Feng to cause trouble, which caused him to be caught by Shu Feng's soul-burning flames. As a result, he now has to bear the severe pain of his soul being burned and torn apart every moment. Weasel, I didn't expect that there would still be consciousness after being possessed. This is a lot more convenient. Seeing Itachi with half of his face, Obito was slightly surprised and then delighted. Compared with Orochimaru who has never cooperated before, Itachi who has experience of cooperation is better to cooperate again. Itachi, do you know this guy? Who is he? Itachi didn't respond to Orochimaru's inquiry, but looked at Obito with burning eyes. Uchiha Madara, let me continue to call you that. You came here to look for Orochimaru this time. You probably want to deal with Shu Feng, right? Scarlet light emitted from the holes under Obito's mask. Apparently the Sharingan was also turned on, guarding against Itachi. Itachi, you are still as smart and scary as before. Advertisement. But I like talking to smart people. That's right, I'm just here to find you to deal with Shu Feng with me. Deal with Shu Feng. Hearing Shu Feng's name, Orochimaru's emotions fluctuated violently as if he was stressed. Impossible, I won't provoke that terrifying disaster star with you again. Itachi, you don't have the control over this body. You have no right to agree to it. If he is killed by someone else, Orochimaru has many options to revive him again. But if Orochimaru encounters a false wind that can harm his soul, then he will truly die if he dies. The kind whose soul is completely dead. Don't be too hasty to say no, Orochimaru. Obito seemed to have known Orochimaru's reaction, and his tone did not change at all. I don't need you to deal with Shu Feng personally, but I need the forbidden technique of second Hokage that you have studied to hold Shu Feng back. Reincarnation from dirty soil. Orochimaru immediately understood what Obito meant and laughed exaggeratedly. Didn't you investigate the information clearly before coming here? When I went to find Shu Feng for negotiation, I brought 4 shadows reincarnated from the dirty earth with me. Even if the strength is not at the peak level during his lifetime, it is still at the level of a shadow. But none of them are Shu Feng's opponents, just one fire style will destroy them all. Even the immortality and recovery feature of the reincarnation of the evil land cannot take effect. Even the flame can be traced back to my body from the shadow clone, and then attack me. This kind of terrifying monster, if you want to deal with it to death, don't drag me along. Itachi, who controlled the other half of his face, also rarely spoke in agreement. Madara, it's just like Orochimaru said. With just you and me joining forces, even counting Akatsuki's leader Pain, I feel there is no chance of winning. Obito remains calm and calm. Who told you that I want you to join me in personally taking action against Shu Feng? I said, I just need your dirty soil to be reincarnated, so that I can successfully deal with Shu Feng. What exactly do you want to say? Orochimaru asked immediately. Obito waved his hand, and in the ripples of space, an old mummy and several white zetsu were thrown out. I heard that the strength of those reincarnated from the dirty soil is related to the chakra that the sacrifice can hold. These sacrifices containing the first Hokage ninja god Hashirama's cells should bring the reincarnated person's strength to the peak of his lifetime. As for this old corpse, I won't hide it from you either. He is the real Uchiha Madara, the man behind the establishment of Akatsuki and the execution of Akatsuki's plans. Chapter 98 Alliance. As for Obito, there is also the mummy of Madara that Obito brought out and the white zetsu of Hashirama cells. This left Orochimaru and Itachi all stunned on the spot. There is so much information in this. It took a long time for Itachi to react first and ask. Since you are not Uchiha Madara, then who are you? What exactly is your plan? It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that our enemies are all Uchiha. As for my plan, I just told you. Obito points to Madara's mummy on the ground. Reincarnate Uchiha Madara from the dirt and restore her to her peak strength. You should also have Senju Hashirama's body in your hands. Reincarnate him and restore him to his peak strength. The god of the ninja realm plus Jonin realm Shira, no matter how powerful Shifeng is, no matter how terrifying the fire style is. These two were the strongest ninjas in the past and should be able to deal with them easily. If you are not at ease, you can reincarnate all the strong men of the past generations and deal with Shu Feng together. Of course, the time may not be enough for you to reincarnate so many strong men from your dirty land. After listening to Obito's words, Orochimaru's eyes became brighter and brighter. I even feel that the pain in my soul has weakened a lot. He stared greedily at Madara's mummy and those white Zetsu. Your identity really doesn't matter to me. If it's as you say, it might not be difficult to deal with Shu Feng with these two. It's just that the current reincarnation of the dirty soil has not been completely perfected. If the person coming out of the dirty soil is too strong, he can easily escape control. Itachi also spoke again. I also know the issues Orochimaru mentioned. Although I really want to kill Shu Feng immediately and release Sasuke's soul from being imprisoned and controlled. But I still think we can wait until the reincarnation of the dirty earth is more complete, and then it will be more secure to deal with Shu Feng. No, we can't wait. Obito refused without hesitation. 3 days at the latest. 2 days. No, 1 day. I will give you 1 day at the most. You must be prepared to attack Shu Feng. Obito estimates that with Nine Tails' active cooperation, it can be successfully integrated into Geto statue in as little as 2 days or as soon as 1 day. Let Geto statue become the legendary 10 Tails. Of course, if Obito controls the Rinnegan and has the control method taught by Madara, he can successfully extract it in an instant. Advertisement. Obito's refusal immediately puzzled Orochimaru and Itachi. 1 day. Why are you so anxious? We have Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. As long as we can control it stably, we will definitely be able to defeat Shu Feng. It was naturally impossible for Obito to tell the two of them that he was going to sneak attack Nagato to seize the Samsara Eye and become Ten Tails Jinchuriki. So we can only find other excuses to hide it. Akatsuki's tailed beast capture plan is almost successful, and the final 9 tails are now being drawn. And Pain and the others have been bewitched by Shu Feng and betrayed me. After successfully mastering all the tailed beasts, they will definitely help Shu Feng. So we must take action while they have finished extracting the tailed beasts and are still not fully under control. Otherwise, even with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it would be difficult to predict the outcome against Kaiofeng, Akatsuki and the 9 tailed beasts. This statement was quickly agreed upon by Orochimaru and Itachi. Such concerns are quite possible. For these 9 tailed beasts, Xiaodu did not hesitate to provoke a war in the ninja world, and the power he exerted must be beyond ordinary. When talking about the ninja world war, obvious anger and hatred flashed across Itachi's face. But this anger and hatred soon turned into paleness caused by severe pain. After all, the soul is being slowly burned by the fire of judgment karma, and any emotional fluctuations will turn into subtle karma and become fuel to intensify the flames. This is also the reason why Itachi usually doesn't fight for the body with Orochimaru, but shrinks down silently. It's not difficult to make Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's peak reincarnation in 1 day. The difficult thing is how to make the two people who are out of control willing to deal with Shu Feng. Obito quickly said. Don't worry Madara, he will take the initiative to deal with Shu Feng. Then only Senju Hashirama. Suddenly Orochimaru thought of something and asked Obito. Is there any way you can get those Jinchuriki body tissues from Akatsuki? As long as they are reincarnated from the dirt and the blame on Konoha is revealed, the 4 major ninja villages will most likely turn around to deal with Akatsuki. And Senju Hashirama is also the person who cares most about Konoha and the peace of the ninja world. At that time, we will definitely take action against Akatsuki and Shu Feng, who have become public enemies of the entire ninja world. Orochimaru's words immediately gained Itachi's approval. Orochimaru's method is good. The major ninja villages can also be regarded as a help to deal with Shu Feng and Akatsuki. With them, we will feel a lot more relaxed, and they can also calm down the flames of war. We can accomplish multiple things with one stone. Itachi didn't care whether the war started or not. The main reason is that this can rescue Konoha and wash away the grievances caused by Konoha. Advertisement. Obito thought for a moment and nodded in response. If it's just some Jinchuriki body tissue, it shouldn't attract any attention. I will send it to you as soon as possible. By the way, when the time comes, you try to reincarnate a special guy in my dirty land, and give me control. No problem. Orochimaru was in a good mood, temporarily forgetting the pain, and stuck out his tongue to wash his face. When Obito left, Itachi's consciousness shrank back again. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, who was still in fear and inner demons because of the blood, and turned to give instructions to Kabuto. Kabuto, when Tsunade wakes up, tell her that you only need to help me find a way to successfully treat soul pain. I can help her resurrect the dead rope tree and Kato Dan. Orochimaru generally likes to prepare multiple hands, so he doesn't intend to give up on Tsunade's side. 1 day later, outside Konoha village, in a temporary meeting building. Onoki, who was the last to arrive, just pushed the door in with a dark face and cursed at Ai who was sitting inside. Raikage, why do you ask me, Iwagakure, if Kumogakure wants to cease the war? Do you know how many casualties Iwagakure, suffered as a result of this war, and how many Hans I lost? And you, Lao Zi, aren't you already dead? Onoki, who was halfway scolding, saw the person standing behind Raikage, his face full of disbelief. I sighed when he saw Onoki like this, because he was also so shocked before. Tsuchikage, we have all been used. The mastermind behind all this is not Konoha, but an organization called Akatsuki. Dawn. Of course Onoki is very aware of this organization and has paid to hire this organization many times. What the hell is going on? As the fifth Hokage, Shikaku, who had a look of exhaustion on his face, took over. The matter started from me, Konoha. Let me, Konoha's spy hidden in Akatsuki, tell the story. Orochimaru, standing next to Jiraiya, took off his hood, revealing a face that was half Orochimaru and half Itachi. Next, I will tell you all about Akatsuki's plans and evil deeds. Finally, I will take you to the hiding place of these villains behind the scenes. Chapter 99. Is this the sun? Inside the sealed cave. As Geto statue's last eye also opens. All the chakra of 9 tails was extracted, and the lifeless Naruto fell from midair. Call out. Just as he was about to land, Shufeng jumped down from Geto statue's fingers and caught him steadily. At the same time, the faint blue Taiyan fire emerged, wrapping Naruto's soul that left the body and ascended to heaven. System messages follow soon after. Open black lens bracket. Naruto died early. Close black lens bracket. Get a tribute point gift pack 1 to 500 x 1. Naruto died and 9 tails was stripped away from his body. Get a tribute point gift pack 1 to 500 x 1. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to enable attribute point gift pack? Close black lens bracket. Turn on. Shufeng directly opened the newly obtained gift package. Open black lens bracket. Open successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Get 500 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Get 500 attribute points. Close black lens bracket. Current attribute points 1560. Seeing the two 500 grand slams given by the system, Shufeng was unable to react for a moment. What's wrong? Seeing Shufeng below suddenly stunned, Pain above asked with concern. Is there something wrong with Naruto's soul? Do you need my help? With the power of heretics brought by the Samsara Eye, Pain can still speak for himself in terms of soul. No, it's no problem. Shufeng, who came back to his senses, waved his hand to reject Pain. Then he took back the Taiyan and Naruto, who was wrapped in the Taiyan back to the consciousness space opened by Shufeng himself. And within the space of consciousness, Sasuke, Kushina who had been replenished with a sufficient amount of chakra, and 9 tails who was in a mini state with only a little chakra left were waiting among them. Seeing that Naruto's soul had successfully entered, Kushina immediately ran towards him and looked up and down with concern. At the same time, the worry on Sasuke's face quickly disappeared, and he turned his head and pretended not to care. Only 9 tails was yawning out of boredom, with a look on his face that had nothing to do with him. Sudden, Kaka, the inexplicable cracking sound was extremely loud in the quiet cave. Everyone in Akatsuki, including Shufeng, turned their heads and looked towards the entrance of the cave. There, the huge stone blocking the cave had countless cracks. Advertisement. Subsequently, boom, the entrance to the sealed cave, blocked by huge rocks, was forcibly opened by a terrifying force. At the same time, a swift thunder broke through the bursting gravel and smoke. Wrapped in harsh thunder, it instantly struck in front of Shufeng. Damn it, Akatsuki, let's all go and bury him with him. I, whose whole body was flashing blue thunder and lightning, raised his hands high and clasped his fists, and struck down with a huge force. Here's a duck neck. Thunder my explosive bomb. Bang. The place where Shufeng stood exploded instantly. Countless violent thunders spread throughout the air. This terrifying lightning style, is it Raikage? And that guy Shufeng was so weak that he couldn't dodge Raikage's blow. Scorpion and Kakuzu, who were standing on Geto statue's fingers, both looked shocked and doubted Shufeng's strength. Hee. Kisami's laughter came from the side. It's just a mere attack from Raikage, why does Shufeng-san want to hide? These 7 words were just Raikage's attack, coupled with Kisami's ridicule. Suddenly, Scorpion and Kakuzu turned their heads angrily and glared at Kisame fiercely. Boy, what did you say? Newcomer, speaking big words is not a good habit. Do you need me to teach you the rules? On the other side of Quan, the Sharingan's eyes oozed red and he snorted coldly. 2 ignorant frogs in a well, if you have time to argue, why not open your eyes and take a closer look below? You. Kakuzu turned around and was about to attack Quan when he heard the scorpion next to him making a shocked sound. How could it be? What the hell is this fire style? Fire style. Kakuzu immediately stopped attacking Quan and turned to look at Shufeng below. Then the green pupils trembled violently in the eye sockets, giving off the same shock as Scorpion. What is this fire style? Below, Shufeng, who was standing there, had a huge gap burning with flames open from top to bottom. Directly split Shufeng into 2 halves like black Jew and white Jew. Ai's hands, which were clasped like huge meat hammers, fell at Shufeng's feet. A crater several meters wide was created in the ground. At this moment, Ai also widened his eyes and looked at Shufeng in front of him in disbelief. It's the fire style clone. Advertisement. But why has it taken so long to dissipate? Fire style clone. Shufeng laughed out loud when he heard this. Raikage Ai, you are an interesting guy. For the sake of being so interesting, I'll give you a chance. Take my fire style and let you live a little longer. Saying that, Shufeng slowly raised his hand under Ai's surprised eyes. The next moment, the blazing sun carrying terrifying high temperatures came instantly. Heading down toward Eye Shroud. This is fire style. Just showing up and scorching my body. I can't stop it, it's impossible to stop it. Retreat, I must exit this cave immediately. Looking at the little sun that suddenly appeared above his head, and feeling his clothes that were on fire and his carbonized skin, I roared in his heart. At the same time, he retreated with all his strength and ran away without hesitation. Almost faster than coming in. I turned into a bolt of flaming thunder and rushed out of the cave. At the entrance of the cave, the Kumogakure ninja who followed closely with a helpless face also saw the flames and thunder rushing out. Rakage big. Before he finished shouting, flame thunder crashed directly into the Kumogakure ninjas without mercy. Knocked all the Kumogakure ninjas at the entrance of the cave and flew out. They were scattered everywhere like a goddess scattering flowers, and several tunnels of different lengths were plowed out on the ground. Outside the cave, the ninjas from each village who were standing still were in a commotion when they saw this scene. The faces of the leading figures from each village were filled with surprise and suspicion. Why did Rakage come out so quickly and hit? Wait, is this Rakage? Everyone looked shocked when they saw I rushing out of the cave. I, who had been so angry and powerful just now, was now on fire and charred all over. Like a burnt corpse, it fell heavily in front of them. Damn it, what's going on? Medical ninja, where did the medical ninja die? Come here quickly. Tsuchikage Onogi had just shouted when he saw Shikaku on the side pointing forward, his voice trembling. Fire. Fire style. Is Shu Feng's fire style? Zhu Feng's fire style. Onoki was very curious about Shu Feng's legendary and terrifying fire style. Therefore, he gave up rescuing I without hesitation and looked up at the cave ahead. Then, the only color left in the world in his vision was golden red. This is the sun.